Chapter 1121 The Terrifying Strength of the Old Abbot. The huge black palm carries the roaring wind. Boom! The bright sword light was directly crushed on the spot by this terrifying black palm. Seeing this scene, Shintufeng almost lost his mind. The previous knife strike had sucked out all the life force from his body. But who would have expected that it didn't even hurt the other person's fur? This scene was really shocking. However, before he could react, the giant black palm was like catching a mosquito, covering him tightly in it. "Get off here!" The old abbot grabbed Shintufeng from the void with his right hand, and then smashed it towards the ground. Snapped! There was a muffled sound. All the bones in Shintufeng's body were about to be shattered by the smash, and the ground was full of cracks in his body. He still wanted to struggle, but more than a dozen demons stepped forward and stabbed him into the ground with their killing sticks, pinning him unable to move. "Old Imo Yang, you lied to me so miserably!" Shintufeng hated the old abbot. He didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful. Even with all his strength, he was no match for him. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. But he was caught instead. But what he hated more was Yang Mucheng. If it weren't for Yang Mucheng, he would not have been deceived into coming here. "Yang Mucheng, don't struggle anymore. Just surrender." The old abbot stretched out his hand to grab, and the blood divine sword fell into his palm. He took a look at the blood divine sword. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes. And then he looked at Yang Mucheng and said, "If you are willing to enter our Imo Luo Tianxiang temple and believe in my great Imo Luo holy cult, I can spare your death. If not, if you are willing, I can only suppress you in the temple on behalf of the great devil, so that you can neither survive nor die. Old demon Yang, let's capture him without any effort. Do you think you can act unscrupulously since the abbot and the 3 war demons are not in the temple? This is your rash omen. Once you enter, don't think about leaving." Suddenly, the morale of the monks around him also greatly increased. "Di Yang?" Axiana tightened his grip on the Mingyu battle spear, his face full of vigilance. "You are no match for this bald donkey. Let me kill him!" Yang Mucheng shook his head and signaled Axiana not to interfere. "How dare you say such a thing?" An elder of the lecture hall stared at Yang Mucheng and said coldly, "Even if the old abbot was seriously injured, it would be easy to kill you. Old Imo Yang, you deceived me. Imo Luo Tianxiang Temple, and today is the day when you pay the price. As long as the old abbot makes a move, he will definitely kill you. How can you interrupt this?" Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and waved his sleeve. "Whether you have the strength or not, you will know when you take action." Previously, Shintufeng borrowed the blood divine sword to make the most powerful sword in his life. In the eyes of everyone, it was more than enough to cut the entire Maluo Tianxiang temple in two, let alone split the gold and cut the jade. But when Yang Mucheng swung his sleeve, its power was no less powerful than Shintufeng's sword. Everyone present felt an overwhelming power. Boom! This burst of inner energy is obviously invisible, but the power was too great, and it swept out on the spot, shattering the stone slabs on the ground inch by inch. The shattered cracks, mixed with dust, looked like a surging tide from a distance, as if they were about to tear everything apart. "Shang!" The old monk who spoke faced this strong force, and his robes were blown around and billowing incessantly. He took a step forward, pulled out the long knife from his waist, and brought out a bright sword light. The monks present only felt their eyes blurred. The old monk's sword struck out like a golden crow falling, thundering throughout the hall. The twisting sword light flew rapidly and turned into a white chain, slashing out with great force. Above, boom! It was like a dull thunder. The old monk cut off the incoming force with a swift slash. And with a bang, the billowing dust dispersed in all directions. Wow! But the old monk trembled, vomited out a mouthful of blood, stepped back a few steps, and even the knife in his hand was broken. His hands were trembling. The jaws of his hands were shattered, and blood was dripping down the handle of the knife. At this moment, he was staring at Yang Mucheng in disbelief, and his face was full of shock. Hiss! When everyone saw the scene, their scalps felt numb. The old monk who ridiculed Yang Mucheng was named Zhou Jidao. He was a relatively powerful person among the blood demon Luo in his early days of Shinto cultivation. Although he blocked Yang Mucheng's casual blow, the look on his face suggested that the muscles and bones in both arms had been broken, and he would not be able to do anything again in a short time. "Hey, you actually survived?" Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. However, he immediately shook his head. "You don't have this much strength. But you still dare to be arrogant in front of me. You tried your best. But you were only able to block one of my blows. I wonder what will happen to you next. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Muchung punched away. With this punch, the air became stagnant, and the space trembled violently. Yang Muchung's punch was originally invisible and formless. But as the dust surged around him, his punch mark actually sent a cannonball through the dust-like trajectory. Deep ravine. Too strong. A trace of despair flashed in Zhou Jidao's eyes. He only knew that Yang Muchung was powerful. But he didn't know how powerful he was. Just like you know how high a mountain is. You only know how majestic and unreachable it is after you see it in person. This is how Zhou Jidao feels now when he faces Yang Muchung. He only felt regretful. If he was given another chance, even if he was given 8 more courages, he would not dare to interrupt. Shen Tufeng also looked horrified. He originally thought that when the old abbot showed up, Yang Muchung would be like a chicken and would be subdued on the spot. But how could he have imagined that Yang Muchung would be so bold, treating the old abbot as nothing in front of him, and still killing the monks of Maluo Tianxiang Temple? Old Imo Yang, if you still dare to commit murder in public when I am present, you are not putting our Maluo Tianxiang Temple in your eyes. Right. The old abbot coughed slightly, interrupting everyone's shock. I saw. His skinny right hand also curled up, and his skinny, mummy-like body suddenly stretched into a straight line from head to toe. The originally weak and dying aura suddenly increased at this moment, and the whole person no longer looked like the sick and dying old man before, but instead looked like the powerful being who dared to challenge Jin Liang back then. Boom! The next moment, the old abbot punched out, making the air crackle, and the originally stagnant space was returned to normal at this moment. Boom! A burst of explosion sounded even more terrifying than before, and Yang Muchung's attack was intercepted again. In the dust that filled the sky, the old abbot clasped his hands together. Although his complexion was still sallow, there was unstoppable pride in his eyes. Old demon Yang, as long as I'm here, you can't even think of killing any of us at Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Chapter 1122. No matter who you are, I will kill you. As long as I am here, you can never kill anyone from our Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Although, the old abbot looked disheveled, like a dying man with half his foot in the coffin. But his whole aura suddenly rose at this moment. A surging and terrifying aura boiled and turned, and the grey robe also danced without wind at this moment. Great Mara has mercy! Saw this scene. The monks around him all chanted the devil's slogans. Overbearing. He is worthy of being the previous abbot of Maluo Tianxiang Temple. If he had not been broken by Jin Liang, he would definitely grow into a world-shaking great devil in the future. Great Mara has mercy! A trace of comfort flashed in Zhou Jidao's eyes. Looking at the old abbot whose breath was boiling, he knew that he had finally overcome this disaster. Oh! It's over! Shen Tufeng's eyes showed endless despair, and he couldn't help shouting in his heart. Yang Lao-mo! You don't have a diamond. How dare you take the porcelain job? Although the strong men of Maluo Tianxiang Temple have left, as long as this old abbot is here, you can't even think of touching a single hair of the monks of Maluo Tianxiang Temple. This time, not only did you get yourself involved, you also caused me misery. All the monks present looked at Yang Muchung, as if he was sizing up a turtle in an urn. However, Yang Muchung smiled faintly. Yang Muchung, kill people, no matter who you are present. I will kill this person, no matter who you are. I will kill him. You dare. The old abbot was furious. He was about to scold, but suddenly he felt a warning sign. He shouted loudly, Zhou Jidao, retreat quickly. Zhou Jidao was stunned on the spot, not understanding why, but he saw Yang Muchung suddenly disappear on the spot. When it appeared again, it appeared directly in front of him. At this scene, he felt so frightened that his 3 souls seemed to be scattered. Yang Muchung appeared in front of him, already shaking hands into a fist, and slowly hitting him. As long as we can hold him back, even for a moment, it will be enough for the old abbot to kill him. Zhou Jidao laughed miserably. He knew that he was already dying, and running away in embarrassment would be useless. At that moment, he felt cruel and planned to sacrifice his life for justice. Facing Yang Muchung's punch, he did not hesitate at all. His whole body improved from retreating. The surging inner energy swept through his body in an instant, and he used all his strength to deal with Yang Muchung's punch. You still dare to struggle? When Yang Muchung saw this, he sneered in his heart and shook his head. The next moment, both fists shook together. Click! Zhou Jidao's right fist shattered in response. The next moment, this surging force swept through his body like a tide. In just one thought, Zhou Jidao's internal organs were minced at this distance, mixed with the reverse blood, and turned into a blood arrow, breaking through his body. The back was violently ejected. Zhou Jidao, on the other hand, was as soft as mud and collapsed in front of Yang Maicheng. Aside, the old abbot noticed Yang Maicheng almost as soon as he appeared in front of Zhou Jidao, and quickly raised his fist to hit him. Although the old abbot's reaction speed was already very fast, it was still a beat slower. As soon as he raised his fist, Zhou Jidao was already dead in front of him. Old demon Yang, I will never forgive you. Let out a roar. The old abbot's eyes flashed with anger, and the punch he punched was already a heavy blow. But Yang Muching's figure flashed, but suddenly disappeared on the spot. That punch only hit his shadow, and it hit the ground with a bang. Boom. At this moment, it was like a meteorite hitting the ground, and the entire ground was split into two halves at this moment. But his punch hit nothing, and Yang Maicheng was no longer there. When the old abbot looked up, he found that Yang Maicheng was still standing in the previous position, smiling with his hands behind his back, as if he had not moved even half a step. I said, the person I want to kill, even if the emperor is protecting him, he will still die. Yang Maicheng said lightly. Old demon Yang. The old abbot slowly straightened up, clenching his fists and making a crackling sound, and stared at Yang Maicheng with his eyes. Maluo Tianxiang Temple has always been extremely arrogant. They have always been the only ones to kill others, and no one has been able to bully them. But Yang Maicheng killed Zhou Jidao, and it was under his nose. It was like a slap in the face to his face. The old abbot felt his face burning and painful. I originally thought that you were a malleable talent. If you were willing to abandon the dark side and join the Maluo Tianxiang Temple, you could get the recognition of the great demon. It seems that I was wrong. People like you are simply stubborn. I can't do it without killing you. It's hard to eliminate the hatred in my heart without killing you. The old abbot narrowed his eyes. Boom! At this moment, the already extremely high-pitched aura on his body actually surged and exploded again. If the old abbot was like an angry lion before, then now he is like a raging ancient dragon. Boom! 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 With the explosion of power, a bright and dazzling blood Buddha wheel also erupted from behind the old abbot's aging body. If it weren't for his gloomy aura, he would have looked like an enlightened monk. Yang Maicheng looked at him quietly and suddenly smiled. Old monk, your body and mind have been shattered. Now you are only at the middle stage of Shinto cultivation. What qualifications do you have to kill me? After Yang Maicheng finished speaking, he took a step forward. If you were still in your heyday and I met you, I would definitely turn around and leave. But what qualifications do you have with this broken body of yours? Today, not only do I want to kill you, but I also want to destroy the entire Mara celestial phenomenon. Temple. Boom. After speaking, Yang Maicheng clenched his fists. The momentum of his body surged violently, and the golden inner energy swept away in an instant. The surging and pure inner energy leaped several feet like a flame, covering more than 1,000 meters of void on the spot. A hurricane spread out rapidly, with Yangmu as the center. Call. The hurricane almost materialized. The people present only felt their bodies tremble, as if they were hit by a terrible force, and they involuntarily retreated towards the rear. A surging killing intent swept across quickly, and at this moment, it quietly locked onto everyone present. This murderous intention! What a powerful killing intent! When they felt this killing intent, everyone shuddered involuntarily, as if falling into an ice cellar. Today, none of you can survive! Yang Muching's cold voice also sounded at the same time. Old demon Yang, this is Maluo Tianxiang Temple, and you are not allowed to be presumptuous. You want to wash us out with blood. Do you think it's possible? However, there is not only the old abbot in Maluo Tianxiang Temple, but also other monks. The next moment, countless monks came in unison, and all kinds of martial arts came at this moment like an overwhelming force, as if they were going to drown Yang Maicheng in an instant. Chapter 1123 Peak Showdown. Boom! At this moment, the shocking attack swept from all directions and came in like a sky and the sun. Apparently, the people of Maluo Tianxiang Temple are now smarter. They wanted to take advantage of their numerical advantage to completely crush Yang Maicheng and not give him any chance to make a comeback. It is indeed the Maluo Tianxiang Temple. With so many people coming to kill, I'm afraid old demon Yang will also have a headache. Look! He's moving! Amid this burst of exclamations, Yang Muchung moved. But what shocked everyone was that Yang Muchung's target was not these ordinary monks at all, but the old abbot. Faced with the pressure of the endless attacks and the vastness of the raging wind, Yang Muchung not only did not retreat, but instead took a step forward. The strong wind blew his robes and blew his long hair back, revealing an extremely calm face. Facing the sweeping attack, Yang Muchung took a step forward. Boom! At this moment, the entire ancient temple of Maluo Tianxiang Temple shook 3 times, as if a terrible earthquake had erupted. At the same time, the purest inner energy in the body also burst out, directly rushing to a height of more than 1,000 meters, even compared to the old abbot. Then, Yang Muchung burst out with this unparalleled momentum and rushed towards the old abbot. Boom! 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 At this moment, Yang Muchung was like a hurricane that destroyed the world, directly blasting the endless attacks into the void, and directly killing the monks who stood in front of him on the spot. He is like an unrivaled god of murder, killing gods when he encounters them, and killing Buddhas when he encounters them. In an instant, he had already rushed in front of the old abbot. Great Mara has mercy! The old abbot had already responded the moment Yang Muchung took action. But I saw him clasping his hands together and pronouncing the devil's call. Then, it also rose into the sky, carrying a terrifying bloodlight Buddha wheel and rushing towards Yang Muchung. In the next moment, these two forces that could destroy the world collided fiercely. How? How is the confrontation between the old abbot and Yang Lama going? Feeling the terrifying force of the impact, everyone looked forward. They wanted to see who had the upper hand in this most direct collision of forces. At this sight, everyone's eyes widened in shock. These two people are actually equal. If the old abbot had not been injured and has not recovered yet, how could he not be able to deal with even old demon Yang? Yes, if the old abbot was still in his prime, it would only take one move to kill him. Let's take action quickly and help the old abbot. Seeing this scene, the surrounding monks looked at each other and quickly rose into the sky, wanting to intervene in the battle between the two. However, when they flew towards Yang Muchung one by one, a grey light rose into the sky and quickly stopped in front of everyone, revealing a petite figure. If this isn't Arsenal, who else could it be? This is a battle between Emperor Yang and the old abbot. No one is allowed to interfere. Axiana's voice was sharp, and his eyes swept over everyone. This is Lao Mo Yang's woman. Yes, she also came here with Yang Lama. Let's catch her and force old Mo Yang into submission. When everyone saw Axiana coming out to stop him, they were startled for a moment. And then, they all reacted. They even shouted loudly and rushed towards Axiana. Obviously, they regarded this petite girl, who seemed to have no ability to bind a chicken, as a soft persimmon who could be manipulated at will. Snort! Looking at these guys rushing towards him, Arsenal snorted coldly. She slowly raised her hands, and 3,000 black hairs tumbled up, each one soaring to hundreds of feet, and pieces of shining gray light were turbulent on each hair. When the endless long hair fluttered like a waterfall, a roar also broke out at the same time. The huge war slave was already riding the wind, and its mountain-like body once again blocked the crowd from killing Yang Muchung. Axianu, who was holding the Mingyu war spear, was wrapped in a piece of netherworld ghost armor that was completely condensed by the evil spirit, like a terrifying ghost king coming from the 9 nether abyss. If you want to interfere in the battle between the two of them, you can beat me! The domineering words came from Arsenal's mouth. At the same time, the aura from Axiana's body also poured out without reservation. All the monks of Maluo Tianxiang Temple, who felt this aura, couldn't help but look pale. It was only then that they realized that the seemingly unremarkable girl next to Yang Muchung was actually a great ghost king. A great ghost king whose cultivation had reached the realm of Shinto. When facing this great ghost king, they didn't know what to do for a moment. As the emperor of the Dakian dynasty, Emperor Yang is more than capable of dealing with the old abbot. As for you little guys, you are not worthy of him taking action himself. Just let me kill you guys for him. Boom, boom, boom. When the aura reached the extreme level, Arsenal took action directly. The Mingyu battle spear in her hand suddenly swung, shooting out dozens of gray flames. These dozens of gray flames were extremely strange, without a trace of warmth. One flame even fell into the bushes and was extinguished directly, without showing any power at all. But just such a weird flame made many monks present quietly change their expressions, with horror written on their faces. This is the flame that directly burns the divine thoughts. Hurry up and get away. One by one, The monks fled towards the surroundings with frightened expressions. Obviously, they know the horror of this grey flame. However, how could Arsenal let these people escape? She stepped lightly with the sole of her foot, and the war slave beneath her immediately understood. The wings, which were full of leaks and holes, flapped loudly, and with a mighty hurricane force, they quickly rose into the sky and directly caught up with a fleeing monk. The huge bone claws grabbed it directly forward, and with a click sound, it was crushed to pieces. This horrifying scream immediately made everyone present tremble. With your level of cultivation, you still want to intervene in the battle between the two of them? Axianus sneered as he looked at the monk who was crushed like a toy by the war slaves. And his cold voice resounded above the Maruo Tianxiang temple. For a while, two battles took place throughout the Maluo Tianxiang temple. One is the peak showdown between Yang Maicheng and the old abbot. The other scene was the bloody massacre of Maluo Tianxiang temple by Axiana. Just when Axiana took action, the battle between Yang Maicheng and the old abbot also reached a fever pitch. Chapter 1124, The Mercy of the Great Demon. Boom! 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 Waves of terrifying loud noises resounded continuously, not only in the sky above the entire Maluo Tianxiang temple, but also in the sky above the entire Maluo territory. This huge and terrifying sound made everyone raise their heads and look towards the sky in horror, looking at this almost world-destroying battle scene with horrified faces. Look from afar. The old abbot in the void was enveloped in a huge bloody flame. Yang Maicheng on the other side was within a golden light. Flames and golden light. The two of them almost split the entire sky into two halves at this moment. The two masters were like opposing gods and demons, frantically bombarding each other. Every shocking collision between the two sides resulted in an earth-shattering sound. All the people below could not help but cover their ears with horrified expressions. The violent collision between the two sides caused a violent force that made the surrounding air burst. The terrifying wind generated during the collision was like a world-destroying tornado that destroyed a city. A huge building was completely smashed to pieces. On par! Look at the sky. Everyone who witnessed this battle couldn't help but exclaimed. Yang Maicheng was actually able to fight on par with the old abbot. To know, the former old abbot was an upright and powerful man from the Divine Sea. If he hadn't been defeated at the hands of Jin Liang, his cultivation level would not have fallen to that of Taoism or Shindao. But the skinny camel was bigger than the horse, and the rotten ship still had 3 pounds of nails. The strength of the old abbot should not be underestimated. But no one expected that Yang Maicheng could actually fight on par with the old abbot. Call out! Suddenly, a sonic boom suddenly resounded in the sky. Just see. The piece of golden light representing Yang Maicheng exploded wildly. At this moment, everyone had the illusion that there seemed to be two suns in the sky. Even at this moment, everyone I couldn't help but feel dazzled. Then, he saw that piece of golden light rising rapidly into the sky, like a golden lightning, and suddenly exploded in front of the old abbot. So fast! Everyone felt their eyes dazzle. And then, they saw that Yang Maicheng was already carrying thousands of powerful powers, and quickly blasted in front of the old abbot. Boom! This terrible impact sound erupted like a comet hitting the earth, and the old abbot was hit hard by this fierce blow, and was directly hit to the ground from midair. The old abbot's body blasted the entire ground into a terrifying pit of hundreds of feet. From a distance, this huge pit looks like a terrifying scene where a meteorite fell. On the other hand, Yang Maicheng, who knocked the old abbot to the ground in midair, only retreated slightly. The aura on his body did not restrain at all. Instead, after a short moment, it rose in a more violent manner. Blasted down. Terrible. Is this the strength of Mr. Yang? If even the old abbot is not a match for Mr. Yang, I am afraid that the Maluo Tianxiang temple will be completely bloodbath next. Seeing this horrifying scene, everyone couldn't help but cry out. This situation is very serious. Old abbot! Old abbot! The people in Maluo Tianxiang temple were shocked and speechless when they saw this scene. Even more, there were also some monks who knelt on the ground with tears streaming down their faces and wailed loudly. Could it be that the great demon wants to abandon us? Could it be that no one can deal with this old demon Yang? Boom! Amidst the burst of shouts, a violent breath quickly burst out from the deep crater like a meteorite. And soon the dust rising like a mushroom cloud fell directly on this terrifying. It was torn apart by the wind. And the figure of the old abbot was gradually revealed. Compared with before, the old abbot's breath was obviously weaker, like a misty candle that could be extinguished at any time. At this moment, Yang Maicheng's aura was still as dazzling as the sun. and the previous battle had not been a loss to him at all. The suppressed Shen Tufeng's eyes nearly popped out when he saw this scene. In his opinion, not only is it impossible for Yang Macheng to bloodbath the Maluo Tianxiang temple, but he will also be unable to protect himself. But now, even the old abbot was suppressed by him, which had to shock him greatly. Old Demon Yang, 320 years ago, I was defeated at the hands of Jin Liang, and my heart was broken. Although I was lucky enough to survive, I could only spend the rest of my life with this broken body. The old abbot coughed lightly, and blood flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. Since that battle, I voluntarily stepped down from my position as the abbot and studied the Dharma left by Mahamara in the Zen room. Oh! Yang Macheng clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the other party. The old abbot exhaled a breath of filthy breath. At this moment, the already extremely thin body became even weaker at this moment, as if it would fall apart at any time. But at this moment, he slowly straightened his waist, and a breath of excitement surged out of his body. Those turbid pupils also became extremely bright at this moment. Great Mara has mercy! The old abbot slowly put his hands together and made a strange seal in front of him. Suddenly, behind him, the blood-colored Buddha wheel that had been blown away by Yang Macheng was actually shining brightly at this moment, becoming more and more dazzling. The shining blood-colored Buddha light was like a newborn blazing sun, making people feel a surge of light. The great devil is in resurgence. Tongue! At this moment, the robe on his body also released endless blood. This infinite bloody light exploded crazily and grew desperately. In the end, it spread across the void for 3,330 meters, and even formed a terrifying statue of 1,000 feet in the void. Huge statue of Mara. I am Mara! The huge statue of Mara, with more than 1,000 arms, stood proudly in the void. This kind of momentum is surprisingly more powerful and more terrifying than all the momentum that the old abbot had exploded before. Even under this momentum, even Yang Macheng felt vaguely suppressed. The great demon appears. The old abbot showed the figure of the great demon. This aura is so powerful, with such a terrifying momentum. I am afraid it can easily kill Yang Macheng. Kill old demon Yang. Kill him! Old abbot! The monks present looked at the old abbot and the statue of Mara in the sky, and couldn't help but cheer at this moment. Even all the believers in the entire Mara city, seeing such a huge statue of Mara, knelt down and shouted, Great Mara's mercy! Amidst these calls, the old abbot's eyes slowly turned and fell on Yang Macheng. Chapter 1125 Sinner? Following the movements of the old abbot, the huge statue of Imoluo also slowly turned its head at this moment, and its eyes also fell on Yang Macheng. Boom! This moment, Yang Macheng only felt his body tremble violently, and a terrifying force came out of thin air, crashing down like a mountain, pressing heavily on his shoulders. The entire earth trembled with the explosion of power at this moment. Huge cracks swept across and spread crazily. Everyone present felt as if a small earthquake had been triggered. Great Mara has mercy! With just such a simple action, such a ferocious power erupted, causing all the monks present to shout in unison. Feeling the terrifying force on his shoulders, Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt it. The vitality of the old abbot was weakened to the extreme, but his momentum was extremely high. It seems that you have unleashed all your strength. If you use this power to protect your heart, you can live for at least hundreds of years. But now, without this power, how long can you live? 3 days? 1 day? Half a day? The old abbot remained calm and looked at Yang Macheng with solemn expression. But see, at this moment, his originally extremely old face was fading rapidly. In just a few words, Yang Macheng had aged several minutes. Even the teeth have fallen out, and the originally withered body has shriveled up quickly. From a distance, it looks like a skeleton. Old demon Yang, no matter how long I can maintain this form, it will be enough to kill you. The old abbot slowly lowered his clasped hands. You dare to break into our Maluo Tianxiang temple, and you dare to commit murder. Today, I will suppress you on behalf of the great demon, he said. His eyes turned and fell on Axianu. Without any hesitation, he immediately raised his right hand and slowly pressed forward. Suddenly, Axianu, who was fighting with the monk, felt a surge of force coming over him. What? Axianu's heart trembled. Before she could recover, she felt a mighty force coming at her quickly. This force was so huge that Pei Mo could not stop it, and its appearance was even more shocking. Then, In the roaring wind, it crashed onto her body. Boom! Arsenal, who was in midair, was suddenly swatted down from the sky on the spot. Like a mosquito. Boom! The war slave was blown to pieces on the spot. Arsenal's was also smashed on the spot. The old abbot was about to kill them all. But Yang Muchung used the Juzi order and included both the Ashian slaves and the war slaves. Immediately, his palm hit the air, leaving a deep palm print on the entire earth. Juzi Ling! The old abbot raised his eyebrows when he saw this. I have long heard that you possess a rare treasure. I didn't expect that this great ghost king was actually raised by you. It took the entire Chunyanggi sect more than 100 years to gather the strength of thousands of people in the entire sect. This is how you raised a great ghost king who is in the realm of Shinyin Grandmaster. And you have already raised a great ghost king who is in the realm of Shinto in less than 2 months after you got the Juzi order. But, so what if you have more exotic treasures? If you die today, all these rare treasures will belong to our Maluo Tianxiang temple. I sacrificed my life in exchange for all the treasures on your body. It is a worthy death. Everyone present could not help but be shocked when they heard this. Apparently, the old abbot planned to fight Yang Muchung desperately, and planned to trade his life with Yang Muchung. But there is nothing that can be done about it. Yang Muchung is too powerful. You want to die with me? Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows, looking at the solemn expression of the old abbot. He suddenly smiled, shook his head and said, Unfortunately, all this is in vain. Your strength is indeed terrifying, but it is not enough to compete with me. What? Yang Muchung's words made everyone widen their eyes and look at him in disbelief. The old abbot used all his strength. Although, using these powers, he could not return to his former peak cultivation level. But his cultivation has reached the late stage of Shinto. With his late stage cultivation of Shinto, isn't it more than enough to kill a half-step Shinto warrior? But, who would have thought that Yang Muchung would not pay attention to this kind of strength at all? Yeah? The old abbot's eyes widened angrily. Boom, he said, already taking a step forward. In an instant, the originally terrifying aura exploded crazily, following the steps taken by the old abbot. The shocking force blasted terrible cracks in the surrounding earth. At this moment, the increasingly crazier and shocking aura poured towards Yang Muchung like a tide. Kick! 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 Under the bombardment of this momentum, Yang Muchung's body trembled suddenly, and he was pushed back continuously by the bombardment. Repulsed? Old Demon Yang was repulsed. Just use momentum. Seeing this scene, the monks present cheered with great excitement, as if they had been beaten to death. After all, ever since Yang Muchung entered the Maluo Tianxiang temple, he has almost killed gods when God blocked him, and Buddha when he blocked Buddha. No one has ever been able to stop him. Now, the old abbot used all his power, and defeated Yang Muchung with just his momentum. This was definitely a shot in the arm for others. Now you can't even stop my momentum. If I take action, I will definitely kill you completely. The old abbot looked at Yang Muchung. You killed too many people in Maluo Tianxiang temple, and caused too many endless evils. He who kills must pay with his life. And today is your day of death. Haven't you monks from Maluo Tianxiang temple ever killed anyone else? Yang Muchung sneered. The old abbot sneered and said, Of course I have killed them. But those people are all people who deserve to be killed. And we also follow the orders of the great devil to kill people. How can the lives of those sinners be compared with ours? In my eyes, you are also sinners. Yang Muchung shook his head. These people from Maluo Tianxiang temple not only brainwashed others, but even brainwashed themselves. Kill people. Just kill people. Why bother with so many glossy excuses and rhetoric? So, I have to destroy your Maluo Tianxiang temple today. Is it possible? The old abbot snorted coldly, and without saying a word, he struck out with a palm. Boom! In the rolling blood-colored Buddha light, a churning blood-evil aura was revealed in an instant. This terrifying blood-evil aura immediately transformed into a giant palm holding up the sky, and struck fiercely towards Yang Muchung. Chapter 1126 Fierce Fight. Boom! The terrifying blood-colored giant palm holding the sky suddenly blasted through the rolling wind, and slapped down quickly. It even brought up a shocking gust of wind, which directly lifted all the surrounding monks hundreds of feet away. In a moment, Yang Muchung was the only one left where the giant palm fell. The monks who were blown away felt the terrifying power, and had frightened expressions on their faces. Are you going to kill Yang Muchung with one palm? Boom! Under a pair of shocked eyes. But see, the terrifying wind pressure caused by the giant palm struck down, causing the surrounding stone slabs to shatter into pieces. Even the palaces and towering ancient trees with a radius of 100 feet were crackled and exploded by this terrifying pressure. Under this shocking pressure, most of the Maoyuo Tianqiang temple was crushed to pieces and blasted to the ground. Just when the giant palm took the photo, just when everyone looked at it, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head. At this moment, his entire aura burst out wildly in a surging manner. It's like an unsheathed magic sword. Sharp and sharp, yet hard to look at. Even under this terrifying attack, Yang Mucheng took one step forward. Boom! In an instant, Yang Mucheng's body suddenly surged with an aura that was 100 times more terrifying than the old abbot's. Boom! 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 This terrifying momentum caused the surrounding space to shake involuntarily at this moment. Like a surging heart, beating very regularly. At this moment, a monstrous demonic figure appeared from behind Yang Mucheng with his hands holding the sky. This huge monstrous demon god has transformed into reality at this moment. But strange, no one could see the devil's face clearly. But everyone had a vague feeling. This demon god was transformed by Yang Mucheng. That's right. This is the demon god sacrifice. After Mo Fan completed it once and upgraded the talisman to increase the level, the demon god sacrifice has been upgraded to a high-grade heavenly martial skill. This martial art is no longer as clumsy as it was before. Nor does it have the terrible side effects it did before. Of course, the power that comes with it has also increased many times compared to before. Boom! This scene is a long story. But in fact it is just a flash of lightning. When this breath explodes, Yang Mucheng suddenly turned his right hand and slapped it hard into the sky. Boom! A terrifying burst of sound spread wildly. Immediately afterwards, he saw Yang Mucheng's mighty palm, which made the whole sky tremble. A giant palm that was not inferior to the old abbot was shot out with a bang, and it hit them together fiercely. Boom! 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 The attacks between the two sides were bombarded in an instant. The shocking collision sound instantly caused a huge wave of internal energy. The rolling waves of inner energy swept across all directions, like a tidal wave. Feeling the power generated by the two sides' attacks, everyone retreated towards the surroundings in horror. Such a power that can destroy the world. If it is involved, it will definitely be a situation of death and no life. Then, these people looked forward one after another. They wanted to see who would win the final victory in this horrifying confrontation between the old abbot, who went all out, and Yang Mucheng, who also showed no mercy. However, everyone was completely shocked at this sight. Boom! Yang Mucheng's powerful demonic palm was no less powerful than the old abbot's attack. In a burst of shocking explosions, the terrifying power of both sides collided fiercely in the void, completely turning into nothingness like a dream. It actually blocked it. A bunch of incredible eyes were all looking at Yang Mucheng. Notice, the old abbot launched such a powerful attack, which in everyone's eyes was a matter of course. However, Yang Mucheng also used such powerful moves, which was beyond everyone's imagination. When those shocking gazes looked towards Yang Mucheng, no matter who it was, their pupils closed. However, when Yang Mucheng took one step forward, his whole body disappeared in an instant. This is clearly a void transcend. Void transcend, a low-level martial skill at the heaven level. It is no exaggeration to say that no one can use it as well as Yang Mucheng. This is naturally because of Yang Mucheng's terrifying divine will. Not good! A hint of horror flashed in the old abbot's eyes. He was once a strong man in the divine sea. Unlike Zhou Jidao, who couldn't even resist Yang Mucheng's punch, his spiritual sense is only stronger than that of Yang Mucheng, and he can naturally sense the void. Tongue! With almost no hesitation, the old abbot tiptoed and quickly moved toward the rear. As soon as the old abbot left the place, he saw a bright sword light and quickly stabbed him in front of him. This sword light shattered the space in front of him at this moment. Actually escaped? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. However, he soon came back to his senses. After all, the old abbot is not bad at strength, and he must have some means to predict his position in the void. We can't go on like this. Once I fall into his rhythm, I will be beaten by him. I have to fight back. The old abbot looked at Yang Mucheng, with a hint of horror in his eyes. However, after all, he was an existence whose status was comparable to that of Jin Liang. He quickly came to his senses in a short period of time and analyzed the current situation. Clang! His mind moved. A huge sword suddenly appeared in the old abbot's hand. The old abbot holding the sword jumped in the air, and at that moment he rushed out and crushed Yang Mucheng fiercely. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, hundreds of huge swords, with a length of more than 100 meters fell from the sky and slashed down in the air towards Yang Mucheng. These saber energy faintly blocked the void, filling the entire sky, and even quietly blocked Yang Mucheng's void transit. Although the old abbot could not decipher Yang Mucheng's void transit, he could use this method to predict Yang Mucheng's location in advance. He could even rely on his powerful experience and terrifying perception to kill Yang Mucheng in an instant. In case I use void transit to avoid you? Yang Mucheng looked at the shocking light of the sword that slashed down in the air. The fighting spirit in his eyes actually increased instead of decreasing in this moment of space. Clang! A shocking sword cry resounded loudly, and a Xinyuan sword as dark as night appeared in Yang Mucheng's hand. The next moment, he soared into the sky. Chapter 1127 Bloodbath in the Ancient Temple of Imoluo. Clang! This was a majestic black sword sound, which resounded crazily at this moment. The black sword light seemed to bloom with endless divine light, eclipsing the sky and the earth at this moment. Even under this sword, the heaven and earth suddenly stopped rotating. The black sword light, like a black tide, rose into the sky in an instant. Bang! 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 As the sword light rushed past, the huge sword energy was directly shattered by the black sword light. In the eyes of others, the irresistible sword energy that could destroy the world was like an endless stream of duckweed in the flood, being violently cut off in an instant. Die! Yang Mucheng rushed out. Like a rising black lightning, it seems to have the potential to tear the sky apart at this moment. Clang! Even under that terrifying sword light, the entire void was torn into two halves. Old demon Yang, you have fallen into a trap! Seeing that the sword light he blasted was easily shattered by Yang Mucheng, the old abbot was not surprised but happy. Instead, he roared wildly, swung the sword with both hands, and suddenly spun it in midair. After passing through a trajectory, it was followed by a heavy slash downwards. Although his sword looks very ordinary, it is actually extremely skillful. Buzz! The trembling sword light echoed through the void. At this moment, the infinite spiritual energy between heaven and earth also surged up. Pulled by his sword, it was as if the endless tide had finally found a breakthrough. The next moment, it surged out quickly and turned into a 3-foot-long streak. The sword light struck towards Yang Mucheng. This sword light seems inconspicuous compared to before, but the power contained in it is 100 times that of before. As the sword light passes by, a faint scratch will appear throughout the space. This moment, Yang Mucheng's expression also became extremely solemn. Chang! He clenched the Xinyuan sword tightly with both hands. When faced with the terrifying sword light, his speed not only did not decrease at all, but suddenly increased sharply. At the same time, the Xinyuan sword, which erupted with infinite black light, also quietly converged at this moment and became dim. Not only that, Xinyuan sword even turned into a black hole at this moment. Once all light comes close to it, it will be completely swallowed. Boom! Then, the attacks from both sides collided fiercely. The sword light that was enough to swallow everything actually smashed the sword energy into pieces, and it rushed towards the old abbot with unabated force. This terrifying sword has exceeded everyone's expectations and imagination. In an instant, the sword light, full of death threats, had already stabbed in front of the old abbot. Boom! At the moment of life and death, the old abbot mobilized all his strength and shot toward the rear desperately. Want to escape? Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with cold light. His void transit was so terrifying. Even though the old abbot had a premonition that something bad was going to happen, when the sword energy shattered and retreated towards the rear, Yang Mucheng had already used the void transit to arrive in front of the old abbot in an instant. Chang! This shocking sword instantly penetrated the opponent's Qi and penetrated his Dantian. In an instant, the old abbot's Dantian was shattered. At the same time, the huge inner energy in his body also turned into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and disappeared into the void on the spot. My Dantian! The old abbot exclaimed. For them, having their cultivation level abolished is simply worse than death. Of course, Yang Mucheng would not let him survive. Just when he was angry, regretful, and shocked, Xinyuan's sword slashed swiftly. Everyone saw only a splash of blood, and then a head flew up. This head was the old abbot's death, with eyes open. A head that dares to believe. And this time, Yang Mucheng's figure appeared on the ground again. But at this time, the two people who had fought before were fighting for life and death. Quiet! The huge Maluo Tianxiang temple, and the huge Maluo city were silent, as if even the sound of the wind had stopped. With a bunch of horrified eyes, looking at the old abbot who had been beheaded by a sword, and then looking at Yang Mucheng who was standing proudly. Everyone was completely stunned. Their eyes widened, and they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Call! Yang Mucheng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. As soon as he let go of his right hand, the Xin Yuan sword suddenly turned into infinite black light, and quietly disappeared into the void. Seeing this scene, all the monks present at Maluo Tianxiang Temple turned pale. Now that the old abbot is dead, no one can stop Yang Mucheng. The next step is that Yang Mucheng will bloodbath the Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Yang Emperor! Yang Patriarch! At this time, among the monks of Maluo Tianxiang Temple, an old monk stood up. He had a withered face, and was wearing a golden monk's robe. The monks around him were all looking at him. He must have a high status in the Maluo Tianxiang Temple. This time, it was our Maluo Tianxiang Temple who was wrong. Please let us go! We, the Maluo Tianxiang Temple, are willing to reconcile with you. We will no longer be at odds with you, and we will cancel the pursuit of you. The old monk was indeed shrewd. Although he chose to beg for mercy when facing Yang Mucheng, he was neither humble nor arrogant. At the same time, he secretly pointed out that Yang Mucheng was still being hunted. There were 3 war demons and an abbot outside the Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Reconciliation? Yang Mucheng showed a sarcastic smile on his face. Where Mo Luo chased me for 7 days and 7 nights. If it weren't for my profound knowledge, I would have died in his hands. The hatred between us is the water of all the rivers, lakes and seas put together. I can't tell you why you actually talked to me about reconciliation. Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the old monk who dared to stand up and negotiate with him. He swore an oath that day. Junwu joked that he wanted to cleanse the Maluo Tianxiang Temple with blood, and he would do it with blood, leaving no one behind. If you really kill us and fight against Mara and the abbot, I won't let you go. Seeing Yang Mucheng's sarcastic expression, the old monk was frightened. Knowing that Yang Mucheng was determined to kill, he immediately shouted, There are branches of my Demono Tianxiang Temple in the entire Demono domain. Even if you destroy me, once you reach the headquarters, we, the disciples of the great demon, will not give up and will take endless revenge on you. Good. Yang Mucheng clapped his hands and shouted. Amid the strange expressions of the monks around him, Yang Mucheng smiled lightly and said, What I want to destroy today is not just your headquarters, but also all the branches. As for the 3 war demons, they once hunted me down. I have a clear grudge, and I will never let them go in the future. But today, I'll start with you first. After I kill you, I'll clean out all the branches. How dare you? The old monk was stunned. Yang Mucheng didn't answer, but stretched his hands violently around. Chapter 11 28,000 Miles of Killing. Boom! As Yang Mucheng blasted out his hands, a trembling ripple was like a wave, sweeping crazily in all directions. The billowing black gas seemed to form an endless demonic tide at this moment. Amidst the turbulent and shaking momentum, my domineering power was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Not good! Old Demon Yan has taken action. Quick! The monks around were shocked when they saw the scene. I saw that terrifying wave swept across the world. The surging demonic energy transformed into a group of ferocious-looking demons, rushing forward crazily. In an instant, all the monks from the Maluo Tianxiang Temple in all directions were swallowed up by this terrifying demonic energy. If you look down from the sky, Yang Mucheng at this moment seems to have opened up a passage between the human world and the 9 netherworld. And he is the eye of the spring, in which the endless evil energy spreads out with his body as the center. This terrifying demonic energy swept across the world, wherever he passed. Whether it was the majestic building, the ancient temple with a long history, or the powerful monks, they were all swept away by the demonic energy and were directly killed on the spot. Boom! Like a black tide. At this moment, it swept across the world. The evil sect is famous and has existed for thousands of years. It has existed as long as the first-line sect of Wandao Sword Sect. Even the headquarters was moved to the ground at this moment. Next, it's all the branches! Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and took out the sword gourd. He made a seal. Boom! A soft sound resounded, and the restriction of the hidden sword gourd was blasted. The next moment, we saw 36,000 famous swords rising into the sky at this moment, flying towards the sky. In an instant, blasted into the infinite void. Although Yang Wuqing's goal this time was directly at the headquarters of the entire Maluo Tianxiang Temple. But he did not ignore those branches. As early as when he came all the way, he had already left his spiritual thoughts in every branch of the Maluo Tianxiang Temple branch under the leadership of Shen Tefeng. Although it was only as a backup at the time. Yang Mu's achievements were actually for today. Either don't move or eradicate the roots. And you will never give the Maluo Tianxiang Temple another chance to rise. 3 great devils. A presiding abbot. Today, I can't kill you. So I will kill these guys first, and let them clear the way to the underworld for you. And you will not be able to escape death in the future. Yang Mucheng looked indifferent. If someone has reached Yang Wuqing's level of cultivation, he can already kill people thousands of miles away. Beheading is like searching for something. In particular, his spiritual thoughts are stronger than those of warriors of the same level. As long as his thoughts move, it will not be a problem to cover the entire area. What's more, he also left his spiritual mark on each branch at that time. And there was no problem in eradicating these branches. The first branch. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and his sight seemed to span the space and landed on an ancient temple with the same history. This ancient temple is no different from the Maluo Tianxiang Temple that was flattened by Yang Mucheng, except that it is slightly smaller in scale. These branches are found in every big city, like a landmark building, making it easier for the Maluo Tianxiang Temple to control those believers. Now, countless believers all around were coming to the branch of Imoluo Temple with 3 steps to bow and 9 steps to kowtow. Most of these believers are mortals, and only those warriors will be selected and sent to the headquarters for training. An old monk held a magic rod and faced the headquarters with a solemn expression. Abbot, what's wrong? Another elder in the lecture hall asked. Although it is a branch, but there are also lecture halls, law enforcement halls, and martial arts halls. Although the sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs, which is equivalent to the epitome of a headquarters. Of course, these people have to obey the orders of the headquarters. Something seems to have happened at the headquarters. The old monk holding a Zen staff paused for a moment, and then said, Huh? It's impossible. There are many powerful people in the headquarters. Even the old abbot lives in seclusion there. An elder asked. I don't know either. I felt 2 shocking auras coming from the headquarters earlier. One of the auras seemed to belong to the old abbot. But now, that aura has completely disappeared. The old Zen staff said. The monk sighed. Is there something unexpected? After all, the 3 war demons and the presiding abbot are not at the headquarters now. If anyone dares to attack, the headquarters defense will be very empty. No one will be so bold. The headquarters is not very powerful. Even if someone dares to take action, they have to consider the strength of the abbot and the 3 Lord War demons. Another monk advised. The old monk with the Zen staff nodded. He looked to the left and right, exhaled a breath, and said, Perhaps I am really too worried. Laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, the old monk with the Zen staff suddenly felt a fatal crisis sweeping over him quickly. His face was horrified, and he suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky. But he was shocked to find that there was an endless roar from up and down in the sky. It's raining? No. What is that? Sword! One after another, they raised their gazes and looked towards the sky. When they saw the black shadow falling from the sky, the expressions on their faces suddenly became shocked, horrified, unbelievable, and trembling. At the same time, the believers who were kneeling and worshipping all around also had their eyes widened, just seeing those 36,000 famous swords. Howling crashed down. Puff, puff! The sound of tearing was loud and loud. The monks inside and outside the Maluo Temple branch were killed on the spot at this moment, under this dense and terrifying rain of swords. From the abbot to the young novice, no one survived. The kneeling believers all around had their eyes widened, as if they had seen a ghost. The entire branch was killed in this way. Thousands of people were killed in an instant in front of everyone. It was not even clear who did it. This scene doesn't just happen in this branch. Shang! After killing almost all the monks in this branch, 36,000 famous swords rose into the sky, and in the next moment, they completely disappeared from everyone's face. A branch, 2 branches, 3 branches. The branches with great popularity were completely destroyed in the eyes of countless people. After the 36,000 famous swords crashed down, the entire branch was wiped out of humans and animals, and was washed away with blood in an instant. As long as you are within the scope of the branch, you will be killed in an instant. These branches were all massacred in almost one day. and the murderer. But in the headquarters, it has not moved a step. Chapter 1129 The Divine Realm. Cursed to kill on this day. It lasts from dusk until the moon becomes scarce. It wasn't until those 36,000 famous swords flew back that it symbolized the complete end of all the killing. Yang Mucheng knew that after this day, not only the entire Maluo domain, but also the entire evil world would learn about the complete bloodbath of Maluo Tianxiang Temple. By then, I'm afraid this will be another extreme shock. However, Yang Mucheng no longer cares about what kind of consequences it will cause at that time. Chang! 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 36,000 famous swords fell from the sky and landed at Yang Mucheng's feet. These famous swords were stained with blood, and the originally bright swords became dim and scarlet at this moment. Even in the killing in this day, there was a faint attitude of being possessed. Call! Yang Mucheng slowly put away his hands, and couldn't help but let out a breath. During the last few curses, several monks escaped. It wasn't that the opponent was too strong, but that the attacks and killings covered the entire demonic realm. Such crazy killings were a great test for his inner strength and spiritual thoughts. It's better to absorb the blood first. Narrow your eyes. Yang Mucheng took a deep breath, and in an instant, the ancient heaven-swallowing technique was activated at this moment. Boom! The terrifying power is running wildly. At the same time, in the entire Maluo domain, the branches that were destroyed one after another, the infinite energy and blood transformed into a surging and terrifying force at this moment. This force, along with the purest spiritual energy of the innate sacred tree in the dragon pattern between Yang Mucheng's eyebrows, also transformed into thousands of air currents at this moment, pouring back into his body. With the influx of these forces, Yang Mucheng's empty body and barren meridians became full again at this moment. Even after his cultivation level returned to its peak, it still continued to grow without stopping. 4%, 5%, 90%. Tying! 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 Now, outside the Maluo Tianxiang Temple, figures are flying over quickly. These people were all strong men who had witnessed the famous sword and curse killing. They wanted to see who it was that actually possessed such terrifying strength and destroyed each branch of the Maluo Tianxiang Temple from thousands of miles away. But, as they got closer, they made an even more shocking discovery. The existence in Maluo Tianxiang Temple is like a terrifying black hole at this moment, as if it is constantly swallowing infinite spiritual energy. At the same time, the opponent's cultivation level was also improving desperately. This rising power was so terrifying that they did not dare to get close at all, and stopped a few miles away from the Maluo Tianxiang Temple. After all, for those who are strong in cultivation, they can easily see ants several or dozens of miles away. However, when they saw the handsome young man in black robes in the center, they were stunned for a moment, and then were completely shocked. Why are you so young? Could it be that he was the one who killed the branch of Maluo Tianxiang Temple? Not only has the branch been wiped out, but even the headquarters has been razed to the ground. So young. Could he be? This moment, everyone present was stunned. When they saw this figure, they realized almost immediately who this young man was. When Yang Mucheng first announced that he wanted to cleanse the Maluo Tianxiang Temple with blood, everyone just thought he was a joke, and no one thought he could do it. But now, after seeing this scene, everyone just felt numb and couldn't believe it. It's actually him. It's so terrifying. He really destroyed the entire Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Under these shocking eyes, Yang Mucheng's ever-increasing aura, after being silent for a moment, spewed out crazily like an erupting volcano, reaching a higher level. The realm of Shinto. I have actually reached the realm of Shinto. Terrible. Only the Shinto realm can defeat the entire Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Although the four most powerful combatants in Maluo Tianxiang Temple are not here, they can single-handedly destroy the headquarters and so many branches. I'm afraid no one can do it except him. Call. Under countless shocked and incredulous gazes, Yang Mu grew up and let out a long breath. A day's killing, countless blood, led him directly reach the realm of Shinto. Nature. This is undoubtedly good news, because the spiritual energy of the innate sacred tree has only absorbed less than 10%. If the remaining 90% is absorbed, it will reach a higher level. Finally reach the realm of Shinto. Feeling his full body, Yang Mucheng loosened his clenched fists and glanced at the warriors hiding in the darkness around him. Any warrior he saw felt as if their entire body was frozen by Yang Mucheng's glance. Snapped. There was almost no hesitation. These warriors quickly jumped out from their hiding places and bowed to the ground on the spot. Meet Yang Zhu! In the face of Yang Muqing's terrifying methods, which casually wiped out the entire branch of Maluo Tianxiang Temple, and even the headquarters was razed to the ground by the evil god. Even if they were put together, they wouldn't be enough to fill the opponent's teeth. It's nothing to kneel down and worship a young man. They just want to survive at the moment. Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced away with a teasing gaze. In an instant, these people were soaked in cold sweat. Secretly shaking his head, Yang Muqing converged his eyes and looked forward. In the previous bombardment, the entire Maluo Tianxiang Temple was completely flattened, and everyone was completely killed. Everything was completely torn apart, but only the statue of the great demon god, which was hundreds of feet tall, survived the terrifying bombardment. This statue is the thousand-armed demon that Yang Muqing saw when he entered the demon city. Before entering the city, Yang Muqing secretly thought that he must take this statue with him when he left. After all, this statue has withstood the worship of believers for 3,000 years and endured endless incense. So it has already channeled spirits. It contains the purest power of faith. If this power of faith can be absorbed, it will be enough to increase the number of spiritual thoughts several times and save hundreds of years of hard work. At this time, the warriors kneeling in front of Yang Muqing suddenly felt that the inexplicable pressure disappeared. They looked up in shock, only to find that Yang Muqing had stopped looking at him at some point and focused all his attention. It landed on the statue of the Great Demon. Chapter 1130 The Statue of the Great Demon. What is he going to do? At this moment, everyone looked at him in confusion. That statue? Could it be that Yang Muqing has an idea for that statue? I'm afraid even the abbot of Maluo Tianxiang Temple wouldn't dare to attack the statue. Everyone's eyes immediately followed Yang Muqing's line of sight and looked forward. When they discovered that Yang Muqing's eyes actually fell on the huge statue, they suddenly showed an extremely horrified look. For a time, people around were talking incessantly. Oh! Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows, wondering how terrifying his current cultivation was. After reaching the realm of Shinto, he has transcended the mysterious ranking and entered the earthly ranking. Although these people lowered their voices, they were still heard by Yang Muqing. Phew! With a move of his right hand, the warrior closest to him suddenly felt a terrifying suction force erupt completely. After he came to his senses, he appeared in front of Yang Muqing. Yang Zhu! The warrior's body trembled with fright, and he knelt down in front of Yang Muqing. You were talking about this statue just now. Did the people from Maluo Tianxiang Temple also have the idea of this statue? Yang Muqing asked. Yes. When the warrior heard Yang Muqing asking about the statue, he breathed a sigh of relief and immediately started talking endlessly. Turn out to be. Here's how it goes. This statue was originally built to exaggerate the merits of the great Mara. Just like every temple has statues of Buddha and Bodhisattvas. However, the only person worshipped by the Mara Celestial Image Temple is the great Mara. So there is only one statue of him. People worshipping before and after are also facing this statue. 3,000 years is too long. And with the prosperity of incense, even an ordinary mud brick is enough to channel spirits, let alone such a large piece of jade. Statues of gods that have absorbed the power of faith are also impressive, and can even produce Buddha light on their own. The abbot of Maluo Tianxiang Temple said that a core has been produced in this statue, and he is ready to split the statue to gain the heart of faith. But who knew that this statue is psychic and would actually fight back? The abbot who is perfect in Shinto was actually killed by this. The statue was damaged. The warrior glanced at Yang Muqing and continued. Later, word spread about this matter, and many powerful people came to hear about it and wanted to obtain the power of faith. But the statue contains 3,000 years of believers' faith. How powerful is this power? But in the end, no one succeeded. Is the statue actually psychic? This statue can actually fight back? Yang Muqing was surprised when he heard the warrior's words. He narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to look forward. Psychic? Fight back? I want to see how you can fight back. Yang Muqing took a step forward. Boom! In an instant, he gathered his spiritual thoughts on the spot and blasted forward crazily. A strange force quickly passed through the field. Just when Yang Muqing's spiritual thoughts came into contact with this huge statue, he suddenly felt a sudden flash in front of his eyes, as if he was dragged into the world by the statue. When Yang Muqing opened his eyes again, he saw faithful men and women kneeling on the ground, facing the huge statue of God with great piety. And Yang Muqing also stood among this group of faithful men and women. Here it is! Eyes narrowed slightly, Yang Muqing looked around. Although he was shocked, He immediately came to his senses after a moment. This is the world created by the gods. Boom. At the same time, the rolling spiritual thoughts turned into endless turbulent waves. Why don't you worship me? The statue, which was enjoying the worship of the crowd, suddenly raised its head. The three-headed and thousand-armed statue of the great demon Luo looked at Yang Macheng with its 6 huge eyes. The shocking shouts resounded through the void like thunder. And the only Yang Macheng who did not worship him was discovered. Great Mara has mercy! The mercy of the great demon! Hearing the shouts of the statue, the believers around him fell down on all fours in fear, banged their heads on the ground, kowtowed and exclaimed, enjoying the cries and begging for mercy all around. The statue of the great demon seemed to be enjoying himself very much. Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows slightly. Hee. It's just a lifeless statue. After 3,000 years of people's worship and incense, it has become spiritual. Do you really think of yourself as a great devil? If I want to destroy you, I can kill you at any time. Turned into a pile of rubble. How dare you make me kneel down? Mortal. The statue of Mo Luo let out a roar, and the body that was sitting cross-legged suddenly stood up. This movement immediately caused a shocking loud noise, as if the sky was shattering. Then, each of those extremely huge and terrifying palms struck crazily towards Yang Macheng's position, as if they were going to completely beat Yang Macheng into powder. How dare a piece of psychic jade cause trouble? Yang Macheng snorted disdainfully. He knows. This is not real. It is just an illusion transformed by the idol of Mara. It is the protection method of the Mara statue. In this space, if you are injured, you are really injured. Ordinary people are not willing to compete with spiritual thoughts because it is extremely dangerous. What's more, after 3,000 years of worship, how terrifying is the power of faith that this statue has endured? Destroy. Yang Macheng snorted coldly, directly mobilized the stone dragon mountain range between his eyebrows, poured its pressure into his spiritual thoughts, transformed it into a sharp sword, and slashed out with a bang. Chung! The frightening sword light that dominated the world exploded to infinite extremes in an instant. The crazily attacking Mara statue was cut into 2 pieces. Mortal, how dare you hurt me? The statue of Mo Luo let out a roar, and the severed body twisted violently and flipped up in an astonishing manner. The bloody Buddha light behind him exploded infinitely at this moment, completely illuminating the entire space. Destroy again. Without even looking, Yang Macheng grabbed his right hand and slashed forward again. The terrifying tearing sound resounded loudly. Then, I saw it. The sword light, that was condensed to the extreme, slashed straight out, not only cutting off the statue of Mo Luo again, but also tearing the sky into pieces. The cracked sky revealed a terrifying opening, which looked like an infinite black hole. A burst of terrifying suction force erupted from the black hole. Whether it was the statue of Mara or the people kneeling down, they all turned into infinite beams of light at this moment and were swallowed by the black hole. Even Yang Macheng felt like the world was spinning and his whole mind was being sucked in. When he opened his eyes again, Yang Macheng suddenly found that he was standing on the same spot, not moving, as if the previous scene was just an illusion. The warriors around him were still kneeling there. For Yang Macheng, he seemed to have straddled 2 worlds and experienced a fierce battle. But to other warriors, Yang Macheng just stood there and paused for a moment. Look! Just when Yang Macheng was shocked, a voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Chapter 1131 Becoming Famous. With the sound of drinking. At this moment, everyone's eyes were involuntarily looking forward, towards the huge statue of Mara. With just a click sound, the huge statue suddenly shattered from its head and completely disintegrated. Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows. Call. He grabbed forward with his right hand, and something inside the statue flew over. He held it in his palm and looked at it. Only then did he realize that this was a small statue of Mara that had been reduced hundreds of times and was completely composed of the power of faith. Core! It is the core of the entire demon statue. Yang Macheng's eyes were fiery. This small statue contains the power of faith for 3,000 years. I don't know how many times more precious than those treasures that increase spiritual consciousness, because the power of faith is pure and without any impurities. To him, it is like a great tonic pill. If he could completely absorb the power of faith in this statue, his spiritual power would definitely increase several times compared to before. 3,000 years of hard work of the Maluo Tianxiang Temple has come to an end for me. I made a lot of money this time. Yang Macheng threw it away and directly put the small statue into the space of the dragon pattern between his eyebrows. Absorb this divine thought. I don't know how much easier it is than absorbing the innate sacred tree. It only requires a small part of the divine mind to wrap it up. It won't be long before this power of faith is like an ice cube thrown into the water, completely integrated into Yang Mu's own spiritual thoughts. Get out of here! After getting the small statue of the god, Yang Muchung was in a good mood. Naturally, he wouldn't care about these ant warriors in front of him. And besides, he still needs some people who can convey the message. Yes! The warriors around looked at Yang Muchung and felt trembling all over. Although they had 10,000 thoughts to capture Yang Muchung on the spot, they were powerless. If the other party doesn't kill you, it's already a great gift. If you have to escape for your life, why would you dare to fight against the other party? Tongue! As soon as the words fell, everyone quickly fled and scattered. A moment later, Arsenal also came back. Have all the souls been absorbed into the Juzi Ling? Yang Muchung looked at Axianu with a smile. Of course, there are a total of 108 branches of Maluo Tianxiang Temple, and all the souls of people have been absorbed by me. There are at least tens of thousands of souls. If I want to absorb these souls, it will take less than 10 days and a half. I'm afraid it won't be possible in the time required. Axiana saw the collapsed and broken statue and asked hurriedly, Has the power of faith been obtained? Yes. Yang Muchung nodded. Ha ha. I'm afraid Maluo Tianxiang Temple will be furious after knowing this time. The core of the idol, the people of Maluo Tianxiang Temple are probably going crazy. But because the power of faith is too strong, they can't get it. But the result is you're getting an advantage. Arsenal couldn't help but laugh. I wonder what the people from Maluo Tianxiang Temple will think after they know about this. It's not a good place to stay for a long time. Yang Muchung interrupted Axianu. I made too much noise today, and the battle against Imolu is never far away from me. If he catches up and wants to leave, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. His current strength is still too low. Although he has reached the Shinto realm now, he will be in big trouble if he encounters those veteran Shinto powerhouses, or even those in the Divine Sea realm. And the one chasing him may not only be Jean Maluo, but also 2 other Jean Maluo. If coupled with the abbot of Maluo Tianxiang Temple, if these 4 people join forces to block the space in all directions, he will not even be able to escape. When the time comes, even if you burn your life and explode your spiritual thoughts, you may not be able to escape. If I could advance to another level, it would be much easier, Yang Muchung secretly said. If he can reach the middle stage of Shinto, he will be able to fight against Demon Luo. And Yang Muchung can also fight. As for the second War Mara and the third War Mara, they can naturally be killed easily. That's it. That's all. I still have the innate divine tree that I haven't completely absorbed. If I can absorb it all, I can at least reach the level of a Shinto master. If I kill a few more powerful people, it will be enough to reach half a step of the Divine Sea. Not to mention, there are still statues of the power of faith. Yang Muchung secretly shook his head. Time! Time! What I lack most now is time. If you give me another year and a half, I can easily reach the Divine Sea realm. Unfortunately, now there is only the time left as agreed with Mr. Elegance. Less than 4 months later, he left the Maluo Tianxiang Temple with Axianu. Yang Muchung looked back at the evil sect that had been razed to the ground, and secretly made up his mind. If he had not reached the realm of the Divine Sea by the time agreed with Mr. Elegance, he might as well give up the entire evil sect by then. Forget it. Present, the 2 of them disappeared into the vast night. This night was destined to be an uneventful night. After all, the fact that the entire Maluo Tianxiang Temple was completely razed is no small matter. To the evil way, it is like a hole has been poked in the sky. On the spot, it spread like a hurricane throughout the entire demon realm, and then like a plague, spread throughout the entire evil path. Impossible! This was the first reaction when everyone learned the news. Absolutely impossible. After all, Maluo Tianxiang Temple is a first-line sect. How many people dare to risk the disapproval of the world and not only destroy the entire headquarters of Maluo Tianxiang Temple, but also destroy the entire branch of Maluo Tianxiang Temple in one day? Completely killed? However, it doesn't matter if you don't believe it anymore. When these people who were full of doubts came to the Maluo Tianxiang Temple, they found the ancient temple that had been completely razed to the ground, and even the statue of the great Maluo god that had been completely smashed. Only then did these people discover. It turns out that all of this is real. It can be said unceremoniously that the entire Maluo Tianxiang temple was completely uprooted from the entire Kyushu in almost one day. Although there are 3 more warriors fighting against Mara and 1 abbot. They are only mere commanders. Maybe there are still some living monks in the outside world. But they are still alone at the moment.
Who did it? Isn't this too courageous? Isn't he afraid of the revenge of the abbot who presided over the battle and the war with Mara?
After learning the news, everyone was wondering who had the courage to challenge the Maruo Tianxiang temple. You destroyed other people's sects. This is an inheritance equivalent to more than 10,000 years. And it will be completely destroyed in one day. Can anyone spare you? At the same time, some of the same frontline sects are also full of suspicion. But, when they found out that the man who destroyed Maluo Tianxiang temple was actually Yang Maicheng, whom they had been chasing, they fell into silence completely. In one day, the name of old demon Yang once again spread throughout the evil world. Chapter 1132 The Evil Way is terrifying. In one day, the headquarters of Maluo Tianxiang temple was destroyed, and 108 branches were wiped out. Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands died at the hands of Yang Maicheng. The entire Maluo Tianxiang temple was almost wiped out from top to bottom. From today onwards, there will be no more evil ways like Maluo Tianxiang temple. When Yang Maicheng left, the whole evil world was shaken. To know, the major evil sects had already regarded Yang Maicheng as their own thorn in the side. Whether it is his identity as the 36th great uncle of the righteous path, or the many treasures he carries, they are all treasures that the strong men of the evil path covet and spy on. Moreover, in their eyes, Yang Maicheng is like an ant, who can be manipulated at any time, and can even be described unceremoniously. Yang Maicheng has become fish on their chopping board. But who could have imagined that there would be such a scene? He actually flattened the entire Maluo Tianxiang temple all by himself? In the face of such means, who cannot be afraid? A brief silence for half a day. Quickly, all the first-line sects and second-line sects quickly took back the masters they had sent out.
Immediately give up the pursuit of Yang Maicheng and return to the clan as quickly as possible. If there is any violation, the clan law will take care of you.
All the masters who received the order were extremely surprised. But then, when they also heard the news that the Maluo Tianxiang temple was destroyed, their scalps suddenly became numb and their whole bodies exploded. Only then did they understand why the sect would mobilize them back.
Return. All those masters have returned to their sects. Isn't the old demon Yang who was chasing him good? Why did he suddenly retreat?
Those who heard the news didn't know why at first, but soon understood. Because these sects are afraid that they will also follow in the footsteps of Maluo Tianxiang temple. If the masters were not dispatched back in time, not only would they not be able to kill Yang Maicheng, but Yang Maicheng would take advantage of it and flatten his entire sect along the way. Such a character already scares everyone. After all, everyone was afraid of Yang Maicheng before. But they were afraid of Yang Maicheng's identity, and that he was the great uncle of the 36th sect. But if this identity is thrown away, he is nothing. Therefore, the evil forces did not let the 36 sects know the news, and almost devoted all their efforts to hunt down Yang Maicheng. But now, Yang Maicheng told everyone in the evil way that he not only has the identity of a lonely master uncle, he also has absolute strength. Yang Maicheng used the destruction of Maluo Tianxiang temple as an introduction to tell everyone in the evil way something. Anyone who bullies me will be destroyed. This is the end of the Mara Tianxiang temple.
Is this really what Yang Lama did? Could it be that no one can deal with the evil ways of this old demon Yang? Is God going to destroy me? Chunyanggi sect.
Pure Yang returns to the same sect. Yang Maicheng's battle almost wiped out all the senior leaders of Chunyanggi sect, causing this one second-tier sect to fall directly to the bottom, without the protection of experts. They were worse than the 6th and 7th-tier sections. Even some of the former affiliated sects began to oppress them. But the disciples of Chunyanggi sect were determined. Their biggest wish was to see Yang Maicheng beheaded. Even when Yang Maicheng's identity was revealed, and he was hunted by the entire evil sect, all the disciples of Chunyanggi sect cheered for joy. But who knew that in just a short time, the Maluo Tianxiang temple would have been razed to the ground?
Great Elder! Great Elder!
Tying! 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 In a certain area, a figure was flying quickly. Although he looked like he was in his 70s, he could not contain the ecstasy in his heart at this moment. Before he even got close to the camp, he could not help but cheer excitedly. In the camp, everyone who heard the call came out with surprised expressions. The leader was Hu Yunliang.
Qin Gao, you are so old, but you still don't know how to restrain yourself. How is the news about my uncle?
This group of people is the elder group of Wandao Sword Sect. Although, the ancestor of the Mingqi clan agreed to find Yang Maicheng. However, the elders still did not dare to slack off at all. And the troops came here in two groups. Of course, they couldn't enter the evil territory with much fanfare. So they could only station the camp outside and send an elder to inquire for information.
Great elder. This is great news.
The elder named Qin Gao couldn't help but panted. Hu Yunyan's face turned pale, and he cried out.
What's the big news?
Hu Yunyan cannot be blamed for this. But during this period of time, although they had inquired about a lot of news, none of it was good news. First, the evil sect blocked the news, and the 36 righteous sects had no idea that Yang Maicheng was in danger. Second, the abbot of Maluo Tianxiang Temple takes action to hunt down Yang Maicheng. Third, Zhenwu Xianzong sent the law enforcement hall to hunt down Yang Maicheng. Each of the major sects with evil reputations comparable to those of the 36 sects actually sent out law enforcement halls and elders. Even those second-tier sects. Even the sect leaders took action personally. With so many strong men, it would be difficult for Jin Liang to survive even here. After all, no one can survive in this endless pursuit. Now, after hearing the big news, not only Hu Yunliang, but also the other elders also had gloomy faces.
Which frontline sect sent people to hunt down my uncle?
Hu Yunliang couldn't help but sigh and asked. Qin Gao shook his head.
No.
Hu Yunliang was confused.
Could it be that some sect set up a large formation to encircle and suppress Master's uncle?
Qin Gao shook his head again.
No.
Everyone looked at each other for a while, not knowing why. But listen. Qin Gao Dao.
Uncle Master has appeared. He appeared in the Maluo domain, killed the old abbot of the Maluo Tianxiang Temple, and leveled the headquarters of the Maluo Tianxiang Temple. In one day, 108 buildings were destroyed. In the branch, hundreds of thousands of monks died under the sword reign controlled by Master Shi. The big statue of Demon Luo at the headquarters of Demon Luo Tianxiang Temple was also smashed by Master, taking away the power of faith.
Hisses. After hearing what Qin Gao said, everyone felt their scalps go numb and couldn't believe it.
Real or fake?
Hu Yunliang cried out. Others also stared wide-eyed and couldn't believe it.
It's absolutely true.
Qin Gao nodded heavily.
Countless people saw it with their own eyes when they killed the Maluo Tianxiang Temple branch. My uncle even used the skill of sword control to kill people thousands of miles away. Now! The evil path has been shaken, and countless strong men who went to hunt down my uncle were quickly dispatched back by the sect.
For a moment, the elder was silent and shocked. They could imagine what the entire evil path is like. Chapter 1133. It's guaranteed. Just when the entire evil path was shocked, Yang Maicheng had already left the Demono realm with Axian Nu. At the same time, he also learned some news. Whether it was the transfer of strong men from many sects or other things, it all reached his ears. He did not deliberately inquire about these things, but because his killing of Maluo Tianxiang Temple was such a big deal that everyone in the evil way became aware of it. But, no matter how famous Yang Maicheng is, not many people in the evil world have seen him. Even if he appears in front of you openly, you don't know that this is the evil Mr. Yang. Certainly, without the pursuit of other sects, Yang Maicheng still did not dare to relax. After all, there were Zhan Mo Luo and the presiding abbot behind him.
Di Yang arrived in the city.
Looking at the city that appeared in front of him, Arsenal reminded him carefully. Suddenly, Yang Maicheng raised his eyebrows.
What's wrong?
Axianu asked quickly.
Pursuers are coming,
Yang Maicheng said calmly, but there was an unconcealable murderous intent in his eyes.
I didn't expect that he would catch up so quickly.
Axianu was about to ask who it was, but when he saw Yang Maicheng's eyes filled with murderous intent, he couldn't help but be stunned. Apparently, the opponent is Zhan Mo Luo, who has been chasing behind Yang Maicheng. At the beginning, he had been chasing Yang Maicheng for 7 days and 7 nights to fight against the devil.
Then are we?
Arsenal couldn't help but ask worriedly.
No more hiding. Let's go straight into the city.
Yang Maicheng waved his hand. Along the way, the two of them had deliberately avoided cities and crowded places. But now they didn't.
The small one is hidden in the mountains, and the big one is hidden in the city. I have never been able to spare a complete period of time. Let's completely transform the power of faith in this city today.
Yang Maicheng said lightly.
There is only one person on the other side. And besides, he only has the peak of Shinto. At this time, if he wants to chase me like before, I'm afraid he won't be able to do it. At most, he will be here in half a day. And during this time, if I can completely transform the power of faith, by then,
it will be a little tricky to kill him. But it won't be too difficult.
Arsenal was overjoyed.
Yes.
Present. The two entered the city. It is much easier to convert the power of faith than to absorb the innate sacred tree. Yang Macheng threw the core of the statue into the divine thoughts, and soaked it for 3 or 4 days. All the power of faith turned into divine thoughts. But it could not be used for himself. Therefore, the transformation of the power of faith was put on the agenda earlier than absorbing the innate sacred tree. Of course, it only takes 1 day to do it. The two of them were walking on the street. People were coming and going on the street, and countless people passed by them. Even if someone saw Yang Mucheng's face, they would forget it in the next moment. More people just regard Yang Macheng and Arsenal as ordinary members.
It is easy to convert the power of faith, but it is not that easy to completely absorb all the innate sacred trees.
Yang Macheng shook his head helplessly. The power contained in the innate sacred tree is too huge and too pure. It's like a person drinking a glass of water. It won't take long to digest. But if a few stones are placed in front of you, it will be difficult for you to eat them, let alone digest them. This innate sacred tree is equivalent to a stone to ordinary warriors and cannot absorb its spiritual energy. Only Yang Macheng can use the ancient heaven-swallowing technique to absorb it. But even the ancient heaven-swallowing technique takes more than half a month. But this was an evil way. How could those evil warriors be willing to give him half a month? So, Yang Macheng could only settle for the next best thing and prepare to absorb the power of faith.
Where are we going?
Arsenal looked at this dazzling city and was a little dizzy. She was sealed in the ancient tomb for more than 10,000 years. Although she was taken out of the ancient tomb by Yang Macheng, she followed Yang Macheng on the run and never entered the city. Follow her ideas. At this time, he should find a remote place so that Yang Macheng could fully absorb the power of faith and peace of mind. Then, come back and have a good fight with Zhang Mo Luo.
If you want to go, naturally go to the largest inn in Qiqing and wait for the battle against the devil.
Yang Macheng said boldly. Tianfeng the Inn, the largest inn in the entire Qiqing city. Tianfeng Tower is 18 stories high, with glazed eaves and mahogany carved railings, making it exceptionally majestic. Generally speaking, stone sculptures such as lions are placed on both sides of the inn. But what was placed in Fenglu today was a huge stone dragon 4 to 5 meters high, with fierce eyes and angry eyes, as if it was a hidden dragon emerging from the sea. The people who can enter and exit Tianfeng Tower are all the ones with very high status in Qizhou. If your status is low, you are not even qualified to enter. When I arrived at Tianfeng downstairs, it was evening, which was also the busiest time in Tianfeng Tower. People were coming and going in front of Tianfeng Tower, and it was very lively. Those who came were all dressed in brocade and mink fur, and had extremely high status. The huge front building is full of rare and exotic animals. These are the mounts of the children of those big families. Seeing the mounts is like seeing a human being. Of course, under this situation, when Yang Macheng and Axiana walked in, they became particularly inconspicuous. Even the waiter at Tianfeng Tower ignored Yang Macheng and Axiana.
Sir, do you want accommodation or meals? Sir, I have to remind you that Tianfeng Tower is not cheap.
The waiter's words were laced with an extremely obvious tone of disdain.
I want to take over the entire Tianfeng Tower,
Yang Macheng said lightly. Drink? Hearing this sentence, the waiter was shocked. He immediately looked at the two people in front of him. But with his naked eyes, he really couldn't see clearly what kind of ability Yang Macheng had to take over the entire Tianfeng Tower. You must know that in order to take over the entire Tianfeng Tower, in addition to having unparalleled funds, it is also not possible without sufficient status.
What?
At this time,
the guests who were coming in and out were also stunned and stared at Yang Macheng. After a while, he came back to his senses.
Did I hear correctly? He actually wants to take over the entire Tianfeng Tower. Ha ha. I haven't seen this kind of idiot for how many years?
Everyone looked at Yang Macheng as if they were looking at idiots. Although there is a saying, money can make the world go round. But there are some things that money cannot do. As for renting this Tianfeng Tower, that's exactly the case. You must have the corresponding identity and status. If not, what you said was just a joke. In the eyes of everyone, Yang Macheng may be the son of a rich man. He has a little money and power, but he no longer knows what it means to be a wealthy man. Chapter 1134 Climb the Stairs.
Sir, are you kidding me?
The waiter looked at Yang Muchung with a smile and said slowly,
Tianfeng Tower is not something you can rent just because you have money. Did you see the young man who came in wearing brocade clothes just now? He is the eldest son of the 16th generation of the Huang family in Xiqing. Behind him is one of the 4 major families. Have you seen the white-haired old man by the window on the 7th floor? He is a peak spiritual powerhouse, and he can only be ranked on the 7th floor here. I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible.
Finished. The waiter looked at Yang Muchung with a mocking face. Obviously, in his opinion, after he finished saying these words, this arrogant guy would definitely turn around and leave in despair. Pity. He thought wrong.
Arsenal, do it.
Yang Muchung was too lazy to talk to him.
Yes.
Arsenal nodded. Although, she only has the cultivation level of the early stage of Shinto. But in this Xiqing, she is enough to stand out among the heroes. As soon as Yang Muchung finished speaking, she took a step forward. Phew. Under everyone's doubtful eyes, Arsenal waved his right hand. At this moment, a strange force quickly passed through the field. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up. Arsenal's hand was like holding a huge eye of the storm. The guests in the restaurant, whether they were dining, drinking, or chatting, felt a huge suction coming from them. Immediately afterwards, amidst waves of curses, screams, shocks, and incredible exclamations, all the people in the huge Tianfeng Tower were blown away by the hurricane brought up by Axiona's casual wave. It blasted out like a dumpling, clattering to the ground. Yang Muchung waved his sleeves and walked directly towards Tianfeng Tower.
This.
The waiter's eyes widened and he couldn't believe his eyes. Previously, he was still laughing at the other party. He was not qualified to take over the entire Tianfeng Tower. But now he actually used this method. Where do others need money? He said that renting out this building was not like what other people imagined. Just paying for it. In an instant, all the thousands of people in Tianfeng Tower were forcibly pulled out, including some spiritual powerhouses who were eating. What a terrifying strength this girl has. But, such a terrifying existence is actually just this young man's follower? Who is this young man? The waiter felt his scalp numb as he looked at the young man climbing up the stairs with his hands behind his back. He couldn't help but tremble all over when he thought that he had dared to sneer at such a being before. Such a being could easily kill him if he even thought about it.
How is this going? Who got us out? What a courage! It's just looking for death.
In the Tianfeng Tower, those who were still having their meal felt like the world was spinning. And then, they all appeared outside the Tianfeng Tower. These people are holding chopsticks. And some are holding bowls. But who would have thought that there would be such a scene? Everyone who came back to their senses roared angrily, and looked around for the culprit with widened eyes. Certainly, there are also some people who are dejected and frightened. After they found out that they had been taken out of Tianfeng Tower, their anger quickly turned into panic. Because they are stronger than others and more cautious than others. They themselves are powerful spiritual beings. And the other party was able to pull themselves and so many people out of the Tianfeng Tower without knowing it. And in an instant, they didn't even have the capital to resist. People with this kind of strength are absolutely terrifying. Whether it's anger or surprise. Soon, everyone had already spotted the young man walking towards Tianfeng Tower alone with his hands behind his back.
Could it be that this kid is behind this? Boy, do you know who I am? You actually dared to make such a mistake while I was having a meal. You just don't know how to live or die. Get out.
After discovering Yang Muchung who had entered Tianfeng Tower, everyone immediately understood that the young man in front of them was the culprit. Especially when they discovered that after they were thrown out. The other party actually dared to walk in so openly. You know, they are all well-known people in Xiqing. They have always been the only ones who teach others. How can anyone dare to bully them?
Tongue!
Immediately, these people jumped up quickly and shouted angrily at Yang Muchung. Even some bad-tempered guys have already taken action.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
In an instant, the overwhelming attack was already pouring madly towards Yang Muchung's position.
If you dare to run wild in Xiqing, you will be blinded.
Just when there were waves of shouts. Just when all the attacks were pouring towards Yang Muchung's position like a tide. Just when everyone's eyes were looking towards Yang Muchung. A petite figure, he took an abrupt step and stood in front of Yang Muchung. At the same time, she waved her right hand.
Call!
A terrifying force stirred up crazily, and everyone felt a surge of turmoil in the void. Immediately, the overwhelming attack hit this force, as if it was bombarding invisible city walls. It was shaken into nothingness on the spot. But Yang Muchung still turned his back to this overwhelming attack. As if he had no consciousness at all. As if the thrilling scene before had nothing to do with him.
From now on, we've taken care of the entire Tianfeng Tower.
Arsenal pointed his right hands together and made a stroke in front of him. Clang! A deep sword mark appeared quickly and appeared on the ground on the spot.
This is?
Everyone looked at the deep marks on the ground. A trace of fear flashed in their eyes. And they looked at Axianu with confusion. Axianu, with his hands behind his back, looked arrogantly at the people in front of him with faces full of surprise, shock, disbelief and anger, and said with a faint smile,
"Those who cross the line die."
Boom! These overbearing words made everyone present tremble. They involuntarily took a few steps back and looked at the girl in front of them with shock. However, they don't know? Arsenal learned this sentence from Yang Muchung. If it was Yang Muchung's turn to take action, I am afraid that the entire Qiqing people would be razed to the ground by him. Looking at the surprised and shocked warriors in front of him, a trace of ridicule flashed in Axiana's eyes. He did not say anything, but slowly turned around and left to follow Yang Muchung to the Tianfeng Tower. Behind her were hundreds of warriors. Although these people were a dense mass of darkness, they actually did not dare to take a step forward due to Axiana's words. Chapter 1135. Divine Thought Seals the City. Tianfeng Tower. After a moment of commotion and noise, the shopkeeper of Tianfeng Tower soon understood that the young man who came with his maid was definitely not the silly son of a landlord as everyone had thought before, but a serious and strong man. Just one maid was able to overwhelm the entire warriors in Qiqing. This kind of strength was enough to make one's scalp numb. But this shopkeeper is also a sensible person. He immediately announced that the building would be closed to only Yang Muchung. He also invited all the chefs who had retired long ago to come back and serve the young man with all their strength. Tianfeng Tower represents the entire upper class of Qiqing. Every move here will become news in Qiqing. Now, how could such a major thing be hidden? Like a plague, it quickly spread throughout Qiqing.
What? The eldest young master of the Huang family was eating in Tianfeng Tower and was thrown out. Who is this? So brave. The Huang family is one of the 4 major families in Qiqing. Isn't the other party afraid of the Huang family's revenge? Yi Wuji was also thrown out. Although Yi Wuji is a casual cultivator with no roots and no ping, he is an extremely rare alchemy master. Now he is a celebrity sought after by the 4 major families. If Yi Wuji wants to kill someone, all he has to do is use his words. That's it. Does the other party even dare to offend Yi Wuji? What? Are you kidding me? You said, except for the eldest young master of the Huang family, Yi Wuji, all the guests eating at Tianfeng Tower were thrown out. Oh my god! My god! Who is so bold? What he did is equivalent to a once-in-a-lifetime attack, sexually offending the entire upper class of Qiqing. How dare you be so bold?
When the news spread, everyone in Qiqing was completely shocked. Few could believe it. When some good people quickly rushed to Tianfeng Tower, they were shocked to find that Tianfeng Tower, which was originally bustling with traffic, became extremely deserted at this moment. When coupled with the deep and terrifying sword marks at the entrance of Tianfeng Tower, I was completely stunned. Seeing such a scene in Tianfeng Tower, some people even secretly guessed that things might not be over yet. After all, no matter who it is, you have taken over the entire Tianfeng Tower with such a big fanfare, which is like a slap in the face to everyone in Qiqing. Will the people of Qiqi just let it go? At the same time, those in the upper echelons of Qiqing also looked towards the 4 major families. Because the 4 major families represent the face of the entire Qiqing. And now someone is riding on their heads to dominate. The 4 major families dare not show up, for fear that many people will look down upon them.
This kid is so courageous. Yes, this is simply too much trouble. You actually want to rely on your strength to dominate Qiqing. And you don't even have to take a piss to show off your own virtues. The 4 major families will definitely not sit idly by. I'm afraid that the 4 major families already know about this matter. Hee hee. I really want to see who has the courage to cause trouble in Qiqing.
Mention Qiqing. I have to say the 4 major families. These 4 major families are the Huang family, Zhao family, Bai family, and Qian family. These 4 major families monopolized all the industries in Qiqing and were well-deserved behemoths. Moreover, these 4 major families are not fighting for their own interests like other families. Instead, they are in the same spirit. The 4 major families are all presided over by the current head of the family. As for the ancestor, He has been practicing in confinement for a long time, and does not care about worldly affairs. When this matter was reported back to the 4 major families, almost everyone was shocked.
Who on earth is so bold? How dare you act wildly in Tianfeng Tower, and dare to act wildly in Qiqing? Doesn't this mean that we, the 4 major families, are not in the spotlight? The last guy who dared to cause trouble in Qiqing had grass on his grave several feet high. It seems that our 4 major families have not taken action for a long time. And someone actually dares to cause trouble in Qiqing. In this case, let them see how powerful our 4 major families are.
For a while, the 4 major families all became trembling, and a murderous atmosphere slowly spread in Qiqing. When the entire Qiqing was covered by a murderous aura, Yang Mucheng, who had caused all this, was leisurely blowing the cold wind on the highest floor of Tianfeng Tower, as if everything had nothing to do with him.
Good.
After eating some of the meals prepared by Tianfeng Tower, Yang Mucheng nodded and praised. As the saying goes, you never tire of fine food and fine food. It's been a long time since he sat here peacefully and had a decent meal, although at his level of cultivation, he has long since broken down. Some of the habits he had in the Dacian dynasty are still retained because of this.
Awake to take control of the world, holding a murderous sword in his hand,
Yang Mucheng stood on Tianfeng Tower with his hands behind his back. Only he can understand this small gesture of looking at the mountains. When a person's strength reaches its extreme, whether it is power or power, everything is available. After entering Tianfeng Tower, Yang Mucheng was not eager to absorb the power of faith. After all, there had been a lot of pursuit during this period, and he had leveled the entire Maluo Tianxiang temple before, so he needed enough time to let his mind sink in. Now, after this short rest, Yang Mucheng's spiritual thoughts have reached a level as calm as water.
That's it!
Looking down, his eyes burst out with a burst of star-like light. As can be seen, before absorbing the power of faith, the starlight in his eyes was only speckled, but now it was continuous into a large area. At first glance, you just feel that the other person's eyes are as bright as the starry sky, and the whole person seems to be immersed in it involuntarily.
Although I have reserved this entire building, it is inevitable that some people may come to disturb me. I only need one day to transform all the power of faith into divine thoughts. No one is allowed to come in during this period,
Yang Mucheng said lightly.
Yes.
Arsenal responded and immediately retreated to make arrangements. At this time, Yang Mucheng was the only one left in the huge Tianfeng Tower. He stood up with his legs crossed, his 5 hearts facing the sky, and above his head was the boundless starry sky, the vast universe. And it was so wonderful. Buzz, without any hesitation, he immediately let go of his spiritual thoughts. At this moment, a ripple that could not even be detected by the naked eye quickly spread out in the void. This ripple spread rapidly. Downstairs in Tianfeng, no one could notice the warriors coming and going. Only Exena seemed to feel something. He raised his head and looked towards the sky. But he couldn't see anything either. This huge spiritual thought, with Yangmu as the center, spread like a huge tide, covering the entire huge Qiqing in an instant. This scene is a long story, but it only lasts a moment. This moment, the millions of people in Qiqing, even the wind and grass, all their postures are in Yang Mucheng's hands. Certainly, this is not a limit. It's just that he naturally lets go of his spiritual thoughts. If he is willing, he can immediately expand his divine thoughts hundreds of times on this basis. Lock down the city at a thought. Chapter 1136 Shocking Qiqing. Call. For a moment, divine thoughts spread to the entire city. Yang Mucheng's spiritual thoughts were like a layer of extremely transparent glass, with Tianfeng Tower as the center, constantly spreading rapidly in all directions. Even some strong people who are aware of it still feel a strange feeling. Even if I look up at the sky, I don't feel like there is any obstruction. It's like having an extra layer of air in front of you. Do you feel that your vision is blocked because there is an extra layer of air in front of you? Certainly. This is also because Yang Mucheng's spiritual thoughts are very pure, without any impurities, which is why this result is caused. If anyone else released their spiritual thoughts like this, it would definitely cause a lot of ripples in an instant. If we had to make a comparison, then Yang Mucheng's spiritual thoughts were made of transparent glass, while those of others were colored glass. The difference could be felt at a glance. However, this huge spiritual will almost cover the entire city's spiritual will. Only the point in the center, as big as the tip of a needle, belonged to Yang Mucheng. Everything else is the power of faith.
Here we go!
Yang Mucheng raised his head and looked at the starry sky. His pupils suddenly closed. Boom! Yang Muchung sat cross-legged on the Tianfeng Tower, folding his hands and drawing a circle in front of him. Like Tai Chi in an instant, the divine thoughts covering the entire city were turbulent like a tide, slowly spreading out into ripples. Invisible balls slowly rise from the power of faith. This little ball is the purest power of faith. Each one is a devout belief generated by countless believers kneeling down and offering sacrifices. If such a small ball were absorbed by an ordinary person, the huge consciousness inside would instantly turn it into an idiot. If it were absorbed by some powerful warriors, it would be equivalent to reducing decades of hard training. This is simply more pure and effective than any spiritual magic weapon. Boom! In the void, a terrifying sound that ordinary people couldn't hear erupted. But I saw it. That huge spiritual thought, under Yang Muchung's urging, transformed into invisible small balls. This huge power of faith can probably be transformed into more than 10,000 invisible balls. It can be done in one day, and all of them can be absorbed, Yang Muchung said secretly. He made seals with both hands, and the power of faith continued to separate. If this final transformation is not done, it will be like Yang Muchung possesses this huge power of faith. But it is like he possesses the entire treasure, but does not have the key to open the treasure. He cannot fully use the power of faith, let alone use this powerful divine thought in battle. Call! After almost every invisible ball was formed, it was immediately collected between Yang Muchung's eyebrows. After the invisible ball was completely swallowed, it could be found that there was a hint of starlight in Yang Muchung's eyes, as if there was an extra star in the night sky. In his pupils, it was more like he was slowly constructing a universe with infinite mysteries. Although the scope of the divine will covering the entire city is getting smaller and smaller at this moment, the powerful divine will belonging to Yang Muchung is slowly becoming prominent at this moment. It's like countless gravels, scattered into a piece, and naturally looks inconspicuous. If they were piled up in one place, they would be as majestic as a mountain. Oh my God! What is this? What a powerful spiritual thought! Horrible! When Yang Muchung began to absorb the invisible balls transformed by the power of faith, someone in the city finally felt that something was wrong. In evil ways, these families, more or less, will have some strong men who are half-stepping into the divine way. These powerful people are all ancestor-level existences, and they have long since stopped caring about worldly affairs and are concentrating on cultivation. However, at this moment, all of them seemed to feel something. Their eyes widened, and they looked towards the location of Tianfeng Tower in disbelief. Oh my God! What a powerful spiritual thought! This divine thought is so pure and powerful that even I don't dare to test it. Beicheng, an old man who was practicing, suddenly opened his eyes. This is the Huang family in Beicheng. The ancestor of the Huang family stumbled out of the retreat. As an ancestor, who is not a powerful being, but also the supreme one. But now, he has already lost his strength. When he hurriedly rushed out of the retreat, everyone around him widened their eyes in disbelief. The ancestor is out of seclusion. Could it be that the ancestor broke through the shackles and reached the realm of Shinto? This moment, everyone is full of doubts. What happened in Tianfeng Tower? The ancestor of the Huang family asked. Ancestor, why do you have to worry about something like this? The current head of the Huang family was shocked, but he immediately explained what happened in Tianfeng Tower today. It's just a man and a woman occupying Tianfeng Tower. I don't know where this wild boy came from. He thought he could become the king of Qiqing because of his strength. I have already sent the masters from the clan to deal with that guy. Ancestor, you should go back and rest. I will check later to find out who is that bastard who actually disturbed your Qingxiu because of this trivial matter. I will definitely give him skin and cramps. The ancestor of the Huang family almost fainted when he heard these words. Wild boy. This is not a small matter, but a huge matter. The ancestor of the Huang family exclaimed. Hurry up and tell those who went to Tianfeng Tower to get back. If it's a minute late, our very foundation will be in danger. However, the Huang family ancestor's next order shocked everyone. He actually asked all the senior officials of the Huang family to gather together and rush to Tianfeng Tower as quickly as possible. The entire Huang mansion has never been in such chaos. Although they didn't know why their ancestor ordered it like this, they didn't dare to show any slights. After all, the ancestor is the most powerful being in a family. His orders, at certain times, can even be issued directly to everyone in the family, bypassing the head of the family. Even the head of the family must abide by it. This situation does not only happen to the Huang family in Beicheng. the other three major families in Chicheng, and their ancestors who were in seclusion, all felt the terror of this divine thought. When they learned that the family was actually preparing to deal with such a powerful being, they almost made the same choice as the Huang family, requiring all senior members of the family to rush to Tianfeng Tower as soon as possible. Otherwise, do it at your own risk. On the street, everyone looked at the panicked four major families with their mouths open. From ancestors to descendants, they all rushed in panic at this moment and rushed to the location of Tianfeng Tower. Moreover, all of these people stood respectfully and honestly outside Tianfeng Tower. Chapter 1137 Respect.
Oh my god! The ancestor of the Huang family. Didn't he go into seclusion? Appeared like this? He brought everyone in the family here. This is not just the Huang family, but also the Zhao family, Bai family, Qian family. They are all here. This
shocking scene made everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. Everyone in Chicheng thought that the man who occupied Tianfeng Tower would be attacked by the four major families. But now this is the scene. What on earth is it?
Ancestor?
At this time, the four ancestors faced Tianfeng Tower and stood respectfully. Behind them, people from the four major families gathered. These people were looking at their ancestors and couldn't help talking in low voices.
What's going on? Is it really like our ancestor? That a big shot has come this time? Our Chicheng is just a small, remote city. Even the cultivation of the four great ancestors is only half a step of divine cultivation. The entire city combined cannot compare to a medium-sized second-tier sect. What kind of big shot would come here?
To here? Looking at the appearance of our ancestor, the existence that came to Chicheng this time is probably very terrifying.
In the midst of everyone's discussion, however, they saw that the oldest and most powerful ancestor of the Huang family came to Jianhin cautiously.
I don't know which of your lords has come here. Our four major families respectfully invite you.
The other three elders also bent down to greet him.
Senior, please show up and meet me.
The four half-step Shinto beings, like junior students, spoke with unusual respect. They stood quietly in front of the boundary, but they did not dare to take a step forward. After all, that sentence says it very clearly. Those who cross the line die.
Let's go back.
At this time, Axena slowly appeared. Her indifferent eyes swept over the four ancestors who controlled the entire evil city in front of her, and she slowly shook her head.
My master just passed by here casually, and will leave in a day. There will be a battle here soon, so you should leave quickly.
The four ancestors looked at Axianu. However, when they felt Axianu's terrifying cultivation level, their eyes suddenly widened. They never thought that even the maids guarding Tianfeng Tower had Shinto cultivation. So, how terrifying is the existence on Tianfeng Tower?
Fighting?
However, some people caught the information contained in Axiana's words, and their hearts suddenly trembled.
There will be a battle here soon? I am afraid.
The four ancestors were already mentally disturbed. They understand. A battle in this situation would probably cause the entire Chicheng to be completely razed to the ground. After exchanging glances with each other, everyone immediately made plans to escape from Chicheng. Although Chicheng is their apprentice, who has been running the business for many years. If it were here, let alone the many years of running the business, the whole family would be razed to the ground.
Right. What did you say?
At this time, a sharp voice suddenly sounded. However, they saw a dandy young man looking at Axianu angrily and looking arrogant.
The ancestors of our four major families all asked to see your master. This is to give you face. Your master not only did not come out to greet us in person, but instead sent a woman like you. He simply does not take our four major families in the eyes. The words of this dandy boy spoke almost everyone's thoughts. The four major families have monopolized Chicheng for a long time. It is no exaggeration to say that the four major families are the local emperors here. No matter how high your status is, you still have to serve respectfully in front of these four ancestors. Right? But you are good? Who are you? When facing the ancestor, you don't show up in person. Instead, you just send a maid. And this maid actually acted in a condescending manner, and even spoke to them in this tone.
Oh, don't want to leave.
Axianu, who was about to leave, slowly glanced at the young man who was speaking, with a hint of ridicule in his eyes.
This is just my reminder. If you don't want to leave, then die here.
Axena was originally a princess, very domineering. During the time she was with Yang Mucheng, she naturally learned to be more domineering. In her eyes, These people are just ants. It's a kindness on my part to remind you to leave here. If you live and die here and refuse to leave, you will die here when the war breaks out.
You?
However, Axiana's words made the elders even more angry. They all opened their eyes wide and couldn't believe what they heard. This woman is so domineering.
Ancestor, this guy is really bullying others. They don't take our 4 major families seriously at all. Take this woman and kill her directly at Tianfeng Tower to let her know how powerful our 4 major families are.
For a moment, everyone started shouting angrily. Some people even clenched their fists, and their muscles were tense. It seemed that with just one order, they would rush forward unceremoniously and completely submerge Axiana.
Want to take action?
Axiana raised his eyebrows and asked with a half-smile.
Don't dare.
Almost immediately, the 4 ancestors shook their heads and said, while they scolded the impulsive family members in a panic, they apologized to Axiana in fear.
Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. Senior being able to tell us this is already a great kindness to us, leaving us with nothing to repay. We must listen to the orders of our seniors and leave here.
Axiana's words made the 4 ancestors understand. What may happen next in Qiqing will definitely be very terrifying. If they insist on staying here, they might even be completely razed to the ground like the entire Qiqing.
Convey my order. Everyone in the family, immediately go to Qiqing.
The 4 ancestors quickly gave orders without any hesitation. Certainly, let them leave this place where they were born and raised. And they still feel a little bit reluctant to leave. However, the increasingly powerful spiritual thoughts on Tianfeng Tower made all of them quietly become more determined. What kind of existence could possess such a huge and terrifying spiritual thought? Everyone couldn't help but look over. But, no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't clearly see the figure on the Tianfeng Tower. Just when the entire Qiqing was filled with an aura of murderous intent, Yang Macheng had already reached the final step in the transformation of his spiritual thoughts. Chapter 1138 Swallow. As Yang Macheng continued to squeeze the seal, the power of faith transformed into an invisible ball faster and faster, even to the end. The speed at which it was condensed into an invisible ball was already faster than he could absorb. In the void, with Yang Mu as the center, the invisible balls, with his body as the center, were chaotic and suspended there with an inexplicable pattern, seeming to contain extremely mysterious laws.
The 10,000th one.
Make a seal with your right hand. Suddenly, the last power of faith also condensed at this moment, and it was thrown into the center of his eyebrows at the same time. Boom! Until then, the huge spiritual barrier covering the entire city disappeared quietly, as if it had never appeared. But at the same time, an even greater power of divine thought swept across all directions like a tide. Of course, the most intuitive appearance is Yang Mucheng's eyes. Those pupils, seen from a distance, look like a night sky full of stars, extremely mysterious and profound. And with the absorption of the last trace of power of faith, this starry sky seemed to have independent consciousness, as if it contained the mystery of Hengyu, and suddenly came to life, constantly rotating around the pupils in his eyes, surging with a strange luster.
Finally absorbed it all. The power of faith of 3,000 years is actually so huge.
This is a very strange feeling. Even Yang Macheng himself couldn't explain clearly. It was as if there was a feeling of controlling the world, as if he had become the creator. No matter what, every move seemed to be imprinted in his mind. Unexpected, he seemed to have a sense and looked into the distance fiercely. But he saw a figure flying over quickly. That figure was so swift that it flew over Qiqing almost in an instant.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
When the terrifying figure flew over, it was accompanied by a long and piercing roar. This terrifying roar resounded in all directions, and even spread throughout Qiqing. All the warriors in Qiqing were so shocked by this terrible sound that their ears hurt.
What is this sound?
In Qiqing, countless warriors raised their heads and looked toward the sky. When they saw that bloody figure moving crazily past at an extremely fast speed, everyone was so horrified that they dared not speak out.
A strong man at the pinnacle of Shinto is actually as strong as a pinnacle of Shinto.
The one who came to Qiqing.
The people of the 4 major families were even more horrified. Previously, Arsenal said that a war was about to break out here, but they didn't quite believe it. But now it seems that all this is true, and his opponent is still a strong man at the pinnacle of Shinto. Boom! In the midst of countless horrified eyes, this blood-red escaping light suddenly stopped over Qiqing. The light dispersed, revealing an old monk wearing a black gold robe. This old monk was as thin as a skeleton, but the aura emanating from his body was extremely powerful. And he was the one who chased and killed Yang Macheng for 7 days and 7 nights.
You finally came.
Yang Macheng raised his hands and looked at the figure facing him far away in a bloody light. At this moment, John Maluo also stopped, with a strange expression on his face, and looked around warily, because, when he stepped into the city, he just felt like he had entered some kind of strange realm. His whole body seemed to be stripped naked, and his naked body was exposed in front of Yang Macheng. However, when he saw Yang Macheng standing in front of him, the doubts in his heart finally turned into anger.
Old demon Yang, you actually didn't run away. You destroyed my Maluo Tianxiang temple, and you still dare to be here. If I don't kill you, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the blood that had dispersed from John Maluo erupted again, and his entire body was like a bloody meteor, suddenly falling from the sky and smashing crazily towards the position where Yang Macheng was. In the dark night, that piece of bloody light almost split the entire void in half. Everyone just felt a red light flash before their eyes, like red lightning across the sky, shooting from outside the city to the front of Tianfeng Tower. The distance of tens of miles is only a moment for these extremely powerful people. Boom! With a loud noise, Yang Macheng flew up, and he practiced for a whole day. And the Tianfeng Tower, the most luxurious building in Xiqing, was completely blown to pieces by the angry John Maluo.
When you were chasing me that day, I said that if I could survive, I would definitely destroy your Maluo Tianxiang temple. I'm just fulfilling my promise.
Yang Macheng laughed loudly and retreated slowly. He did not show any attitude towards dealing with a strong enemy. On the contrary, he looked very comfortable like a dodo soaring in the sky. Countless debris produced when the Tianfeng Tower exploded were ejected one after another, as if they hit an invisible wall before they even got close. And the Tianfeng Tower where he was previously had been completely razed to the ground.
Old demon Yang.
John Maluo stood there. Blood flashed in his eyes,
and a divine light of hatred burst out. He clenched his fists tightly.
How dare you say it again? I failed to kill you that day, and that is what I have committed in my life. The most serious mistake. That's why Maluo Tianxiang temple was destroyed in your hands. Today, even if I risk my life, I will kill you. The fight against Maluo is all your own fault. The moment you Maluo Tianxiang temple decided to hunt me down that day, today's situation was already doomed. All of this is the price you should pay.
Yang Macheng slowly fell from the void and talked calmly. There was no clue that he was facing the second largest figure in the entire Maluo Tianxiang temple, fighting Mara.
The reason why I stayed in Xiqing today was to wait for you to come over. The grudge between you and me in the Eclipse region has not yet been completely resolved. You want to kill me. But why don't I want to kill you? You want to kill me? Do you also have this ability?
John Maluo looked at Yang Macheng with surprise on his face. He found Yang Macheng's cultivation has already reached the early stage of Shinto, and he is still far behind himself. The only difference is those eyes. Yang Macheng's eyes were shining with infinite starlight. From a distance, they looked like a brilliant starry sky. Even with a single glance, one's whole mind would fall into it involuntarily. As a peak powerhouse in Shinto, John Maluo naturally understood that this was a manifestation of the ultimate power of his divine thoughts. Such huge and pure spiritual thoughts have even surpassed some powerful men in the divine sea realm.
Humph.
John Maluo shook his head and snorted coldly.
I don't care what means you have. You will not escape death today.
As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly suppressed his smile, and a cold light flashed in his eyes.
I will definitely kill you to avenge the tens of thousands of monks who died in your hands at Maluo Tianxiang Temple.
Chapter 1139 Battle of Revenge. The conversation between the two resounded throughout the sky and over Xiqing. Although the sound was not loud, it was like roaring thunder in everyone's ears, making pairs of shocked eyes involuntarily cast towards the two of them, looking at the skeleton-like old man, and then at the young man with his hands proudly behind his back. Everyone's face was filled with uncontrollable fear, until a moment later, shocking, incredible, and unbelievable comments suddenly resounded.
What? He is the legendary old demon Yang? Why are you so young? He actually dared to wait in Xiqing for the battle against Maluo. This is so audacious. You must know that the cultivation level of battle against Maluo has reached the peak of Shinto. But he is only in the early stage of Shinto. The target wants to kill him. But it is only easy.
When everyone learned the identities of these two people, everyone was completely shocked. But these people are not optimistic about Yang Macheng. After all, not long ago, Yang Muchung was hunted down by Jean Luo like a miserable, bereaved dog. It had only been half a month. Even if Yang Muchung destroyed the entire Luo Tianxiang temple, in the hearts of everyone, Yang Muchung was still no match for Luo.
Old demon Yang! Die!
Amidst the bursts of discussion, Jean Luo could no longer suppress his anger and took action. Howren. As soon as he made a move, it was a sure kill move, and he had no intention of holding back. The whole person stepped forward, as if shrinking to an inch, and seemed to move instantly, appearing directly in front of Yang Muchung, and punched out with his right fist. Boom! In an instant, a hurricane flew up in an instant, and together with Jean Maluo's punch, it formed a 100-meter-high wind wave, directly heading towards Yang Muchung. This terrible wind and wave was like a hurricane that could destroy the world. Every flower, grass, tree, palace and pavilion in its path were crushed and flattened at this moment. Even a mountain peak here would probably be completely shattered.
Humph! This strength is no longer enough to deal with me.
Yang Muchung shook his head. He cut off his head with his right hand, and saw a golden sword light slashing down in the air, due to the enhancement of his spiritual thoughts. The power of Yang Muchung's casual attack became extremely powerful. The wind and wave that could destroy the world was actually cut in half by him in the air. The broken hurricane spread from both sides of Yang Muchung's body like a tide, hitting the ground like a wave.
Clang!
This sword light struck Jean Maluo's fist, and a burst of dazzling sparks collided with gold and stone. However, the sword light failed to break the skinny fist, and was instead shattered by the opponent's punch. The bursting sword light turned into infinite spiritual energy and escaped, like blooming fireworks. The warriors in Chichen let out a burst of exclamation. However, before they had time to appreciate this complete vision, Jean Maluo's iron fist came. It was the wave of spiritual energy that blasted away and came to Yang Muchung.
Yang Laomo, my real strength is not chasing and killing. If you keep running away, maybe I can't do anything to you. But you shouldn't be so arrogant that you fight me. After all, I am the pinnacle of Shinto. I can't compete with you. The difference between them is huge,
Jean Luo said with a smile.
Since I dared to stay in Chicheng, I am sure of killing you. You hunted me for 7 days and 7 days, and I will never forget this revenge. No matter how bad you talk today, you will eventually die in my hands. Yang Muchung snorted coldly.
If you dare to speak harshly even when you are about to die, just take my punch before you do it.
Jean Luo shouted low and punched Yang Muchung. Boom! His punch was already extremely fast, and with every word he spoke, his speed doubled. In the end, it had increased to the limit, and everyone could no longer see Jean Maluo's fist. Yang Muchung closed his eyes, turned around, and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Jean Luo's punch only hit an afterimage left by Yang Muchung, but the power of the fist poured out crazily and hit the ground hard. Suddenly a full 30% of the city was leveled to the ground with this punch.
It's this move again. Old demon Yang. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Fight like a man. Don't hide.
Punching the air, Jean Luo snorted, and quickly released his spiritual thoughts. Without noticing Yang Muchung's position, he immediately shouted angrily,
I want to see how you can resist this move.
Finished. Jean Luo roared fiercely, closed his hands, and hugged him tightly. At the same time, a terrifying force quickly gathered in the body. At this moment, Yang Muchung felt as if Jean Luo's whole body had transformed into a volcano that seemed to erupt at any time. This terrifying force made the entire Chicheng tremble, causing Yang Muchung's sight towards Jean Luo to become distorted and blurred at this moment.
Look at my annihilation pattern.
A trace of decisiveness flashed in Jean Maluo's eyes, and his hand suddenly flew towards the surroundings. Suddenly, the terrifying power accumulated in his body poured out crazily. Everyone felt a bloody light shining, and the terrifying blood evil energy swept in all directions, even destroying ruins wherever it passed. Everything within a radius of several thousand feet was blown to pieces at this moment, with his body as the center being a trace of radioactivity. If someone looked down from above, he would definitely find that Jean Luo's move had already leveled 70% of the entire Chicheng, and the center of the city had turned into a bare plain.
What an annihilation world pattern. However, although this move is fierce, it can't hit anyone. You know I'm fast. I can easily dodge it. It doesn't matter that you are the pinnacle of Shinto. In front of me, you are just a beaten sandbag. If I say I can kill you, I will kill you.
Yang Maicheng looked at the scenes that were razed to the ground around him, with a flash of astonishment in his eyes. But he soon returned to normal. After all, the opponent is a peak powerhouse in Shinto, and it is normal to have such strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger. Call out! Call out! Call out! A triangular flag quickly roared out and quickly landed around John Maluo's body. Fall. Yang Maicheng put his hands together and made a seal. At this moment, the whole sky seemed to have been poked with a hole. The rolling spiritual energy between heaven and earth quickly gathered together and gathered towards the center of the flag. The incoming spiritual energy condensed rapidly, forming a dense mountain that was thousands of feet tall. Then, after the mountain peak was formed, it crashed down with an attitude of destroying everything. In an instant, John Luo was in danger of being killed by Yang Maicheng on the spot. Chapter 1148 Peerless Sword. Too strong. The moment Yang Maicheng and John Luo took action, everyone in Qiqing had such an idea. It was as if the two of them were no longer mortals, but gods who could destroy heaven and earth with every move they made. But with such terrifying destructive power, there is nothing wrong with calling it a god. Yang Lao Mo is really powerful. John Luo's attacks are almost one blow after another. If I were in Yang Lao Mo's position, I would be killed in an instant. And Yang Lao Mo not only easily resisted after being defeated, he can even fight back. It's really scary. The ancestor of the Huang family couldn't help but say. Everyone around them nodded. At that time, Arsenal advised them to leave early, but few people believed it at that time. It was the ancestors of the four major families who defied all opinions and led everyone to evacuate the city regardless of anything else. Some people were not happy at first, but now seeing the city that was destroyed almost as soon as the war started, everyone could not help but tremble in their hearts. If you stay in Qiqing, I'm afraid you will be bombarded and turned into powder in an instant. The strength of these two people is simply terrifying. They are probably at the top of the world. Yang Lao's move condenses qi into a mountain. Although he uses a formation, the power is enough to show his strength. No wonder he has the courage to stay in Qiqing and prepare to kill him Luo. The ancestor of the Qian family looked forward with squinted eyes and couldn't help but sigh. I have lived for thousands of years, but I can't compare to a young man. Although the ancestor of the Qin family is old, he has a majestic figure and looks like he is getting stronger with age. Standing next to him, you can hear the vast sound of qi and blood surging like ocean waves, which shows how extraordinary this strength is. He carried a short knife at his waist, and his whole body exuded a terrifying iron-blooded power. Brother Qian, there is no need to be so discouraged. The ancestor of the Huang family comforted. Old Demon Yang is an unparalleled genius in the righteous way. People like him have never appeared since the immortal gate was closed, and he is the same. Compared, we are really far apart. However, even if he is a genius, a dead person is not a genius. The words of the ancestor of the Huang family immediately made everyone around him stunned. They were shocked and quickly looked forward, showing a bit of disbelief. After all, this is the time for Yang Maicheng to fight back. And now it is Yang Maicheng who is suppressing the battle with Luo. In this case, is it possible that battle with Luo can still make a comeback? Arsenal are also watching the battle. She had already summoned the war slaves, although she could not intervene in the battle between the two. But once Yang Maicheng is in danger, she will rush forward without hesitation. The strength of this old demon Yang is so terrifying. If I don't kill him today, I'm afraid I will die at his hands in the future. John Luo was trembling in his heart. A month ago, he chased Yang Maicheng and fled like a dog. When Yang Maicheng met him, he did not dare to fight back and could only run away. But now, Yang Maicheng is already on par with himself, and can even counter-press himself. If he was allowed to escape this time, maybe in another month, the other party would be able to kill him easily. Thinking of this, he became more and more trembling in his heart. He almost didn't dare to think about it. Even if he just thought about it, he would be covered in cold sweat. Yang Lao, you are too impatient. If you hide again for 3 or 4 months, you may be able to defeat me. But now, you will never be able to defeat me. After all, I am the pinnacle of Shinto, and you are just the early days of Shinto. After all, there is a difference of 3 or 4 rounds. No matter how strong your spiritual will is, you can't make up for such a big gap. The real battle is not about who is stronger and who will win. In the ever-changing battlefield, not everyone can move 1,000 pounds, and they may be suppressed by the opponent in an instant due to the gap in cultivation.
facing the mountain that was smashed down head-on. John Maluo's eyes flashed with cold light.
Boom!
He clasped his hands together suddenly, and the surging inner energy swept out crazily at this moment. In an instant, the bloody Buddha's light behind him flashed out crazily. At this moment, his whole aura suddenly changed. He no longer looked like the vengeful old monk before, but a real war demon. His eyes flashed with cold light, and his skinny right hand suddenly grabbed forward.
Boom!
In an instant, the infinite spiritual energy between heaven and earth was forcibly divided into half by his cultivation at the peak of the divine way. This surging spiritual energy quickly transformed into a bright and transparent long knife in his palm, which was directly grasped in his palm and slashed forward. Tear. A terrible tearing sound resounded loudly. Everyone felt as if their eyes were blurred, and the whole world seemed to be staggered. Like a piece of white paper being cut in half, the invisible sword light extended out, and with a clang, it actually split the dark mountain peak into two pieces.
What?
Yang Muqing's eyes narrowed. The 1,000 layers mountain formation was broken, and the 72 flags flew out one after another under this huge force. War Demon took a step forward at this moment, and he grabbed the sharp long knife with his right hand. Azura seemed to have walked out of H.L. as if he wanted to kill heaven and earth, gods, Buddhas, and Yang Muqing at this moment. Clang! He shook his right hand, and the blade rotated, bringing up a dazzling blade that looked like the golden crow had fallen. And suddenly it struck down again. Boom! His sword soared into the sky and fell with a crash. Qiqing, which was originally an empty SH.L., was split in half by him at this moment. This knife mark spanned the entire city, as if the entire Kyushu was torn apart. A knife mark spanned dozens of miles and was bottomless, splitting a good city into two halves. Such a horrific scene was beyond the reach of human power, and was considered a natural disaster. When the warriors around saw this scene, their expressions turned pale. This is the terrifying strength of the peak of Shinto, and almost no one can deal with it. What if your cultivation reaches the realm of Shihai? No matter how strong you are, you will still be split in half under such a sword. Everyone was dizzy and yearning for it.
Yang Muqing, can I kill you with this sword?
John Mo Luo held a sword in his hand and looked at Yang Muqing quietly. He bet his cultivation at the pinnacle of Shinto, and then used the power of creation to forcefully seize half of the spiritual energy of the world. By condensing this sword, he could kill monsters, and split the sun, moon, and stars. Why couldn't he kill Yang Muqing? This moment, it was Yang Muqing who finally changed his color, and his eyes became serious. Chapter 1141 The best in the world. After all, it is the pinnacle of Shinto. Pingbai has reached 3 small realms. His cultivation level is even better than yours, and his inner strength is stronger than yours. At this level, what kind of skills can I play with you? It's like an adult hitting a child. No matter what martial arts or boxing skills you know, if I punch you, you will fall down immediately. It is this method that is used in today's war against Mo Luo. He knows that Yang Muqing is very changeable, so he doesn't compete with you at all and only confronts you head-on. He is not afraid of you running away, nor is he afraid of you being defensive. As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. Once you enter the rhythm of fighting against Mara, there will be a moment when you cannot defend, and you will be the one who dies. John Mo Luo shouted in a deep voice. His blade was the best in the world, stretching for thousands of meters. It could cut the sky from above, and the earth from below. Even the same peak of the divine way here would be split in half by his sword.
It's too scary to fight against Mo Luo.
The ancestor of the Qian family felt cold all over when he saw this scene. As the knife was raised and lowered, all the energy in his body seemed to be taken away by the knife.
After all, he is the second-rank combat force of the first-line sect. If we had fought against Mo Luo at Mo Luo Tianxiang Temple, even if Yan Lao Mo turned the world upside down, he would not be able to defeat Mo Luo Tianxiang Temple.
The ancestor of the Huang family pondered for a moment, said slowly. The other 2 ancestors also nodded repeatedly. To know, although Yang Muqing defeated Maluo Tianxiang Temple, he only took advantage of the absence of the 2 strongest men from the other sect. If the warlord Mara and the presiding abbot were both there, how could there be any place for him to make a mistake? The other warriors looked at the battle between the 2 sides, their eyes sparkling, and they were shocked. I wish I was Yang Muqing in the war, fighting against Mo Luo, facing the sword that crowned the world. It suddenly slashed down. Yang Muqing's black hair was raised. His robes were rustling,
and his face was solemn as never before. This knife quietly blocked all his roots. This sword looked like it was cut at random, but it was filled with the utmost skill. When Yang Mucheng faced this shocking sword light, John Mo Luo already waved it with a ferocious expression and slashed towards Yang Mucheng crazily. This sword contains the power of Mount Tai, which is beyond the ability of ordinary people to resist. Just the sword energy contained in it is already extremely terrifying. Even if Yang Mucheng had used dragon blood to temper his body, he would be completely turned into powder under this knife. Can this sword kill old Demon Yang? Is old Demon Yang finally going to die? Everyone watching the battle lost their color. Will this person who stirred up troubles in the evil way, and made countless sects miserable will die here today? Everyone was watching, all looking towards Yang Mucheng. However, facing this head-on blow, Yang Mucheng just let out a breath. I've said it before. If I don't have the confidence to kill you, how can I dare to stay here? Battle with Mo Luo. The grudge that you pursued me for 7 days and 7 nights, that day will be completely ended today. Yang Mucheng opened his eyes angrily and stamped his feet fiercely. Drink! A roiling demonic shadow suddenly surged out of his body. This huge monstrous black shadow, like a monstrous demon, soared from behind Yang Mucheng with a sore sound. Boom! The billowing demonic energy enveloped the sky. The sky, which was originally still bright with moon and stars, was completely covered at this moment, and everyone only felt a scene as if the door to H.I. had been opened. At this moment, Yang Mucheng is more evil than the war demon Luo, and more evil than everyone else. This Jiqing is your burial place. Listen to the death dirge I play for you. Finished, Yang Mucheng grabbed it with his right hand, and in an instant, the endless night between heaven and earth seemed to come alive at this moment, transforming into thousands of strands, converging towards his hand, forming a dark long sword. This sword is none other than the Xin Yuan sword. Call! Axiana finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Yang Mucheng use the demon god's sacrifice. Facing the slashing sword light, Yang Mucheng's eyes burst with light. At this moment, he stepped forward and slashed forward with the Xin Yuan sword in his hand. Chang! A sword light that was darker than darkness and deeper than night was already forming rapidly. Almost as soon as it was formed, the sword light suddenly blasted forward. Old Mo Yang, you are too arrogant. John Mo Luo's eyes narrowed and his anger burst. He was already attacking with all his strength, but the other party still dared to resist and struggle? Okay, I'm going to let you die to understand. He finished. His hand suddenly grasped the void, as if grasping the entire sky. At this moment, the speed of the huge sword light was several times higher than before. The sword light with twice the superimposed power, with a more fierce and terrifying attitude than before, was already slashed down hard, and collided with the sword light hard. Boom! The terrifying attack struck together fiercely, and the horrifying power crazily swept through the world. The entire earth exploded at this moment, and countless streams of mud rose into the sky like fountains, blasting out mud pillars nearly 100 meters high on the ground. This shocking power swept between heaven and earth, and a dazzling bright light overwhelmed the world in an instant, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. But everyone who closed their eyes could hear the piercing sound of the sword, still resounding throughout the world. What? Fighting Mara. He lost his voice in shock. If we say, the light of his slashing sword is a terrifying wave that can sweep through the world, then Yang Mucheng's sword light is like a rock standing between heaven and earth that cannot be shaken by others. Can the waves break the rocks? Chang! Among the exploding sword lights, the sword light that crowned the world suddenly rushed out, and burst out with an even more ferocious attitude. John Maluo fled in a panic. Boom! 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 Wherever the sword light passed, the entire earth exploded inch by inch. At this moment, the dark sword light seemed to transform into a huge dark dragon capable of destroying the world. At this moment, its fangs were exposed. Its mouth opened, and it rushed towards the war demon. Yang Mucheng drew his sword repeatedly. John Mo Luo dodged in a panic. Even the long knife in his hand was shattered by Yang Mucheng's sword and exploded. Under such a terrifying attack, war demon Luo was already showing signs of fatigue. Just when he was about to be killed in the next moment, war demon Luo suddenly stopped where he was. Old demon Yang, if you want to kill me, it's not that easy. Today, I will die with you. Facing Yang Mucheng's sword that could penetrate the world, John Mo Luo no longer ran away, but stopped and sat down cross-legged. Chapter 1142, Killing and Fighting Against Mo Luo.
Buzz, sitting cross-legged with the battle demon compass. His surging aura actually calmed down quietly. A black light surged out from the center of his eyebrows, and then swallowed him whole, like a dark night. In an instant, the whole person seemed to be splashed with a layer of black paint. Everyone quickly looked forward. But see, John Maluo's entire body seemed to have transformed into a black hole. And his skeleton-like body was constantly devouring the power between heaven and earth. And his body sitting cross-legged actually levitated without using any force, which looked particularly weird. The Buddha's light behind him was also changing and shining at this moment. And behind him, more than 1,000 arms were stretched out in vain, just like the statue that Yang Mucheng destroyed in the Maluo Tianxiang temple. This is the final trump card in the battle against Mora. Now, it seems that he is the true god of Maru who is worshipped by thousands of people.
It's over!
Fighting Mara with a flick of his right hand. A fingerprint that was darker than the sword light shot out and hit the sword light. The sword light that dominated the world was shattered uncontrollably and disintegrated quietly. The power contained in this fingerprint made Yang Mucheng's body tremble suddenly, and his forward momentum was restrained.
Yang Lamo, you are the most amazing genius I have ever seen in my life. A person like you can only appear before the immortal gate is closed. Your appearance even makes me wonder whether this is the return of Kyushu in order to kill you. I was even forced to use this trick to die with you.
John Maluo clasped his hands together, and his whole body was suspended in midair. Although he is a demon, but at this moment, his demeanor is extremely holy. This is the great unity of the world. Regardless of the right path or the evil path, we all reach the same goal through different paths.
Seeing this battle, I will have no regrets in this life.
The ancestor of the Huang family sighed.
Yes, whether it was the battle against Emo Luo or the old Emo Yang, they were all stunning beings. And now it has ended in such a posture. I'm afraid no one will believe it if I say it.
The ancestor of the Qian family shook his head.
Old Demon Yang is really too impatient. Just like Jean Emo Luo said, if he can endure it for another 10 days and a half. With his talent, every extra day will be one more point. Chances of winning. But now, this is the result.
Another ancestor lamented. But, although the ending has been decided, everyone is still shocked. They originally thought that Yang Mucheng stayed in Qiqing and prepared to kill Emo Luo. But he was just seeking his own death. But who could have imagined that Yang Mucheng was so terrifying that he was even forced to fight Emo Luo and die together before he could kill him? Will old Demon Yang survive? At this time, such an idea suddenly arose in everyone's mind. But immediately, everyone couldn't help but shook their heads. They felt it was extremely ridiculous. How could they still survive in this situation? Facing the battle with Emo Luo, who had already decided to die together. Yang Mucheng suddenly sighed and dismissed the Xinyuan sword in his hand. Just when everyone thought he had given up resistance, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and shook his head.
I told you so. Since I dare to stay here, I have the confidence to kill you.
Everyone looked in horror, but they saw that Yang Mucheng took one step and suddenly disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Jean Emo Luo. Then, tap lightly with your right hand.
Boom!
This crystal clear and flawless finger gently touched John Maluo's forehead. Everything in the world seems to have exploded with this finger, turning into waves of ripples in the eyes of countless people who looked like ghosts. Jean Emo Luo dissipated quietly like wind and sand, leaving only Yang Mucheng standing there. He stood there with his hands behind his back, and his whole body seemed to be integrated with the heaven and earth. All the warriors present had their eyes widened with shock on their faces. A moment ago, they were still thinking that Yang Mucheng would definitely die. But who would have thought that in the next moment, the situation suddenly changed, and the Jean Emo Luo, who had always controlled the battlefield, turned into ashes. There was deathly silence all around. The people present had not seen any battles before. But such a magnificent and brilliant battle had never happened before. If you don't see it until the end, you will never know what the outcome will be.
Did you die fighting against Mara?
The ancestor of the Huang family asked this sentence tremblingly.
Dead. Moreover, he was killed by old Demon Yang with one finger.
The ancestor of the Qian family nodded. The warriors present, all those who saw this scene, looked at the young man standing there proudly with great reverence, as if he were sizing up a god. They knew that since the death of Jean Maluo today, this young man has completely reached the pinnacle of the entire Kyushu. Yang Lao Mo, the youngest powerful man of the Shinto in the world. Even the people on the earth ranking would have to bow before him. Jean Emo Luo, a being at the pinnacle of Shinto, tried his best to kill Yang Mucheng, and was even willing to die together in the end. But he couldn't resist Yang Mucheng's finger. How terrifying is this kind of strength? From today onwards, those people were afraid not only of the 36 sects behind Yang Mucheng, but also of his own strength.
After today, the name of old demon Yang will be powerful to the evil spirits.
The ancestor of the Bai family had eyes like torches and spoke word by word. Everyone felt miserable. A few months ago, when Yang Mucheng came to the evil path, he only had spiritual cultivation and could only hide his identity. He was hunted by many sects, and even many strong men wanted to kill him and seize the treasure. Even if he destroyed the top brass of Chunyangyi's sect, there would still be some people who had this idea. But this time, Yang Mucheng first flattened Mo Luo Tianxiang Temple, and then killed Mo Luo. His strength is truly terrifying. Even if a powerful Shinto man of the same level met him, he would not dare to feel disrespectful. And even more so when someone under the Shinto way met him. He would have to be in awe and show courtesy.
Now if I want to kill old demon Yang, I'm afraid I have to use the powerful ones from the Divine Sea.
The warriors present looked at each other in confusion, and couldn't help but think to themselves.
The strong man from the Divine Sea.
The ancestor of the Bai family smiled bitterly. That was the leader of a first-line sect. An ancestor-level figure. This kind of person will often affect his whole body whenever he makes a move, and will not take the initiative until the sect is destroyed. Who will come after Yang Mucheng? It can be said, Yang Mucheng used his absolute strength today to completely establish his foothold in Kyushu. Even if he has not reached the level of Shanghai cultivation, no one dares to challenge him, unless he takes the initiative to provoke a war between good and evil. No powerful person from the Divine Sea will jump out to attack him. It can be said that even if Yang Mucheng is on the evil path, he is still respected by thousands of people. The strong do not distinguish between good and evil, and will be respected wherever they are. The four ancestors looked at each other, not daring to show any further neglect, and hurriedly walked towards Yang Mucheng. Chapter 1143. Another one comes? Yang Mucheng stood quietly. Although, in the eyes of others, he was fighting against Mara with one finger. But only he knew the dangers involved. He poured all his inner energy, including the monstrous demonic energy generated by the demon god's sacrifice, into the Wuxiang Tribulation divine finger, and blasted it into Mo Luo's eyebrows. Mo Luo forcibly used a power that did not belong to him, which made his body unable to support it. Yang Mucheng injected his power into it. Suddenly, Mo Luo was like a balloon filled with water, stuffed with something forcefully, and burst on the spot. Now, he was performing the ancient heaven-swallowing technique to absorb the energy and blood of the war demon Luo.
Yang Zhu!
The four ancestors of the four major families came to Yang Mucheng and shouted respectfully.
Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?
Yang Mucheng stood with his hands behind his hands and asked with a smile. The four major families seemed to be headed by the Qian family. But the ancestor of the Qian family bowed respectfully to Yang Mucheng. The ancestor of the Qian family is thousands of years old. But now, he worships a young man. However, everyone does not think it is so unexpected. They just think it is natural. In martial arts training, those who are masters come first. They had just reached the half step of the divine way, facing Yang Mucheng's strength and status. Respect was inevitable.
Yang Zhu, as the uncle of the 36th master, you are an absolute existence and a feared and powerful person. In front of you, we are just a group of ants.
The ancestor of the Qian family replied respectfully.
When you come to Qiqing, we didn't know that you were coming from afar, so we asked you to rest here for a few days. No need. The reason why I stayed in Qiqing was to kill Mo Luo. Now that he is dead, I naturally have to leave.
Yang Mucheng shook his head. After all, this is an evil path. Other sects may give up their pursuit of him because of today's battle. But there is still the last abbot left in Maluo Tianxiang Temple. The presiding abbot is a serious and powerful person from the Sea of Gods. The originally powerful First Lion sect had thousands of disciples. But now he is the only one left. And he is afraid that he will fight to the death with Yang Mucheng.
Yes!
No one dared to speak nonsense. Call. At this moment, a gust of wind struck, and the originally sparse sky with stars was suddenly obscured by a thick cloud. This huge cloud layer covered almost tens of millions of meters in radius.
Yang Mucheng!
Just when Yang Mucheng looked up in confusion, in that thick cloud, there was a cry. These calls were connected in a line, and they were the purest spiritual thoughts that penetrated directly into Yang Mucheng's mind.
Who are you?
Yang Muchung looked surprised. He could feel that there was a huge existence hidden in the clouds.
Could it be that you are the ancestor of the Mingqi clan? I was entrusted by Mingqi to come to save you. However, the concentration of spiritual energy in this star is too low, and my strength will be somewhat limited. Your previous fight allowed me to sense your existence. Looking at this, it seems there is no need for me to take action.
The master of the divine mind smiled brightly. Yang Muchung nodded suddenly. He already understood the other party's intention.
Are you going to take Xiao Jin away from here this time?
The ancestor's spiritual thought replied.
That's right. Its body contains enough pure dragon blood. But the blood is impure. Half of it is occupied.
Then, Yang Muchung suddenly felt the other party's spiritual thoughts sweeping over his body. And his whole body suddenly felt like he was exposed to the other party. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment, and then disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the divine thought was slightly astonishing.
Your body also contains some dragon blood. However, it seems that there is also phoenix blood and holy lion blood, which are a bit mixed. Unfortunately, you are not a demon.
Everyone around stood quietly beside Yang Muchung. The sky was covered with dark clouds. It looked just like before the storm. Nothing special about it. Yang Muchung put his hands behind his hands and looked at the sky. His expression was sometimes surprised, sometimes solemn, and sometimes happy. This posture made everyone in the 4 major families feel shocked and looked at the sky. At this time, an extremely ridiculous idea floated through their minds. Could it be that there is a powerful being behind the clouds?
You took Xiao Jin away. How can I see him in the future?
Yang Muchung suddenly thought of a key question.
Logically speaking, others are not allowed to set foot in the Demon Clan's clan and ancestral land. However, since you are the eldest brother of the sky-swallowing dragon rat, I will make an exception.
Call. As the sound resounded, he saw a drop of white falling from the clouds, falling lightly on Yang Muchung's hand like rain. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a sharp tooth like a beast.
This is my lost tooth. If you want to see the sky-swallowing dragon rat in the future, you can take it with you. It will guide you to the ancestral land of our demon clan. Alright.
Yang Muchung looked at this tooth. After all, both the opponent and the sky-swallowing dragon rat are demons, and will not harm each other.
Well, it seems someone is coming.
A terrifying shock sound flew quickly from where Tianwai was. This horrifying figure rushed over crazily at a terrifying speed.
Yang
Muchung frowned slightly. Looking at the terrifying figure, his eyes flashed. At the same time, the eyes of the terrifying figure seemed to be feeling something at this moment. Looking towards Yang Muchung, and in those pairs of eyes, there was endless killing intent, which bloomed directly. This is an aura that is very similar to the battle with Mora. But this aura is several times, even dozens of times more powerful than that of Jean Imoluo. That terrifying speed, at this moment, seemed to have cut the entire void in half, with a gesture of flying into the sky and escaping from the earth. It was suddenly from the place where the sky and the earth meet, quickly flying above Yang Muchung.
This force is so powerful. Could it be that he is a powerful person from the Divine Sea?
I originally thought that the battle was completely over. But who would have expected that a sudden change would occur at this moment? And this situation would suddenly appear? The speed of that figure was almost unimaginable. When everyone discovered it, it was still on the horizon. But in the blink of an eye, it had already reached the top of everyone's heads, and stopped abruptly in the sky amid the howling wind.
Boom!
The huge escaping light suddenly dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man wearing a golden monk's robe. The man was holding a dark golden magic rod in his hand. He was currently suspended in midair, staring at Yang Muchung.
He is!
When they saw the middle-aged man's face, everyone couldn't help but burst into shock. Chapter 1144, Must Seek Death. The strong wind surged, and the middle-aged monk stood proudly in the void, his golden monk's robe flying up and down, and a sense of chilling slowly spread. No doubt, he is the abbot of Maluo Tianxiang Temple.
Old Demon Yang.
Boom! The moment he appeared, the presiding abbot crashed down like a javelin from a height of 10,000 meters. At this moment, there was almost no obstacle, and like lightning, he crashed down and landed on Yang Muchung's side. In front of you.
Boom!
The silent night erupted with a shocking loud noise, and the earth seemed to be torn apart. A strong wind spread out in all directions with this figure. The warriors from the 4 major families, who had stood respectfully in front of Yang Muchung, were suddenly blown away, like feathers, by the strong wind.
Old Imo Yang, I finally caught up with you.
The presiding abbot clutched the magic stick, his eyes shining with anger. How can he not be angry? Maluo Tianxiang Temple has existed for nearly 10,000 years, and has survived many catastrophes. But now it has been completely destroyed by this kid in front of him. How could he not be angry? How could his heart not be bleeding? He looked around with a look of difference on his face.
Where's the battle with Mara?
The presiding abbot kept in touch with John Maluo all the way. But just a few hours ago, he suddenly lost the news about John Maluo.
You're late. I've already killed him.
Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and looked at him quietly.
What?
The presiding abbot closed his eyes, almost narrowing them to a thin line. He looked around and realized that the entire Qiqing had been razed to the ground, and there were still chaotic residual forces remaining in the surrounding heaven and earth. This was obviously a situation that would only occur after the war. At this moment, the face of the presiding abbot changed drastically. Boom! Whether it's true or false, the abbot presiding over it doesn't care anymore. His right hand that was holding the demonic staff suddenly retracted, and the power in his body burst out like a tidal wave. A huge bloody light swept out from his body, and in an instant, it was a bright red blood light that reflected the dim sky. He is worthy of being a strong man whose cultivation has reached the divine sea. If the aura of Zhan Imoluo, who was previously killed by Yang Mucheng, was like a river, then the power of the abbot was as unfathomable as the sea. After all, a strong man in the divine sea realm is equivalent to standing at the pinnacle of the entire 9 provinces. Standing at the pinnacle of this star.
The abbot of Maluo Tianxiang Temple is here. Is this the powerful man from the divine sea?
The ancestors all around looked at each other for a while, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. Because they had discussed before that with Yang Mucheng's level of cultivation, ordinary divine sea powerhouses could no longer do anything to him. But now such a powerful man with divine sea level cultivation jumped out. With this kind of cultivation, there is almost no pressure to crush Yang Mucheng. With Yang Mucheng's strength, killing and fighting Imoluo has already destroyed the strength of 9 cows and 2 tigers. When meeting the presiding abbot, he may never be able to recover.
Pity.
Everyone looked at Yang Mucheng and felt pity. Yang Mucheng had just stood at the pinnacle of Jiuzhou, and before he had time to enjoy more glory, a powerful enemy came. Next, I'm afraid Yang Mucheng will be slapped to death. Right. However, when everyone's eyes were turned towards Yang Mucheng, they were shocked to find that Yang Mucheng was standing there with a smile on his face. He did not show the slightest fear of encountering a strong man. Instead, his face was full of ridicule and disdain.
If you get out now, I can spare your life,
Yang Mucheng said lightly. What? The presiding abbot was almost stunned when he heard this. His eyes widened, and he could hardly believe his ears. He is a cultivator of Shihai. As for Yang Mucheng, he was only in the early stage of Shinto. I wanted to kill him, but it was just as easy as picking something out of a bag. However, this kind of existence that was like an ant in his eyes actually told him to get out.
Is this old demon Yang trying to be mysterious? That's right. Even if he kills the great demon Luo, he still can't fight against the abbot, who is the most powerful person in the Tianxiang Temple of Maruo. Provoking me is the biggest mistake of your life.
The presiding abbot tightened his grip on the magic stick. Buzz, the Zen staff in his hand, was very terrifying. From a distance, it looked like a weird head with 3 rings bitten by its mouth. A trembling sound suddenly resounded. The shocking blood color was like fire, trembling wildly, burning blazingly outside his body. The area of more than 1,000 meters around him turned into a huge sea of fire at this moment. From a distance, the abbot seemed to be surrounded by a huge blood-red flame. In front of him, Yang Mucheng was like an ant with no resistance. Feeling this terrifying aura, the ancestors all around turned pale with fright and retreated back desperately, because they knew that the angry abbot would have no scruples. If they still stay where they are now, once they are involved in the battle, they will definitely be dead.
Old demon Yang, you will definitely die today. No matter who comes, they can't save you.
The presiding abbot's eyes widened angrily. He raised his magic stick and struck it at Yang Mucheng. Boom! He struck down the Zen staff without any reservation. It was so powerful that no matter who you were, you would die. The abbot's Zen staff mobilized all his strength, and he was extremely confident. No matter how powerful Yang Mucheng was, he would still be killed by him on the spot. But when Yang Mucheng faced this blow, he did not panic at all. Instead, he raised his head with a smile and looked at the thick dark clouds above his head.
Senior, If you see me being bullied by the powerful people in the Divine Sea realm, why don't you help me? Who is he talking to?
The presiding abbot was stunned. When he arrived, his divine thoughts had already swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, enveloping this area. There is no one else here except Yang Machung and the natives in Chicheng. Now that he saw Yang Machung talking to the empty space where there was no one around, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. But after a brief moment of shock, he quickly came to his senses.
Old demon Yang, you still want to pretend to be a ghost in front of me when you are about to die.
Just when the Zen staff, which contained infinite power, was about to fall and hit Yang Muching's head, a voice in the void resounded in everyone's mind.
Don't worry. No one can kill you under my eyes.
This burst of sound was so loud that it resounded throughout the heaven and earth. Then, everyone saw a scene that they will never forget. It was the clouds that shrouded the void, surging mightily, and a huge claw stretched out directly from the clouds, crossing the void with almost no barriers, like a huge lightning crashing down on the spot. Booming. On the body of the presiding abbot, the huge beast's claws fell to the ground and slowly lifted up along with the dust in the sky. And the abbot who presided over the Divine Sea realm had no bones left. The being who was at the pinnacle of Kyushu, and whose strength was at the top of the pyramid, was directly killed. Quiet. There was deathly silence all around, under everyone's incredible gazes. The young man clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head sadly, looking at the abbot who had been killed to pieces. He grinned.
I tell you to get out.
But if you don't get out, you must seek death.
Chapter 1145, Enshrinement of Good and Evil. The capture of this beast's claw represents the complete decline of Maluo Tianxiang Temple, a frontline sect of evil ways. Even if it still has some disciples scattered outside, there is nothing it can do to save it. After the news spread, Yang Muching's list was secretly removed from the black list. The Maluo Tianxiang Temple has been completely destroyed. Who else is willing to hunt down Yang Machung? Just like what the ancestors of the 4 major families had speculated. If you want to kill the current Yang Machung, you can only send a strong man from the Divine Sea realm. The average Shanghai powerhouse is the leader or ancestor of a certain sect. People who have reached this level of strength will not take action personally when faced with a major disaster that does not endanger the sect. You let them hunt down Yang Machung alone. They must be feeling miserable in their hearts. After this battle, the evil people remained silent uniformly, and never mentioned Yang Machung again. Yang Machung, on the other hand, led the group of elders to travel through most of the evil ways and return to Wandao Sword Sect. In fact, every time you pass by an evil sect, the sect leader and elders of that sect will carefully send out invitations. Even though there is no coexistence between good and evil, but not everyone wants to fight and kill each other and fight to the death. Therefore, most evil sects still treat Yang Machung respectfully. Certainly, there are also some evil sects that are still trying to be strong and refuse to bow their heads. But there is nothing they can do about it. Yang Machung brings a group of elders with him, all of which are more than a dozen strong Shinto sections. Some weaker second-tier sects are all sect members. I'm afraid I can't deal with Yang Machung. And even the group of elders may not be able to deal with him. As for Ming Qi and Golden Rat, they left with the clan ancestors. That ancestor is a powerful person from Tai. There is no need for a fairy gate. There will naturally be great supernatural powers that can travel between the stars. Here it is. In Yang Muching's heart, he was increasingly looking forward to the world behind the immortal sect. He knew that the depths of the starry sky were his final destination. The palace of worshipping the moon and the universe presents a heaven-level martial skill. The Scarlet Moon will sword technique. The magic light Golden Cicada will send a heaven-level spiritual treasure. The current leader of the Chunyang sect apologizes outside the door and asks to see his great uncle. The demon-conquering tomb of earthly evil presented a heavenly weapon. Almost as soon as Yang Machung entered the Wandao Sword Sect, the evil sects behind him sent many congratulatory gifts. The sects that give gifts include all first and second-tier sects. Even, there were also 2 twin girls from the second-tier sects who were given to Yang Machung to play with. This scene made everyone in the world dumbfounded. This low posture was probably almost flattering. Many righteous sects secretly speculate that the reason why these evil sects are so flattering is because Yang Machung has cultivated to the realm of Shinto at such a young age. This kind of attitude is probably likely to break the shackles of the immortal sect that has been closed for tens of thousands of years. Maybe I can break through the half-step to Nirvana and leave this star. If he doesn't fawn over now, when he really reaches that state in the future, he will come back to deal with himself. But he won't even have tears to cry. But, Only Yang Muchung knew that what these evil sects really feared was the ancestor of the demon clan. For these evil sects, even if you have great potential, it is not as good as having the strength to destroy the world. A strong man in the realm of the divine sea was crushed to pieces without even the strength to resist. Just hearing about this made people shudder. But for Yang Muchung, he didn't think it was anything.
After all, the best strength is to have it yourself.
Yang Muchung understood. These evil sects are so afraid of themselves only because the ancestor of the demon clan has taken action to intimidate them. If they knew that the ancestor of the demon clan was just passing through Jiuzhou and taking away the golden-haired rat,
they would never be so respectful to them. So, Yang Muchung practiced in seclusion in public and did not see outsiders. There are only 3 months left before the time he agreed with Mr. Elegance. And he is currently only in the early stage of Shinto. It is really difficult to reach the realm of Shihai within these 3 months.
Sir, there are only 3 months left.
And Xiaoqing reminded quietly as he looked at Mr. Elegant, who appeared in front of him.
However, I can't wait any longer.
After months of waiting, and Xiaoqing's pent-up fighting spirit has not diminished at all, but has accumulated over time. Like lava, about to explode at any time. Just thought of. To be able to compete with the most outstanding geniuses on countless stars. I am afraid that everyone would look forward to it.
Me too.
Mr. Elegance nodded.
It would be too much of a waste to just stay here these 3 months. Why don't we go to other stars together? I also want to see what level of cultivation Yang Muchung has reached now.
Realm. And Xiaoqing raised his eyebrows with expectation.
I also want to see how the genius, who can make you feel sorry for me, is like.
Mr. Elegant laughed loudly and said,
Wait a minute, and let me cover this star. After all, this is the examination room I chose for you. If you are targeted by other people, you will be punished at that time.
It's hard to talk about some troubles.
While talking, Mr. Elegant made a seal, and suddenly darkness filled the sky, pouring down in an awe-inspiring gesture. It's like a huge bag that covers the entire star. If anyone looked outside at this time, they would be shocked to find that this star gradually disappeared into the eternal universe.
What a trick. Sir, this technique of covering the sky and blocking out the sun really does not live up to its name. Even if my family ancestor uses all his strength, he may not be able to cover up a star so easily.
And Xiaoqing saw this quietly. The stars disappeared before his eyes, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes.
Let's go.
Mr. Elegance clapped his hands and said with a smile,
This place is a bit far from Kyushu, so it will take some time to get back and forth.
In the confinement room, Yang Muchung slowly took out the innate sacred tree. This piece of golden wood is smaller than when I got it in the ancient tomb. Almost as soon as it was taken out, a strong and surging spiritual energy spread rapidly in this quiet and enclosed place. Even this surging spiritual energy turned directly into golden smoke. The smoke seemed to be condensed from countless golden water droplets. Apparently, this is a manifestation of the huge and extremely rich spiritual energy.
Now because I'm being hunted in the evil way, I haven't been able to calm down and practice cultivation. I don't know what level I can be promoted to by absorbing it with all my strength now.
Taking a deep breath, Yang Muchung impressively activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique. Chapter 1146 Explosive Breakthrough. In the void, full of golden spiritual liquid. These are the purest life force and spiritual energy contained in the innate sacred trees. Even if it is just a drop of it, the concentration is more powerful than the power contained in the great spring of creation that Yang Muchung absorbed previously. Dozens of times. If such a drop of golden spirit fluid were absorbed by an ordinary person, the body would be burst by the power contained in it. But for warriors, it is a very rare tonic pill. Even sitting here, doing nothing, Yang Muchung could feel the pure spiritual energy constantly flowing into the hundreds of thousands of pores on his body. What's more, is it under the condition of using the ancient heaven swallowing technique? Boom! Yang Muchung used his Shinto cultivation to run the ancient heaven swallowing technique with all his strength. This was such a shocking devouring speed. These endless spiritual energy turned into thousands of threads and poured into his body crazily. After being converted into techniques, the speed at which his physical strength increased was terrifying.
This speed of improvement is really terrifying.
Yang Muchung was almost shocked by this speed. His head was even a little dazed, and he was a little unable to react.
In just half a day's effort, his cultivation level has reached 50% of the early stage of Shinto. It was only half a day, and the spiritual energy absorbed by Yang Muchung did not consume too much for this innate sacred tree. In the eyes of others, This kind of cultivation speed is simply beyond common sense. But in fact, this is a matter of course. This is the innate sacred tree, the core of the demon clan in the Tai realm. If tens of thousands of years of power had not passed, if a complete core was here, it could directly make Yang Muqing's cultivation soar to the sky, and even break through the shackles of Kyushu. Become a being that reaches a state beyond nirvana. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the following time, Yang Muqing was completely immersed in cultivation. At the same time, the innate sacred tree in his hand also gradually shrank. A full 20 days. When the last series of spiritual energy was sucked into Yang Muqing's body, this innate sacred tree that had existed for tens of thousands of years was finally completely disappeared. At the same time, Yang Muqing, who had been practicing, suddenly opened his eyes, and immediately a shocking sword shot out in an instant.
24 days! Finally reached the perfection of Shinto.
Yang Muqing stood up slowly. As he stood up, all the muscles and bones in his body made a crackling sound at this moment. He held his right hand out of thin air, and the space around him was completely distorted at this moment.
Boom!
The huge sound made the entire confinement room tremble.
It's a pity that only Shinto is perfect.
Yang Muqing couldn't help but sigh. In just 24 days, he passed through several barriers from the early stage of Shinto, to the middle, late, and peak stages of Shinto, and then to the present perfection. These realms are enough to stop 99% of people. Each realm requires some people thousands of years to break through. But even so, he was still a little dissatisfied. After all, Yang Muqing hopes to reach the Divine Sea realm at once. But no matter what, this practice is an absolutely explosive breakthrough. All this seems impossible, but it is logical. After all, not everyone can possess the innate divine tree as an auxiliary cultivation item. And not everyone can possess the ancient heaven-swallowing technique, a heaven-defying skill. It is precisely because of the combination of these 2 points that Yang Muqing was able to achieve such a rapid and incredible breakthrough in the eyes of outsiders.
I still need a Shinto master. I have Step Shinto. These are the last 2 realms. But there is only the last 2 months left.
2 months. 2 small realms. Difficult. Too difficult. Sighing helplessly, Yang Muqing walked out of the confinement room.
Uncle Master is out of seclusion.
For a while, the news spread everywhere.
Master Uncle! Master Uncle! Master Uncle Jinan!
Wherever Yang Muqing passed, the disciples of Wandao Sword Sect shouted respectfully one by one. These disciples had reverence on their faces. Yang Muqing had changed a lot at this moment. Standing in front of him, he felt more and more insignificant, like an ant. Although they had felt this way before, now that Yang Muqing had come out of seclusion, this feeling had become stronger.
Master Uncle!
After just 2 steps, Jin Liang arrived.
Huh?
Jin Liang couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Yang Muqing. He is not like an ordinary disciple who cannot feel Yang Muqing's cultivation.
Uncle Master, have you reached the perfection of Shinto?
Jin Liang's face was filled with shock.
Yes, we have just reached the perfection of Shinto.
Yang Muqing nodded and asked.
Jin Liang, what's the matter? That's right.
Jin Liang replied.
I want you to be the next sect leader of Wandao Sword Sect. With your current reputation and your current status, there will definitely be no objection if you take over as the sect leader.
The leader of the Wandao Sword Sect? Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows. If others had heard the news, they would have been overjoyed. But for him, it felt a bit tricky. After all, he is now striving to improve his cultivation level, and wants to reach the Divine Sea cultivation level earlier. If he takes over as the sect leader, I am afraid that he will have no choice but to stay in the Wandao Sword Sect unswervingly, let alone continue to practice. He may be entangled in various trivial matters.
Uncle Master, there is no need to answer me right away.
Jin Liang saw the troubled expression on Yang Muqing's face.
It's just that, apart from you, I really can't think of a more outstanding genius. I have a candidate,
Yang Muqing said with a smile. Had a conversation with Jin Liang. Yang Muqing promised to find a suitable candidate for the sect master, and Yang Muqing also asked for some secret maps of Kyushu from Jin Liang. After all, previously, Yang Muqing's cultivation level was not high enough to break into these secret realms. But now that his cultivation level is raised, it is naturally extremely simple. There might be some good spiritual treasures in these secret realms that could allow him to reach the level of Divine Sea in just 2 months. Although the chance is slim, Yang Muqing will never give up so easily. Certainly, Yang Mucheng will not enter these secret realms randomly. His time is limited now. He can only enter one secret realm in 2 months. It was Axiana who volunteered to choose the secret realm for Yang Mucheng. After all, she was once a princess of the Dacian dynasty, and had a very thorough understanding of Kyushu tens of thousands of years ago. So she might be able to gain some unexpected benefits. Among all the maps, Axiana glanced at them, and selected a secret place without even taking half a stick of incense. Here! Yang Mucheng looked at the secret map that Axiana selected, and suddenly showed a strange look. Chapter 1147 Tianlang 5 Elements Mountain. The 7 Secret Realms of Kyushu. Polai Fairy Island. Dongtu Coast. Kunlun Mountain Peak. Yaoqi Secret Realm. Qinling Heavenly Realm. These are extremely terrifying existences. Not even a being like Jin Liang dared to enter at will. Even when Yang Mucheng got these secret realm maps, Jin Liang mainly recommended these 7 secret realms. Although these secret realms have been trampled by countless people, there are still some leftovers left by their predecessors. If you enter them, you might be able to find some spiritual treasures. However, Axiana directly skipped the so-called 7 secret realms and chose Sirius Mountain instead.
Sirius Mountain?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and looked at Axiana in surprise. Notice, this is just an ordinary secret realm. It has been explored more than 1,000 years ago, and the entire secret realm has been turned upside down. Later, the entire Tianlang Mountain was occupied by a sect. That small sect relied on the spirit gathering array left in the secret territory of Tianlang Mountain to become a 3rd-tier sect in one fell swoop. That sect was also changed to the Tianlang sect. But this Tianlang sect is experiencing many disasters. There are always some powerful monsters appearing there for no apparent reason. Most of them are nascent souls, or even demon kings in the Zifu realm. The Tianlang sect, a 3rd-tier sect, is naturally very troublesome to deal with these demon kings. Therefore, sometimes we have to ask for help from other sects. And since Tianlang sect is one of the affiliated sects of Wandao Sword sect, Wandao Sword sect often sends some disciples to help. As for these monsters that appear out of nowhere, no matter how much research you do, you can't get to the bottom of it.
That's right. It's Tianlang Mountain,
Axiana said with a smile.
Young Emperor, you may not know, this Tianlang Mountain, formerly known as Tianlang 5 Elements Mountain, is the forest garden of the Dacian dynasty. The 7 secret realms have been turned upside down. Even if you go in, you still have to look for it.
Not much. If you want to reach the Divine Sea stage in this last period, you can only try your luck at Tianlang 5 Elements Mountain.
Yang Mucheng couldn't help but condense, and nodded after a moment. Right. Wherever there are any secrets in the 7 secret realms, those there have long been turned upside down, even to the ground. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. How can we achieve great success without hard work and a good gamble? Lu Yao seems to be in Tianlang 5 Elements Mountain as well. Her talent is also the best I have ever seen. Just in time, I can recommend her to Jin Liang.
Yang Mucheng thought to himself. In fact, as early as when Jin Liang needed to find a sect leader, Yang Mucheng thought of Lu Yao. Lu Yao is his disciple, which means he is his. Lu Yao, on the other hand, is doing a mission in Tianlang 5 Elements Mountain. Since the members of the Dragon Hall of the Dacian dynasty have all joined the Wandao Sword sect, they will naturally be dispatched by the sect. This is what Yang Mucheng meant. He didn't want Wandao Sword sect to give too many preferential treatment to the people of Longtang for his sake. Warriors can only improve through experience. Too much preferential treatment will make them become flowers in the greenhouse. Just go to Tianlang 5 Elements Mountain and take a look at Lu Yao, Yang Mucheng said. In this way, Yang Mucheng brought Axiana to Tianlang Mountain. At this moment, the disciples of the Tianlang sect all looked anxious, as if there was something urgent. There were even groups of disciples rushing towards the outside of the sect in groups of 3 or 3. And some disciples were lying on stretchers and being carried back. It looked like a war had broken out. With so many people coming and going in such a hurry, Yang Mucheng and Axiana walking against the current naturally attracted the attention of many people.
Where is Lu Yao?
Yang Mucheng casually grabbed the disciple who passed by and asked aloud.
Are you here to see Senior Sister Lu? Sure enough. At this juncture, only people from outside will look for Senior Sister Lu. Humph. This kind of dandy young master brings a maid with him when he goes out. It's not a good thing at first glance.
The disciples of the Tianlang sect were talking a lot, although they lowered their voices. How could they hide it from Yang Mucheng's eyes and ears? He looked at the disciple in front of him playfully and asked with a smile.
Could it be that besides me, someone else is looking for Lu Yao? Yes.
The disciple cocked his head and looked at Yang Mucheng.
Recently, too many young masters like you have come to pursue senior sister Lu. I advise you to go back quickly. There are more people who are better than you. And there are more people who are better than you. Senior sister Lu can't even look at it. I'll look at you squarely. You don't have to worry about this. Just leave me there,
Yang Mucheng said with a smile. Seeing that Yang Mucheng was determined not to give up, the disciple snorted coldly and led Yang Mucheng towards the outside of the mountain. Along the way, this disciple introduced many situations. It turned out that Lu Yao came to perform a mission on behalf of the Wandao sword sect, which shocked everyone in the Tianlang sect. Coupled with her strong strength, she has long become the goddess in the hearts of Tianlang sect disciples. Originally, this task only took 3 or 4 days to complete. But who knew that those demon kings would appear one after another? So that Lu Yao stayed in the Tianlang sect for 3 or 4 months. When some disciples from nearby sects heard that Lu Yao was here, they couldn't help but come over to take a look. Some of the elder sons and the sect leader's nephews have become Lu Yao's suitors.
Are you also a suitor of senior sister Lu? All of senior sister Lu's suitors are quite high in terms of status. There is one who is even a strong man from the Z Mansion. His father is the leader of a second-tier sect, except for him in addition. There are some people of high status who are all around senior sister Lu. The gifts these people give to senior sister Lu are also extraordinary,
this disciple said without leaving any trace. He wanted Yang Mucheng to retreat and stop pestering Lu Yao.
Oh, what are you sending?
Yang Mucheng asked casually.
Zhao Yunhai is the most generous. He gave senior sister Lu a middle-grade spiritual treasure,
the disciple said. Zhao Yunhai is the son of the powerful man from the Purple Mansion and the leader of the second-tier sect. After the disciple finished speaking, he looked at Yang Mucheng proudly. He expected to see a shocked and surprised expression on Yang Mucheng's face. But who expected that Yang Mucheng's face was calm and indifferent?
How dare you give away middle-grade things from the ground level?
Axianu burst out laughing. The disciple hesitated for a moment and glanced at Yang Mucheng coldly. He stopped talking and thought again in his heart. You don't even look down on the middle-grade spiritual treasures of the earth level? I don't believe what kind of things you can come up with. When the time comes, you won't need senior sister Lu to drive them away. I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with those suitors of senior sister Lu. Soon, the two of them arrived at Lu Yao's location. Chapter 1148 Love Rival? Lu Yao's location was in ruins. This is the Tianlang sect's elixir field. A giant turtle jumped out of nowhere and ate most of the herbs in the elixir field. The disciples guarding the elixir field were all injured. Even Lu Yao spent a lot of effort to deal with this demon king, the master of nascent soul. Now, Lu Yao is sitting on this big turtle and carefully wiping the sword in her hand. Lu Yao was surrounded by people, but no one dared to take a step closer. Lu Yao is known as an iceberg beauty, who doesn't show color to others and doesn't even allow you to get close to her. The previous Zhao Yunhai wanted to use his identity and cultivation to suppress Lu Yao, but was directly injured by Lu Yao's magic weapon. Now he is obediently staying aside, just like other suitors.
Did you see it? Senior sister Lu is right there.
The disciple led Yang Mucheng to the elixir field and pointed at the girl on the big turtle.
However, she may not meet you, so I advise you to go back. If you dare to stalk her, her suitors will beat you out without senior sister Lu taking action. She'll meet me.
Yang Mucheng smiled and stood with his hands behind his back.
Go and tell her that her saint has come to see her. Your Majesty?
When the disciple heard Yang Mucheng's words, he couldn't help but shake his head. He knows. If I say these words in front of everyone, I'm afraid I don't know what kind of consequences it will have.
Miss Yao, your swordsmanship is getting better and better. This big turtle is the demon king of Master Yuaning. It's called the Huangting 10,000 Spirit Turtle. It has rough skin and thick flesh, and its defense is amazing.
A young man clapped his hands and praised.
I didn't expect you to find the vital point with one strike and kill it without even giving it a chance to counterattack. Yes. Yes.
There was a sound of praise all around. Lu Yao's expression was as usual. She held a sword flower in her right hand and put away the sword.
As far as I know, this Imperial Court 10,000 Spirit Turtle is a demon king who loves water. This place is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the nearest lakes are hundreds of miles away. How could it come here? Who knows?
Another young master looked at the demon king, shook his head and said,
There is something strange in Tianlang Mountain. I don't know how many rare and exotic beasts have appeared. Some of these rare and exotic beasts are ancient alien species tens of thousands of years ago, which have long been extinct, can still appear.
Lu Yao nodded and said nothing. At this time, a disciple squeezed out from the crowd.
Lin Xian, why are you back? Didn't I ask you to go back?
Lu Yao looked at the other party in surprise. This Lin Xian is the young disciple who led Yang Mucheng. He cupped his hands to Lu Yao and said,
Senior Sister Lu, someone wants to see you. Not see.
Lu Yao raised her eyebrows. During this period of time, I was performing tasks in the Wandao sword sect. And these dandy brothers were like flies. Very annoying. Now there is another one. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, thinking of Yang Mucheng's words, and said,
Senior Sister Lu, that person also asked me to pass on a message to you. He asked me to tell you, your family's saint has come up to see you.
Lu Yao held back her words of expulsion and stopped abruptly. Your Majesty? A trace of surprise, nostalgia, shock, shyness suddenly appeared on her cold and dusty face. This word made her lose the ability to think, as if she had turned into a statue. And she was stunned. Before Lu Yao could reply, the young masters around him had already shouted,
What kind of saints are you? If you don't see me, please tell him to get out. How can there be an emperor in the martial arts world? Could it be that the emperor in the secular world knows about Miss Yao? Let him go.
Listening to the burst of shouts, Lin Xian secretly shook his head. He had already expected this kind of scene. However, just when Lin Xian was about to reply, Lu Yao had already stood up and rushed out, showing no trace of the iceberg beauty's demeanor, leaving only a group of people staring at each other. Bewildered, everyone looked in surprise, only to see the goddess in their hearts throwing herself directly into the arms of a young man.
Your Majesty!
Lu Yao came to her senses and quickly let go of Yang Mucheng. After all, the young man in front of her was not only her savior, but also her saint, her master, and her sect's great uncle. All this time, she could only keep her feelings deep in her heart and dare not express them. But she hadn't seen Yang Mucheng for a long time, so she lost her temper for a while.
Well, long time no see.
Yang Mucheng patted Lu Yao's head gently. This scene immediately caused the young masters present to freeze on the spot, unable to believe their eyes. The iceberg goddess, who had always been stern with everyone, actually greeted such a brat with a smile. And she still acted like a little girl. She would be as well behaved as she wanted. Some people were immediately dumbfounded. You know, they usually don't dare to get even half a step closer to Lu Yao for fear of making her angry.
Who is this guy? And why does he give Miss Yao such special treatment? Oh my god! No wonder Miss Yao has always been so serious about us. It turns out that she already has someone in her heart?
The young masters around were beating their chests and stamping their feet one by one. Some were extremely shocked, and some were even more excited. How could they endure that the woman they had tried so hard to get was actually snatched away by someone else? As for Lin Xian, his eyes widened even more. He originally thought that this prodigal son would be driven away by Lu Yao. But who would have thought that such a scene would happen?
Humph! He's just a pretty boy. Yes, this pretty boy looks like he has known Miss Yao for a long time. Maybe it's because the two of them have known each other for a long time, so they can rely on this relationship to get into Miss Yao's heart.
There were also some people who quickly came to their senses. After all, if you dare to pursue Lu Yao, you must at least be somewhat capable. Otherwise, he would have been driven away by other suitors long ago. These people glanced at Yang Mucheng's body, showing a hint of disdain. Yang Mucheng's body was empty, without any fluctuation of internal energy.
He's just a mortal. Yes, a mortal who doesn't know the slightest bit of cultivation can only live for 100 years at most. Once 100 years pass, he will turn into a pile of lust. How can he compete with us?
Everyone ate the taste first, and then came to their senses. With their status and strength, bullying a mortal is easier than crushing an ant. How could an ordinary person like him be worthy of the goddess in their hearts? Soon, they completely ignored Yang Mucheng. Such a small character was not considered a love rival at all. Chapter 1149, Too Much Strength?
Your Majesty, why did you come to Tianling Mountain?
Lu Yao glanced around, couldn't help but frown, took Yang Mucheng's arm, and came to a close corner.
I came to Tianling Mountain to do business. I heard that you were doing a mission here, so I stopped by to see you. Jin Liang asked me to be the leader of Wandao Sword Sect, but I didn't agree. I recommended you to him.
Yang Mucheng, he said with a smile.
What can I do?
Lu Yao was shocked.
If I say you can do it, you can do it. Besides, you still have time. Your talent and potential are very strong. With me as your backer, no one will question you.
Yang Muchung nodded and said,
As for me, maybe I will have to leave this star after a while. If I leave like this, I don't know how many years it will take for me to come back.
Lu Yao's face flashed with a trace of gloom. She had known that Yang Muchung was traveling, and she thought that he would not leave again when he came back this time. But who would have thought that she would learn such shocking information?
Your Majesty, what are you doing in Tianlang Mountain this time?
Lu Yao quickly cheered up. Yang Muchung briefly introduced Axianu and told Axiana's previous speculations.
This is most likely a royal forest garden. Perhaps due to some relationship. Some beings in the royal garden ran out of the formation.
Lu Yao's eyes widened. She knows. The so-called royal gardens are hunting grounds. This kind of hunting ground is very common in some countries in the mortal world. But she really doesn't know what the hunting ground looked like tens of thousands of years ago.
That's just another dimension,
Axiana said.
When the immortal gate is not closed. The royal forest garden is a strong man who splits the space and hides it in the gaps in the space. The periphery is hidden with a large magic circle. Regardless of entering or exiting, the magic circle needs to be opened. The periphery of Tianlang Mountain is just outside of Linyuan. The real core has yet to be discovered. Perhaps because it took too long. Something went wrong with the magic circle. So some demon kings escaped from the cracks in space.
Only then did Lu Yao understand. Tianlang Mountain has never been peaceful. Some weird and rare beasts always pop up. Even the strong man who has half-stepped into nirvana can't find an Iduan. He didn't expect that the problem is hidden here. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise like thunder suddenly resounded above everyone's heads. This time, everyone's eyes were attracted by this terrifying loud sound. However, he saw a wave of water like ripples spread out in the midair. And suddenly, a giant leg as huge as a stone pillar, as if it was stretching out from the void, crackling through the dense woods. It hit the ground with a crash. A terrifying rhinoceros-like demon king came out. And in an instant, a tide-like aura surged around in horror. This terrifying aura made everyone present feel inexplicably frightened. And, just when everyone was shocked, another burst of light bloomed in the void. An eagle-shaped demon king also flew out of the void.
The demon king who is half a step into the Zifu realm. And it's both ends at once.
Zhao Yunhai was shocked when he saw this existence. Lu Yao's cultivation level is only that of Yuanian Grandmaster. With her strength, she will never be able to deal with this demon king. Almost subconsciously, Zhao Yunhai wanted to help. But soon, he was stopped by another young master.
What?
Zhao Yunhai asked.
Wait before taking action. This is your chance to kill someone with a borrowed knife.
The young man glanced at Yang Muchung. The two demon kings appeared at the same time. And Lu Yao couldn't stop them at all. So the scene was bound to be chaotic. By then, Lu Yao will definitely not be able to take care of this pretty boy. Maybe, this pretty boy will be scared to death in front of the demon king. And his image will be greatly reduced in Lu Yao's mind. At that time, there would be no need for them to take action. And Lu Yao would realize that this pretty boy was not from the same world as her.
Good idea.
Zhao Yunhai nodded secretly. For them, although they did not regard Yang Muchung as a love rival, they did not want to see the woman they liked being so close to such a pretty boy. The eagle-shaped demon king let out a sharp cry, flapped its wings, and rushed towards Lu Yao with a hurricane. The terrifying speed brought up a strong gust of wind. And the same goes for the rhinoceros-like demon king. That rock-like body didn't care about the scattered forest at all, and used a strange force to forcefully squeeze away the giant trees with a diameter of several meters, and rushed towards Lu Yao.
Sister Lu, be careful.
This scene appeared too fast and so suddenly, except for a few people who reacted. The others didn't even know what was going on. After reacting, he immediately let out bursts of howls. For a moment, the scene became chaotic.
Tian noise.
Yang Muchung frowned slightly. He finally stood here chatting with Lu Yao, but was inconspicuously disturbed by the Demon King. Even the great Demon King would not dare to make such a mistake in front of him. Looking sideways at the Demon Kings charging from both sides, Yang Muchung snorted coldly and raised his right hand slightly. This wave seemed to be an understatement, but in the eyes of everyone, it was like overwhelming. A gust of wind followed, and a gust of wind that destroyed the heaven and earth suddenly erupted from Tianlang Mountain. The two demon kings attacking from both ends were like being slashed by a knife under the hurricane. The skinny ones were minced. As the strong wind passed by, the towering ancient trees that penetrated deeply into the earth were also uprooted. Everyone present felt as if they were swaying around and almost unsteady on their feet. But this strong wind came and passed quickly. Before everyone could recover, the strong wind had already subsided. But after the strong wind passed, everyone looked at this place again, and their scalps were all numb. They discovered that the mountain peak in front of them had been completely flattened to the ground by the opponent's wave. Call. The wind blew. It was different from the previous strong wind. Just a light breeze. But everyone present could not help but shudder and came back to their senses. Everyone seemed to be frozen. Even the idiots, who are the most idiots of these wealthy young men who pursue Liu Yao, have reflected on this. This young man wearing a big black robe. No matter how he is a pretty boy, he is clearly a powerful person with terrifying strength. With a wave of his hand, he killed 2 demon kings and razed a hill to the ground. This kind of person is definitely qualified to compete with them for Liu Yao. For a while, everyone looked at Yang Macheng with increased hostility. Yang Macheng was also dumbfounded as he looked at the shocking scene caused by his swipe. He did not recover for a long time. It was not until a moment later that he touched the tip of his nose in embarrassment and said helplessly,
I just came out of seclusion recently, and I haven't fully mastered my own strength yet. It seems that I used too much strength before.
Chapter 1150. His name is Yang Macheng. A little strong? Hearing Yang Macheng's words, everyone present felt like they were about to collapse. This isn't just a bit too strong. It's simply too much.
That is?
Just when everyone was shocked, a sudden cry resounded. But see! Lin Xian's eyes fell on a stone tablet. This stone tablet is engraved with fancy patterns, with the mark of a real dragon on it, and a lot of fonts engraved on it. But it's just that it's so old that it's blurry. Obviously, this stone tablet was buried in the mountain before, and was swept out by Yang Macheng's sleeve.
It's really here!
Axiana looked at this stone tablet, and couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised.
The entrance to Lin Yuan is right here! Really?
Even Yang Macheng couldn't help but look surprised. Previously, when the two came to Tianlang Mountain, Axiana was still worried. After all, due to tens of thousands of years of time, vicissitudes of life, and changing terrain, it has long been different from what it once was. It may not be that easy to find the entrance to Lin Yuan. Unexpectedly, Yang Macheng accidentally found the stone tablet with this sleeve.
Yes, the stone tablet is here, so the entrance must be here.
Axiana wiped off the dust on the stone tablet with his hands. Although the writing on it was blurred, the two characters Lin Yuan could still be seen. Everyone around looked at the scene in front of them dumbfounded, not knowing what these people wanted to do. But see! Axiana came to the stone tablet and danced with her hands. The virtual space seemed to become a piece of strings. When she moved her 5 fingers, she made a crisp and pleasant sound. At the same time, a bright mark was struck by her and hit the stone tablet. Strange to say, every mark struck on the stone tablet was like someone using a pen to carve a golden font on the stone tablet. And it actually seemed to shine brightly.
Your Majesty, are there really any historic sites here?
Liu Yao looked at Axiana's movements and couldn't help but ask in a low voice.
The Heavenly Wolf sect has been here for thousands of years.
Yang Macheng squinted and said,
I don't know either. Huh?
Before he finished speaking, Yang Macheng made a sound of surprise. I just saw that the entire void was suddenly turbulent like the water surface. At first, there were only little ripples. But then, there were huge ripples, like heavy objects falling on the water. I just heard a bang. A huge ripple. The space was torn apart by madness at this moment, revealing a huge entrance. Wow! Almost as soon as the entrance appeared, everyone standing outside felt an unimaginable spiritual energy rushing towards their faces like a tide. For a moment, all the 18,000 pores in their bodies wanted to relax.
This is? What on earth is it? How come there is still such a space?
Everyone looked up, but they saw that inside the entrance, there was a cloud and mist, like a fairyland. The most striking thing is an island with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. There are countless rare treasures on it, as well as strange and rare beasts and monsters. Obviously this is an isolated space.
Opened!
Xian Nu exhaled a breath, looked back at Yang Macheng, and said,
Lin Yuan is opened in the cracks in space, and it cannot be opened without special means. It is not in Tianlang Mountain, nor is it anywhere. This area, the stone monument, is the entrance. Even if you find the entrance, it is useless to get the key.
I see. Yang Macheng nodded. Just by looking at this space with the naked eye, You can tell that it is extraordinary. It is also the territory of Wandao Sword Sect. If there is no means, it would have been discovered by Wandao Sword Sect long ago. Axenis said again.
Lin Yuan is divided into two parts. The outermost part has been occupied by the Tianlang sect. However, there is nothing valuable in the outer part. The most valuable thing is the inner core. But for tens of thousands of years, I don't know what's inside. What has it become? In that case, Lu Yao, just wait outside for a while.
Yang Mu became enlightened.
I want to go in too.
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yunhai interrupted.
Although you discovered this secret realm, everyone can enter the secret realm of heaven and earth.
Naturally, Zhao Yunhai would not let go of such an opportunity to shine. He just secretly hated it. He was originally an inconspicuous pretty boy, but he transformed into a peerless master. Now that I have found this secret place again, I am simply stealing the show in front of everyone. If he doesn't express his position anymore, I'm afraid he will lose face in front of Lu Yao. If you can find some spiritual treasure in this secret realm, you might be able to leap over the dragon's gate.
Your cultivation level is too low.
Unexpectedly, Yang Mucheng looked at Zhao Yunhai, shook his head and said,
My cultivation level is low?
Zhao Yunhai suddenly turned red. He is a man of purple cultivation, and is respected by everyone wherever he goes. Now he is said to be of low cultivation by this pretty boy. This is simply a shame. But when he thought of Yang Mucheng's power before, he suppressed his anger.
Even if your cultivation level is higher than mine, you still can't enter this secret realm.
Zhao Yunhai rolled his eyes, and said with a half-smile,
Why?
Yang Mucheng looked at him. Zhao Yunhai cleared his throat, and said with a smile,
The Wandao Sword Sect has a rule. Whenever a secret realm is discovered under the Wandao Sword Sect, the nearby sect must seal it off immediately, and report it to the Sword Sect to send people to investigate and deal with it. I am the eldest son of the master of Kamikaze Garden, so I naturally have the right to block this space.
Zhao Yunhai looked at Yang Mucheng with a smile, and sneered in his heart. So what if your cultivation level is high? In the martial arts world, you must have a corresponding identity and status. Chiffon Garden was a second-tier sect, and even the leader of the Tianlang sect had to be polite when he saw him. You're a pretty boy, but you want to compete with me for women? As long as I use some tricks, I can play with you in the midst of applause. However, he was feeling proud when he saw Yang Mucheng smiling and shaking his head.
No need. I belong to the Wandao Sword Sect, and I have already accepted this space.
With that said, Yang Mucheng walked forward. How could Zhao Yunhai allow him to enter the secret realm? He wanted to block the entrance and prevent Yang Mucheng from entering. But with a gentle push from Yang Mucheng's right hand, he was unable to move and was pushed away on the spot. When he came back to his senses, Yang Mucheng had already brought Axianu into the secret realm.
Boy, you still dare to show off.
Zhao Yunhai looked at Yang Mucheng who had entered the secret realm, and his teeth itched with hatred.
Miss Yao, this man broke into the secret realm openly. Why don't you stop him?
Lu Yao looked at Zhao Yunhai with a strange face and asked.
Stop him? Why should I stop him? Do you know who he is?
Zhao Yunhai snorted coldly.
No matter who he is, the rules of the secret realm are set by the Wandao Sword Sect, and no one is allowed to violate them. Who is he? And what qualifications does he have to take over this space?
Lu Yao only said one sentence and told Zhao Yunhai to shut up.
His name is Yang Mucheng.
At this moment, everyone turned pale. Chapter 1151 Royal Forest Garden. View.
Finally in.
Yang Mucheng stepped into the secret realm and let out a long breath.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe that there is such a mysterious space in the cracks in the void. I just don't know what else is in this space.
There was a surge. An Arsenal also walked in. Although, this space is the Royal Forest Garden, but Arsenal has never been in it many times. She only knew that this was the place where the royal family of the Dacian dynasty once hunted. There were also many rare treasures inside, but she didn't know their specific locations. But even if he knew, he still didn't know what kind of changes had been caused in these tens of thousands of years.
Ha ha. Then Zhao Yunhai is such an idiot. He actually wants to use his identity to suppress you.
Axiana glanced at the shocked people outside and couldn't help but mocked.
With their naked eyes, how can they know that you are the great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect? Just rely on them and want to show off in front of you to pursue Lu Yao.
Yang Mucheng smiled and shook his head.
They are just a bunch of clowns. They want to use their status and strength to suppress me. However, the things they are most proud of are not worth mentioning in front of me. If I am willing, I can destroy them with one hand. Eradicate the sect and knock them down into the bottomless abyss. Well, we have limited time. So let's hurry into the depths of the forest garden.
The words just fell. At this time, a giant eagle with wings spread several hundred meters flew from a distance. Its golden feathers shone with metallic luster, and looked very majestic from a distance. A pair of eagle eyes were extremely sharp, and Yang Muchung was spotted from a distance, and he rushed over quickly with a sharp cry. Een! The ear-splitting eagle cry echoed through the void, like a surging wave, sweeping out in all directions. This giant eagle has the cultivation level of Zifu. How terrifying is its power when it roars with all its strength. The void trembled crazily, and the seawater outside the island was bombarded, setting off turbulent waves.
Just in time. I'll capture you to lead the way.
Yang Muchung smiled faintly. This giant eagle may have very terrifying lethality against other people, but in front of him, it was just like a cat whispering. The huge sound wave rushed in front of him, like a breeze blowing on his face, and it couldn't even lift the corners of his clothes. The giant eagle in the realm of the Demon King is naturally psychic. When he heard Yang Muchung's words, the Eagle King suddenly became furious.
Call!
Its wings suddenly spread out. Demonic energy exploded, and the sharp wings slashed like giant knives. Even the air was chopped into pieces.
Ha ha!
Yang Muchung laughed loudly, and immediately let go. Boom! How terrifying is his perfect cultivation of the divine way. Almost as soon as his cultivation level was revealed, the Demon King was completely stunned, as if a mobilization technique had been cast on him, and he could no longer move. A pair of eagle eyes looked at Yang Muchung with fear and shock. It was obvious that it had never thought that such a terrifying existence would enter the Linyuan.
You take me to the center of Linyuan, and I will naturally let you go. If you dare to use any tricks, I will not let you go easily.
Yang Muchung flew and landed on the back of the giant eagle and said calmly. How dare the giant eagle resist? The aura that Yang Muchung revealed earlier scared him out of his wits. He nodded obediently, spread his wings, and flew quickly.
Boom!
The giant eagle flew up and rushed towards the depths of the forest garden. Certainly, although the giant eagle is fast, in Yang Muchung's opinion, it is nothing. If he was willing to fly, this Eagle King would not be able to catch up even if he tried to flatter his horse. But Axiana reminded Yang Muchung that although this forest garden was once a hunting place for members of the royal family, there was also a big demon king in it. And there were some dangers.
Why should there be dangers in a hunting place?
Yang Muchung was very surprised.
What you don't know is that Kyushu was the most lively and prosperous star in this galaxy with its strong aura at the time. Countless immortal sects have opened branches here. As the first dynasty of Kyushu,
our Dakian dynasty naturally has to have children from the royal family. If you don't have enough training, how can you suppress the immortal sect?
Arsenal shrugged.
So in this forest garden, there is a big demon king, trap formations, and treasures of heaven and earth. It is the place for my dynasty to gain experience. It's a pity that later the spiritual energy faded and the dynasty disappeared.
After a while, the giant eagle flew to the island. This is the largest island, and there are some small islands scattered around, but they are not very good. Originally, Yang Muchung planned to ride the giant eagle to the center of the island. But after entering the island, the giant eagle no longer dared to take a step forward anyway. Yang Muchung knew that there must be something extraordinary in this island. So he jumped off the back of the giant eagle and prepared to observe on foot. The first place the two went to was a ruins. Previously, Yang Muchung discovered this fragment of wall on the back of the giant eagle. Although it is in ruins, the glorious appearance of tens of thousands of years ago can still be seen here.
This is the palace. When we entered the forest garden to hunt, we would rest here.
Asian Nu looked at things and thought about people. His eyes were slightly dim. Yang Muchung remained silent. If he returns to Kyushu tens of thousands of years later and sees the Wandao sword sect and the Dakian dynasty falling apart, he will probably be like her. But Yang Muchung did not forget the purpose of coming in this time. He came here to find the treasure of heaven and earth. Although these people may have taken away a lot of good things when they left, but now that they are here, they cannot just leave empty-handed. But they must also check to see if there are any good things that have been missed. Yang Muchung simply let go of his spiritual thoughts, taking the ruins as the center and sweeping out in all directions. The spiritual thoughts were formless and formless, and everything they passed was clearly imprinted in his mind, even clearer than what he could see with his eyes. Wherever he passed, any obstacle turned into nothingness in front of him. even if it was hundreds of meters deep into the ground. Yang Mu searched through Chengdu and never let it go. However, after searching like this, he really found some good things.
Wanshan Forest Garden Grass. The best spiritual treasure of the earth. 9 Nether Mountain Walking Tree. A quasi-celestial level spiritual treasure. Golden Crow Fruit. Quasi-heaven level.
The spiritual thoughts covered it and searched every inch. At his level of cultivation, the earth-level spiritual treasures have completely lost their effectiveness. The lowest level must be a quasi-heaven level existence. Although the effect of absorbing spiritual treasures has been weakened many times for Yang Maicheng. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still flesh. If he wants to reach the level of Shanghai within 2 months and fight countless geniuses, he can only search for all possibilities. Soon, he found an underground treasure house. Whether it was because it was ignored or because those people forgot to check it when they left, there were actually many spiritual treasures left in it, which naturally gave Yang Maicheng an advantage. However, when his mind searched forward again, he was completely stunned.
Impossible. How could there be such a thing in this space?
Chapter 1152 Links Your Mind. Black Stone. In the martial arts world, black stones are the most important currency. Whether it is sect transactions or transactions between countries, these things are inseparable. However, Yang Maicheng never carries it with him. He is the Emperor of Dakian and the great uncle of Wandao Sword Master. He can have whatever he wants. The mysterious stone is just a decoration for him. The spirit stone is a higher level existence than the black stone. Of course, spiritual stones also contain spiritual energy. It is formed from high concentration of spiritual energy crystals. A piece of spiritual stone as big as a palm is equivalent to a pool of spiritual liquid. But spiritual stones also have levels. The higher the level of the spiritual stone, the purer and greater the concentration of spiritual energy contained in it. But no matter how wealthy Yang Maicheng was, he never thought of using spiritual stones to improve his cultivation. Because this spirit stone is so rare. There are only about a dozen low-grade spirit stones in the entire Dakian dynasty. Even the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect only has a few $dozen to maintain the formation of the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect. Now, there is a mineral vein among this island. Tongue!
Yang Maicheng stood up directly. If there is a vein of minerals, I might be able to find a way to break through. Only, when Yang Maicheng's spiritual thought surged forward again, he found that something seemed to be blocking the progress of his spiritual thoughts.
I don't know if it's the formation or some other existence that blocks my spiritual thoughts. But what I want, no matter who is blocking it in front, I will get it. Tongue!
Yang Maicheng tiptoed and rushed forward quickly. He was extremely excited. If he had known that there were spiritual stone veins in this space, he would have come here long ago. Spirit stones can be used to set up formations, refine weapons, refine elixirs, etc. In his opinion, this vein of spirit stone should be the formation that maintains the entire space. After a while, Yang Maicheng arrived at the center of the entire island. He just glanced at it, showing a hint of astonishment. In front of him, there was a strange square altar. The 4 stone sculptures are like guards, protecting this huge altar. This stone sculpture looks like a guard with a sword in the palace. Yang Maicheng narrowed his eyes. He had already expected it. If he steps into this altar, he will inevitably be attacked by these 4 stone sculptures. And these 4 stone sculptures cover the 4 directions. Like a large array of 4 elephants. It is they that isolate Yang Maicheng's spiritual thoughts.
That is?
What made Yang Maicheng particularly shocked was that there was an item stored in the center of the altar. That, surprisingly, is the Dragon Tail Bracelet. The Dragon Tail Bracelet is the key to lighting up the 108 dragon patterns in the Shurlong Mountains. I originally thought that being able to get 2 of the tail bracelets would be my great luck. But I didn't expect that there is also one here. Bracelet! To know, the Shurlong Mountain range is an existence that even the powerful Tai cannot conquer. With a thought in his heart, Yang Maicheng hurriedly stepped forward. Suddenly, there was a strange movement from the 4 statues. Boom! 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 In this terrifying movement, the 4 statues turned their bodies in unison, and their ordinary eyes emitted strange colors at the same time. Then, these 4 statues quickly rushed towards Yang Maicheng's location. Really? Yang Maicheng's eyes showed a hint of anticipation, and he smiled and shook his head. Phew! Faced with the bombardment of the 4 statues, Yang Maicheng waved his right hand and didn't care at all. His current cultivation level has reached the peak of the divine way. Although he has not yet truly reached the realm of the Divine Sea, his combat power is comparable to that of the Divine Sea. In his opinion, how could these 4 stone statues withstand his blow? Suddenly a strong wind blew up, and a small handprint could be seen rushing out quickly, hitting the stone sculpture's chest with a bang sound. Really, one of the stone statues that rushed towards him had his chest dented with a deep palm print on the spot, and it was even punched through. Facing the other 3 stone statues, Yang Muchung did not hold back. He flicked his fingers and heard 3 bang 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 sounds. The head of the stone statue exploded on the spot and fell heavily to the ground. As soon as he retracted his right hand, he immediately took out the dragon's tail bracelet suspended above the altar. Buzz! I got the dragon tail bracelet. Suddenly it buzzed and trembled, turned into a stream of light, and penetrated into the space between Yang Muchung's eyebrows. At this moment, Yang Muchung saw with his spiritual thoughts that the dragon's tail bracelet was thrown into the body of Shilong Mountain. Suddenly 3 dragon patterns lit up on Shilong Mountain's body, and at the same time, Yang Muchung also felt that he seemed to have more control over the Shilong Mountain range. At the same time, the power of the Shilong Mountain range has become even greater.
Axianu, do you know what this dragon's tail bracelet is?
Yang Muchung asked.
I don't know. This dragon's tail bracelet has existed since the founding of the Dakian dynasty. I have found relevant descriptions in the royal collection. This bracelet is an unsealed thing,
Axianu said.
The unsealed thing?
Yang Muchung's face showed a hint of surprise. As the name suggests, some powerful beings, perhaps because they cannot control it, will issue layer after layer of seals. Generally, several layers of seals are enough to prevent a powerful being from reincarnation. What kind of existence is this Shilong Mountain range that actually contains 108 seals? Could it be that it is really a dragon?
Maybe. This stone dragon mountain range is really a dragon,
Yang Muchung condensed.
Whether it's the dragon pattern between my eyebrows or the scene when I use 2 dragon tail bracelets to subdue it. Even if it's not a real dragon, it's still the same. Even now, when I face this stone dragon mountain range, I still find it terrifying.
Yang Muchung was shocked. It originally thought that after reaching the peak of Shinto, it would have the authority to control the Shilong Mountains. But as his strength improved, he became more and more aware of the horror of the Shilong Mountains. Calm your mind. Yang Muchung knew that this Shilong Mountain range had exceeded the level it could understand. With his current strength and cultivation, he is still unable to access the secrets held by the Shilong Mountains.
That's it. It's better to get the mineral vein first,
Yang Muchung said. A gentle tap of his foot caused an earthquake. Just hearing the sound of tearing, the earth seemed to be torn apart by someone, or even more like it was splitting waves and automatically getting out of the way in front of Yang Muchung. And at the bottom of the ground, a spiritual stone mine appeared. I saw that this vein was only a few meters long, like a python, sleeping underground. Rather than describing it as a vein, it would be more vivid to say it is a pile of ore. But these spiritual stones are extremely precious, and in Yang Muchung's eyes, they are like treasures. Chapter 1153 The Great Crisis in Kyushu. Yang Muchung's eyes were filled with heat.
This vein is enough for me to mine hundreds of spiritual stones. Unfortunately, these spiritual stones are all low grade. Otherwise, it can definitely elevate me to the level of Divine Sea. That's all. Let's forget about it for now. Let's absorb all these spirit stones first. We'll tell you what level we will reach when the time comes.
Clang. With a stroke of his right hand, the mineral vein was dug out from the ground. The entire secret realm was very safe, so Yang Muchung did not need to find another place. After throwing out the mineral vein, he started practicing on the spot. Moreover, even if a foreign enemy breaks in, Arsenal will be there, which is no joke. Axiana has absorbed countless souls, and his cultivation has now reached the middle stage of the Shinto realm. Even the bone dragon named John Slave has finally reached the Shinto realm.
Crack!
He grabbed a spiritual stone with his right hand and inhaled fiercely. And suddenly a thick smoke came out of the spiritual stone. Yang Muchung opened his mouth fiercely, and the white smoke turned into a small dragon, extending several meters, making a crackling sound in the void, and penetrated into his body.
Comfortable.
This moment, Yang Muchung felt that his whole body, from muscles and bones to skin and flesh, was greedily devouring this pure spiritual energy. And he couldn't help but cheered. The spiritual energy in this spiritual stone is no less than that of the innate sacred tree. When the spiritual energy is poured into the body, it is like 1 or 2 horned dragons rolling inside the body. and the whole body feels relaxed.
Snapped.
About an hour later, the spiritual stone gradually lost its color, and finally turned into a transparent stone. It also turned into a piece of powder in Yang Muqing's hands, and quietly dissipated. This means that the spiritual energy in the spiritual stone has been completely absorbed by Yang Muqing.
Continue.
Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Muqing grabbed the next spiritual stone, and continued to practice. Just when Yang Muqing was in retreat, someone from the immortal sect came. But not Mr. Elegance and Xiaoqing. Someone came earlier than them. Naturally, he was from Xuanzong, Pengli Immortal Island, one of the 7 secret realms. Suddenly erupted with a burst of bright light. And then a group of people suddenly appeared. The person with the highest cultivation level is a young man dressed like a Confucian scholar. He seems to be frail, but his aura is particularly terrifying. He has actually reached the late stage of the Divine Sea. Moreover, the inner energy is condensed, and the aura is vast, far beyond what the ordinary Divine Sea can match. Everyone, led by the young man. The rest of the people were all dressed up like the immortal sect, and their cultivation levels were not weak, and they had all reached the realm of the Divine Sea.
Ahem. Cough. Cough. It turns out that this is the star continent that has been abandoned for a long time. The air here is too turbid, far inferior to that of our sect. If I stay here for a moment longer, I even suspect that I will be poisoned and die.
A disciple frowning.
Yes. Such a star has probably already fallen. How can there be a strong person?
Another person said.
You actually sent us here to check it out? Shut up.
At this time, the Confucian young man spoke. His indifferent words immediately silenced everyone present.
Yi Qinghan and Chen Jiuyang secretly left the sect and came to the star. According to the sect's laws, they had committed a capital crime and should be taken back for execution. However, they died inexplicably on this star. Xuanzong's people, even if they commit heinous crimes, will not allow others to deal with them. This time we have to find the murderer and kill him as a warning to others.
All the disciples nodded. The Confucian young man said again.
Although this star has declined, it once had its glory, and there may still be some powerful people from the Divine Sea left here.
Everyone looked stunned, but they didn't care much. Similar to the declining stars, Xuanzong did not know how many they had captured. So what if there are powerful people from the Divine Sea on this star? The powerful Shanghai warriors born under this concentration of spiritual energy have low combat effectiveness and are not as good as their real immortal sect. As for more powerful existences, they will definitely not appear on this star, because those who are the most powerful are more sensitive to spiritual energy than anyone else. Those people who exist may have left Kyushu the moment the spiritual energy appeared and subsided. Otherwise they would have perished here.
You 3 are in groups. One sect and one sect are asking.
The Confucian young man glanced at everyone and spoke calmly.
Conquer this star by the way. Recently, Xuanzong found another star suitable for habitation and needs some slaves. These people in Jiuzhou are really too good. Their inheritance is incomplete, and their orthodoxy is incomplete. So they can be enslaved. If you don't obey, I think you all should know what to do.
The Confucian young man put his hands behind his back and spoke in a protracted tone, with a hint of awe-inspiring killing intent flashing in his eyes.
Yes.
A total of 9 disciples were divided into 3 groups, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared on the spot. Same day, a catastrophe occurred in Kyushu. One of the groups was the first to find a frontline evil sect and openly challenged the strong men of that sect. This sect is called Jinghan Temple. Compared with its overall strength, this Jinghan Temple is even stronger than Maluo Tianxiang Temple. How can you meet the most powerful person in this sect whenever you want, and challenge them whenever you want? But the strength of these 3 people is unfathomable, and they have all reached the Divine Sea realm. Although he is only a warrior in the early stage of the Divine Sea, he can fight against those in the middle and even later stages of the Divine Sea. If the 3 of them join forces, they can even easily kill the late Shanghai Temple of Terror. Square. A figure was directly blasted down from the air, creating a large crater in the entire earth. The violent impact seemed to have triggered a terrifying earthquake.
Die!
This disciple of Xuanzong slowly flew down, looking at the dying master of Jingshuan Temple, looking at this warrior in the middle stage of the Divine Sea. He stepped down with the sole of his foot.
Boom!
There was a violent tremor, and the leader of the Jinghan Temple was crushed to death on the spot.
Metropolitan!
The disciples of Jinghan Temple cried out one after another. Everyone was filled with grief and anger, but they were even more shocked. Where did this existence come from? Even the most powerful sect leader of the horror temple is no match for him.
What is the origin of this person? The three of them look like the existence of a mysterious sect. But when did such a powerful sect appear in Kyushu?
Everyone was shocked and doubtful. But see, the Xuanzong disciple who killed the leader of Jinghun Temple grinned and said to everyone,
"From today on, I will take over the Jinghun Temple. I am your new sect master."
Everyone was extremely discolored. Scholars can be killed, but not humiliated. You killed the sect leader, and still want to take control of the sect?
Stop dreaming.
The great elder of Jinghun Temple clenched his fists, took a step forward, and shouted coldly,
"We, Jinghun Temple, swear to the death. Ha ha. Swear to the death and refuse to obey. Okay. 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 I like you tough-tempered people. If you don't obey, then I will kill you until you comply."
The Xuanzong disciple laughed, grabbed the long sword, and turned it into thousands of sword lights. After a stick of incense, Jinghun Temple, destroyed. Chapter 1154. Kyushu is shocked. Not just the Temple of Horror. Xuanzong's disciples, 9 people in 3 groups, swept across all sects. The second-tier sects are almost worthless in their hands, and any one of them can easily defeat them. Even ordinary first-line sects cannot resist the 3 people joining forces. Only those strong men on the heavenly ranking can withstand their attacks. But these 3 people did not stalk them, and left without saying a harsh word. For a moment, Kyushu was shaken. As for finding the murderer of Chen Jiuyang and Yi Qinghan, these 9 disciples didn't pay much attention to it. After all, this is a star with so many people, so it's so difficult to find someone. Moreover, Chen Jiuyang, Yi Qinghan and others are only outer disciples in Xuanzong. How can they, elite disciples, avenge such garbage? However, in just half a month, 70 or 80 second-tier sects were razed to the ground. Some sects saw that the situation was not good and had no choice but to surrender quickly. Even some sects can only be willing to be slaves. Xianquan Immortal Sect.
I didn't expect that there is an ancestor who is halfway to nirvana. Boom!
Xuanzong's 3 disciples were hit by a gust of wind. Their bodies suddenly trembled, and they flew backwards involuntarily. The 3 of them glanced at the ancestor who came out of the sect, with a hint of astonishment in their eyes.
The mountains will not change. The water will change. And the roads will not change, and people will change. One day, I will definitely destroy your sect.
The 3 people turned around, turned into escaping light, and soared into the sky.
You come to our Qianquan Immortal Sect to act wild, and dare to speak arrogant words. Do you really think you can leave alive?
The leader of the Qianquan Immortal Sect stepped forward and shouted,
"Mingyu, stop!"
The ancestor shouted loudly. The figure of the sect master, who was about to fly, suddenly stopped and could only stay in place.
"Ancestor, why don't you let me kill them?"
The sect leader said in astonishment.
"So what if you kill them? These 3 people are probably from the Immortal Sect. They are only 300 to 500 years old. But they have the cultivation of the Divine Sea. This is the same as the description in the ancient books. The Immortal Sect is opened. Kyushu is dead."
The ancestor looked sad. In Kyushu, even the slow people realized what was going on. Among these 9 mysterious strong men who suddenly appeared, the oldest was only about 500 years old, and the youngest was only about 300 years old. If it were in Kyushu, no matter how powerful the talent was at this age, it could only reach the level of Golden Core. But these 9 people have already reached the level of Divine Sea cultivation. This is just like what is described in ancient books. Before the Immortal Gate is closed, before the spiritual energy of Kyushu dissipates, some geniuses are able to reach the Divine Sea, or even half-step to Nirvana, before they are 100 years old. Even some ordinary disciples can reach the Divine Sea realm at around 500 years old. However, most of these things are recorded in ancient books, based on the principle that if you haven't seen them before, they must be false. Few people will believe these things. After all, these things are too incredible for the warriors of Kyushu. Certainly, this cannot be blamed on the ignorance of the Jyoja warriors. Those who knew the existence of that period of history of the Immortal Sect are no longer alive, including the 7 oldest ancestors of the 36 sects. They only learned about the situation before the Immortal Gate was closed from some ancient books. Of course, at first they thought the book was just exaggerating. But the appearance of these 9 warriors made them understand that what was said in the ancient books was probably true. When these people come to Kyushu, it is very likely that the Immortal Gate will be opened. The fairy door is open, and the fairy road is open. This is the lifelong wish of every strong person. because as long as they can enter the immortal sect, they can break the shackles of the dissipation of Jojo's spiritual energy and reach a higher realm of cultivation. But this time the fairy gate opens. What they face is not an opportunity, but the greatest danger.
We are going to Wandao Sword Sect soon.
One group of Xuanzong's 9 Shanghai disciples quickly flew towards the location of Wandao Sword Sect after destroying a sect. These 3 disciples are all in the early stages of Shanghai cultivation and are flying in the shape of a pin. The speed is extremely fast, like escaping light, fleeting in the sky, and it is difficult for ordinary people to catch it with the naked eye.
Senior brother Shuekai, I didn't expect that there are still strong people who have achieved half-step nirvana on this star. I'm afraid even the senior brother can't deal with these half-step nirvana existences. So we can only ask the elders of the sect to deal with them,
said the speaker. It's a man in Xingyi, and the Shuekai he mentioned was the strongest person in this group. He glanced at the disciple who was speaking.
Xiaoming, this Jiuzhou was once an extremely brilliant star. Although it has declined, there will still be some powerful existences. But even if it is half a step of nirvana, they are not strong enough to transcend the stars. It won't be long before it turns into a pile of lust. It's just that if there is a half-step nirvana, it will be very difficult for us to deal with it. That's all. Let's destroy the sects that can be dealt with first, and then invite the elders for the rest.
Listening to what these disciples said, their next target is obviously the Wandao Sword Sect. They have no intention of letting go of Jojo, but want to completely enslave the sect on this star.
2.
The disciple named Xiaoming nodded.
On this star, there are only a few people who threaten us. However, these people may have guessed our identities and dare not take action at all.
Suddenly, another disciple burst into laughter. Xiaoming was about to speak, but the next moment, Shuekai's face turned sharp. He seemed to have sensed something and quickly looked around.
What a rich spiritual energy! Is it possible that there is some secret place here?
In this filthy air, this sudden burst of rich spiritual energy is equivalent to a clear spring for people like them, which is very remarkable. Of course, in this case, it is impossible for them not to go and take a look for themselves. Phew! Call! The 3 people were like lightning piercing the sky, suddenly falling from the sky, tens of thousands of meters high, with almost no obstruction. It crashed down heavily in an instant, hitting Tianlang Mountain and the entrance of Linyuan.
Boom!
The entire Tianlang Mountain suddenly seemed to have triggered a terrifying earthquake. Outside the royal grove, Lu Yao waited quietly outside. Although Yang Maicheng has been in Linyuan for a full month, but Lu Yao has no intention of leaving. Of course, Zhao Yunhai and others were not willing to leave. Although they learned about Yang Muqing's identity and status, they still held a glimmer of hope in their hearts, hoping that they could pursue Lu Yao. During this time, they also used various methods. But Lu Yao already has her own heart, so how can she be attracted by others? Zhao Yunhai and others even maliciously cursed Yang Maicheng to die in Linyuan as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would have no way to win Lu Yao's favor. Boom! Just when the young masters were about to show off their majesty in front of Lu Yao, Shuekai and the other 3 were suddenly smashed down, landing heavily in front of them. Chapter 1155 Yang Maicheng is out. Everyone was shocked. They all looked at the 3 mysterious beings who suddenly appeared in front of them. But Shuekai and the others just glanced at Zhao Yunhai and others, and then focused their attention on the royal garden in front of them again.
Senior brother, here!
The disciple named Xiaoming looked at Lin Yuan and sniffed his nose vigorously.
There seems to be a vein of spirit stone here. Real?
Shuekai had no doubt that he was there. His junior brother has the ability to explore mineral veins. The reason why Xiaoming was brought here this time was because he was ordered by the sect to check whether there were any mineral veins left in Jiuzhou.
Hurry in!
Shuekai said eagerly. Notice, even in CNN, spirit stone veins are extremely rare. All major immortal sects regard the number of spirit stone veins they possess as part of their measure of strength. If you can get the spirit stone vein here, it will undoubtedly be a great achievement.
Hey, did you make any mistake? Do you know that not everyone can enter this secret realm casually?
Zhao Yunhai was very angry. After these 4 people fell down, they ignored them. As the young sect leader of Shinfenjuan, his status cannot surpass that of Yang Maicheng. How can he be defeated by these beings?
Who are you?
Shuekai narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Yunhai, who didn't know whether to live or die.
Ha ha. Listen up. I am the young sect leader of Chiffon Garden. Chiffon Garden is a second-tier sect. If you are sensible, you'd better get out of here. Zhao Yunhai laughed. Snapped. However, before Zhao Yunhai finished speaking, Xiao Ming took a step forward and slapped him directly. With just a bang sound, Zhao Yunhai's head was violently exploded on the spot. The huge force caused Zhao Yunhai to be ejected directly, hitting the ground heavily with a dull loud noise. At this moment, the suitors around who had also wanted to be like Zhao Yunhai and step forward to show off their heroic qualities in front of Lu Yao were suddenly frightened. Their eyes were widened one by one, and they couldn't believe what they saw. No matter what, Zhao Yunhai is the young sect master of Shinfenjuan, which is a second-tier sect. No matter how bloodthirsty a person is, he will not be tempted to kill just because of a word. Humph! A waste from a small Zifu. Dare to scold me? Xiao Ming snorted coldly. In our Xuan Zone, people with cultivation level in Zifu are only qualified to do odd jobs. Hisses. This sentence immediately made everyone's scalp numb. What kind of existence is the Xuan Zone that Xiao Ming talks about? The strong men in Zifu are only qualified to do odd jobs. Ignore these ants. The main thing is to find the mineral veins, Shuekai said lightly. Xiao Ming shrugged. Of course. He did this on purpose. In the past, when they attacked the astrological sphere, they would kill the strongest person on the star with the force of thunder to let them understand the huge gap in strength between the two sides. As the saying goes, kill first with courage. Only by frightening their courage will the other party be honest and not dare to resist. Wait! However, at this moment, a crisp sound sounded. Shuekai raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that when Xiao Ming had already established his authority, someone would dare to stand up and stop him. However, when he looked at it, he was stunned. It was Lu Yao who spoke. I didn't expect that such a backward star could have such stunning beauty. Whether it was Shuekai, Xiao Ming, or another disciple, their eyes could not help but shine, and they were shocked by Lu Yao. You are not allowed to go in. Lu Yao endured the greedy looks of several people and said bravely, Ha ha, that's funny. You won't allow it if you say no? Shuekai smacked his lips and cut Lu Yao with his eyes like a knife. It just so happens that I am still short of a maid to warm the bed and take care of the bed. I think you are very suitable. Just come with me, said. Shuekai laughed proudly, stretched out his big hand and grabbed Lu Yao. Lu Yao was shocked. She didn't expect that these people's behavior was the same as the evil ones. They did whatever they wanted and quickly retreated to the rear. But she only has the nascent soul grandmaster, so she is more than 1,000,000 miles away from these three powerful men of the Divine Sea. She moved her steps slightly, and just as she showed the intention of retreating, her whole body seemed to have been cast a mobilization technique, and she was nailed to the spot, unable to move. Stop struggling. Shuekai couldn't hide his pride in his eyes. Lu Yao's stunning beauty is very rare even in some immortal sections. If you can capture her and play with her day and night, it must be very comfortable. Senior brother Shuekai. At this time, Xiao Ming was suddenly startled and said, The aura of the mineral veins in Linyuan's secret realm seems to have completely disappeared. There is already a mineral vein that someone found earlier than us. Has he absorbed all the spirit stone mines? What? Shuekai, who was about to attack Lu Yao, was suddenly stunned and looked at Lin Yuan behind him in surprise. Call! After practicing for a full month, Yang Mucheng, whose body was almost rooted to the ground, finally moved, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and slowly opened his eyes. Half step to the Divine Sea. After all, there is still only one step left. There are really too few spiritual stones. It was only enough for him to go from a Shinto master to a half step to the Divine Sea. In 1 month, he has reached a small level, which is almost unbelievable in the eyes of others. But for Yang Mucheng, he was still not satisfied, because he has lost the means to improve his cultivation again. It seems that half-step Divine Sea is only 1 step away from the real Divine Sea realm. But the energy required is the total energy of the entire Divine Tao realm combined. It seems there is no other way. There is nothing else in the entire forest garden. Sighing helplessly, Yang Mucheng slowly stood up. Next, I can only go to the other 7 secret realms to try my luck. If I can't find a way to be promoted, I'm afraid I will have to miss the October appointment with Mr. Elegance. Thinking in his heart, Yang Mucheng took a step forward. Buzz! The space between Lin Yuan's secret realm and Tianlang Mountain trembled. It was confirmed that there was no danger in Lin Yuan. Naturally, there was no need to be as cautious as before. Yang Mucheng stepped out on the spot. Almost the moment he came out, Yang Mucheng couldn't help being stunned.
He only felt a very strange and depressing atmosphere outside the secret realm, and couldn't help but raise his head and look around. At this sight, Shui Kai and Xiaoming met the eyes of Shui Kai and Xiaoming on the spot. Yang Mucheng couldn't help but be stunned when he felt the huge and outrageous energy and blood in the three people, as well as the terrifying divine sea cultivation. Seeing Lu Yao again, who was imprisoned in the void and could not even move, Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent. Chapter 1156 How dare you play tricks on me? At the same time, Shui Kai and others were also completely stunned. It has been more than a day or two since they arrived in Kyushu, and they no longer know much about this star as they did before.
With the current concentration of spiritual energy in Jiuzhou,
even the warriors who practice the Dao Shanhai realm are not as good as the authentic warriors of the Immortal Sect. The difference is too far.
This is what they all think. Insufficient spiritual energy concentration is equivalent to a lack of silt and materials used to build a house. Although you may use some means to build a 100-meter pavilion, it is still not very strong and is far different from a building built with complete materials. Far. If a warrior from Kyushu and a warrior from Xianin fight, to put it bluntly, it's like two people running. The warrior from Kyushu is a lame, with one leg longer and one shorter. Although he can run, he still has a certain disadvantage compared to normal warriors from Xianin. Gap. But Yang Mucheng standing here has piqued the three people's understanding. Although Yang Mucheng's cultivation level is not as good as theirs, and he has only reached half a step of the divine sea, his energy and blood are so surging that he even overwhelms them. Infinite starlight shines in the eyes, which is a manifestation of the concentration and hugeness of divine thoughts. Especially the dragon pattern between the eyebrows. Sometimes turns into flames. Sometimes turns into sea water. Sometimes turns into thunder and lightning. It is extremely magical.
Junior brother, it turns out that you occupy this position?
After coming back to his senses, Shui Kai said with a smile. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly.
The next one is from Xuanzong. This star has been forgotten for many years. We thought that no one would visit it for a long time. Unexpectedly, someone also noticed it.
Shui Kai looked complicated.
Xuanzong?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, with a strange look on his face. He remembered Chen Jiuyang and Yi Qinghan, who he killed on Xianjua Mountain that day, were from this sect. As for the attitude of Shui Kai and others, they obviously put Yang Mucheng on the spot as a member of the Xianin sect. Let her go. Yang Mucheng glanced at Lu Yao, who was being held by Shui Kai, and his voice became cold.
It turns out to be junior brother's woman.
Shui Kai felt extremely regretful. It would have been better if he had come earlier. He glanced at Yang Mucheng and found that he was less than 20 years old and had already reached the half-step of the divine sea. This kind of cultivation talent was probably not available to some large disciples of the sect. If you can take this opportunity to curry favor, I'm afraid there will be a lot of benefits in the future.
This junior brother is me, Meng Lang.
He quickly let go of Lu Yao and said flatteringly,
I don't know which sect you are from and who your master is. Our Xuanzong happens to come to Jiuzhou to carry out a mission. Why don't we work together? On this declining star, there are actually several strong men who are half-stepped into nirvana. By
call! Before Shui Kai finished speaking, Yang Mucheng stepped forward. Then, he saw a slap coming towards him like a dark cloud, covering the sky and the sun.
Junior brother, what are you doing?
Shui Kai shouted.
Snapped.
Before he finished speaking, the slap hit him hard on the face. The terrifying force directly made Shui Kai's body tremble, and the whole person flew backwards like a ball. Under this slap, two of his teeth were knocked out, and they smashed to the ground with a muffled sound. Xiaoming and another disciple stood there blankly and came to their senses. They had no idea why Yang Mucheng would suddenly take action.
Xuanzong, I didn't expect you would dare to come. Chen Jiuyang and Yi Qinghan who came earlier have already died in my hands. Yet they dare to send people here again.
Yang Mucheng said in a cold voice.
What? Chen Jiuyang and Yi Qinghan were killed by you? Impossible.
Xiaoming and Shui Kai's eyes widened. What do Yang Mucheng's words mean? It means that the other party is a native of Jiuzhou, not an elite disciple of a certain immortal sect as they imagined. The three of them looked at each other in disbelief. Didn't it say that once the spiritual energy of the 9 provinces escapes, the warriors of the 9 provinces will spend their entire lives cultivating to achieve nirvana, which is the limit? How could such a terrifying existence suddenly appear? Less than 20 years old.
He has reached the half-step of the divine sea. This kind of cultivation is more terrifying than the geniuses of Xuanzong. If you put him in any sect, he would be a favorite among the competition. But such a being is actually a warrior born and raised in Kyushu. Are you kidding me?
Junior brother. Stop joking.
Shuekai still didn't believe it.
Are you the only three coming this time?
Yang Mucheng glanced at the three people in front of him. Buzz. At this time, the sound transmission stone in his arms rang. Yang Mucheng took it out. And Jin Liang's urgent words suddenly came from inside.
Uncle Master. Come back quickly. A disciple of the Sword Sect discovered that 3 strong men from the Immortal Sect are heading towards the Wandao Sword Sect. I suspect that these people are very likely to be the same as Qin Jiuyang and Yi Qinhan who you killed last time. The two are related, good and evil. Many sects have been destroyed by these people.
Oh! Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows.
Uncle Master, where are you now?
Jin Liang noticed something was wrong with Yang Mucheng's tone and asked quickly.
Tianlang Mountain.
Yang Mucheng said.
That's okay. Come back quickly. Don't meet these people. Even if you do, don't say that you killed Qin Jiuyang and the others. The strength of these people has reached the realm of Shahai, and they use the martial arts are all immortal martial arts and ancient martial arts. And they are many times more powerful than the martial arts of our Jiuzhou, which has been cut off from orthodoxy.
Jin Liang's words contained unimaginable urgency. Obviously, he wanted Yang Mucheng to come back quickly. Nowadays, all the first-line sects in Jiuzhou are extremely hopeful that the disciples of these immortal sects will leave obediently after getting tired of this star. As for counterattack, no one dares. After all, killing these people will attract more powerful existences. This is what everyone is worried about.
Hee hee. You're too late.
Yang Mucheng chuckled and said,
I've already met these guys.
What? Jin Liang on the other side of the sound transmission stone suddenly became horrified. He knew it. The disciples of these immortal sects all have cultivation levels in the Divine Sea realm. As for Yang Mucheng, when he left the Wandao Sword Sect, he only had the Shinto Master. How could he be the opponent of these people?
Uncle Master, hold on, I'll come right away.
Jin Liang was so panicked that he was even a little incoherent. He only heard a burst of noise, and the sound transmission stone had lost its light. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, accepted the sound transmission stone, and looked up at Shuekai and the others in front of him. Now, Shuekai and the other three also looked over. The previous conversation between Yang Mucheng and Jin Liang could not be concealed, and they could naturally hear it clearly. Now, even if I no longer believe that Yang Mucheng is from Kyushu, I can't do it anymore. The evidence for everything has been conclusive.
You little bastard. How dare you play tricks on me?
Shuekai's expression suddenly turned cold. Chapter 1157. Who gave you the courage? After learning that Yang Mucheng was an out-and-out Kyushu warrior, Shuekai was completely angry. As a sect of the Immortal Sect, following the sect, he captured countless stars and killed countless beings. Guys like Yang Mucheng were like ants in front of him. But now, he was slapped in public by this ant-like thing. For him, this was absolutely a shame and an indelible humiliation.
Catch this boy! And catch this woman too!
Shuekai was angry. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were about to burst into flames. If looks could kill, Yang Mucheng would have been turned into a sieve by his eyes.
Don't kill him! If he dares to humiliate me, I will have sex with his woman in front of him.
Suddenly, following Shuekai's 2 junior brothers, one rushed towards Liu Yao, and the other rushed towards Yang Mucheng.
Ants!
Xiaoming looked at Yang Mucheng, with a cold look in his eyes.
If you dare to challenge us, I will let you know what regret is. I can crush someone like you with just one hand. Hee hee. Although you can escape death, I'm afraid you will have to live a life worse than death. After all,
the feeling of watching your woman being molested and played with under your nose is not that pleasant. You still dare to resist?
As Xiaoming said, Yang Mucheng was already furious and took action. He took one step forward and came to him as if he was shrinking to an inch, and punched out at the same time. If this kind of movement technique were seen by Kyushu warriors, it would definitely be extremely stunning. But Xiaoming and the others are from the Xianmen sect. What kind of things have they not seen in the world? They use the purest martial arts, and are called
immortal martial arts.
In the eyes of Kyushu warriors, in their opinion, Yang Mucheng's movement skills were just ordinary.
Huh? Get out of here.
Xiaoming laughed strangely, facing Yang Mucheng's attack. He did not retreat but advanced. Instead, he stepped forward and punched Yang Mucheng at the same time. As for the people around him, they were already scared out of their wits. When Shuekai and his group came to Jiuzhou, the commotion was really too loud, and they had heard about it for a long time. I don't know how many sects have been killed by these people, and how could I expect that these people would actually come before me? Another disciple grabbed Liu Yao, and Liu Yao's pursuers could only watch helplessly. Their legs were weak at this moment, let alone help.
What are these evil spirits? It's over. It's over. The powerful ones from the Divine Sea, the majority of the sects they destroyed were all first and second tier sects.
Everyone looked pale. In fact, it is completely understandable that these people are afraid. One Yang Mucheng and one old demon Yang stirred up chaos in the whole evil way, and destroyed the sect. Now, each of these 9 disciples of the immortal sect is equivalent to a Yang Mucheng. Moreover, his cultivation level is even more terrifying than when Yang Mucheng killed demon Luo Tianxiang Temple. And he has more methods. From this, we can know how frightened everyone is.
I'm afraid even old demon Yang can't deal with these existences.
At this moment, everyone was frightened and almost desperate. In their opinion, no matter how powerful Yang Mu was, he could not defend himself against disciples of the immortal sect like Xiao Ming. However, the result of the next moment immediately gave those who doubted Yang Mucheng's strength a hard slap.
Boom!
A terrifying shock suddenly came. The fists of Yang Mucheng and Xiao Ming collided fiercely, and the terrifying explosion attracted everyone's attention involuntarily. Then, the power hidden behind the fists of both sides burst out under the gazes.
Who wins and who loses?
Although, everyone can already guess the outcome, but they still have a trace of hope in their hearts. After all, the person facing this powerful man from the immortal sect was old demon Yang, who was famous throughout all of Kyushu. Boom! Xiao Ming, who looked cold and confident, felt the power erupting in the opponent's fist, and his face was filled with shock. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, his figure involuntarily shot out toward the rear, retreating dozens of steps in a row. Each step he took hit the ground heavily, leaving a deep depression in the entire ground. This, not only Xiao Ming was stunned, but Shuekai and another disciple were completely stunned. No one expected that the strength competition between these two people would end like this. A warrior from the declining star, who was half a step into the Divine Sea, completely suppressed a man from the early stage of the Divine Sea of the immortal sect.
I don't believe it anymore.
Xiao Ming, who was pushed back by Yang Mucheng, had a trace of madness in his eyes, shouted low and rushed forward again. At this moment, all the terrifying inner energy in his body completely exploded at this moment, and the terrifying pressure of the Divine Sea realm was like a tide, sweeping rapidly in all directions. Just the churning momentum made Tianlang Mountain turbulent and crazy. Xiao Ming's body erupted with a burst of blue light, and a vast sound of water spread out like a tide. The next moment, he tiptoed and rushed over quickly.
Boom!
At this moment, Xiao Ming's whole body was like a huge rolling wave, carrying infinite power.
And in an instant, he was pressed in front of Yang Mucheng.
What a terrifying momentum! Shanhai cultivation. Is this the strength of the disciples of the Xianin sect? Like the sea, like the tide, like a tiger coming down the mountain. Just the force of the explosive momentum cracked the ground around. What kind of trick is this? Is this the legendary immortal martial arts? No wonder there are so many sects. The door was razed to the ground by them, and only the strong men in Tianbang could withstand this power. Look! Yang Mucheng is taking action. He,
boom, facing Xiao Ming's tidal attack. Yang Mucheng took a step forward and stretched out his right hand. That thin white jade arm was extremely fierce at this moment, like a dragon out of the sea. In an instant, it slapped Xiao Ming hard on the face. As countless people's eyes stretched out, the 5 white jade fingers suddenly retracted. Suddenly, the monstrous wave disappeared quietly like a bubble at this moment.
Boom!
Terrible explosions also sounded at the same time. A stream of blood spurted out from Xiao Ming's headless body like spring water. Then, under the extremely horrified gaze, the headless corpse fell to the ground like a wooden stake. At this moment, dust rose and blood flowed. Quiet. There was deathly silence inside and outside Tianlang Mountain. Everyone looked at the body that fell to the ground, and then at the young man in black robes. They couldn't be confident. In Shuekai's shocked eyes, Yang Mucheng didn't even look at the body at his feet and grinned.
If you dare to make trouble in Kyushu, who gave you the courage?
Chapter 1158. Kill again. Died. A majestic Divine Sea powerhouse died in the hands of Yang Mucheng? And? Is it still that simple? looking at the corpse on the ground and then at Yang Mucheng. Everyone's eyes widened, and they couldn't recover for a long time.
What happened?
After a while, everyone almost shouted this sentence like a groan. Could it be that these people are not strong men of the immortal sect, and do not have such terrifying strength as the legends say? Certainly. It's not that Xiao Ming is too weak, but that Yang Mucheng is too strong.
And you actually killed Xiao Ming!
Shui Kai only felt that the fire of ignorance was rising 3 feet high. As the leader of the group, his strength is naturally the highest. He naturally saw that Xiao Ming was careless before, and did not have time to use his full strength. But no matter what, Xiao Ming is a strong man in the Divine Sea realm. Yang Mucheng's ability to kill Xiao Ming also proves how terrifying his strength is.
Senior brother Shui Kai, I'm here to kill him!
Another disciple who caught Lu Yaoer said.
No need.
Shui Kai shook his head, and cast a sinister gaze on Yang Mucheng.
This boy dares to provoke our Xuanzong. I will let him know what despair means.
Boom! The words just fell. This Shui Kai also burst out with his cultivation in the Divine Sea realm. Although they were both at the Shihai level, Shui Kai's aura was obviously much stronger than Xiao Ming's. Even this aura is filled with a shocking power, making everyone who feels this aura unable to help but want to kneel down and worship. It was as if they were facing a god.
To be able to practice to such an extent on such a decaying star, I have to say that you are an absolute genius.
Shui Kai sneered.
I have flattened dozens of stars so far. A genius like you has killed countless others. Just let me send you on your way too.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Kai rushed directly towards Yang Mucheng. No martial arts or techniques were used. It was completely crushed by cultivation and internal strength. At this moment, the cultivation of the Divine Sea realm even moved the heaven and the earth. The infinite spiritual energy between the heaven and the earth was pulled at this moment and poured in involuntarily. At this moment, it revolved around Shui Kai's whole body. Looking from a distance, the infinite spiritual energy almost turned into a huge whirlpool at this moment. Under Shui Kai's operation, it was like a tornado sweeping across the world, and like an angry wind dragon desperately heading towards Yang Mucheng to devour him. And go! Huh? This moment, everyone present only felt a strong wind sweeping through the world. Even if this terrible attack was not aimed at them, they all felt a pressing suffocation coming towards them. Even when the strong wind passed by, they could no longer stand still. They were directly thrown away by this terrifying force and fell hundreds of feet away. And where the tornado struck, only Yang Mucheng was left. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Under the pressure of the terrifying strong wind, Yang Mucheng did not retreat at all. The terrifying strong wind blew his long hair up, and his black robe also made a sound. The wind blew past, leaving terrifying traces of knives and axes all around him. Just when everyone thought that Yang Mucheng would be helpless under such a terrifying attack, he made a move. He even made a decision that no one expected. Facing this terrifying tornado, Yang Mucheng rushed up to a height of 100 meters at this moment, and the aura of half-step Divine Sea cultivation was emitted at the same time. This explosive aura was even as good as Shui Kai's cultivation level in Shanghai, and it even seemed to be faintly suppressing the opponent. With this terrifying momentum, Yang Mucheng rushed forward in an instant, fiercely facing the opponent's attack.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The two forces that destroyed the world collided in an instant. Then, everyone saw a scene they will never forget. The golden tornado transformed by Yang Mucheng was like an indestructible golden dragon, and it directly hit the black tornado transformed by Shui Kai. The huge force directly exploded the black tornado. Then, the golden tornado bombarded Shui Kai's body directly from midair. In the end, Shui Kai's body even smashed a huge crater into the ground. And only then did he stop the terrifying power contained in the golden tornado.
Wow!
Shui Kai, who was bombarded on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, jumped up and landed on the ground with great ease.
This failed again.
People all around who were blown away by the strong wind got up one after another, wanting to see the final result. But when he saw it, he was completely stunned. If Xiao Ming's defeat at the hands of Yang Mucheng because of his carelessness may be excusable, but this Shui Kai, he almost took action and used all his strength to kill Yang Mucheng. However, he was still defeated by Yang Mucheng's hands and one move by Yang Mucheng. Only then did everyone realize one thing. It was not that the disciples of the immortal sect were too weak, but that Yang Mucheng was too terrifying.
As expected of old demon Yang,
a warrior trembled. But see, Yang Mucheng walked up to Shuekai step by step, squatted down, and patted his face with his hand.
Tell me, who has made whom despair now? And I am from Xuanzong, and I am an elite disciple of Xuanzong. If you dare to hurt me, our Xuanzong will never let you go. When the time comes, our sect will definitely send elders to completely raise your star to the ground.
Shuekai, who was slapped awake by Yang Mucheng, suddenly came to his senses and roared angrily.
You'd better let me go as soon as possible. Otherwise, my Xuanzong army will invade the territory, and you will not be able to grow a single blade of grass. I will watch you being tortured to death.
Shuekai roared, hysterical. It was as if he couldn't believe that he had been defeated by someone he regarded as an ant-like being. Moreover, he still failed so miserably.
Really? I'm afraid you won't survive that day.
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he fell down. There was a loud sound, and Shuekai's heart was crushed and he died.
Brother!
When the remaining disciple of the Xianmen sect saw the scene, his eyes almost bulged out, and he cried out. He didn't expect that this young man would kill his two senior brothers with the power of thunder again. At this moment, he was as silent as a chill and his whole body was as cold as ice. Chapter 1159 killed them all.
You, don't come here!
When Yang Mucheng looked at the last disciple of the immortal sect, he completely collapsed. At this moment, he felt that all the hairs on his body were standing on end, and his whole body was like a cat with explosive hair, trembling uncontrollably.
Snort!
Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and slowly walked towards the other party. Seeing Yang Mucheng's actions, the disciple turned pale and strangled Lu Yao's throat tightly. A trace of madness flashed in his eyes, and he trembled.
Don't come over here! If you come over again, I'll kill her!
As he spoke, he restrained his fingers, as if Yang Mucheng moved again, he would directly twist Lu Yao's throat with force. This moment, Zheng Heng looked at Yang Mucheng as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and felt a chill pop out of his forehead and spread throughout his body. The door is evil. This is Zheng Heng's only idea. If the person who killed Xiaoming and Shuekai was a powerful person from the Divine Sea, he would definitely not be too surprised or shocked. After all, even on the fading stars, there are still absolute strong ones. When they were attacking stars in the past, they would occasionally capsize in the ditch and be killed by the most powerful being in that star. But what is this? The opponent is just a boy of 18 or 19 years old. A boy who has half-stepped in the sea of Shahai. A warrior who has lost his inheritance and lost his orthodoxy. This is the kind of boy who will kill Xiaoming and Shuekai.
Oh! You dare to threaten me when you are about to die? If you dare to kill Lu Yao, I will not only kill you, but I will also kill Xuanzong in the future and bloodbath your sect.
Yang Mucheng kept walking and said lightly,
I really want to kill her.
Zheng Heng's hand gripping Lu Yao's throat started to tremble more and more. At this time, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Zheng Heng's mind has completely collapsed. Obviously, he had never encountered such a terrifying existence as Yang Mucheng. These disciples of the immortal sect, who have been rampant for a lifetime and are unparalleled in domineering, were finally completely defeated when they came to Jiuzhou and met Yang Lama, who was famous for both good and evil.
If you have the guts, try it!
Yang Mucheng suddenly shouted angrily. Zheng Heng's heart trembled. His hand lost its grip, and his fingers suddenly closed together, as if he wanted to crush Lu Yao's throat on the spot. However, at this moment, Yang Mucheng looked directly over. His eyes filled with starry light almost condensed into reality, as if two rays of light suddenly shot out, crackling the space, and hit Zheng Heng's eyes on the spot. How could Zheng Heng resist such a terrifying spiritual attack? He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. If it were anyone else, his mind would have been completely shattered, and he would have become an idiot. Zheng Heng still had some energy left, so he turned over, jumped up quickly, and ran away into the distance. At the same time, he slapped his waist with his right hand and threw an object directly towards Yang Mucheng.
Ding!
That thing was actually a bright embroidery needle. The whole shot was extremely fast, tearing apart the void in an instant, as if ignoring the obstacles of space and time. It was in front of Yang Mucheng in an instant, and pointed directly at Yang Mucheng's eyebrows. This moment, Yang Mucheng felt an unprecedented sense of crisis coming quickly.
Laugh!
His eyes widened angrily. He grabbed it with his right hand, pulled out the Xinyuan sword, slashed it in the air, and struck the embroidery needle hard.
Boom!
The embroidery needle was blown to pieces on the spot. And Yang Muchung also took a step back.
Boy, I remember you. I will repay today's revenge 100 times, 1,000 times. When the time comes, my Xuanzong army will immediately overwhelm Jiuzhou. I will kill all your relatives in front of you, and let you watch them be tortured to death.
As a disciple of Xuanzong, when had Zheng Hang ever experienced such resentment? To be forced into this state by a native of a fallen star.
Are you still alive to survive today?
Yang Muchung looked at Zheng Hang, who was already flying through the sky, and snorted coldly, but held the Xinyuan sword and slashed it down in the air. Under Zheng Hongzhen's shocked gaze, he chopped it down directly. The protective shield on Zheng Hang's body, that had been transformed with all his inner strength, was like a piece of white paper, and was easily cut open. But Xinyuan's sword did not lose momentum, and fell suddenly, splitting Zheng Hang in half from head to toe on the spot. Impossible. Zheng Hang's eyes widened, with disbelief still in him. He was a disciple of the Xianen sect, and he died at the hands of a local native. How many people want to kill, but dare not kill him, because they are worried about the sect behind him? But the young man in front of me didn't care at all. His attitude seemed to be that even if you were the emperor, I would still kill you. Boom! Yang Muchung slashed out with his sword, and the momentum exploded. The entire Tianlang mountain was cut in half by this sword on the spot. Let go of Xinyuanjian. Yang Muchung took a deep breath. Suddenly, the energy and blood of Xiaoming, Shuekai, and Zheng Hang turned into a torrent and poured into his body. When these three qi and blood entered his body, Yang Muchung couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He found that the energy and blood of these three people were far stronger than those of the Jiuzhou warriors, and he felt as if he had taken a Shirquan Davu pill. It seems that these immortal sects really have the capital to be arrogant. Although he is in the early stage of the Divine Sea, his energy and blood are as strong as those in the middle stage of the Divine Sea in Kyushu, or even in the later stages. No wonder few people can deal with him. Yang Muchung thought to himself.
Master Uncle!
At this moment, a whistling sound suddenly sounded. Everyone looked up and saw a ray of light coming quickly and falling in front of them. The person who came was none other than Jin Liang, the leader of Wandao Sword Sect. Tying! 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 In addition to Jin Liang, there were many elders and deacons who all fell down at this moment. As soon as they came down, they looked at Yang Muchung extremely nervously. When he found Yang Muchung standing there safe and sound, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Uncle Master! That's great!
Jin Liang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ever since he knew that Yang Muchung had met 3 disciples of the immortal sect, he could no longer sit still and rushed over on the spot.
What's good?
Yang Muchung asked lightly. Jin Liang smiled and said,
It's good that you're fine. It's good that you didn't conflict with the disciples of the Xianen sect. Have the 3 disciples of the Xianen sect left?
Except for Jin Liang. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what. At least there was no conflict. With Yang Muchung's cultivation level, he would definitely not be a match for these guys. Moreover, there were 3 people on the other side. If there was a conflict, Yang Muchung would definitely not be the opponent.
But what about the 3 disciples of the immortal sect?
Jin Liang looked puzzled as he kept looking around. When he saw the half-smiling look on Yang Muchung's face, his eyes widened and he couldn't believe it.
Uncle Master, could it be that you killed? Yes, I killed him.
Yang Mu became enlightened. His expression was calm, as if he had crushed 2 or 3 insects to death. Chapter 1160. The Immortal Sect is shocked. Yang Muchung's words immediately brought everyone back to their senses. Because Yang Muchung was too nervous before, Jin Liang and others did not have time to observe their surroundings. Only now did they see the corpse lying on the ground, and they were all stunned and dumbfounded.
Uncle Master, you have caused a big disaster.
Jin Liang had a wry smile on his face. The Xianen sect almost crushed the sects in Jiuzhou. This is also the reason why they have only dared to fight off the opponent, but not dared to kill. But now, Yang Muchung killed them directly, which made many people tremble in their hearts, as a disaster was about to happen.
A big disaster?
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and looked at Jin Liang indifferently.
You mean, if we are like a tortoise and others come over, we will surrender? Will these immortal sects let us go? Isn't it?
Jin Liang said. Yang Muchung sighed and shook his head.
Jin Liang, your idea is too simple. Let me ask you, if a hunter rushes into an undeveloped forest and discovers a group of monkeys, what do you think he should do? Today, We are this group of monkeys, and the Xianmen sect is the hunter. You said that if we choose to surrender, the Xianmen sect will let us go? Big mistake.
Boom. Yang Wuqing's words immediately made Jin Liang's heart tremble. Yes. Even if they choose to surrender to the immortal sect, can they survive unharmed? Impossible.
Uncle Master, I understand.
Jin Liang's eyes flashed with perseverance, and he nodded heavily. I would rather die standing than live on my knees.
Jin Liang, don't worry. I have already contacted another powerful person from the immortal sect, and I have an appointment with him for 10 months. As long as I can reach the level of Shahai cultivation in this last period of time, I can leave. Jiozha, practice with him.
Yang Mucheng said calmly.
Real?
Jin Liang was shocked. Only then did he understand why Yang Mucheng was so crazy about improving his cultivation during this period of time. It turns out that he is going to enter the immortal sect to practice.
However, you are only half a step into the divine sea now.
Jin Liang looked at Yang Mucheng with a hint of worry on his face. Yes. There is only one step between half-step divine sea and divine sea realm. But the energy required is the sum of the previous levels. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and said,
I heard that there are 9 disciples of the immortal sect here. Right. There are 10 people in total. 9 early-stage divine sea warriors, and 1 late-stage divine sea warrior. The 9 early-stage divine sea warriors were divided into 3 groups to sweep across Kyushu. The late-stage divine sea warrior has never made a move so far.
Jin Liang, he quickly replied. But suddenly he was startled, as if he had realized something, and shouted out loud,
Uncle Master, I'm stumping you. That's right.
Yang Mucheng nodded, looked at Jin Liang with a smile, and said,
These people must be enough. So what if the Xianmen sect dares to commit evil in Jiuzhou? I will make them pay an absolute price. Meet the immortal.
Evil ways. In the first line of sects, the evil spirits descended on the demon mausoleum. A figure was bombarded from the sky in an awkward manner, and the whole person was knocked out of a deep pit on the ground. Most of the earthly demon subduing tomb was displaced to the ground. The being who was blasted down from the sky was the sect leader of the earthly evil subduing demon tomb. A strong man in the later stage of the divine sea. He could only barely draw a tie with one immortal sect disciple. But when the second immortal sect disciple intervened, he was immediately outmatched and was beaten down, with almost no hesitation. The leader of the first line sect, like a pug, knelt on the ground on the spot and shouted honestly,
Meet the immortal! Metropolitan!
At this moment, the evil warriors all shouted in unison. But? Even if you don't want to. So what? These disciples of the immortal sect are so powerful and terrifying that no one can deal with them. Even the sect leader has surrendered. What else can they do? All they could do was kneel down together and shout,
Meet the immortal! Just take it!
Another disciple who had never done anything nodded. His name is Yin Jingqiao, and he is the captain of this group.
You are smart. If you had been slower to beg for mercy before, not only would you have died, but everyone in your sect would have been killed by us, and your sect would have been completely razed to the ground by us.
Hisses. At this moment, when the warriors from Earth Demon Conquering Tomb heard these words, their scalps felt numb. Previously, they surrendered to each other, but they were still a little unwilling. Now I feel a little better. These 3 people are all murderous people. In the eyes of these disciples of the Xianmen sect, the warriors of Jiuzhou are no different from ants and slaves.
What are you still kneeling on the ground for? Hurry up and ask someone to prepare some food and wine for us, and find a few more women to come over.
A disciple kicked Lei Patian, the leader of Disha Jiangmoling sect, who was kneeling on the ground. The leader of a dignified first-line sect would have become furious if he was treated like this. But now he could only smile. He knew that these people in front of him were really terrifying. And one person could destroy a weaker first-line sect. If 2 people go up together, even their own tomb of earthly evil conquering demons will be razed to the ground. There was no chance of neglect at the moment. So he immediately got busy. Not long after, it was a banquet. Yin Jingqiao and 3 other disciples of the immortal sect were sitting there proudly. As for Lei Patian, he could only act like a pug, smiling in apology.
Senior brother Yin, which sect should we go to next?
Asked a young disciple.
Why are you so anxious?
Yin Jingqiao hugged him from left to right, squinting his eyes proudly.
You 2 idiots. We finally came out to play. Naturally we will play until we get excited. Along the way, few of those sects were obedient, or they resisted stubbornly, forcing us to fight and destroy the entire sect. Yeah, Let's play here for a few days first. Anyway, there are not many sects left in the evil way. The three of us work together, and we can completely destroy the evil way in 7 days.
When the other two disciples heard this, they immediately showed a look that even a man could understand. Just saying, the young disciple seemed to sense something, and suddenly frowned, and he took out the sound transmission stone. What? After just hearing this sentence, the young disciple's eyes widened, and he cried out,
Chief Feng, I've told you a long time ago. As disciples of the Xiandan sect, we should be as clear as ice and not be shocked when the sky falls. No matter what happens, we must stay calm.
Yin Jingqiao opened his mouth and took a bite. A maid handed over the fruit and said with a smile,
Tell me, what happened?
The disciple named Qin Feng was scolded and did not dare to express his anger. When he heard these words, he suddenly lost his voice and said,
Senior brother Shuekai, Xiao Ming, and Zheng Hang were killed. The person who killed them was a man named Yang Maicheng.
The smiling Yin Jingqiao's eyes widened in the next moment, as if he had eaten a dead fly. Chapter 1161. I'm Yang Maicheng. Yang Maicheng? Yin Jingqiao, Qin Feng and others knew who Yang Maicheng was. But Lei Patian knew. When he heard the name, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Although he had concealed his shocked expression very well, Yin Jingqiao still saw him. On the spot, he, the leader of a dignified first-line sect, was dragged in front of him like a dead dog.
Do you know this Yang Maicheng? Which sect is he the leader of? And which sect is the ancestor?
Yin Jingqiao shouted. He asked. Rightly so. In his opinion, among the 9 provinces, only the sect masters and ancestors of the first-line sects can kill the disciples of the immortal sect like them.
He is the great uncle of the 36 sects of the righteous path,
Lei Patian said cautiously.
No wonder.
Yin Jingqiao nodded.
It turns out that with such a high status, no wonder he was able to kill Shuekai and the other 3.
Lei Patian smiled bitterly, knowing that the other party was wrong. Logically speaking, the ancestor of a sect must have lived for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. After such a long time, just like the ancestors of the righteous way, I am afraid that even the strength can reach half a step of nirvana. No matter how weak his strength is, he still has the perfect and peak cultivation of Shahai. But it just so happens that this great uncle of the 36th righteous sect belongs to a different species.
Immortal Yen, Yang Maicheng is not an old monster with thousands of years of history, as you imagined. He is an unparalleled genius in Kyushu. He has already reached the half-step of the Divine Sea at the age of 18 or 19.
What? Yin Jingqiao was stunned. The other 2 Xuanzong disciples, who were listening attentively, also had their eyes widened, with expressions of disbelief and shock written on their faces.
Yang Maicheng, also known as Old Demon Yang. He came to the evil way just a few months ago to wreak havoc. Like all the immortals, he single-handedly destroyed a first-line sect. Everyone in Kyushu suspected that he was the reincarnation of the old monster. The great power of the immortal sect is reborn. But in fact, he comes from the mortal world. His potential is unfathomable. Although he is a righteous warrior, people who are afraid of him call him an old devil.
Lei Patian smiled bitterly and said again, Road.
Impossible.
Before Yin Jingqiao could speak, the disciple named Qin Feng had already spoken.
My senior brother is the #1 genius of Xuanzong. He has already reached the late stage of Shanhai when he is less than 100 years old. But that was only possible on a star with extremely high spiritual energy concentration, and with the resources of the sect to cultivate it. Xuanzong among them. Ordinary disciples with average qualifications will need 300 to 500 years to reach the realm of Shanhai. Even if they are slightly inferior, it will take up to 800 years. And the spiritual energy concentration on this star is so low, even less than 10% of our Xuanzong. How could such a genius be born?
Yin Jingqiao and another disciple couldn't help but nodded. He didn't believe a word Lei Patian said. You know, even if an eagle falls into a chicken coop, no matter how terrible its talent is, it will be assimilated in the environment of the chicken coop. And it is impossible to have 2 high achievements.
3 immortals. Everything I said is true. If there is even the slightest bit of falsehood, I am willing to strike with 5 thunderbolts from heaven.
Lei Patian shouted. Seeing Lei Potion's expression, the 3 people present suddenly looked horrified and fell completely silent. It wasn't until a moment later that Qin Feng couldn't help but said,
Is there such a genius among the 9 provinces?
Yin Jingqiao squinted his eyes, smashed the wine glass in his hand, and said in a cold voice,
So what if you are a genius? We will go directly to the 36th sect of the righteous path later, and have a good meeting with Yang Machung to see what this old demon Yang is like.
How awesome.
Ding ding ding. At this moment, a servant rushed in a panic and stumbled into the lobby, with a shocked look on his face, as if he had seen some terrifying existence. This panicked look was something that Yin Jingqiao and the others did not appear when they defeated Lei Patian. What are you doing in such a hurry? Didn't you see the three immortals eating? Get out of here!
Lei Patian shouted fiercely.
Wait a minute. Let him tell you what happened.
Yin Jingqiao was somewhat interested. He wanted to know what it was that frightened this disciple of Earth Demon conquering Tomb to such an extent. Could it be that old demon Yang is here? Suddenly a thought came to Yin Jingqiao's mind. But then, he quickly shook his head and said secretly, how could a declining star like Kyushu produce such a genius? Besides, his little cultivation level is too far behind the strength of our authentic Xianmin sect disciples. It is absolutely impossible for him to kill Shui Kai and the others. Maybe those who took action were those strong men from the righteous path, who had achieved half-step to nirvana. Forget it. Leave it alone. When I meet that old demon Yang, I will know the truth. Although, Lei Patian had vowed to do so before. But almost no one, including Yin Jingqiao, wanted to believe it, because this is really too unbelievable. However, the next moment, Yin Jingqiao and others were stunned.
Three immortals. Lord Sect Master. Something bad has happened, Yang. Old demon Yang is here.
Tongue! Upon hearing these words, both Lei Patian and Yin Jingqiao were startled and jumped up in unison. A moment ago, they were talking about Yang Machung. But who would have thought that the other party would actually come?
What is he here for?
Lei Patian asked subconsciously.
He said he came to kill people,
the disciple said.
Who to kill?
Lei Patian was dumbfounded. He had already vaguely guessed what Yang Machung was doing in the dishes subduing Demon Tomb. But he still held a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that things would not be what he imagined.
Who else can I kill? Of course, it's the Xuanzong disciples.
At this moment, a cold voice slowly sounded. The sound was not loud, but it was like rolling thunder, falling on everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone present felt shocked. Almost immediately, everyone turned their eyes and looked towards the source of the sound. But I saw a young man wearing a big black robe, walking casually, as comfortable as walking in his own back garden. He was obviously a thin figure, but at this moment he looked extremely tall in the eyes of everyone. Under the incredible gazes, the young man walked in slowly. In an instant, the aura in the entire hall took on a warrior-like attitude. It was obviously just one person appearing alone, but in the eyes of everyone, he looked like 1,000 troops, making people uncontrollably tremble in their hearts.
Who are you?
Yin Jingqiao stood up suddenly and shouted in a cold voice. The young man in black robe, under the shock of eyes, grinned and said word by word.
Down here. Yawn. Moo. Done.
Chapter 1162 Kill Again. I'm Yang Machung. Yang Muchung's words made Yin Jingqiao and the other two people who were sitting there calmly jump up as if they had been stabbed in the butt by a needle. At this moment, he looked at the young man in front of him with wide eyes and disbelief.
Are you old Mo Yang?
Even, Yin Jingqiao asked in disbelief. Because Yang Machung is too young. Not to mention in Jiuzhou. Even in the entire Xianmin sect, such a young disciple only has the cultivation level of Jin Dan and nascent soul. Except for those famous geniuses in the immortal sect. None of them could have imagined that Yang Machung had reached half a step of the divine sea.
Three immortals. He is indeed old demon Yang.
A trace of horror flashed in Lei Potion's eyes. When Yang Machung entered the evil path, he only had the early stage of the divine path. It had been a long time since he had reached the half step of the divine sea. And what Lei Patian didn't expect was that Yang Machung actually came to their sect. What on earth does he want to do? Is it really like what the previous disciple said, that he wants to fight with these three disciples of the immortal sect?
Old demon Yang. Did you kill Shui Kai and Xiao Ming?
Yin Jingqiao slowly straightened up, his eyes flashing with cold light. Before meeting Yang Machung, he still had a trace of doubt in his heart. But after meeting Yang Machung, he completely understood. This young man indeed has the ability to kill Shui Kai and the others. Even at this moment, even I can't see through him.
Exactly.
Yang Machung nodded and looked at Yin Jingqiao with a smile.
I'm here to kill you this time.
Boom. This sentence made Yin Jingqiao and the others stunned. It even shocked everyone in the Disha demonic tomb. Everyone present could feel the domineering gesture contained in the other party's words. What a domineering old demon Yang. Although Yang Muchung only had half a step into the Divine Sea, but when he faced the three powerful ones from the Divine Sea, he showed no fear at all. He just stood there quietly. But at this moment, his whole aura surged up with an inexplicable gesture. On the contrary, the momentum of Yin Jingqiao and the others was suppressed in front of Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung was like a wild lion looking at three little white rabbits. This feeling made everyone's hearts beat wildly.
Just you?
Qi Feng looked at Yang Muchung and became furious. Boom! He let out a roar, and violent aura suddenly emitted from his body. The cyan inner energy swept out of his body like a surging tide. This violent force even compressed the air until it exploded, and the terrifying inner energy swept through the world. Roaring wildly,
crack! Click!
The majestic hall of the Earth Demon subduing tomb was torn apart by awe at this moment.
What a terrifying momentum!
Lei Potion's heart trembled. Although he had already defended against Qi Feng before. But when he felt the opponent's burst of cultivation again, he still couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in his heart.
It's over! Yang Lama is completely on the receiving end of a gun this time. These three immortals were still talking about him before. But now that he has arrived, he is seeking death.
Lei Patian secretly said. You must know that he is a late-stage cultivator in Shanghai, so he can only defend against Qi Feng alone. If they meet two people, they will be pressed hard and beaten. Although Yang Muchung has reached the half-step of the Divine Sea, no matter how powerful he is, he may be able to barely fight against one of them. But there are three Immortal Sect disciples here. How many can he defeat? Certainly, except for Lei Patian. Almost everyone present had the same idea.
This old demon Yang is really arrogant. Yes. Does he really think of himself as an invincible being? If these three immortals didn't trouble him, he should be burning incense and praying to gods and Buddhas. But he actually dared to take the initiative to bring them to his door.
There were waves of discussion. Just when it seemed that a fierce battle was going to break out at any time, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing, Yang Muchung acted like a normal person and slowly turned his eyes to Lei Patian and many elders and senior officials of the earthly demon subduing tomb.
TSK. 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 No matter how you put it, Earth Demon Conquering Demon Tomb is a well-known first-line sect in Jiuzhou, and one of the strongest sects in the evil way. Now, I am willing to be a dog of the Immortal Sect.
Yang Muchung said contemptuously.
Old Mo Yang is a hero who knows the current affairs. The three immortals are powerful, and they are members of the Immortal Sect. Although we are the first-line sects in Kyushu, we are just frogs sitting in a well watching the sky. In addition, the martial arts world has always been the strong are respected. Is there anything wrong with us worshipping the three immortals?
Lei Patian was ridiculed by Yang Muchung. Although he was full of anger, he could only bite the bullet and said,
That sounds grand, but he's still just a lackey.
Yang Muchung shook his head, his face becoming more and more disdainful as he said,
That's all. Everyone has his own ambition. Some people would rather die than surrender. But some people are willing to live on their knees. I'm too lazy to talk to you lackeys. Wait until I kill these three people. You?
Lei Patian was furious. But Yang Muchung no longer looked at him, but directly looked away, fell on Qi Feng, and said,
The CNN sect is indeed powerful. But you should not think that Jiuzhou cannot subdue your existence. Come to Jiuzhou and act recklessly.
Today is your death day.
While Yang Muchung was speaking, Qi Feng was also looking at Yang Muchung. He discovered that the other party only had half a step in the cultivation of Shanghai. But Yang Muchung's confident attitude, his attitude that he didn't put them in his eyes at all, made him extremely suspicious. At this time, when he heard Yang Muchung's words, he became furious.
Okay. I have seen arrogant people, but I have never seen someone as arrogant and domineering as you. Want to kill me? How dare you? A boy who has half-stepped in the divine world. Speak so arrogantly. Watch how I kill you.
Boom! The next moment, the breeze exploded with all its strength. The soles of its feet were already rising into the sky, and its aura reached its peak. However, Yang Muchung stood there with a sneer on his face, facing the full force of the breeze. He just used the Shenyuan sword and slashed downward suddenly. Chong! The shocking sound of the sword resounded loudly, and a brilliant sword light flashed across everyone's eyes. This sword light slashed down from top to bottom, like a terrifying black lightning that tore the entire void apart. Falling suddenly, poof! The sound of a body tearing apart resounded loudly, And then the arrogant Qingfeng was suddenly split in half under the horrified eyes. Chapter 1163. Thank you, Yang Zhu. Quiet! At this moment, the huge earthly demon subduing tomb became deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at the blood spilling all over the sky and the body that crashed down. Boom! The corpse, which was split in half from head to toe, was suddenly smashed to the ground. The muffled sound made everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. This, Lei Patian looked at the corpse that fell in front of him, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. He knows Qingfeng's strength better than anyone else. Half a day ago, I had a battle with the opponent. Even if he tried his best, he could not kill the opponent and could only barely keep himself in an invincible position. But such a powerful being was actually killed by Yang Macheng with one sword. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Oh my god. Old Demon Yang actually killed immortal Qingfeng. It's just a sword. It's too scary. The elders around him also had their eyes widened, and their whole bodies were trembling uncontrollably. Just a moment ago, they were still laughing at Yang Macheng who came here to die. But the next moment, everyone was silent when this sudden scene appeared. There was dead silence all around, except for the sound of horrified gasps. Junior brother Qingfeng. Another Xuanzong disciple saw this scene and immediately shouted. He looked at the body that was chopped into two pieces on the ground, and then looked at Yang Macheng standing there. His clear eyes suddenly turned blood red. Oldemo Yang. You bastard. You actually. Call! Before he finished speaking, Yang Macheng took a step forward. As if he walked out of the void, he came directly in front of this disciple. Not good. The disciple's eyes closed. His arms stretched out. His toes touched the ground. And in the next moment, he suddenly swept backwards. The whole person is like a seagull crossing the water, with extremely dexterous posture. But, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't keep up with Yang Macheng. The moment the opponent retreated, Yang Macheng shook his right hand. Chung! Another sword sound resounded. A black sword light that was extremely gorgeous, and as fast as lightning cut through a semicircle in the void. The sound of brocade and silk being torn apart resounded loudly. Then, a head soared into the sky, and the disciple's body still maintained its backward posture. After exploding hundreds of meters, it lost its internal strength and fell to the ground. And his head drew a parabola in midair, and fell to Lei Potion's feet with a bang. The eyes of the head were still wide open with a look of horror, as if they couldn't believe it till the day they died, that they actually died in the hands of Kyushu warriors. The second one killed another one. At this moment, the senior officials of the earthly demon-conquering tomb all exclaimed and groaned. If Yang Mucheng's killing of the first one can be explained as a surprise, so the second one couldn't be more terrifying. Yang Macheng attacked in front of him, and the other party could only escape. But he couldn't escape at all. With a shake of his right hand, the blood on Shen Yuan's sword slowly slid down the tip and hit the ground. This long sword, which was darker than the night, slowly turned and pointed at the tip of Yan Jingqiu's nose from a distance. The last one! You? Yan Jingqiu's face turned pale. Even his two junior brothers couldn't do what they did to kill them with one sword. But the other party did it. Doesn't this mean that the other party is stronger and more terrifying than himself? Die! Be hands-on and never be wordy. Yang Macheng smiled faintly, raised his sword, and slashed it down. Chong! A shocking sword light struck down from the sky quickly. No! Looking at this horrifying sword light, Yan Jingqiu let out a scream. At this last moment, without any hesitation, he quickly unleashed all his strength. And his pure inner strength was like a flame, sweeping directly over his body. At the same time, he grabbed it with his right hand and blasted it forward on the spot. It was a blue charm. The moment his hand was blasted out, the talisman suddenly burst out with a burst of bright light. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the talisman suddenly transformed into a huge shield. Lying in front of him, there was a faint luster on the shield, and the power contained in it made people's hearts tremble. No matter how idiot you are, you can still feel that this shield is extraordinary. Humph! Dying struggle. However, facing Yan Jingqiu's resistance, Yang Macheng just snorted coldly, and then the sword light struck down suddenly. Clang! The blue shield made of unknown material split into two as easily as a knife cutting through butter. At the same time, Yan Jingqiu was also split open on the spot. One person and one sword. Kill 3 immortal disciples in a row.
Yang Muqing's horrifying method had already caused the Earth Demon to conquer the Demon Mausoleum, which shocked the entire audience.
Yang Zhu.
When he saw Yang Muqing's eyes sweeping over him, Lei Patian, who had been confident before, suddenly turned pale and knelt down with a bang. At this moment, how dare he call him Old Demon Yang like he did before? Any one of these three Immortal Sect disciples would be enough to tie him. But these three people couldn't even resist a single move in front of Yang Muqing.
Come over.
Yang Muqing smiled and raised his fingers at Lei Patian.
Yes.
Lei Patian remained silent, kneeling on the ground and not daring to stand up. He almost kneeled before Yang Muqing. This leader of the evil first-line sect, a dignified warrior in the late stage of Shahai, is now kneeling at the feet of Yang Muqing, not even daring to raise his head. He could only say cautiously,
Yang Zhu. What are your orders? Boom!
Before he finished speaking, Yang Muqing raised the sole of his foot and kicked it away. Suddenly, this Lei Patian was like a ball being kicked away. He was shot out on the spot, and he bumped into huge stone pillars in a panic, and even completely collapsed a wall. In front of the flying dust in the sky, Lei Patian crawled out again, as if on his knees, and came to Yang Muqing's feet. The elders and senior officials of the demon-conquering tomb of earthly evil were stunned and speechless when they saw this scene. However, they could only watch helplessly. The three Immortal Sect disciples almost destroyed their sect. Now this old demon Yang came over and killed 3 people in a row with one sword strike. In front of the other party. He didn't dare to say anything. He could only stand there obediently like a student, watching the scene.
I'm in a good mood today. And I'm sure you're all here.
Yang Muqing quietly glanced at Lei Patian, put his hands behind his back, and turned to leave. Lei Patian was stunned on the spot, and it was not until a moment later that he realized what was happening. He knocked his head heavily on the ground and shouted loudly,
Thank you, Yang Zhu.
Lei Patian put his head on the ground and did not dare to lift it up. He did not lift it up until half a quarter of an hour later. But Yang Muqing had disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Chapter 1164 Famous in Kyushu. The whole Kyushu was shocked. Overnight, 3 of the most victorious Immortal Sect disciples were killed again. And it was Yang Muqing who took action. Facing these 3 Immortal Sect disciples, Yang Muqing was killed on the spot with 1 man and 1 sword. And even escaped. Can't even fight back or resist. Many people didn't quite believe it when they received the news that Shuaikai and Xiaoming, the first group of Xianmen disciples, had been killed. But the news that the second group was exterminated came again, which was shocking. If it were a certain evil ancestor or an authentic ancestor who took action, maybe everyone wouldn't have much reaction. After all, although these Immortal Sect disciples are powerful, someone can eventually deal with them. But it is Yang Muqing who takes action. When these Immortal Sect disciples took action, many people secretly analyzed who would win if Yang Muqing went to war with these Immortal Sect disciples. Although everyone in Jiuzhou secretly favors Yang Muqing, their reason tells them that Yang Muqing will most likely be killed without the ability to fight back when these powerful immortals come face to face. Now, after the news spread, everyone was given a slap in the face.
Old Demon Yang is worthy of being Old Demon Yang.
When everyone learned about the situation in which Earth Evil conquered the Demon Tomb and Yang Muqing beheaded 3 Immortal Sect disciples, everyone couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of their hearts. Terrible strength? Terrifying potential? These descriptions are too pale. 3 words are enough to describe Yang Muqing. Yang Laoma.
Brother Lei, were the 3 people from the Immortal Sect really killed by Old Demon Yang?
In the demon-conquering mausoleum of Disha, some of the sect leaders of the first-line evil sects even rushed over in person. They all wanted to find out whether the news was true or false as soon as possible. Now, in the lobby, there were more than a dozen sect leaders from the evil first-line sects gathered. They all looked at the man sitting at the head with curiosity.
Yes.
Lei Patian nodded heavily.
I saw it all with my own eyes.
Lei Patian is a tall man, and he gives off an air of calmness and authority wherever he sits. To be able to become the leader of a first-line sect, he is an immortal hero in his own right. But there were very clear footprints on Lei Potion's face. He pointed to the footprints on his face and said,
This kick was kicked by Old Demon Yang. Even if he restrained his strength, he almost kicked me to death with this kick. He said he was in a good mood, so he didn't kill me. At that moment, I felt an unprecedented sense of death in this life. If I had to make a choice again, I would rather face the disciples of the Immortal Sect than face Old Demon Yang. Old Demon Yang is really terrible.
Late Potion's words immediately made many frontline sect ancestors present feel numb. Most of the people who can sit here know the ins and outs of Late Potion's strength and details. Such a strong man in the late stage of Shanghai would rather face the 3 immortal sect disciples than face Yang Mucheng. One can imagine how terrible the shock Yang Mucheng brought to him.
Old Demon Yang killed the disciples of the immortal sect? No. Right. What ability does he have? It's absolutely true. With one sword strike, those arrogant immortal sect disciples couldn't even resist in front of old Demon Yang. So they were completely killed. This was witnessed by Lei Patian, the leader of Earth Demon subduing Demon Mausoleum. That Lei Patian became the lackey of the immortal sect disciples. After Yang Laomo killed 3 Xian sect disciples, he almost kicked him to death. If Yang Laomo was not in a good mood, he would have killed the Disha directly. The demon-conquering tomb is full. It's so refreshing.
In an instant, the news spread throughout Kyushu. Everyone just felt extremely relieved. During this period of time, the Xianmen disciples invaded, and the Jiuzhou warriors did not dare to resist. They could only watch others acting wildly under their noses. But they were unable to do anything. How many people dare to be angry but dare not speak out? And want to fight against the immortal sect disciples, but are powerless. Now that Yang Mucheng has killed 6 immortal sect disciples in a row, the Jiuzhou warriors feel proud. Even, some people began to call Yang Mu Yang Zhu. Certainly, Yang Mucheng's strength has also aroused the curiosity of many people. He who can kill the disciples of the immortal sect will undoubtedly be able to join the heavenly ranking. But his cultivation level is only half a step in the divine sea. So he is well deserved to be number 1 on the earth list. Many thoughtful people suddenly discovered a problem. Yang Mucheng has won the first place on the 3 lists.
The existence that ranks first among the 3 rankings. In the history of Kyushu, no one has ever been able to get the first place in the 3 rankings. Yang Zhu is the first. Terrifying. Apart from this word, I can't think of anything else. There is no doubt that as long as old Demon Yang doesn't die, he will definitely be ranked number 1 on the heavenly ranking. However, this does not mean that Jiuzhou is safe. This time, a total of 10 disciples of the Xianmen sect came, and there are 4 left. Moreover, among these 4, there is one who is in the late stage of Shanghai. He is the big one they call Senior Brother, the most powerful Yin Feishing. Yes, can Zhu Yang kill these 4 people?
In the midst of the crowd, many people noticed this overlooked issue. For a time, many people's eyes focused on Yang Mucheng again. And at this time, Yang Mucheng has returned to Wandao Sword Sect. Original. He planned to kill the remaining 4 Xuanzong disciples in one go. But he discovered that since he killed Yin Jingqiao and Qin Feng in the Disha subduing demon tomb, the remaining ones had been attacking the Jiuzhou sect. The immortal sect disciple group suddenly lost contact and seemed to have completely disappeared. Yang Mucheng went around Jiuzhou again, but failed to find these people. This situation gave Yang Mucheng a huge headache. No doubt. For him, these Xuanzong disciples were an absolute tonic, because they live on the stars with very strong spiritual energy all year round. Their bodies are very nourished, and are even more terrifying than some great demon kings. Of course, their qi and blood are also very powerful. Therefore, Yang Mucheng immediately planned to kill these Xuanzong disciples to provide him with the resources to enter the divine sea. Unfortunately, these immortal sects all disappeared overnight. This naturally made Yang Mucheng very stunned. But he had a feeling that these people had not left Jiuzhou, and maybe they were still brewing something. But what surprised Yang Mucheng was that, after killing Yin Jingqiao, he actually completed 2 tasks at once. The first one is number 1 on the land list. The second one is the Hard Edge mission. At this juncture, 2 tasks were completed at once, which made Yang Mucheng extremely excited, because he will have 2 more chances to win the lottery.
I don't know what I can bring this time.
Chapter 1165, Ward Letter. As the cultivation level increases, the difficulty of the tasks becomes more and more difficult. It is even rarer to have the opportunity to complete several tasks at once like before. Sometimes it takes a long time to complete a task. This time, he actually completed 2 tasks at once, which naturally made Yang Mucheng very happy. Certainly, still at this critical moment, naturally, Yang Mucheng was very excited.
Lottery!
Without any hesitation, Yang Mucheng gave a deep drink. Certainly, for Yang Mucheng, what he hopes for most now are 2 things. One is to upgrade to talisman, and the other is to give himself a serious heaven-level immortal weapon. However, this is just Yang Mucheng's expectation. After all, this lottery relies entirely on luck.
And it's not that easy. Correct. I also have a lucky charm.
Yang Muqing's heart moved, and he quickly took out the lucky charm that he had never used before. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the upgraded talisman. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the best swordsmanship on the heavenly level, Hades sword technique. It's really outrageous. Looking at the system prompts, Yang Muqing couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Feeling the extra sword skills in his mind, Yang Muqing showed a hint of horror. This Hades sword art is divided into 3 parts, upper, middle and lower. The first part is the speed sword style, middle grade of heaven level. The second part, it is the mad sword style, the top grade of heaven level. The third part, it is the killing sword style, the best in heaven. The power of the 3 sword techniques of the underworld sword technique is stronger than the martial arts of the same level. Moreover, because each one is stronger than the other, each one consumes hundreds of times the internal energy of the previous one. Of course, the power is hundreds of times more powerful.
Use the upgrade talisman to upgrade this underworld sword technique?
Yang Muqing's heart moved. But immediately, he eliminated this idea from his mind. Because this is unrealistic.
With my current strength, even when using the demon god sacrifice, I can only use one sword in the speed sword style. If this technique is raised to another level, I might not be able to use it.
The Hades sword technique is among the immortal sect, and its power can definitely be ranked among the top 3 among sword techniques. Of course, this kind of sword technique consumes a lot of money. This speed sword style is to turn the inner strength of the whole body into speed, and blast out a sword at the fastest speed. No matter you have thousands of changes. I only have one sword, making it impossible for you to avoid or hide. With Yang Muqing's current level of cultivation, he could barely use half of the power of this move. In the case of the Demon God Festival, you can use the full speed sword style. However, this move will also drain away all its inner energy. If he were to raise it to another level, he would probably be completely beaten into adulthood.
Just use the upgrade talisman to upgrade Void Transcend.
Between the Demon Sacrifice and the Void Transcend, Yang Muqing pondered for a moment, but still used it to upgrade his movements. Pali Fairy Island. Just when Yang Muqing was in retreat, the last group of the Xianmen sect stumbled in.
Eldest brother! Eldest brother!
Boom! The leader crawled up to a young man, knelt down in front of him with a bang, and cried,
Elder brother! Something bad has happened. The 2 teams of Shuekai and Yin Jingchao, they are all dead. And now we are the only ones left. There is such a genius on this star. Senior brother, hurry back to the sect and invite the elders.
The other 2 disciples were also frightened. Notice, after they came to Jiuzhou, they defeated many sects and met many strong men. But even if you encounter the sect leaders of those first-line sects, even if you can't defeat them alone, 2 or 3 people can escape successfully. But now, a young boy of 18 or 19 years old appears and completely kills all their brothers with a sword.
Tianji?
Yin Feishing slowly turned his head, squinted his eyes, looked at the 3 junior brothers kneeling in front of him, and sneered.
Will there be a genius on this fallen star? Are you scared out of your wits by him?
A hint of humiliation flashed on the faces of the 3 Xuanzong disciples. The Xianmen sect respects martial arts, and those who are masters come first. Although, Yin Feishing joined the sect not long ago, but he was made an exception and became the sect leader's direct disciple, and became their senior brother. Even if they are scolded, they can only endure it and suffer it.
Of course, I have to go back and invite the elders.
Yin Feishing nodded and said,
On this star, with such thin spiritual energy, there are actually more than a dozen strong men who have achieved half-step to nirvana. These existences have far exceeded our previous speculation. If the elders don't take action, we can't capture this place. Star, make these people our slaves? However, I am a little dissatisfied with going back to bring in reinforcements in such a dejected manner.
Yin Feishing's words immediately caused a hint of surprise to appear on the faces of the 3 Xuanzong disciples. But it's normal to think about it. After all, Yin Feishing is the genius within Xuanzong. He has been personally guided by the sect master, and this is his first time to go out and lead his disciples to attack the stars. If he went back in such a dejected manner, wouldn't it make those in Xuanzong who were originally dissatisfied with Yin Feishing look down on him even more?
Elder brother, what are your plans?
At this moment, the 3 disciples all looked towards Yin Feishing. Really? Just listen to Yin Feishing say.
I will write a letter of challenge, and you can send it to me. In 7 days, I will fight against this old demon Yang on Punlai Immortal Island. Wait until I kill old demon Yang. Take his head back to the sect. And ask the elders to conquer the 9 provinces. Yes,
the 3 disciples said in unison. When this letter of war was sent to Wandao Sword Sect, not only the entire Wandao Sword Sect, but even the entire Jiuzhou was completely boiling.
Yin Feisheng wants to challenge Yang Mucheng on Punlai Immortal Island. That senior brother Xuanzong, the real peak powerhouse of the Divine Sea. Has old demon Yang accepted the challenge? He accepted the challenge. He said he would go to Punlai Immortal Island to fight Yin Feisheng in 7 days.
For a time, everyone in Kyushu turned their attention to Punlai Immortal Island. However, just when everyone in Jiuzhou was excited, in a deserted corner, 2 more people from outside the Immortal Sect came to Jiuzhou. These 2 people are none other than Mr. Yaya and Xiaoqing.
The air is so turbid. The spiritual energy is so thin.
And Xiaoqing, who entered Jiuzhou for the first time, couldn't help but frown.
Sir, the genius you mentioned is on this star?
If he hadn't known that Mr. Yaya wouldn't lie casually, and Xiaoqing wouldn't have believed that a genius could be born on this star.
Huh? It seems like something big happened.
Mr. Elegant turned his eyes and felt something in his heart. He looked at Xiaoqing on the side and said with a smile,
And Xiaoqing, we are at the right place this time. There will be a good show here. A good show?
And Xiaoqing thought thoughtfully. Chapter 1166 I'm here to kill you. Punlai Fairy Island. One of the 7 secret realms in Kyushu. It is said to be the cave of a certain tiny powerhouse. After experiencing the war, now only a lonely island and the ruins of the island's walls are left. This secret realm has been explored by many warriors, but now it has lost any sense of novelty. Few warriors come here. When the first ray of sunlight shines on Punlai Island, outside the island, countless people have gathered. This is a battle between geniuses, and even some old monsters who have been hiding in the world have been brought out. In addition to some known half-step nirvana experts, there are even some powerful beings who are thought to have died long ago.
Isn't that Raymond? Didn't it mean that he ran out of life 3,000 years ago and was completely dead?
When a half-step nirvana strongman appeared, it immediately caused a sensation.
3,000 years ago, Lei Ming was the number 1 in the heavenly ranking, and the most powerful person in the evil way. He has been seeking a breakthrough to no avail. The last time he practiced, he went crazy. From then on, the evil way fell into a disadvantage, being suppressed and beaten by Zhang Dao. According to rumors, Raymond was already dead, but I didn't expect that he was still alive. Who is that? Jean Liang is waiting for him respectfully. Could it be that he is Hua Yuanil, the ancestor of Wandao Sword Sect, whom Yang Lam will rescue from the ancient tomb?
Existences appeared one after another, and each appearance caused a burst of exclamations. There are actually as many as 70 or 80 of these half-step nirvana experts. Certainly, these half-steps of nirvana also frightened the 3 disciples of Xuanzong. It was only then that they realized that they had underestimated this star. In this situation of decline and thin spiritual energy, there were actually so many strong people who had achieved half-step to nirvana. Only, most of these half-steps of nirvana are accumulated entirely through age. In all likelihood, he will be unable to take action. His age has reached the limit. If he does not take action once, a large amount of lifespan will be consumed. Half a step beyond nirvana. What remains are the masters of the 2 paths of good and evil. These sect leaders, who are usually aloof, cannot be ranked at the front. Standing after the half-step of nirvana, there are the powerful Shinto people outside. On weekdays, there are as many powerful Shinto people as there are here, facing the major sect masters and the ancestors who once looked down upon Kyushu. They dare not have them. A little bit presumptuous. As for those with strong spiritual consciousness, they are not even qualified to step forward and can only watch from a distance. After all, outside this Punlai Immortal Island, there are gathered all the strong men from all the sects and families in the entire Jiuzhou, good and evil. And this battle between the 9 provinces Tianju and Xianmen Tianjiao naturally attracted the attention of countless people. These people who came to watch the battle completely sealed the entire Punlai Island. As for people below the spiritual level, I'm sorry. Although these people want to come and watch the battle, they don't have the guts. Certainly, in addition to this crowd, and Xiaoqing and Mr. Elegant also came to Punlai Immortal Island. On a seemingly ordinary floating cloud, the 2 of them looked at the fairy island quietly.
Sure enough, that's Xuanzong's person.
And Xiaoqing saw the service of Yin Feisheng and others. and there was a hint of understanding in his eyes.
I've never heard of this sect.
Mr. Elegant shook his head.
Among the stars, various sects are like ministers across the river. It's normal that you haven't heard of Xuanzong. I have only heard of this sect in recent times. It just belongs to a third-tier sect that has just emerged.
And Xiaoqing said calmly,
This sect mainly focuses on plundering, constantly attacking various stars, looking for various cultivation resources. As for the natives on that star, they are captured as slaves and driven by them. I see.
Mr. Elegant nodded. What? Mr. Elegance has no intention of interfering. You know, this situation is too common. Not only the sects of the human race are plundering everywhere, but also some star alien races are also plundering in various ways.
It seems he hasn't arrived yet.
Mr. Elegant took back his thoughts and looked around. And Xiaoqing asked with interest,
Are you talking about Yang Maicheng? I have long wanted to see what kind of existence this genius, who is so remembered by Sir, is like.
Mr. Elegant glanced at Xiaoqing and said with a smile,
His potential is unfathomable. But it is a pity that his practice is limited on this star. If he were on other stars, I am afraid that at this time he has already achieved half-step to the level of nirvana. Therefore, I gave him a wide berth and allowed him to participate in this battle with the cultivation level of Shanghai.
And Xiaoqing was moved. He knows the identity of Mr. Elegance. And it is not that easy for him to praise someone at the level of Mr. Elegance.
However, it is a pity that he is only half a step into the divine sea and cannot meet my requirements.
Mr. Elegance shook his head. There was a trace of regret in Xiaoqing's eyes.
This is exactly what Yang Maicheng is saying. How can Jinlin be a creature in the pond? It can transform into a dragon when encountering wind and cloud. Unfortunately, he cannot meet the wind and cloud. However, he only has half a step in the divine sea, so I am afraid he will not be able to deal with the opponent. I've heard of this. His name is Yin Feishing, and he is Xuanzong's genius. It only took him 108 years to reach the late stage of Shanghai. He is the disciple of Xuanzong's master, so he must have a super powerful magic weapon. Yang Maicheng's battle is not good.
Mr. Elegant said nothing. Yang Maicheng is just one of his candidates. Although he admires Yang Maicheng, he will not take action at will. After all, his sect only recruits people with great opportunities, great luck, and great wisdom. Not to mention Yang Maicheng. Even if Xiaoqing was in danger now, he would not help.
Coming!
Suddenly, Xiaoqing spoke up. At this moment, the warriors surrounding Penglai Immortal Island spread out like a tide.
Come yet? Is this Mr. Yang? The battle of geniuses.
The crowd seemed to explode. Many people have heard of Yang Maicheng, but have never seen him. Now that this is the first time to see him, naturally everyone wants to take a look at this talented person in Kyushu. But see, where the water and the sky meet, a young man dressed in black steps forward. He has a handsome face, and his skin is as white as jade. Almost perfect. Every step he took was extremely casual, without using any strength. The whole person seemed to be integrated with the heaven and earth.
Master Uncle!
Everyone from the 36 righteous sects bowed and bent down when they saw this young man.
Yang Zhu!
The evil people also shouted respectfully. Suddenly, the originally noisy Penglai Immortal Island fell silent at this moment, and the young man walked towards him in the eyes.
Old Demon Yang!
At this time, in the center of Penglai Immortal Island, Yin Feishing, who had his hands behind his back and had been concentrating with his eyes closed for 7 days and nights, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his pupils almost condensed into substance, and stars flashed in his eyes.
I didn't expect you would really dare to come.
Snapped. Yang Maicheng stepped lightly, with the soles of his feet, and landed on Penglai Immortal Island. He smiled faintly at the Xuanzong disciple.
Why don't you dare to come? I'm here to kill you.
Chapter 1167 Yang Maicheng vs. Yin Feishing. Penglai Immortal Island is the place with the most beautiful environment among the 7 secret realms. White clouds cover the sky and cranes fly. Surrounded by the sea, it looks like an island where immortals live. The island is full of exotic animals, which are extremely rare. But at this moment, this fairyland on Earth is slowly spreading a compelling sense of chilling.
I'm here to kill you.
These faint words made the wind seem to be filled with a strong murderous intention.
Just you?
Yin Feishing slowly raised his eyes, and his eyes fell on Yang Maicheng. The terrifying laughter made the warriors under the Divine Sea realm feel like thunder. They were so shocked that they covered their ears and involuntarily retreated back.
Do you think Shui Kai and Yin Jingqiao are useless? Although they are some trash, They are also members of our Xuanzong. We can't just kill anyone we want.
Yang Mucheng looked at it without fear and sneered.
You want to avenge them?
Yin Fei, it makes me very disappointed. With your level of cultivation, you can't resist any of my moves. If I were you, I would hide away and never show up again. I didn't expect you to dare to say such arrogant things in front of me.
Yin Feixing shook his head as he spoke, his face full of regret. Just like what he said. Although, there have been a lot of rumors about Yang Mucheng. But those are just rumors after all. As the saying goes, what you hear is false, and what you see is true. Before seeing Yang Mucheng, he still had some illusions. But after meeting Yang Mucheng, he couldn't hide his disappointment. In his opinion, such a small character can be easily killed with a snap of his fingers.
I'm afraid you'll know when you kneel at my feet,
Yang Mucheng said with a faint smile.
And Xiaoqing, who do you think will win among these two?
Mr. Elegant put his hands behind his back and looked at the young man beside him.
It must be Yin Feixing.
And Xiaoqing said without hesitation.
The gap is really too big. Yin Feixing has the late-stage cultivation of Shihai, and is 4 small realms ahead of Yang Mucheng.
But, as Xiaoqing spoke, his eyes glanced at Yang Mucheng. But he couldn't help but reveal a wry smile.
But Yang Mucheng clearly knows that there is a huge gap in cultivation between the two sides. But there is no trace of panic on his face, which is really puzzling. It must be what kind of trump card he has to support his confidence.
Mr. Elegant smiled lightly and said,
although I am a strong person in the Tai realm, I still can't see through him. It seems that the two of them have broken down and are about to take action. After a while, we will know who wins and who loses.
When Xiaoqing heard this, his eyes lit up, and he quickly looked down.
Kneel at your feet?
Yin Feixing sneered, and his eyes suddenly turned cold when looking at Yang Mucheng.
Frog at the bottom of the well. You have no idea how vast the stars outside are. If that's the case, then I will teach you so that you can fully understand.
After saying that, Yin Feixing punched him. His punch was not as critical as everyone imagined, but it was silent. When Yang Mucheng saw this, he punched him in the same way without saying a word. The divine minds and Shinto experts around them looked at the two people who suddenly started to attack, with doubts flashing in their eyes. But those strong men in the divine sea realm felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy when they saw the two men's moves.
This old demon Yang is really scary.
Lei Ming, the founder of the evil way, closed his eyes. Under the spotlight, the two of them seemed to be fighting lightly, just like ordinary people fighting, punching each other lightly with no internal energy. Boom! It was as terrifying as a comet hitting the earth. This huge force directly shocked the entire island and completely shattered it. Huge water pillars also rose into the sky at this time. When they were bombarded, the violent aftermath swept across all directions like a violent wind. Only the warriors in the realm of the divine sea could still stand in place, and were thrown away from the divine sea on the spot. The entire Penglai Immortal Island was razed to the ground by this punch. Wherever there were jagged rocks and rare grasses, there was a bare ground from a distance, and the entire Immortal Island seemed to be torn apart on the spot in front of the two of them. Split in two. Huh? Yin Feixing felt the power on his fist, and showed a hint of shock.
Yan Lamo, you really didn't disappoint me. No wonder you dared to come here alone. However, you and I are really far apart. You are trying my trick.
As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed his right hand forward. Just hearing a crash, the endless sea water outside the fairy island was suddenly pulled. Under the internal force, it turned into a huge palm and slapped towards Yang Mucheng. This palm has a radius of thousands of feet, covering the sky and the sun. Just like Mount Tai is pressing down on the top, even the real mountain peaks will be flattened by its palm here.
Here comes the sword.
Yang Mucheng shouted loudly.
Phew!
A strange force quickly passed through the field, and countless black lightnings emerged rapidly, like thousands of threads, converging in his palm. Yang Mucheng grabbed it with his right hand, and the black lightning turned into the Xinyuan sword. Then, he slashed downwards. Boom! Suddenly, the giant palm, which was enough to flatten a mountain peak, was cut in half by Yang Mucheng. The sea water that lost its power fell heavily like a waterfall of thousands of tons on the spot.
Yin Feixing, I heard that you are Xuanzong's senior brother. Is this all you have?
Yang Mucheng chopped the giant palm into pieces with one sword, and immediately swung his second sword. Chung! A sound like a continuous sword roar suddenly resounded throughout the world. The terrifying sword intent swiftly and violently passed over the fairy island. And the water pouring down suddenly stopped suddenly under the exaggeration of this sword intent. Zheng! 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 A long sword completely condensed from sea water was quietly formed amidst the sounds of gold and stone. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of long swords were transformed between heaven and earth. Little tricks. Yin Feixing snorted coldly and swiped his right hand lightly, bringing up a violent wind that swept across the world. In an instant, the long sword condensed with internal energy was quietly dissipated like the scorching sun meeting snow. It turned into countless water flows on the spot and fell powerlessly into the sea. Old Demon Yang. You are nothing more than that. You are proud enough to be able to practice to this extent in such a dilapidated star. Next. It's time to end. Yin Feixing laughed wildly. At this moment, everyone watching the battle suddenly looked horrified and their hearts sank. However, Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and took out a gourd from his arms. Open! Just when Yin Feixing was confused, Yang Mucheng suddenly shouted loudly. In a moment of thought, 36,000 famous swords soared into the sky. Chapter 1168 shocked everyone. When Yang Mucheng summoned thousands of water swords, everyone was stunned. After all, he is only a half-step strong man from the divine sea. He can bring out such power with every movement of his hands and feet. Even ordinary strong men from the divine sea may not be able to do it. Waving 10,000 swords, Miu Tian is worthy of being old Mo Yang. An ancestor sighed after seeing the divine swords filling the sky. I always thought that old Demon Yang was just a person who was seeking fame. But now I know that there are no real people under the fame. This old Demon Yang is really scary. If I fall under this move, I will definitely be pierced by 10,000 swords and torn into pieces. A strong man from the divine sea couldn't hide the shock in his eyes, and his face was full of fear. However, while everyone was exclaiming, these 10,000 swords were easily resolved by Yin Feixing. This scene melts like the spring snow and the blazing sun. Too strong. This moment, outside Penglai Immortal Island, everyone only had this thought. However, Yang Mucheng was calm and summoned 36,000 famous swords again. How about this? Countless pairs of horrified eyes looked towards Yang Mucheng. They wanted to see if Yang Mucheng's move would still be easily resolved by Yin Feixing. However, when they saw this, they were all stunned. These 36,000 long swords were broken into whole pieces and condensed into a line, like a sword radiating across the heaven and earth, penetrating the heaven and earth, and the entire sea was easily cut open. Wow! Everyone only heard a vast sound of water, and the sea surface was actually divided into two halves. The submarine lake bed is completely exposed, and seaweed, fish and shrimp can be clearly seen. Snort! Yin Feixing snorted coldly, facing the bombardment of these 36,000 famous swords. His face moved slightly, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Just when the famous sword came rushing towards him, he sacrificed something. Everyone looked forward, only to see that the object was a great bag. As soon as it flew into the void, it quickly swelled. The pocket was opened, and at this moment, a surging suction force suddenly appeared, as if there was a terrifying eye of the wind inside. The sea surface, which had finally calmed down, was turbulent under this terrifying suction force. Almost in an instant, half of the 36,000 famous swords were swallowed up by this bag. What? What kind of magic weapon is this? Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. Before he could recover, half of the 36,000 famous swords were swallowed by the bag. This huge bag is like a terrifying gluttonous beast, swallowing the sky and the earth at this moment. In the next moment, all the famous swords were swallowed into it. Hey, old Demon Yang, how powerful is my Qianquan bag? Yin Feixing's eyes turned to Yang Mucheng and sneered. I'll give these swords back to you. Boom! He made a seal, and in an instant he saw the Qianquan bag, which was still bursting with infinite suction, suddenly spit out at this moment. The 36,000 famous swords that he had swallowed before were spit out on the spot at this moment. It shot out even faster than before. Shang! 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 This moment, 36,000 famous swords shot out from the hole in an attitude of tearing apart the void. Each handle carried an ear-piercing scream as it blasted towards Yang Mucheng. It's over! When Raymond saw this scene, he couldn't help but shook his head secretly. He sighed and prepared to turn around and leave. The difference in strength is too big. Another ancestor showed unwillingness. If old Demon Yang could practice for decades more, he would definitely be able to kill him. What a pity!
Outside Pumlai Fairy Island, everyone watching the battle looked sad. Yin Feishing's strength was so strong that he suppressed Yang Mucheng from almost the beginning. At this point, the battle situation has already been decided.
Will you really lose? If you are really a genius that even Mr. Elegance cares about, you shouldn't fail so easily.
And Xiao Qing narrowed his eyes. Just when everyone was looking towards Yang Mucheng, the 36,000 famous swords turned around under the control of Yin Feishing and blasted towards Yang Mucheng. Just when these 36,000 famous swords had already surrounded Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng didn't react at all. He stood there blankly, as if he was frightened by the scene in front of him.
Ha ha! Yin Feishing, you really make my blood boil.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. In the midst of the thousands of swords sweeping through him, he suddenly clenched his fists, and a monstrous demon suddenly burst out from behind. The terrifying demonic energy made the entire space stagnant at this moment. Even the famous sword that was attacking slowed down at this moment. Yang Mucheng said, taking a step forward. The whole person suddenly disappeared on the spot. The void transit after the evolution of the upgraded talisman was faster and more unpredictable than the previous incomplete version. Just like this, in full view of everyone, Yang Mucheng when he reappeared, he had already flashed behind Yin Feishing.
A small genius of Xuanzong has such strength. So what about the genius of thousands of stars in the entire vast universe?
Yang Mucheng could not hide the fighting spirit in his eyes.
What?
At this moment, a trace of panic appeared on Yin Feishing's face. He only felt a terrifying death crisis, sweeping over quickly and violently in a horrifying manner, covering his body in an instant. When he looked back, he saw an extremely bright sword light, rushing towards him quickly and rushing through his body on the spot. At this last moment, Yin Feishing exploded with all his inner energy, and his body suddenly twisted strangely. He actually avoided this sword all his life. Yang Mucheng's void transit was so fast that even if Yin Feishing dodged in the moment of life and death, he still couldn't completely avoid it, and was still seriously injured at this moment.
How can it be?
The spectators around, who originally thought that the overall situation had been decided, looked at this scene in shock and disbelief. They never expected that Yang Mucheng would suddenly fight back and forcefully reverse the defeat in an instant, completely suppressing Yin Feishing. And at this time, the most frightened person is naturally Yin Feishing. Yang Mucheng, whom he had said he wanted to kill before, actually hurt himself. His previous movements, even if he was just a snap of his finger slower, he might be split in half on the spot. When facing Yang Mucheng again, Yin Feishing felt a threat of death. He might even be killed at any time by Yang Mucheng, whom he had completely ignored before.
As expected of Mr. Yang.
And Xiao Qing clapped his hands in applause, with a hint of surprise in his eyes.
This kind of genius is really scary. If he and I are on the same starting line, he might really surpass me.
Mr. Elegant nodded and said with satisfaction.
Finally, I am not disappointed. However, this move failed to kill Yin Feishing. I'm afraid there will be trouble next.
Everyone looked towards Yin Feishing. Really? The expression of Xuanzong's genius suddenly turned gloomy. Chapter 1169 Demon God Sacrifice vs Silver Dragon.
Old Demon Yang.
Yin Feishing let out a breath of turbid air. Although the previous sword strike had already avoided the vital point, with his powerful body, he could automatically recover within 3 breaths. But being hurt by the ants in his own eyes still made Yin Feishing's face turn completely cold.
I didn't expect you to be able to hurt me.
Clang. He clasped his palms together and pulled, as if he had drawn a long sword from the void.
You can be proud of yourself if you can force me to use my sword and die by my sword. Next, it's all over. Boom!
The words just fell. Yin Feishing exploded completely, and a roiling momentum suddenly surged out of Yin Feishing's body. His whole body actually showed a sense of sharpness, which made people dare not look directly at him. Under this shocking aura, Yin Feishing was like an unsheathed sword. A pure silver aura suddenly burst out from his body, and terrifying pure power surged out quickly, like a silver flame burning into the void. This huge breath stirred up the void around him, and the huge internal energy even caused the waves of the sea to surge, as if the heaven and earth were surging.
Roar!
Under a series of horrified glances, and under a shocking dragon roar, a silver dragon shadow several thousand feet long formed outside Yin Feishing's body, wrapped in layers of inner strength. The silver dragon almost transformed into reality, and then it rushed towards Yang Mucheng like lightning. How could Yin Feishing, who was Xuanzong's darling, be able to endure the humiliation of being injured by a guy he looked down upon. And in full view of everyone, he even unleashed all his strength to completely kill and tear Yang Machung into pieces. Call. The silver dragon was tumbling, its terrifying and astonishing aura causing endless waves. The sky above Penglai Immortal Island seemed to be the eve of a storm. Thick lightning and howling wind stirred up the heaven and earth. Although this move was only aimed at Yang Machung, but everyone watching the battle felt an uncontrollable sense of suffocation. Under the pressure of infinite power, they had to retreat again and again. But when they retreated, everyone's attention always fell on Yang Machung. They wanted to see how Yang Machung responded to this move.
What? Oldemo Yang!
However, Yang Machung's actions were unexpected by everyone. Under Yin Feishing's shocking attack, he did not retreat at all. Instead, he jumped up at this moment. At the same moment, the inner energy of his body also swept out. In an instant, under the influence of the demon god's sacrifice, the overwhelming demonic energy also burst out. The terrifying demon god also grew to thousands of meters at this moment. The aura exuded by this monstrous demon god is actually no weaker than Yin Feishing in the later stage of Shanghai. Then, Yang Machung brought up boundless demonic energy and shot it out fiercely towards the sweeping Yin Feishing. No one could have imagined that Yang Machung, who was halfway through Shanghai, would directly confront Yin Feishing, who was in the later stage of Shanghai.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The shocking sound of impact resounded in horror. Penglai Immortal Island, which was originally in pieces, sank completely in this terrifying impact. The terrifying pressure made the entire sea surface seem to be crushed. Countless demon kings in the sea were shocked to death by the terrifying power generated by the impact. And countless big demon kings continued to flee into the distance.
What? Head to head. In the collision between the half-step Divine Sea and the later stage of the Divine Sea, can old Demon Yang win?
Everyone looked towards the two people in the collision. Even in Xiaoqing and Mr. Yaya couldn't hide their shock. They wanted to know who could gain the upper hand in this shocking collision. Boom! In a shocking explosion, the two sides were evenly matched. Whether it was the majestic and inviolable silver dragon or the terrifying demon god, they all became dimmed and became more transparent in the impact. However, as if they had agreed, the two rushed towards each other again. Although a lot of power was consumed, this time, there was an explosion that was even more shocking than before. Centered on the point where the two collided, a shocking bright light emerged violently. This is completely internal energy, completely strength, and completely a battle between bodies. The people present were not surprised that Yin Feishing could reach this level. After all, the other party came from the Xianmen sect and grew up on a star that was several times, or even dozens of times richer than the spiritual energy of Jojo. It also had a divine sea, later cultivation. But Yang Machung can also reach this level, which makes people feel terrible. Boom! 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 The crazy collision even suppressed the shocking thunder. All the spectators present were stunned at this scene. Unable to speak, the two people in the collision rushed towards each other again without any hesitation after each collision. Even in the end, Yang Machung's demon god was completely soaked in blood and turned into a strange and deep dark red. The silver dragon that Prince Feishing also seemed to have turned into a terrifying blood dragon.
I don't believe it. How can you, an ant, be able to compete with me?
After using all his strength to suppress Yang Machung, Yin Feishing finally broke out. He knows. If you don't show your last trump card, you will be killed by the opponent. With a roar, Yin Feishing clenched his fists. And at this moment all the energy and blood in his body burned. Under the surge of energy and blood, the silver dragon, which had dimmed and was completely soaked in blood, regained its holy light at this moment. The shocking roar of the dragon resounded between heaven and earth. Boom! 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 Just the shocking power of the silver dragon caused shocking water columns to erupt on the sea. At this moment, the aura of the silver dragon completely surpassed Yang Machung. And under the infusion of this surging energy and blood, the body of the silver dragon grew crazily in the infinite silver light. Under the shocking eyes, the body of the silver dragon actually grew to measuring tens of thousands of feet in size. It seems that as long as the silver dragon is willing, it can completely swallow up the entire world.
Old Demon Yang, you will definitely die today.
Under the 10,000-foot-long silver dragon, Yang Machung's monstrous demon looked like a tiny ant at this moment. This moment, Yang Machung fell into danger and seemed to have no chance of recovery. Chapter 1170 Divine Sea.
It seems it's really over.
At this moment, such an idea came to everyone's mind. Yang Muchung, who is under the silver dragon, is like an ant under the power of heaven and earth. As long as Yin Feixing is willing, he can easily kill him. The world of melee has become quiet. But, in the sea at this moment, Polai Island has completely disappeared, leaving only a lonely reef. Many spectators also felt extremely regretful. Yang Muchung was so stunning that he was undoubtedly the most talented person in Kyushu. But no one expected that it would end in this way.
Yang Mu succeeded or failed.
And Xiaoqing sighed. Even now, he didn't think Yang Muchung would have any chance to fight back.
Pity!
A trace of regret flashed in Mr. Elegant's eyes. Wow! The huge body of the silver dragon moved slowly. Even if it was just a slight turbulence, it seemed to move the world. Those huge pupils were aimed firmly at Yang Muchung.
Old demon Yang!
The silver dragon spoke human words. And that was the voice of Yin Feixing.
To be able to possess such terrifying strength among such declining stars, you are a well-deserved genius. If you are given another few decades, you might be able to break the shackles of the weak spiritual energy of Kyushu and step into the immortal sect. In the future, your achievements will definitely be higher than mine. But unfortunately, you have no chance.
The silver dragon that Yin Feixing transformed into stared at Yang Muchung. Although he praised it, he didn't hold back at all. Although he won the battle in the end, he understood that if he showed any mercy, it would cause great disaster for him. Cutting down the weeds without eradicating the roots, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. However, just when everyone thought the situation was settled, Yang Muchung, who was under the silver dragon, suddenly laughed out loud.
Yin Feixing, is this your last resort? Just right. I also prepared a move for you.
Everyone looked in shock, their eyes widening. Does Yang Muchung still have any options left? Yin Feixing was stunned. He looked towards Yang Muchung and saw a pair of black and white pupils. In those eyes, stars flashed, like the endless night sky, deep and unpredictable. Under these eyes, Yin Feixing felt that he was completely exposed in front of Yang Muchung. Even for a moment, he only felt that he was in a starry sky, facing the vast and vast eternity.
Old demon Yang, you dare to make lies even when you are about to die. Die to me!
Boom! Letting out a roar, Yin Feixing drove the shocking silver dragon and rushed towards Yang Muchung with a destructive attitude.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The shocking power even made the surrounding air burst with pressure.
What a terrifying silver dragon! As expected of the genius of the immortal sect, Yin Feixing put almost all his power on this blow. Although this move was severely depleted, it was powerful enough. Not to mention killing old demon Yang alone. He could kill 10 or 8 people. It's more than enough. What kind of trump card does Mr. Yang have? Can his trump card withstand this move? Look! Old demon Yang has drawn his sword. This sword.
Clang! The Xinyuan sword brought out a sword sound that resounded throughout the world. As soon as the sound of the sword resounded, a sword light also flew up at the same time, like a black lightning flashing across the sky. Everyone felt their eyes go dark. At this moment, it seemed as if it was getting dark, and then it was dawning. Everyone just felt that this sword was incredibly fast. Even before he could react, the sword light had completely disappeared. Yin Feixing even saw the shocking sword light shooting out like a meteor shower. Then, everyone saw a scene they would never forget. The extremely fast sword light suddenly penetrated the shocking silver dragon and shot out with a banging force. At this moment, it seemed that even time was suspended. The silver dragon, which had lost its inner strength, disappeared like wind and sand under the shocking gazes. This extremely swift sword mark passed over Yin Feixing's throat. Yin Feixing still maintained his forward posture. His pupils were wide open to the extreme, and his hands were tightly holding his throat. But he could not stop the blood spurting out. In the end, under the incredible gazes, Yin Feixing suddenly lost his strength and fell from the air like a wooden stake. The genius of Xuanzong died on the spot, and his body fell directly into the sea. Quiet! The sea breeze roared, but there was deathly silence, until Yin Feixing's body fell into the sea, and a wave of waves burst into the sky.
Yin Feixing is dead? Died by old demon Yang's sword?
Raymond said this tremblingly, unable to believe it.
What kind of swordsmanship that is? I can't even capture it with my naked eyes.
Some powerful people from the divine sea could not hide the shock in their eyes. If they were exposed to the previous sword, they would probably have no chance of surviving.
What a quick sword! This is too scary. Too strong.
Everyone's eyes turned towards Yang Mucheng. Really? After this move was used, Yang Mucheng's aura quietly dropped. It was obvious that the previous sword had exhausted all his strength.
Big brother!
Seeing the Yin Feishing falling into the sea, a trace of despair flashed in the eyes of Xuanzong's 3 disciples.
Kill him and avenge senior brother. That's right. He has exhausted all his internal energy. It will be easy for us to kill him now.
Boom! 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 While roaring, these 3 people had already unleashed all their strength and rushed towards Yang Mucheng crazily.
Not good. They want to avenge Yin Feishing.
Seeing this scene, everyone present looked horrified. It was agreed that this was a battle between Yang Mucheng and Yin Feishing. So no matter what the situation, no one would intervene. However, they did not expect that these people from the Immortal Sect were so insidious that they would actually attack Yang Mucheng at this time. And those 3 disciples were too close to Yang Mucheng. And it was already too late for others to save them.
This Xuanzong has gone too far. He dares to do any tricks under my nose.
Mr. Elegant frowned and prepared to take action. However, the next moment, his face suddenly froze, showing a look of astonishment. And he suddenly lost his voice.
What?
More than just Mr. Classy. This moment, everyone who saw the scene had their eyes widened and couldn't believe it.
Boom!
A burst of explosions resounded loudly. And Yang Mucheng's descending aura actually exploded in a crazy manner. In the eyes of shocking and incredible eyes, his cultivation had reached the realm of the Divine Sea. Chapter 1171 Leaving. Divine Sea Realm. The 3 realms of the transformation stage. Divine Thoughts, Divine Ways, and Divine Seas. Now, Yang Mucheng has finally reached this final state. When he was half a step into the Divine Sea, he was able to kill Xuanzong's disciples. Now that he had reached the Divine Sea Realm, it was even more terrifying. The turbulent aura suddenly spread out. In an instant, the 3 Xuanzong disciples who wanted to take the opportunity to kill Yang Mucheng froze on the spot, feeling the terrifying aura surging from Yang Mucheng's body. At this moment, their faces were as pale as if they were mourning for their heirs.
You want to kill me to avenge Yin Feishing?
Yang Mucheng looked at the 3 Xuanzong disciples rushing in front of him with interest.
Yang, old demon Yang, this is all a misunderstanding.
The 3 of them were so frightened that they were shaking and sweating, and they couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Who would have thought that Yang Mucheng would break through the shackles at this last moment and reach the Divine Sea Realm?
Misunderstand?
Yang Mucheng sneered and looked at them quietly. If he hadn't used the ancient heaven-swallowing technique to directly absorb the energy and blood of Yin Feishing, as well as the energy and blood of thousands of demon kings who were shocked to death around Penglai Immortal Island, I'm afraid he would have died at the hands of these 3 people. Bar? This moment, the 3 Xuanzong disciples only felt their scalps numb, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar.
Escape!
If he still dared to have the slightest idea of escaping, his body suddenly rolled over, and he ran towards the distance desperately.
You want to kill me? Now you want to escape? Do you think this is possible?
Yang Mucheng sneered. He stood there and grabbed forward with his right hand. In an instant, the vast power of heaven and earth burst out. The 3 Xuanzong disciples who fled towards the distance felt that the huge force between heaven and earth was rushing in, pressing down on the 3 of them. They seemed to be repelled by heaven and earth.
Die!
Yang Mucheng grabbed it with his right hand, and his fingers suddenly closed. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 3 pieces of blood mist exploded in the sky.
One! Oh! Yang Laoma wins!
3 explosions, like a salute, suddenly woke up countless spectators. The people who came back to their senses suddenly let out waves of shocking roars. Yang Mucheng won. His victory was not just for Yin Feishing, but for the entire 9 provinces' warriors. And he represented the entire 9 provinces. Everyone's eyes were solemn. However, at this moment, everyone showed a hint of surprise. But they saw that after Yang Mucheng killed the last 3 people, he was neither sad nor happy, but looked up to the sky. Just when everyone was confused, Yang Mucheng suddenly smiled and said,
Mr. Elegant, it's time for you to come out.
Anyone? Yang Mucheng's voice and movements immediately stunned everyone present. And everyone immediately followed Yang Mucheng's gaze.
Yang Mucheng, you really did not disappoint me. You actually reached the realm of the divine sea during the 10-month appointment with me.
Few? In the sky, the clouds that had not been dispersed by Yang Mucheng and Yin Feishing in the fierce battle earlier seemed to be being pulled at this moment, slowly drifting towards the leeward. The one who spoke at the head was holding a folding fan and dressed in gorgeous clothes. He seemed to be a young man. Behind him followed a young man in his early 20s.
Mr. Elegant, this is?
Yang Muchung smiled and cupped his hands to Mr. Elegant, and his eyes fell on Xiaoqing behind him in surprise.
These two people? What a terrifying smell. Are they also from the Xianmen sect?
The ancestors present all changed their colors. They couldn't feel Mr. Elegant's aura, but the young man standing behind Mr. Elegant was so full of energy that he had reached the half-step of nirvana just like them. This young man was less than 1,000th of their age, but he had cultivation and strength comparable to theirs. How could he not shock the ancestors present?
He is Xiaoqing, the young master of the Yin family. He is one of my most promising talents.
Mr. Elegant smiled and nodded to Yang Muchung.
I came here this time to see if you can fulfill our agreement. Yang Muchung, you really did not disappoint me. I wonder if you are willing to follow me to practice.
Why don't you want to? Yang Muchung's eyes flashed with excitement. He has been practicing hard for 10 months just for today. From today on, he can leave this star and go to a wider star.
Of course I am willing. But...
Yang Muchung hesitated to speak. Mr. Elegant seemed to have guessed what Yang Muchung was thinking and said with a smile.
Are you worried about Xuanzong? I rarely take action, but the last-minute sneak attack by Xuanzong's 3 disciples angered me. If you need it, I can make an exception for you. I will destroy Xuanzong for you and relieve your worries.
Boom! Mr. Elegant's words immediately stunned the ancestors present. This is the immortal sect, with only a dozen disciples. Xuanzong was in chaos throughout Jiuzhou. This elegant gentleman actually said that he wanted to destroy Xuanzong, and his expression didn't seem like he was joking at all.
With these words from Sir, I feel at ease.
Yang Muchung nodded.
However, I have a habit of avenging my own revenge by myself, and eliminating my own hatred by myself. I will not rely on the help of others. I hope that Xuanzong will be destroyed by myself. Good.
Mr. Elegant nodded heavily, his admiration for Yang Muchung becoming more and more intense in his eyes. After all, Yang Muchung is not his disciple yet, so he takes action on his behalf. And his disciple is Wu Ming. If he just wanted to protect Kyushu, he could easily do it.
Do you have anything else to deal with? This time you leave. It can be as short as 1 year or as long as hundreds of years. You can deal with it.
Mr. Elegance clasped his hands behind his back and ignored other people in Penglai Immortal Island. He looked directly at Yang Muchung.
Sir, it's been taken care of.
Yang Muchung smiled. When he came to fight Yin Feishing, Yang Muchung had completely arranged everything. Now he can leave Jiuzhou directly with Mr. Elegance and in Xiaoqing and go to the wider starry sky.
Master, Uncle, take care.
The 36 sects of the righteous path all bowed.
Yang Zhu, take care.
Everyone from the evil way also worshipped at the same time. Amid the cries of the crowd, Mr. Elegant waved his hand, and suddenly a monstrous force covered him like a tide. Under the shocked eyes of a pair of people, the bodies of the 3 people were swallowed up by the void, and gradually became transparent. It disappeared completely and quietly. Yang Muchung left Jiuzhou. However, just before he left, those faint words were still gently echoing over Penglai Island. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel excited.
I'll be back.
Chapter 1172 The Genius Arrives.
Have I left Kyushu?
Even before Yang Muchung opened his eyes, he felt a spiritual energy that was dozens of times richer than Kyushu, rushing towards his face. He found that he was no longer on the Penglai Island, but on a desolate plateau. On this plateau, there is no grass and nothing, giving people an extremely desolate feeling. On this plateau, in addition to Mr. Elegance and in Xiaoqing, there were 20 or 30 people. When these people saw Mr. Elegance appear, they all stood up and saluted. Yang Muchung's consciousness swept across these 20 or 30 people, and he looked slightly startled. The cultivation level of each of these people is far higher than him.
Are these people all geniuses from other stars?
Yang Muchung was extremely surprised. The strength of these people was even more powerful and terrifying than the Yin Feishing that he had killed before. Even if Yin Feishing is here, he may not even be able to carry his shoes. When Yang Muchung looked at these people, their eyes also fell on Yang Muchung. When they discovered that Yang Muchung only had the cultivation level of the early stage of Shanghai, they suddenly showed a look of astonishment.
You guys should take a rest first. Next, I'll call the geniuses here. When everyone is here, I will announce the first round of assessments.
Mr. Elegance said. Yang Muchung took a deep breath and had no choice but to swallow back his doubts.
Are you also a genius?
At this time, the 20 or 30 young people came to Yang Maicheng, and they looked at Yang Maicheng with strange eyes.
Early stage of Shanghai? Is this kind of person worthy of being called Tianjiu? He showed up here with Shaoqing. Is he a servant of Shaoqing?
Listening to these people's words, Yang Maicheng felt extremely harsh. In their eyes, he could see that these people had deep contempt and disdain, as if the dragon in the sky was sizing up an ant.
You don't need to care about who I am.
Yang Maicheng's eyes turned and landed on a young man in golden robe.
Also, don't look at me like that, otherwise, I will kill you.
Boom! Yang Maicheng's words made these people suddenly change their expressions, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. In their eyes, Yang Mu's achievements were equivalent to a defenseless little white rabbit, while they were all fierce lions. Now, the little white rabbit actually said that he wanted to kill the lion. This is absolutely ridiculous. To know, those who can stand here are all the geniuses chosen by Mr. Elegance, and they are all the most powerful beings of the younger generation on the stars. They are admired by everyone and respected by countless people. So how can they endure the threat of a little white rabbit?
And you are too arrogant.
The young man in gold robe roared angrily.
I, Ning Wudao, challenge you.
The young man in golden robe was like an emperor at this moment. His golden robe was billowing and flying up and down, as if there was an eye of wind hidden in it. At this moment, the surging and terrifying power of the golden robed young man directly tore the ground apart.
It's funny. It's funny. How dare an ant challenge us? I don't know why Mr. Elegance would let someone like you come to this star. But it's a pity that your journey ends here.
As soon as the golden-robed young man finished speaking, another young man stepped forward. These people have been on this star for a while, and they are very familiar with each other. Now that Yang Maicheng, a warrior in the early stage of the Divine Sea, taunts them, it is tantamount to angering the lions.
That's right. I want to see how powerful you are, and how dare you dare to challenge us.
Another person stood up. Each of these people is stronger than Yang Maicheng and has a higher level of cultivation than Yang Maicheng.
Enough!
However, just when it was about to break out, and Shaoqing, who was not far away, suddenly spoke. However, and Shaoqing's intervention did not stop these people. The young man named Ning Wudao even set his sights on Shaoqing. He sneered.
And Shaoqing, don't think that just because you are the genius that Mr. Elegance cares about, you can be too arrogant and take all of us.
I don't care about anyone. If this kid dares to provoke me, I will kill him. Whoever dares to interfere will die.
And Shaoqing smiled faintly and said without caring about the other party's threat.
Mr. Elegant is currently setting up a formation, preparing to gather all the geniuses. If you take action at this time and disturb his formation, at that time, provoke Mr. Elegant is furious. What do you think will happen?
Upon hearing these words, Ning Wudao and others' expressions suddenly changed. Apparently, they may not be afraid of Shaoqing, but they have to be afraid of Mr. Elegance.
Boy, you're lucky.
Ning Wudao glanced at Yang Maicheng coldly.
I'll let you go this time, but I won't let you go the next time we meet again. Thank you.
Looking at Ning Wudao and others leaving, Yang Maicheng looked at Shaoqing and nodded politely.
It's just a little effort. Besides, I can't stand these people being arrogant and domineering everywhere based on their strength.
And Shaoqing said,
You have to be careful. Those guys are famous for their vengeance, and they will retaliate. In the future, they will not bypass you. If these people swarm up, even I will have a headache. Let alone you.
Got it. Yes. Yang Maicheng nodded, and he naturally knew the other party's kind reminder. He also understands. There are very powerful forces behind these geniuses. They have always been spoiled and domineering. Their status is probably higher than that of Yin Feishing. Naturally,
they are not afraid of anything. But, if he were to fight alone, Yang Maicheng would not be afraid of these people.
Sir, let's start.
At this moment, and Shaoqing suddenly shouted. Yang Maicheng turned his eyes and looked forward, only to see Mr. Elegant slowly raising his hands. Although there was nothing in his hands, he seemed to be lifting thousands of uniform objects, slowly lifting them up in the void. And in the void, countless spiritual energy started churning crazily at this moment, constantly surging vastly, and finally transformed into huge whirlpools. These huge whirlpools almost cover the sky and the sun, numbering in the thousands. Just when Yang Maicheng was shocked, he saw that every vortex suddenly started to stir, and a genius quickly stepped out. The originally empty plateau was suddenly crowded with people, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Yang Mucheng could not hide the shock in his eyes. The strength of each of these geniuses, who stepped out of the whirlpool, was not inferior to Ning Wudao and in Xiaoqing, and some even surpassed them in strength. The genius has arrived. Mr. Elegant put his hands behind his back and quietly looked at these talented people who came out of the whirlpool. At this moment, the originally noisy plateau suddenly became quiet, and all the geniuses turned their eyes towards Mr. Elegance. Even Yang Mucheng was infected by this atmosphere and couldn't help but look over. He knew that the long-lost battle between the geniuses was finally about to begin. Chapter 1173, The Battle of the Prodigies. Amid the expectant gazes, Mr. Elegant's voice spread throughout the plateau and resounded in the void.
Dear geniuses from all over the stars, today is the day for my Shinsect to select disciples. Although you may not be the most powerful beings among the stars, you are definitely the geniuses with the highest potential and talents.
When Mr. Elegant said Shinzong, everyone couldn't help but get excited. Yang Mucheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Only then did he know that Mr. Yaya's sect was actually called the Shin sect. Unlike the flashy name of Jiuzhou's sect, just the word God gives people an absolutely domineering attitude.
It turns out that on a star, you can only choose one person. The people who can enter here are not the ones with the strongest cultivation, but they are definitely the ones with the highest talent. With so many people, how many stars are chosen from among the geniuses?
The other geniuses couldn't help but widen their eyes when they heard Mr. Elegance's words. Although, some of them don't know what Shinzong means. But just from the talented people gathered here in front of them, they can tell that Shinzong is an absolute behemoth.
If you want to become a disciple of my divine sect, you have to pass 3 levels. Only those with great wisdom, great perseverance, and great opportunity can accept my inheritance. This star is your battlefield. Next, I will find out what's going on with this star. This star is an abandoned star. It has been inhabited by people before, but it was abandoned for some reason. I have slightly touched this star, so there will be some heavenly demons in it. There are some harsh environments, and your mission is to survive on this star for 1 year. A year to survive?
Hearing this sentence, many people showed surprised expressions. They thought that Mr. Elegance's assessment would be very difficult, but they didn't expect it to be so easy.
So simple? Wrong.
Yang Mucheng subconsciously thought it was very simple, but then shook his head. These geniuses, on this star, not only have to face the threats on this star, but also have to guard against attacks from other geniuses.
I see.
And Xiaoqing, who was not far away, also came to the realization.
Hey!
Ning Wudao also suddenly understood and glanced at Yang Mucheng with a sneer. How could the genius who came here be an idiot? They all quickly understood the meaning of Mr. Elegance's words.
This is great wisdom. If you don't understand the meaning of Mr. Elegance's words, I'm afraid you will be eliminated on the spot in this first level.
Yang Mucheng finally understood why Mr. Yaya always emphasized great wisdom, great perseverance, and great opportunity. And it turned out to be here. Mr. Elegant paused and continued.
Of course, there are many heavenly and earthly treasures on this star, as well as some treasures left by predecessors. But I have not touched them. If you can find them, it will be a great opportunity for you. On this star, those who can survive for another year will enter the 2nd level. If you don't have the confidence, you can raise it now, and I will send you back to your original stars.
Although, everyone who comes here is attracted by Mr. Elegance. But it is inevitable that some geniuses will choose to retreat after knowing how difficult it is for Shinzong to select disciples. Therefore, before the war started, Mr. Elegance still asked,
I quit.
As soon as he finished speaking, a young man from the Shanghai Grandmaster said,
There are hundreds of thousands of geniuses here, and the one with the highest cultivation level has even reached the Nirvana realm. How can I win? Maybe I will be killed by other geniuses in one encounter. So I chose to quit. I'm quitting too. I quit.
Some geniuses, after thinking about it and weighing the pros and cons, chose to quit. Apparently, they didn't think they could survive for more than a year under such cruel conditions. And even if I don't join Shinzong, I can still cultivate to a higher level through my own talents in the future. Call. Mr. Elegance waved his hand, and suddenly a ray of light erupted from the arms of the exiting geniuses.
That is?
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. He discovered that those lights were actually tokens. The tokens that Mr. Elegance had given them back then. Everyone was wondering why Mr. Elegance would take back these tokens. But when I thought about it, it was normal. After all, These people had given up. If they didn't take back the tokens, what else would they do?
I forgot to say that. I have set up a great magical power on this star. Even if I am killed, I will not be truly killed.
What? Suddenly, those geniuses who had chosen to quit looked shocked, as if they couldn't believe their ears. At this moment, those geniuses who had hesitated before were also taking risks in secret.
Sure enough, this requires great perseverance,
Yang Muchung said secretly. If the war has not yet started, and they already have no courage to compete, then what kind of genius is this kind of person worthy of? Call. Mr. Elegance waved his hand, and immediately those who chose to quit disappeared before they could speak. Apparently, they were all sent back to the stars when they came from. After doing all this, Mr. Elegance returned his gaze and fell on the remaining people.
Although you all have tokens on your body, you will not really die. But on this star, once you die, you will completely lose the opportunity to continue the test. From now on, the 1-year battle of genius begins.
Call. Mr. Elegance waved his right hand, and the geniuses standing on the plateau suddenly disappeared completely under this force. And instead, they appeared in various places on the star. TSK. Yang Muchung was also randomly sent to a place in the star, and other geniuses were also randomly sent to other places.
Has the war of genius finally begun?
Standing in this wilderness, Yang Muchung knew. What he is about to face are geniuses from hundreds of thousands of stars. These people, including in Shaoqing and Ning Wudao, will become his opponents. But Yang Muchung didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, he became more and more excited and full of fighting spirit. At this moment, all the geniuses chose to be highly vigilant as soon as their consciousness returned to clarity. Because, from now on, all the beings they encounter will become their enemies. As for Mr. Elegance, he stayed where he was. At this moment, his spiritual thoughts covered the entire star, and everyone's every move was clearly imprinted in his mind. Chapter 1174 Big Melee. Tongue! 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 At this moment, the geniuses who woke up from the teleportation quickly hid in all directions without any hesitation. Some people even looked for hidden places such as forests and mountains. These people had already thought of countermeasures almost as soon as Mr. Elegance said,
"Survive on this star for 1 year.
They can stay in some safe place for a year. And in this way, they will pass the first level without any difficulty." But Yang Muchung didn't think so.
My cultivation strength can only be regarded as the lowest among these geniuses. If I find a place to hide, I can live safely for a year. But I am not so good at the second level. Easy to get through. This year is also an opportunity for me. I will use this year to improve my cultivation as much as possible and narrow the gap between myself and other geniuses. Mr. Yaya has said that there are many heavenly and earthly treasures left behind on this star. I can look for these heavenly and earthly treasures first.
Certainly. Some geniuses like Yang Muchung were directly transported to a place where there was no danger. There are also some geniuses who have been transported to extremely dangerous places.
What? This is the residence of the great demon king?
A genius looked around with a horrified expression. Here, it is a lair of a lion-shaped demon king. Hundreds of demon kings are inhabiting it. Some are responsible for patrolling, and some are responsible for hunting. This genius appeared directly in the center of the lair. And in an instant, hundreds of demon kings looked directly at him. There are quite a few of them, such as this talented person who directly teleported to the lair of the great demon king. Some of them fought to the death and escaped and ascended to heaven. Some people were torn to pieces by the big demon kings on the spot and eliminated directly. But there are also some geniuses who were teleported together in large groups.
Hey, you ants! You also want to get through this first level? Although you ants are not very strong, I don't want to have any competitors in the future. It's better to eliminate a few people here first.
The one who spoke was none other than Ning Wudao. He and some geniuses were teleported to a certain place in this star. However, as soon as he saw other people, he couldn't help but want to do something to them.
Who are you? What do you want?
Those talented people who were targeted by Ning Wudao couldn't help but change their expressions.
So arrogant. So domineering. Do you think you alone can deal with so many of our geniuses? You are so powerful. We should join forces to destroy you first.
Dozens of geniuses present were angered by Ning Wudao's words. When they discovered that Ning Wudao actually had half-stepped to nirvana, they suddenly took a breath of air. Then, their eyes met, and they chose to join forces. After all, facing such a powerful existence, there is no way to defeat him without joining forces.
Hee hee, If you don't want to be eliminated on the spot, you can choose to surrender to me. I still lack a few slaves that can be driven.
Ning Wudo put his hands behind his back, his face full of pride. Everyone present is a genius. Who can withstand Ning Wudao's repeated humiliation?
Kill him!
I don't know who shouted loudly. And the geniuses around them all burst out with their own cultivation, turned into dozens of crazy shadows, and blasted towards Ning Wudo without hesitation.
The mantis blocks the car.
Ning Wudao faintly uttered a few words, then waved his right hand fiercely. And a terrifying invisible force suddenly hit these talented people on the spot. In an instant, dozens of geniuses who rushed towards them were violently thrown away on the spot and crashed to the ground. Even most of the geniuses on the spot were killed by this energy on the spot. With one move, he killed dozens of powerful people from the Divine Sea and injured dozens more powerful people from the Divine Sea. Ning Wudao's strength was really terrifying.
If you don't surrender, you will be completely eliminated.
With a wave of his hand, he drove these people away. And Ning Wudao glanced over again. These people looked at each other for a while, with a hint of horror in their eyes, and finally knelt down at Ning Wudao's feet.
Okay. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish,
Ning Wudao said with his hands behind his back.
Today, I will spare your lives for now, and let you pass the first level safely. However,
before that, you have to find 2 people for me,
he said, flicking his right hand. The void transformed, as if it had become a canvas, revealing the portraits of the 2 people on the spot. And these 2 people, it's Yang Mucheng and In Shaoqing. This Ning Wudao is really what In Shaoqing said. A person who will definitely take revenge. Hearing what he meant, he was actually planning to attack Yang Mucheng and In Shaoqing directly. As for Yang Mucheng and In Shaoqing, they only had a little friction with him on the plateau. Yes, these surrendered geniuses looked at Ning Wudao and lowered their heads. They looked at each other and showed pity for Yang Mucheng and In Shaoqing. After all, if you are targeted by such a terrifying character, you will probably be eliminated soon. This situation happens everywhere on this star. Some people, like Ning Wudao, directly suppressed others. Some people were unable to do anything to anyone, and a horrific fight broke out on the spot. Some people fought desperately, fought their way out of the siege, and escaped. Some people were killed on the spot and eliminated directly, almost as soon as the Battle of Geniuses began. Nearly 1,000 people were eliminated on the spot.
It's really intense.
And all this is under the watchful eye of Mr. Elegance.
I remember that tens of thousands of years ago, it was the same situation when I participated in the Shinzone selection. It's just that this time, the selection was even more intense than the selections I had experienced before. I don't know how many people can compete in this competition. In this star. Persist in surviving for 1 year.
Narrow your eyes. Mr. Elegant knows that this kind of selection, just because you are the strongest, you may not be able to survive. On the contrary, if you are the weakest, you will be eliminated. Shinzone, a person who contains the way of heaven and does not have great wisdom, great perseverance, and great opportunities simply cannot accept this inheritance.
Ning Wudao? He has started to form a gang. Yes. Gather more people and use absolute power to survive this year safely. And Shaoqing? Well, with his strength, there is no need to form a clique. There are only a handful of people on this star who can threaten him. Except for some heavenly demons and some polar regions. And Shaoqing can go sideways. Yang Mucheng? Although he is the most talented, his cultivation level is the lowest. He is almost at the bottom among this group of geniuses. I don't know what kind of choice he made.
Chapter 1175 Big Sister. Yang Mucheng's idea is simple. That is to improve one's strength as quickly as possible within this year. His goal is not only to survive on this nameless star for 1 year, but also to win the final victory in the Battle of Geniuses. Therefore, Yang Mucheng directly used the Emperor's Qi-Seeing technique to find all the powerful beings on the star, as well as the locations of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures.
It's really scary. The concentration of spiritual energy on this star is 10 times higher than that of Kyushu. At a glance, there are not many heavenly and earthly treasures lower than the earth level.
The higher the concentration of spiritual energy, the higher the starting point. To be honest, just like a young man born into an aristocratic family with a golden key, his future achievements will surely be greater than that of a kid from a poor ravine. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, the level of heavenly and earthly treasures on this star, as well as the level of monsters, are also significantly higher than those in Kyushu.
The direct elimination of these existences below the heaven level has no effect on me. If you have to choose heaven level or above. Over there.
The Emperor's Chi watching technique was combined with Yang Muqing's powerful spiritual thoughts. In an instant, all the powerful auras in the world were absorbed into his heart. A very secretive fluctuation quickly attracted his attention. With almost no hesitation, Yang Muqing quickly moved forward. However, just as he was about to approach the mysterious aura, a young man with black hair suddenly appeared and stopped him.
Who are you?
Yang Muqing looked at the young man. My name is Wan Linyuan, and I am the genius of Tianqiangsing. Don't worry. I have no ill intentions. If I want to attack you, I can do it directly when you were flying.
The black-haired young man saw Yang Muqing's muscles all over his body. Tensely, he spoke quickly.
Is something wrong?
Yang Muqing asked.
Of course something happened.
Wan Linyuan looked at Yang Muqing and asked.
You felt that mysterious aura. So you came here? Right. Yes.
A trace of surprise flashed in Yang Muqing's eyes. However, he soon reacted. After all, behind these geniuses from different stars are sects that are many times, even dozens of times more powerful than the 10,000 Dao Sword sect. These sects will naturally have some means of finding items.
I'm here to join forces with you. Besides me, we have 2 teammates.
Wan Linyuan said.
Join forces?
Yang Muqing's expression changed.
Yes.
Wan Linyuan nodded.
That big guy is not low in strength. The 3 of us are no match for it. So we need a companion. You flew all the way, heading straight towards our position. Obviously, he is also a genius who has some means of finding items. So the 4 of us join forces.
Yang Muqing was still hesitating. He has always been accustomed to acting alone.
Don't hesitate. I'll take you to meet the other 2 companions. The eldest sister will be very happy to see you.
Wan Linyuan pulled Yang Muqing and walked deep into the forest.
Sister?
Yang Muqing was filled with doubts. But under Wan Linyuan's pull, a red-haired girl appeared in front of him.
Sister, this is brother Yang Muqing. He has agreed to join forces with us.
Wan Linyuan said to the red-haired girl. In the camp, in addition to the red-haired girl, there is also a cold young man. A trace of surprise flashed in Yang Muqing's eyes. Whether it is Wan Linyuan or this red-haired young man, cold youth, their cultivation has reached the peak of the Divine Sea, and their strength is many times stronger than Yin Feishing. When I was in the half-step Divine Sea, I could kill Yin Feishing in the later stage of the Divine Sea. Nowadays, in the early stage of Shanghai, it is natural to be able to kill the peak of Shanghai. However, my speed sword style can only be used once, and can only kill one of them. However, if you use that move, you can barely kill these 3 people. Yang Muqing secretly estimated the strength between the 2 parties in his heart. Certainly, it is essential to be on guard against others. Yang Muqing would not directly hand over his back to someone he had just met for the first time. If these 3 people really want to harm him, I really don't know who will win.
Yang Muqing? From now on, you are one of us.
The red-haired girl sitting on the rock jumped down, looked at Yang Muqing carefully and said,
My name is Lu Dongyu. You can call me eldest sister. This one it's Ling Tianhao.
Yang Muqing nodded towards the 2 of them.
My name is Yang Muqing.
At this moment, the cold young man named Ling Tianhao said,
Wait a minute. I haven't agreed to this guy as our teammate yet. Hee. If a warrior in the early stage of Shanghai joins our team, wouldn't he become a drag? Bottle?
What? Hearing this, Lu Dongyu and Wan Linyuan both looked at Yang Muqing in surprise. Obviously, they didn't expect that Yang Muqing's cultivation level was so low.
Let me finish him off.
Ling Tianhao narrowed his eyes, his deep pupils seeming to be sizing up his prey.
Anyway, with his level of cultivation, he won't be able to survive on this nameless star for a year. Why not? Let me kill him as soon as possible and let him be eliminated. Ling Tianhao, don't be impulsive. Among the many geniuses, the strength of the 3 of us is not very high to begin with. So we need to find more companions.
Lu Dongyu frowned.
But this guy's cultivation level is too low, and he is just a burden to us.
Ling Tianhao shouted in a deep voice. Wan Linyuan was very embarrassed. He didn't expect that after he brought Yang Muqing back, the entire team would become quarrelsome. Yang Muqing stood there quietly. From the discussion between the 2, he finally understood what was going on. Turned out to be, in this battle of geniuses, there is someone who is powerful and works alone. Some people are weak and can only form gangs and find companions. Lu Dongyu, Ling Tianhao, and Wan Linyuan formed a team precisely because of this method. And their first target was a superior demon king 10 miles away who possessed the perfection of the divine sea.
Okay, you want me to agree to this kid joining the team, unless he can catch my 3 moves.
At this time, Ling Tianhao interrupted Lu Dongyu's argument and his eyes fell on Yang Maicheng.
If he can withstand my 3 moves, I will agree. Otherwise, let him get out. A boy in the early stage of Shihai. Get as far away from me as possible. 3 moves?
Yang Maicheng looked at Ling Tianhao with a half smile and nodded.
Okay, I agreed.
Original. Yang Maicheng is still hesitating whether to join this team. But at this moment, he suddenly decided.
Okay.
Lu Dongyu still wanted to persuade. But after seeing Yang Muqing's expression, he nodded helplessly. Of course, in her heart she didn't want a loser to join the team.
Now that both parties are sure, let's get started.
Chapter 1176 I Don't Accept It. Ling Tianhao's aura was cold and cold. He stood there like a poisonous snake, giving people a very cold and terrifying aura. Yang Maicheng could tell that the other party disliked him very much. I don't know the reason for this disgust. Looking at Yang Maicheng, Ling Tianhao looked a little impatient.
In the early days of Shihai, I don't know why you were chosen by Mr. Elegance, but your journey ends here. If you give up now, I can't kill you.
Yang Maicheng smiled.
Stop talking nonsense and let's get started.
A trace of surprise flashed in Lu Dongyu's eyes. Facing the warriors at the peak of the divine sea, Yang Maicheng could still maintain such confidence and be so calm and calm. This kind of demeanor was very rare. How can the genius chosen by Mr. Elegance be someone who fishes in troubled waters? Maybe Yang Maicheng really has his own tricks. Lu Dongyu secretly thought.
If you let me take action first, you are really seeking death.
Ling Tianhao shook his head. Hiss. He moved his wrist and grabbed forward with his right hand. This shocking grab actually caused a sound like the scream of a poisonous snake. The inner energy swept across and rolled up. Under the rolling breath, Ling Tianhao's right hand seemed to turn into a ferocious poisonous snake. The pitch-black scales on the snake's body and its fangs shining with cold light are clearly visible. And the fiber patterns are necessary. Xianwu. The best martial arts at the earth level. Jiao Shou. This is a set of attack martial arts. It uses the inner strength to transform into a dragon, and can easily subdue the opponent. Once it catches the opponent, it will burst out with powerful force in an instant, completely crushing the opponent's bones. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying dragon arrived in front of Yang Maicheng.
Can you block it?
Lu Dongyu and Wan Linyuan both widened their eyes and looked at Yang Maicheng nervously. Just when this terrifying snake dragon rushed in front of Yang Maicheng moved. He calmly took a step forward and directly punched out his fist.
Boom!
The explosion sounded in shock, and the huge snake dragon was blown away by Yang Maicheng. And Yang Muqing's fist also hit Ling Tianhao's fist.
First move,
Yang Maicheng said lightly.
Sure enough. How can there be a weak one among the geniuses who can enter this star?
When Lu Dongyu saw this scene, her beautiful eyes lit up.
Yeah, maybe he can really resist Ling Tianhao's 3 moves.
Wan Linyuan was also quite surprised. Originally, he didn't dare to expect anything. But Yang Maicheng actually brought him hope.
And the next 2 moves?
Certainly. The most surprised person was naturally Ling Tianhao. This move of his can easily kill a mid-level warrior from the Divine Sea. But he didn't expect that he would be resisted by this kid. Especially Yang Muqing's understatement made Ling Tianhao's face darken.
Do you think you can be proud after blocking one of my moves? There are 2 more moves next.
Uh-huh. Ling Tianhao's eyes opened angrily, and his pupils shone with a cold light.
The big snake bites, swallowing the sky and the earth.
Ling Tianhao stretched out his right hand, and a plume of smoke suddenly rose from his arm. The rising smoke rolled up and turned into a huge dragon. This dragon was hundreds of feet long, and it burst out in an instant. Yang Maicheng rushed. This black dragon was extremely fast. Like a black lightning bolt, it came to Yang Maicheng on the spot and opened its big mouth as if to devour Yang Maicheng.
He used the big snake bite. This is one of the top 3 martial arts among the best earth-level martial arts. I'm afraid it's troublesome. Yang Maicheng may not be able to resist this move.
Call. The black dragon was extremely fast, and even brought up strong winds that seemed to tear the world apart. Suddenly, Lu Dongyu's beautiful eyes were filled with worry.
No. It seems that Ling Tianhao is determined to kick Yang Maicheng out.
Wan Linyuan couldn't help but be stunned. Just when everyone looked towards Yang Mucheng, they saw that Yang Mucheng stepped forward in the face of this terrifying dragon attack, and suddenly grabbed it with his right hand. At this moment, he seemed to have caught the wind. Then, he slashed horizontally with his right hand. Puff! A sound of tearing air resounded in shock, as the black dragon that swallowed the sky and the earth was cut in half by Yang Mucheng. The huge snake head hit the ground heavily and disappeared quietly under the horrified eyes, under the shocked gazes of Wan Linyuan and Lu Dongyu. Yang Mucheng cut open the almost inevitable snake bite with a sword. Blocked again? After 2 consecutive moves were blocked, Ling Tianhao's expression turned completely cold. He didn't expect that his moves would be blocked by others twice in a row. And the opponent was a guy who was only in the early stage of Shihai. You have already made 2 moves in a row. Now it's my turn to attack. Yang Mucheng looked at Ling Tianhao and said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying force surged forward in a horrified manner. Yang Mucheng didn't use weapons or martial arts. He just used his body to shoot out. His whole body shot out like a sharp arrow. He had already rushed in front of Ling Tianhao. Boy! How dare you take the initiative when facing me? A hint of rage flashed in Ling Tianhao's eyes. Facing Yang Mucheng, who was charging towards Yang, he let out a low roar, suddenly rolled up into the air, and charged away fiercely with the same attitude. Boom! In an instant, the 2 sides collided fiercely. Amidst this shocking confrontation, Lu Dongyu and Wan Linyuan both stared forward with wide eyes. It's okay not to see it. After seeing it, everyone's eyes widened, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. In this ferocious collision, the 2 sides were evenly matched, and they both retreated hundreds of meters. What? Ling Tianhao burst out roaring and couldn't believe it. Did this kid really resist his 3 attacks? That's it! Just when Ling Tianhao wanted to continue attacking, Lu Dongyu on the side said quickly. These words immediately stopped Ling Tianhao, who was about to take action. 3 moves have been passed, and no more moves can be made. According to the previous rules, Yang Mucheng is already qualified to join our team. Lu Dongyu's face was full of joy. From Yang Mucheng's previous performance, she could see that Yang Mucheng's strength was definitely not weak. She unexpectedly gained such a powerful companion, something she never expected. However, Ling Tianhao's expression turned completely cold on the side. He looked at Yang Mucheng and said coldly, I don't accept it. I want to fight again. Chapter 1177 Rock Lake Monitor. I don't accept it, and I want to fight again. Ling Tianhao's words immediately made Yang Mucheng, Wan Linyuan, and Lu Dongyu feel a little stunned. But it was normal when they thought about it. Ling Tianhao wanted to drive Yang Mucheng away earlier because he doubted the opponent's strength. But now, Yang Mucheng easily resisted his 3 moves. How could Ling Tianhao endure this? Hearing these words, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If Ling Tianhao questioned his strength purely for this team, Yang Mucheng would never say anything. But the current scene made Yang Mucheng unhappy. That's enough. No more fighting is allowed. As I said before, you can join the team after resisting 3 attacks. Yang Mucheng has proven his strength and will not hold us back. Lu Dongyu frowned and said loudly. Seeing Lu Dongyu actually defending Yang Mucheng in this way, Ling Tianhao's eyes flashed with discomfort. Okay, I agree. Looking at the look in Ling Tianhao's eyes, Yang Mucheng could clearly see that this guy was quite scheming. If we were to be teammates together, we had to be extremely careful. Present, Yang Mucheng joined the team. Now that Yang Mucheng has joined the team, the 4 of us will be able to eradicate that big demon king together. Lu Dongyu said excitedly. She looked at the puzzled look cast by Yang Mucheng and said with a smile. By the way, you haven't seen that big demon king yet. Let me introduce it to you. It's called the Red Flame Quan Lizard, and it has the perfect size of the Divine Sea. Demon King. After Lu Dongyu's introduction, Yang Mucheng knew his goal this time. And the strange aura he had been feeling all this time was also emanating from the body of the Red Flame Lizard. Of course, if it were just an ordinary Crimson Flame Lizard, it wouldn't be surprising. But this Crimson Flame Lizard actually has a shallow fire pattern between its eyebrows. This Crimson Flame Lizard has survived in magma for a long time, and fire bile has condensed in its body. This fire gall is equivalent to the second golden elixir and the second nascent soul. It belongs to the treasure of heaven and earth that grows in the body of the great demon king. If you kill this red flame lizard, you can get this fire gall. Moreover, this fire gall is a low-grade heavenly spirit earth treasure, a very rare treasure even in the immortal sect. For Yang Mucheng, A low-grade heavenly treasure doesn't have much appeal to him. The only attraction is the energy and blood of that red flame lizard. This red flame lizard grows in magma, so it must have a lot of energy and blood. As long as it can be killed, its effect is almost equivalent to the sum of 3 fire gulls. So, we must kill this red flame lizard. Present. Lu Dongyu led everyone all the way to the location of the red flame Quang lizard. Before he even got close, he felt a high temperature that could melt steel sweeping over him. Yang Mucheng looked forward and saw a lake-like piece of magma, with the rolling lava surging like waves. In the center of the lava lake, a huge thing floated there quietly, like a wooden pile floating on the water.
Is that the Crimson Flame Lizard?
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. This terrifying big demon king is 123 meters long. It is covered with armor like dragon scales. The red fire light, like a flame, keeps streaking across its body quickly, as if the rolling flames were extremely shocking. Just when Yang Mucheng was looking at the big demon king, it seemed to feel something. The red flame lizard playing in the lake suddenly raised its head and looked towards the shore. The 2 huge pupils almost burst out with a burst of bright divine light, which fell directly on the 4 people. At the same time, its crimson scales burst out with a burst of shocking red light. Roar! The shocking roar resounded crazily. Then, the red flame lizard violently swung its giant tail, and its huge body slammed through the magma. It was like a dragon emerging from the water, with a terrifying roar, and it hit the 4 people on the spot. The terrifying fall caused the ground around the magma lake to explode. Boom! The red flame lizard that landed in front of the 4 people widened its eyes, took a sharp breath. Its chest swelled high, and then opened its mouth and spit it out.
Get out of the way!
Yang Mucheng felt that a terrifying high temperature was gathering crazily. Sensing this unprecedented crisis, he quickly shouted and retreated towards the rear. Tongue! 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 Immediately, Lu Dongyu and the others also quickly shot towards the rear.
Call!
A stream of extremely condensed flames was suddenly spat out by the red flame mad lizard. Like a tide, it directly covered it, and suddenly landed on the 4 people's previous positions. The terrifying flames burned the earth and exploded, burning the rocks into ashes.
Do it!
Seeing that the red flame lizard actually dared to attack him first, Lu Dongyu suddenly became furious and shouted loudly. Without any hesitation, Yang Mucheng, Ling Tianhao, and Wan Linyuan all released their martial arts at this moment and attacked the behemoth fiercely. Wan Linyuan uses a gun, Lu Dongyu uses a sword, and Ling Tianhao uses a dagger. The 4 of them exploded at the same time, pouring their powerful internal energy directly into the immortal martial arts. The resulting swords and sword shadows hit the red flame lizard overwhelmingly.
Roar!
The besieged crimson flame lizard suddenly let out a roar. It jumped violently, its body full of demonic aura, and rushed towards the crowd. Its huge tail struck out like it swept through thousands of troops. Crackling, the huge snake tail immediately shattered everyone's attacks. This red flame lizard was worthy of being a superior demon king. Not only was he not injured under the siege of 4 people, he even blew Ling Tianhao and Wan Linyuan away 7 or 8 feet under this attack. And its huge tail was slashed in the air like a giant stick, cracking the earth open.
Attack with all your strength!
Only Yang Mucheng and Lu Dongyu were not repulsed by this lizard. Yang Mucheng looked at the red flame Quang lizard with a cold light in his eyes. This moment, the crimson flame lizard seemed to have sensed something, and a trace of fear flashed in its eyes when it looked at Yang Mucheng. Under the incredulous gazes of everyone, the crimson flame lizard roared in fear and headed towards the magma lake. Escape.
What?
This scene made Lu Dongyu and others widen their eyes and be puzzled. This crimson lizard, which clearly had the upper hand, would suddenly choose to escape. This was simply too unexpected.
I'm afraid it's not that easy to escape.
With a trace of ridicule flashing in his eyes, Yang Mucheng stepped forward. His purpose was to hunt down this red flame lizard and obtain its blood. How could he let it escape now? Chapter 1178 Mysterious Fragments. Clang. Yang Mucheng, who was in the air, looked at the escaping red flame lizard and quickly stepped forward. At the same time, he grabbed the void with his right hand, and a terrifying killing intent was gathering crazily.
Don't chase the poor bandits!
Lu Dongyu was shocked and shouted quickly, although she didn't know why this big demon king suddenly escaped. However, the crimson flame lizard is determined to escape, and half of its body has already been submerged in the magma. If you chase it now, wouldn't it mean that you are going to die?
This kid,
When Ling Tianhao saw Yang Muqing's actions, he immediately raised the corners of his mouth.
If you don't want me to do anything, I'll die myself. Roar!
Seeing Yang Muqing chasing after him, the red flame lizard let out a hysterical roar. When soaked in the magma, it was like a dragon making waves, shaking its body crazily. In an instant, the calm magma lake set off a monstrous wave, sweeping towards Yang Muqing. This is magma. The magma that would melt any steel falling into it, coupled with the terrifying demonic aura of the red flame lizard, makes it extremely powerful. Quickly retreat. Faced with the overwhelming wave of magma, Lu Dongyu's eyes flashed with fear, and he cried out,
Yang Muqing, come back quickly!
A trace of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the red flame lizard, and it let out a roar. Suddenly, the speed of the magma wave that rushed towards Yang Muqing suddenly increased several times, as if it was going to completely engulf Yang Muqing, as if it was going to completely devour Yang Muqing. Burned to ashes. Clang. A burst of sword light that was too fast to be caught with the naked eye streaked across the void.
Boom!
This sword directly tore the magma, sweeping the world into two halves on the spot. At the same time, the bright sword light whirred away like lightning, piercing the head of the crimson flame lizard on the spot.
Boom!
A muffled sound resounded, and a terrifying explosion swept across the world. In the shocked gazes of Lu Dongyu, Wan Linyuan, and Ling Tianhao, the extremely bright sword light shot from between the eyebrows of the red flame quan lizard and blasted out from the back of the head. A large amount of blood burst out on the spot and sprinkled heavily on the magma. In the violent rush of blood, the red flame lizard that was killed by the cave crashed into the lake, splashing a large amount of magma. Tens of millions of tons of rising magma exploded hundreds of meters into the sky, and the loud crash made the three people's heads go blank. They had no idea that the early stage warrior of the Divine Sea whom they looked down on could kill this crimson flame lizard so easily.
Huh?
Yang Muqing fell down, with a look of surprise on his face. I saw. Two things actually fell from the body of the red flame lizard that was killed by the cave, shining slightly. One of them is as pure as a flame, shining with a turbulent red light, which contains extremely rich fire. Obviously, it is what everyone calls the fire bladder, and it is a low-grade heaven-level item, no less inferior to the existence of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. The other thing was a very strange fragment. After Yang Muqing saw this fragment, he could no longer move his eyes away, because with his emperor's chi-gazing technique, he could not see through the origin of this fragment.
Fire guts! Yang Muqing, you actually killed this red flame lizard.
Just as Yang Muqing picked up the key-like fragment and took a good look at it, Lu Dongyu's figure came from behind. Wan Linyuan and Ling Tianhao also rushed over in a hurry. They looked at the corpse lying in the magma with disbelief on their faces, as if they couldn't believe their eyes.
This red flame lizard was killed by Yang Muqing alone. Even if he got the fire gall, it should belong to Yang Muqing alone.
Although Lu Dongyu's face was filled with anger when she looked at Hu Dan, she still distributed according to the previous distribution rules and according to the amount of effort. Wan Linyuan nodded and said with a smile,
Yang Muqing, you are so unexpected. Before the rest of us could do anything serious, you were the first to take the lead. You killed this big demon king. Hu Dan should deserve it.
Belongs to you.
Only Ling Tianhao flashed a trace of hesitation and unwillingness in his eyes. But looking at the expressions of Wan Linyuan and Lu Dongyu, he could only bite the bullet and said,
Then it's yours. You're such a lucky kid. You actually dare to take such a risk.
Apparently, Ling Tianhao was dissatisfied. With his strength, he could also hunt down this red flame lizard. But Yang Muqing beat him to it.
I'll give you this fire gall. I want this fragment.
Yang Muqing declined with Dan, grabbed the key-like fragment with his right hand, and said loudly,
Fragments?
After hearing Yang Muqing's words, several people noticed that such a thing actually fell out of the body of the red flame quang lizard. Previously, their eyes had been attracted by the crimson flame lizard, but they did not expect that there was such a thing.
Yang Muqing, are you sure?
Ling Tianhao's eyes lit up. Obviously, he has the ability to discover heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, but he cannot discover the secrets in this fragment. When he heard that Yang Muqing actually gave up the fire bile and chose this fragment, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Wan Linyuan and Lu Dongyu also looked at Yang Muqing in surprise.
Yes.
Yang Muqing nodded. His emperor's chi-gazing technique could not detect the secret of this fragment, so there must be something extraordinary about it. In addition, he had killed the crimson flame lizard before and absorbed the opponent's energy and blood. which was equivalent to taking 3 or 4 fire galls. So there was no need to take everything away. What's more, he also hopes to stay in this team for a while and cooperate with them to deal with the more powerful Demon King. Haha. Idiot. Seeing Yang Muqing's affirmative answer, Ling Tianhao couldn't help laughing wildly in his heart. In his opinion, Yang Muqing is simply a huge idiot. He actually gave up the extremely precious fire bladder and instead took a key fragment of unknown origin. Plateau. Mr. Elegant slowly opened his eyes. A smile flashed at the corner of his mouth. As expected of Yang Muqing, he actually noticed the extraordinary nature of this fragment. If you want to be a disciple of my Shin sect, you must have extraordinary eyesight. Otherwise, you won't even know how to seize a great opportunity when it comes to you. Some people are so stupid. They watch the key to the treasure pass under their noses. And they don't even know it. And they think they have taken advantage. Mr. Elegant's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. Apparently, the idiot he was talking about was none other than Ling Tianhao. I have distributed a total of 365 key fragments across the entire star. I wonder who will eventually get these fragments, Mr. Elegant said, and his spiritual thoughts continued to be released, covering the entire star. Chapter 1179 The Mysterious Shinzong. The next few days, the team composed of Yang Muqing and Lu Dongyu kept looking for the powerful Demon King and started hunting. Yang Muqing also quickly adapted to the existence of this star from his initial discomfort. Following this team, he also learned many things that he didn't know before. When the spiritual energy of a star is richer, there will be more powerful beings on the star. On the contrary, when the spiritual energy is less rich, there will not be too many strong people on the star. In Hengyu, in addition to humans and monsters, there are also many alien races in the starry sky. Some powerful immortal sects can occupy at least a few stars, and at most they can even occupy hundreds or thousands of stars. This is the afternoon of the day when the team was formed for half a month. The 4 members of the team are already very familiar with each other, and they have hunted countless demon kings together. Also because he absorbed enough energy and blood, Yang Muqing's cultivation finally reached the middle stage of the Divine Sea. At this time, Yang Muqing's strength also increased many times, especially the first form of the underworld sword technique that he had learned before. He could already fully display it, and it was even more powerful than before. But it's a pity that he can't use the second style yet. Although I know a lot of information. But among this information, Yang Muqing was most interested in Mr. Yai's Shinzong. Shinzong? What kind of sect is it? Yang Muqing asked. Shinzong. That is a mysterious sect. Lu Dongyu looked at Yang Muqing and slowly explained. In Xianmen sects, they usually have a fixed territory and a fixed existence. A sect will have many strong people. But this is not the case in Shinmen sect. In this sect, there is only one master and one disciple. When master is about to ascend, he will look for his next disciple among the stars. Yang Muqing's face was full of surprise. Ascension? After spending half a month together, Lu Dongyu also knew that Yang Muqing came from a star that had declined and lost its inheritance. She smiled faintly and said, Yes, it is ascension. The Tai realm is not the end of cultivation. It is above us. There is also a higher world. That world is called the fairy world. In the eyes of the real immortals, we are just mortals. Is Tai realm not the end? Yang Muqing could not hide the shock in his eyes. He had always thought that Tai's strong men were the most powerful beings. Unexpectedly, there are still some beings who actually regard the powerful Tai as ants. But what does ascending have to do with Shinzong? Yang Muqing became more and more confused. Not every existence can successfully ascend. Even for the first and second tier sect ancestors and sect masters, it is very dangerous for them to ascend. But every generation of masters and disciples of Shinzong can succeed. Ascension. Although this is only a small sect, it is undoubtedly powerful, Lu Dongyu said. Yang Muqing wanted to ask about other things, but Lu Dongyu shook his head. Shinzong is too mysterious. Only after truly entering the Shin sect can one know what is going on. What sect does the Shin sect belong to? Yang Muqing continued to ask. I don't know. I'm afraid it's over the top. Lu Dongyu pondered for a moment and said slowly. Yang Muqing was completely shocked. He knows. Xuanzong. That powerful sect that occupies dozens of stars, with just a few disciples able to capture a star at will, is only a third-tier sect. And this Shin sect is actually a super first-line sect. How powerful must it be? Okay, let's take a rest. We'll hunt that big guy later. Lu Dongyu waved his hand, signaling everyone to take a rest. The big guy?
Hearing Lu Dongyu's words, Ling Tianhao and Wan Linyuan couldn't help but widen their eyes. That is the existence of the Shanghai Grandmaster. Yang Mucheng was also a little moved. The higher the level of the great demon king that he hunts, the more energy and blood he absorbs and becomes stronger, and the higher his strength will be improved. Just as Lu Dongyu's team was improving its strength, the fighting among the unknown stars became more and more frequent. On this star, there are many heavenly and earthly treasures, as well as many terrifying monsters. Some people, like Lu Dongyu, formed a team to resist the enemy. Some people were subdued by powerful beings and became slaves, forming huge groups. Among these groups, the largest one is Ning Wudao's organization. Now, people in this organization are frantically looking for Yang Mucheng and in Shaoqing. At the same time, he continued to eat other organizations and strengthen himself.
Such behavior?
Certainly, Mr. Elegance, whose spiritual thoughts cover the entire star, naturally knows everyone's movements. When Ning Wudao's organization developed extremely huge, he also frowned secretly. However, Mr. Elegance did not interfere in this behavior. Soon, his spiritual thoughts were attracted by another person.
Has someone finally been able to get their hands on the second shard?
Mr. Elegant's spiritual thoughts quickly covered the past, and the genius who encountered the second fragment was in Shaoqing.
Roar!
What in Shaoqing was facing now was a terrifying sky demon. Heavenly demon. This is an existence in the realm of Nirvana. And Shaoqing was one of the few strong men who lived alone. After meeting this celestial demon, his eyes flickered with an inexplicable look.
What on earth is it? There is a very obscure power in this sky demon's body. This power is very strange, as if it does not belong to this celestial demon.
And at the same time, this celestial demon also stared at the human who had intruded into his territory, and even let out an angry roar.
Human, how dare you break into my territory?
After letting out a roar, the sky demon rushed directly towards Shaoqing. After a while of fighting, the sky demon fell to the ground with a crash. There was a hole piercing through the skull between the eyebrows of the sky demon. The sky demon's body was covered with wounds, and its sound completely disappeared in the final struggle.
What a powerful demon! Even if I kill it, it will be very difficult.
A trace of fear flashed in Shaoqing's eyes. Notice, as the level of cultivation of monsters increases, the gap between them and human warriors becomes smaller and smaller. Human warriors can no longer use martial arts to suppress these monsters. And these monsters can also learn some martial arts due to their improved intelligence.
I want to see what it is that attracted me here.
Anshao looked towards the monster's corpse, and he suddenly showed a hint of shock. But see, that thing is a palm-sized thing, like a key fragment. And this key fragment is the same as the key fragment that Yang Mucheng got from the Red Flame Quangli. Chapter 1180 Silver Pattern War Lion. This nameless star is not big. It is just a small star. Its area is not even 1/10 that of Kyushu. As time went by, the monsters on this star were gradually hunted down. And soon some people also obtained this key fragment. Some people don't know the origin of the key fragments, so they just throw them away or give them to others. Some people guessed that it was not a mortal thing and carefully put it away. There are also some people who started fighting for the key fragments. But there are only 365 key fragments in the entire star. To get one of them is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But at this time, the team of Yang Mucheng, Lu Dongyu, Wan Linyuan, and Ling Tianhao set their sights on the great demon king named Silver Pattern War Lion, who was in the Divine Sea Grandmaster realm. The heart of this great demon king of Shanghai Grandmaster has the function of allowing warriors to increase the speed of their inner strength cultivation. Such a rare item is of great value. And even if you have money, you can't buy it. Even in the immortal sect, it is extremely rare. But unexpectedly it was found here. The appearance of every lion heart will cause competition among many immortal sects. Although, this kind of lion's heart has no effect on warriors above the Nirvana realm, but it has miraculous effects on warriors below Nirvana. Many immortal sects will buy these lion hearts and give them to the most talented disciples in the sect. But in fact, these lion hearts are very rare. The silver-striped war lion has been extinct for a long time, but I didn't expect to find it here. Certainly, as for Yang Mucheng, he doesn't care about the silver pattern war lion at all. All he wants is blood. After all, he is the great demon king of Shanghai Grandmaster. The strength of this war lion has exceeded everyone's imagination. The four of them joined forces, but they were not able to kill the great demon king of Shanghai Grandmaster. As a last resort, everyone could only find another target. Practice a lot. and prepared to attack the silver-patterned war lion again. And this time, Ning Wudao's men finally came looking for him.
Right here. Finally found this guy. Is that the boy named Yang Maicheng?
4 or 5 geniuses came to the silver-patterned war lion's lair and hid carefully. One of the geniuses nodded and said to the others,
That's right. It's Yang Maicheng. A few days ago, I discovered that they were hunting this silver-striped war lion. But this silver-striped war lion was too powerful and they couldn't handle it at all. I observed them for several days. They have been practicing these days. We just need to hide here. After they hunt down the silver-patterned war lion, we can take action. Not only can we obtain the heart of the silver-patterned war lion, but we can also kill Yang Maicheng, killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
What a plan! When the other people heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. However, at this moment, a slight sound of footsteps immediately alerted the group of talented people. They quickly raised their heads and looked forward, only to see some more shaking figures on the path in the distance. Gradually, these figures became clearer. They were Lu Dongyu, Ling Tianhao, and Wan Linyuan. And the person walking at the front is none other than Yang Maicheng. The 5 geniuses hiding in the dark crossed their eyes and quickly hid.
We have eradicated all the demon clans in this area, leaving only the last silver-patterned war lion,
Lu Dongyu said, with an inexplicable look in his beautiful eyes.
After killing it, we can leave here and go to the next area. In the next area, there are powerful demon kings with higher cultivation levels, and even heavenly demons.
Everyone was excited when they heard this. Obviously, they all care very much about the heart of this silver-striped war lion. Yang Maicheng was also looking forward to it. But what he was looking forward to was the energy and blood of this silver-striped war lion.
It's you again!
When Yang Maicheng and others stepped into the territory of the silver-patterned war lion, the silver-patterned war lion immediately woke up, and its pair of vertical dark golden eyes burst out with cold murderous intent.
After letting you escape last time, I didn't expect you to dare to come here again this time. I'm going to kill you!
Roar! The silver-patterned war lion let out a roar and rushed towards the crowd. However, everyone already understood the methods of the silver-patterned war lion. When the opponent pounced, they quickly dispersed. Under the attack of the silver-patterned war lion, the huge rock beneath the feet of several people was shattered on the spot.
I'll trap it. You take action.
Lu Dongyu quickly drew out his sword and fought with the silver-patterned war lion. Because they have had the experience of fighting this silver-striped war lion before, everyone is quite familiar with the methods of this big demon king. Yang Maicheng grabbed it with his right hand, and immediately countless spiritual swords were blasted out by him on the spot. Heading towards the silver-patterned war lion, Ling Tianhao danced his dagger, with a scream that sounded more like a dragon than a dragon. A snake but not a snake. The huge snake shadow also bit the silver-striped war lion at the same time. Wan Linyuan shook his spear, and the endless spear light converged into a line, and struck straight at him.
Don't even think about escaping! Roar!
Amidst a crazy roar, the body of the silver-striped war lion expanded crazily at this moment. Only a crackling sound was heard, and the back of the silver-striped war lion quickly swelled under the surge of ribs. 2 huge wings grew out of it, and at the same time, the aura of this silver-striped war lion became even more terrifying. The explosive momentum swept desperately in all directions, directly blasting deep pits several feet into the surrounding ground. What? This silver-patterned war lion was so cunning that it actually hid its true strength. Only then did it reveal all its strength.
Roar!
The huge silver-patterned war lion with wings suddenly opened its eyes, and its dark golden pupils actually shot out substantial light, tearing the air apart. Phew! The silver-patterned war lion waved its wings fiercely, causing everyone's attacks to explode on the spot.
I'll start with you first.
His eyes turned. The silver-patterned war lion's gaze fell directly on Yang Maicheng. It roared. Its huge wings flapped violently, and with a gust of wind, it rushed towards Yang Maicheng. Among so many people, this silver-striped war lion actually chose Yang Maicheng.
It seems we don't need to take action anymore.
The few geniuses hiding in the dark suddenly laughed to themselves when they saw this scene. In their opinion, Yang Maicheng would be completely torn into pieces by the attack of this silver-patterned war lion. However, the silver-patterned war lion hides its power. How could Yang Maicheng hide his own power? Facing the silver-striped war lion that rushed forward, he slapped his right hand and struck it with a bang. Boom! Suddenly, the silver-patterned war lion that rushed up seemed to have hit an invisible barrier, losing its balance and falling suddenly. Ling Tianhao, Lu Dongyu, and Wan Lin Yuan seemed not to be surprised. They immediately rushed forward and completely killed the silver-patterned war lion that fell to the ground. This sudden scene immediately made the 5 geniuses hiding in the dark completely stunned. As if they couldn't believe that the other party killed the silver-striped war lion so easily.
Boss! They actually killed this big demon king!
The geniuses who were watching the battle in the dark seemed unable to accept this sudden change for a while. They all couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. And they all turned their eyes towards the young man who was leading them. The young man frowned slightly, as if he could not accept such a result. After concentrating for a moment, he sneered before standing up and said in a cold voice,
"No matter what the outcome is, it's just that we have to spend more time. Since they didn't die in the hands of the silver-striped war lion, then they will die at our hands next."
Chapter 1181 Betrayal?
Silver-patterned war lion. This time Yang nearly succeeded again.
Wan Lin Yuan looked at the beheaded demon king, and then at Yang Macheng and Lu Dongyu, who were walking towards the demon king's corpse. He couldn't help but said,
"It's really surprising. He is only in the middle stage of Shanghai.
He has such a terrifying fighting power. All his thoughts are focused on Yang Macheng. It seems that if Yang Macheng is willing, this delicate flower of his will most likely be picked off by him."
Ling Tianhao on the side was a little taciturn. He looked at the 2 figures in front of him. His eyes were heavy, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After hearing Wan Ling Yuan's words, his expression suddenly became gloomy. And ahead, Lu Dongyu took out the lion heart and looked at Yang Macheng with a pair of beautiful eyes.
"Yang Macheng, this lion's heart belongs to you. Everyone in our team has achieved something more or less. But you have achieved nothing so far. You must accept this lion's heart."
"I do not want." Yang Macheng shook his head. Lionheart is of no use to him. This kind of existence worth thousands of dollars is equivalent to waste in his eyes. His ancient heaven-swallowing technique possesses unimaginable training speed. The silver-patterned lion's heart, a mysterious thing that countless sects fought for and used to cultivate geniuses, was actually pushed aside by the 2 of them.
"If you don't want it, just give it to me."
However, at this moment, a cold voice came from not far away. "Anyone?" At this moment, Yang Macheng and others raised their heads in surprise and looked forward.
With a wow
sound, a burst of light flew up. The calm forest was broken, and a team of 5 people came out. The young man in the lead had a gloomy face, with a skull pattern carved on the right side of his face. These 5 people seemed to be headed by him. When Ling Tianhao saw the skull pattern on the other person's face, his expression suddenly changed and he shouted,
10,000 Bones Gate? Are you the genius of the 10,000 Bones sect? Chenggu?"
The young man named Chenggu glanced at Ling Tianhao and sneered.
"I didn't expect that someone actually knows me. Who is he?"
Yang Macheng asked in a low voice.
"The genius of the second-tier sect. The people in this sect are very scary."
Lu Dongyu suddenly lost his temper.
"It's over. He actually wants to steal our lion hearts."
"Notice, no matter who you are, after entering this nameless star, you cannot use the power and background behind you." Judging from the 2 people's extremely fearful expressions on each other, what is more terrifying about Chenggu is not his background, but his powerful strength. Wan Lin Yuan bit the bullet and said,
"Chenggu, you have reached the perfection of Shanghai, and this lion's heart has no effect on you. Do you, the genius of your second-tier sect, even want to take away these things?"
Lu Dongyu and Ling Tianhao also looked at each other with pale faces. Not only Chenggu's cultivation, but also the strength of the people behind Chenggu were quite terrifying. If the other party really wants to rob them of their things, they have no power to fight back. Such a being can walk sideways among the stars without any problem.
"That's right. I want this lion's heart. However, lion heart is just a way to pass by. My real target is you, Yang Macheng."
Hearing Wan Ling Yuan's question, Chenggu stood there and turned his eyes to Yang Macheng. At this moment, Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows. He asked himself. He had never had anything to do with Chenggu. So why was he the other party's real target?
"Yang Macheng, don't blame me. If you want to blame, you can only blame yourself for not being discerning and offending Ninggudo. He is now chasing you all over the stars. Although I really don't want to listen to Ninggudo's orders. I am not his opponent, and I can only obey the other party's accusations. If I get this lion's heart, then you can break through the shackles as quickly as possible and reach the true state of nirvana. Then you won't have to be at the mercy of Ninggudo."
Hearing these words, Ling Tianhao, Lu Dongyu, and Wan Lin Yuan were all stunned. They never expected that the other party was actually coming for Yang Macheng.
Unexpectedly, Ning Wudao targeted Yang Macheng. Just when everyone was panicking, Qin Gu's condescending voice came again. He looked at Yang Macheng and the four of them as if they were sizing up the playthings in their hands.
Irrelevant people. Get out now! Otherwise, I will deal with you too.
Boom! Hearing these words, Lu Dongyu, Ling Tianhao, and Wan Linyuan were even more stunned, and their faces turned pale with fear. These people are not good people. If they say it, they will definitely do it. If you interfere in this matter, Qin Gu will definitely go on a killing spree.
No! Yang Macheng is our team member. We can't just hand him over,
Lu Dongyu said.
That's right. If the four of us work together, we might be able to repel them.
Wan Linyuan tightened his grip on the gun. But this time, Ling Tianhao, who had been restless, hesitated for a moment and made a choice directly. He desperately took away the lion's heart, quickly came to Qin Gu, and knelt down without dignity.
Master Chen, I hand over this lion heart and hope to join your team. Ling Tianhao, you traitor! You've gone too far. Yang Macheng obtained that lion's heart.
For a while, everyone shouted angrily. However, Ling Tianhao, who was scolded, did not show the slightest apology on his face. Instead, he looked at the extremely angry Lu Dongyu and Wan Linyuan, and smiled with a hint of contempt.
If you don't take care of yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. It is the rule of the immortal sect world to take refuge in the strong. Mr. Chen is a perfect being in the divine sea. Isn't it normal for me to take refuge in him? Only idiots would team up with you guys, who only have the peak of the divine sea.
Seeing Ling Tianhao's attitude, Wan Linyuan and Lu Dongyu were extremely angry. In any case, they had been companions for more than a month. But now, they were easily betrayed by the other party. This kind of encounter naturally made them unbearable and angry. Seeing the team falling apart, Qin Gu burst out laughing. He knows. This small team can join forces to kill the great demon king with grandmaster cultivation. If they really fight against them tenaciously, they will definitely feel a huge headache. But now, being separated is simply the most wonderful thing. Qin Gu sneered and nodded, looked at Ling Tianhao and said,
Very good. Your choice is correct. Good birds choose trees to roost in. However, I don't want waste in my team. If you can kill Yang Macheng for me, I will allow you to join my team.
When Ling Tianhao heard this, a trace of pride flashed in his eyes, and he said loudly,
Mr. Chen, don't worry. I will definitely kill Yang Macheng for you.
Chapter 1182 Kill with One Sword. Ling Tianhao's sudden betrayal surprised the team. Lu Dongyu and Wan Linyuan kept reprimanding, especially Ling Tianhao, who even turned the gun against them, which made them even more angry. But the more Lu Dongyu defended Yang Macheng, the angrier Ling Tianhao became. He stared at Yang Macheng with a pair of sinister eyes and said coldly,
Boy, I've seen you unhappy for a long time. I'll just kill you this time. Shang!
Lu Dongyu clasped his wrist. An ray of white light quickly flew into his hand and turned into a silver-white sword, and her whole body was directly protecting Yang Macheng. Apparently, she protected Yang Macheng. Seeing Lu Dongyu take out the long sword, Ling Tianhao's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy, mixed with thick jealousy.
Yang Macheng, if you have the guts, don't hide behind a woman. If you have the guts, just stand up and fight me openly,
Ling Tianhao said sharply.
Ling Tianhao, Yang Macheng is only at the middle stage of the divine sea, and you are at the peak of the divine sea. You have gone too far. If you want to fight, I will accompany you,
Lu Dongyu said loudly.
Thank you very much.
However, at this time, Yang Macheng stood up.
Lu Dongyu, this is a matter between men, so you don't need to interfere,
he said, looking at Ling Tianhao, who had a gloomy face.
It just so happens that I have been unhappy with this guy for a long time, since he has chosen to become a traitor. It is up to me to kill him personally.
Lu Dongyu wanted to say more, but when she saw Yang Macheng's resolute face, she knew that the other party had calmed down. She sighed helplessly, and took Wan Linyuan back a few steps. Only Yang Macheng and Ling Tianhao were left in the field. Qin Gu and his men stood aside with sneers on their faces. Apparently, in their view, such trivial matters are simply not their turn to take action. Watching each other's internal strife is also a very satisfying thing.
This Yang Macheng, how could he be able to make Ning Wudao hold such a grudge?
Looking at Yang Macheng, who had managed everything by himself, one person couldn't help but ask in surprise.
Humph, This kid doesn't know how to live and die. And he dares to be arrogant in front of Ning Wudao. If Xiaoqing hadn't intervened, he would have been killed by Ning Wudao.
Another person who seemed to know the inside story sneered.
Ning Wudao is known for being vengeful. How could he let Yang Macheng go so easily? Not only that, he also has Xiaoqing in mind.
Gu listened to the discussion of his men, looked at Yang Macheng, and snorted coldly.
A boy in the middle stage of the Divine Sea is simply the bottom of the world on this star. And he actually dares to challenge Ning Wudao? Let alone him. But Ning Wudao, even I am not qualified to compete with him. After killing this kid and taking the lion's heart, I will choose a place to retreat. If I can reach Nirvana, I can get rid of Ning Wudao's control.
Thinking in mind, when Gu looked forward again, he already saw Yang Macheng and Ling Tianhao standing looking at each other. Lu Dongyu and Wan Linyuan looked at Yang Macheng nervously. Although, during this period, Yang Macheng was making progress every day and was an absolute genius in cultivation. But they didn't think that Yang Macheng could truly fight against Ling Tianhao. This is not like the previous agreement of 3 moves. There is no intention of holding back at all.
Yang Macheng, if Lu Dongyu hadn't stopped me before, I would have killed you long ago. Don't think that because you have resisted 3 attacks in my hands, you can be arrogant and think you can fight me. Now, I will tell you with actions. You are so wrong. I will let you know the difference between us.
Boom! Ling Tianhao clenched his daggers tightly. His eyes widened angrily. And at the next moment, a terrifying and frightening inner energy swept out crazily. And in an instant, it was already tumbling rapidly. A dark snake phantom formed rapidly around his body. With the surge of internal energy, Ling Tianhao's entire body was wrapped in the snake phantom. Boom! 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 This terrifying aura quickly surged in all directions, constantly moving towards the surroundings. It even exploded the surrounding ground. Whether it was the necessary scales for the fiber pattern or the ferocious snake letter, they all turned into reality at this moment. From a distance, it looked like a real Titan python, keeping a close eye on Yang Macheng, keeping an eye on its prey.
Yang Macheng, die!
The Titan python let out a roar, uttering human words. In this burst of shocking roar, it rushed towards Yang Macheng desperately. That huge body was past, crushing over the ground, leaving traces of horrific explosions all over the earth.
Titanoboa! It seems that Ling Tianhao is serious. Not good.
Lu Dongyu was shocked, and she subconsciously grabbed the sword. However, just when she was about to intervene, Gu suddenly looked at him. This terrifying look made her tremble all over, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, and she was unable to move. This small episode was only between lightning and flint, but it was swift and rapid. When he came back to his senses, Ling Tianhao's transformed Titan python had already rushed in front of Yang Macheng, opening its mouth big enough to swallow the sky and the earth, as if to swallow him completely.
Die!
The roar sounded wildly. The eyes of the Titan python transformed by Ling Tianhao burst out with unspeakable joy. Ever since this kid joined the team, he has been feeling aggrieved everywhere, but he still couldn't vent the anger in his heart. This bastard is just a waste in the middle stage of Shanghai, but he actually dares to challenge himself. Now I can finally kill this kid completely. Ling Tianhao couldn't help but get excited when he thought of this. Roar! Crazy screams shook the world. But, facing Yang Macheng, who was charging madly at him, he just struck out with a sword.
Shang!
A sword light that was as fast as lightning, passing by like lightning. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the terrifying Titan python was suddenly split into 2 halves like butter, without any hindrance. Phew! The sound of a body being torn apart also sounded at the same time. The next moment, everyone clearly saw that Ling Tianhao, who was still maintaining his forward posture, his eyes suddenly widened, and there was an unconcealable blood hole between his eyebrows, which completely penetrated the entire head. There was a look of disbelief in Ling Tianhao's eyes that were gradually losing focus, as if he couldn't even believe that the opponent's sword was so fast. Finally, still unable to hold on, Ling Tianhao's body suddenly fell to the ground, making no sound. Quiet. One moment, it was a battlefield full of fighting, and the next moment, it was dead silence. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Tianhao. Chapter 1183, Old Bones. Died? Ling Tianhao, who was at the peak of the Divine Sea, was killed by a sword hole so easily? Looking at Ling Tianhao's body, and then looking at the young man standing there who seemed to have never moved, whether it was Lu Dongyu or Gu, they couldn't help but feel frightened.
I've seen you unhappy for a long time.
After slowly taking a look at the body that had completely cooled down, Yang Mucheng turned his attention to Chingu.
I didn't expect Ning Wudao to be so hateful. Not only did he want to deal with me, but he also came around to conquer people to kill me. Since he doesn't want me to pass, I won't let him pass. You are Ning Wudao, his lackeys? If that's the case, then I'll start with you.
The voice was extremely calm, as if he could kill Chingu and others at any time if he wanted to. These light words were full of unparalleled domineering. Boom! Immediately, except for Chingu. His 4 subordinates were all shocked by Yang Mucheng's momentum and took a few steps back in fright. Even Chingu's mind froze under Yang Mucheng's eyes, as if his heart was tightly grasped and he couldn't breathe.
Yang Mucheng, we're here to help you too.
Seeing this scene, Lu Dongyu and Wan Linyuan also stood up quickly, turning back and glancing at the two of them. Yang Mugwa shook his head decisively.
This is my business. Ning Wudao is targeting me. If you intervene, you will be involved. I don't want to implicate other people. As for Ning Wudao, he wants to kill me and remove me from my life. It's impossible to be eliminated in the battle of geniuses. I want to see who will be eliminated in the end.
Listening to Yang Mucheng's tone, he not only wanted to kill Chingu, he even wanted to compete with Ning Wudao. Ning Wudao is one of the 10 geniuses that Mr. Elegance is most optimistic about. It is the same existence as in Shaoqing.
Ha! Yang Mucheng, you are so arrogant.
As if he was trying to regain the place where he was scared off by the other party's glance. Chingu suddenly laughed loudly, looking at Yang Mucheng. His eyes flashed with resentment.
Even I, who have reached the perfection of the Divine Sea, dare not speak out loudly against Ning Wudao. And you? Are you even more powerful than me? What qualifications do you have to fight against Ning Wudao? And what qualifications and abilities do you have to eliminate Ning Wudao? No way. Although I really don't want to obey Ning Wudao's order. You are really too arrogant. You are so arrogant that I want to kill you.
Chingu narrowed his eyes. He stared at Yang Mucheng and said word by word.
You were able to kill Ling Tianhao with one sword only by relying on the fast sword from before. But how many swords can you hit with this fast sword?
Chingu knows. Although this kind of fast sword is terrifying, it has great demands on the body and internal strength. You can throw out the first sword, but you may not be able to throw out the second sword, even if it is blasted out forcibly. I am afraid that my body will fall apart first before this sword kills the enemy. Right? You? Lu Dongyu and Wan Linyuan were startled, and they looked at Yang Mucheng with worried expressions. But there didn't seem to be any fear on Yang Mucheng's face. Instead, he looked at Chingu with a smile but not a smile, with a calm expression.
Yeah. You don't need to know how many swords I can blast. All you need to know is that I can kill you.
Half a step into the Divine Sea. Only when Yang Mucheng used the demon god's sacrifice was he able to unleash this speed sword style with all his strength. Now, he has reached the middle stage of Divine Sea and can already use this sword under normal circumstances. Of course, in the case of the demon god sacrifice, the power will be even greater. Unfortunately, the second style, the crazy sword style, requires higher requirements and cannot be used even during the demon god's sacrifice. If it is used forcefully, it will break one's body.
Mr. Chen, why don't you personally take action to deal with this kid? Isn't this killing a chicken with a sledgehammer?
While they were talking, the 4 people stepped forward with sneers and opened them like a bag, as if they wanted to engulf Yang Mucheng. One of them looked at Yang Mucheng and smiled.
Yang Mucheng, you simply don't know how high the sky is. You exhausted all your strength, and you were only able to kill Ling Tianhao. Ling Tianhao is just a small character. The 4 of us can all defeat him. Now that the 4 of us are here together, what do you think you should do?
As soon as the genius finished speaking, Yang Mucheng suddenly raised his head and grinned at him.
Really? Do you think that with more people, you can deal with me?
As soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, he waved his right hand slightly. Clang! A shocking sword light exploded to the extreme, suddenly bursting out in a horrified manner. If the previous sword strike could still be caught with the naked eyes by everyone present, then this sword strike was so fast that they were no longer visible. There was a sudden sound of the sword almost erupting when it was unsheathed and resheathed. And it sounded at the same time. The 4 people who were talking suddenly stopped and froze in place, as if they had been cast on a body-fixing technique. Until a moment later, a huge wound suddenly broke out in the throat, spurting out a fountain of blood. Then, under the shocked gazes of Lu Dongyu, Wan Linyuan, and Chingu, The four corpses lost their support and fell to the ground like wooden stakes, making a series of shocking muffled sounds.
Chun-gu, your dog has been killed by me. Now it's your turn.
Yang Muchung slowly raised his head and looked over. There was dead silence. Chin-gu's eyes widened, and he could hardly believe it. Lu Dongyu and Wan Linyuan seemed to be seeing ghosts. These four people are all powerful men at the pinnacle of the Divine Sea. This kid completely killed him with just one sword strike? And this sword is faster and more terrifying than before.
It seems that I have underestimated you.
The calmness on Chin-gu's face disappeared, replaced by a very solemn one.
No wonder you dared to say so arrogantly. Kill me. Kill Ning Wudao. To be able to explode such combat power with the middle stage cultivation level of Shanghai. It seems that none of the geniuses who can climb this star are soft persimmons. However, you can kill Shanghai Peak with this sword. I don't know if you can kill Shanghai Consummation with this sword.
Chin-gu slowly took out a white ball from his arms and crushed it violently. Boom! A puff of gray-white smoke emerged from the ball, covering him in an instant. When everyone looked again, Chin-gu's whole body was covered with a layer of extremely ferocious bones.
Chong!
He shook his right hand, and a ferocious-looking bone sword slowly appeared. The bone sword was obviously made of bones, but it shone with a terrifying cold light, even reflecting Yang Muchung's face.
Yang Muchung, let me see what you are capable of.
Chapter 1184 Bone God Armor. At this moment, Chin-gu is like a bone giant. His entire face is covered by armor transformed from his bones, leaving only a pair of stern eyes, still shining with a frightening light. On his chest, shoulders, and knees, there are 5 terrifying skull faces. The skull faces are opening their mouths, absorbing the vitality around them. It can be seen that with Chin-gu as the center, the vitality in all directions was quickly swallowed up at this moment, and quickly withered.
It's the Bone God Armor!
Wan Linyuan cried out.
What is that?
Yang Muchung asked sideways.
A protective magic weapon that can plunder vitality from the surrounding heaven and earth, and plunder spiritual energy from the heaven and earth. It is continuously replenished into the armor, and the protective power is terrifyingly powerful.
Wan Linyuan said.
I didn't expect you to know so clearly.
Chin-gu tilted his head and glanced at Wan Linyuan in surprise.
But you overlooked one thing. In addition to its strong protective power, this bone armor also has invincible power.
As he spoke, behind the armor, a pair of dark red pupils suddenly fell on Yang Muchung. Then, Chin-gu took one step forward.
Boom!
The entire earth collapsed due to his shocking kick. The whole person roared with a violent impact. The flat space completely exploded at this moment, and a circular air wave exploded in the void. The horrifying old bones were like a pale white bone arrow that shot out wildly with a whistling sound, bringing out a roaring phantom. This punch was actually faster than Yang Muchung's speed sword style.
Boom!
Amidst the crackling sound that shattered the air, Chin-gu arrived in front of Yang Muchung with a whoosh, and the fist completely wrapped in white bones flew out crazily and stamped heavily on Yang Muchung's chest. Crackling. At this moment, all the bones in Yang Muchung's body made a shocking loud sound, and his whole body exploded like a cannonball. With many afterimages, it hit the towering trees in the forest, and suddenly shot into a mountain peak, collapsing most of the mountain peak, accompanied by a loud sound of earth-shattering. The shocked Lu Dongyu and Wan Linyuan came to their senses. They looked quickly. However, they saw that Yang Muchung was already buried under the mountain peak, and his body was buried by the rolling rocks. The forest around Chin-gu was also completely torn apart by the terrifying explosion caused by his punch. A trace of fear flashed in Wan Linyuan's eyes. He originally thought that Yang Muchung's sword was fast enough, but he didn't expect that Chin-gu's punch was even faster.
Hee hee! This is the power of the Bone God Armor!
Chin-gu narrowed his eyes proudly.
Not only does it have extremely strong protective power, but it also gives me a strong enough attack power. No matter how fast your sword is, can it withstand my punch? If I punch you, don't say you are made of steel. Even the body made of fine gold will explode.
As he was speaking, the smile on his face immediately stiffened, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Close your mouth now, and never open your mouth. Lu Dongyu and Wan Linyuan were originally pale, but when they saw the figure appearing in the collapsed mountain peak, their eyes suddenly widened, as if they couldn't believe it. But see! Under the collapsed mountain peak, a thin figure walked slowly. The opponent was wearing a large black robe, and the Xinyuan sword in his hand was pointing diagonally at the ground. His clothes were slightly damaged, but he looked unscathed, and his face was slightly pale. If he wasn't Yang Mucheng, who else could he be?
He's not dead.
Chengu couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. I was careless. Yang Mucheng came over with his sword in hand. At the last moment, he mobilized his infinite inner strength and formed a steel shield to resist. Although he resisted at the last moment, he still suffered a lot of damage. They are all geniuses. Since they could enter the star, how can there be any weak ones? This is a wake-up call for me. I am no longer like before. I still exist in Kyushu. Everyone here is just like him. An absolute genius in the stars. Behind these geniuses is the terrifying immortal sect. Their methods are like those of a gentleman crossing the river. If they underestimate their opponents, they may accidentally ruin their lives.
Since you're not dead, I'll punch you again.
Chengu narrowed his eyes. Boom! Before he finished speaking, he was already in front of Yang Mucheng. His speed was faster and more rapid than before. The power of his punch was even greater than before. His punch caused a violent wind that swept across the world. Everywhere it passed, whether it was mountains, rivers or trees, were completely shattered into powder by this terrifying sonic boom.
It's over!
A hint of shock and disbelief flashed in the eyes of Lu Dongyu and Wan Linyuan. Too strong. Too fierce. Too scary. Such a punch, completely relying on the physical body, broke the barrier of space. You can't even see. How do you dodge this punch? Clang. However, Yang Mucheng saw it. With a shake of his right hand, the Xinyuan sword suddenly burst out with a burst of bright light like the dark night. This terrifying divine light suddenly hit Chengu's fist fiercely.
Ding! Ding! Ding!
In the eyes of others, the fist that seemed almost inevitable was actually blocked by Yang Mucheng. Moreover, at this moment, Yang Mucheng's sword counterattacked towards Chengu at an unimaginable speed. An extremely terrifying sound resounded. Then he saw it. The bone god armor that Chengu kept boasting about was actually cut open by Yang Mucheng's sword. Tongue! Although Chengu already reacted very quickly, there were still several deep wounds left on his body.
You can actually hurt me?
Chengu narrowed his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the vitality and aura around him suddenly surged toward him at an even more terrifying speed. Then, the piece of bone armor on his body kept circling layer by layer. Not only in an instant, but also in the air. It recovered over time and became even harder and thicker. It was as if Chengu was no longer a human being, but a big bone king. Even when he reached the extreme, a pale white flame erupted from his body. When the flame jumped, it actually made bursts of howling sounds.
Yang Mucheng!
Chengu looked at Yang Mucheng, and Senhen's voice came slowly.
This is the true form of my bone god armor. You are lucky enough to be able to see me in this posture.
Chapter 1185, Chasing Chengu. Boom, boom, boom. Under the bone god's armor, Chengu's aura has reached an unimaginable level. In this aura, Lu Dongyu and Wan Linyuan didn't even have the courage to face it. The surrounding earth was torn to pieces, and patches of woods were crushed into powder. And, at this moment, Yang Mucheng seemed to have closed his eyes and lowered his hands, as if he had given up.
Have you given up?
Seeing this scene, Lu Dongyu and Wan Linyuan looked at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. However, when I thought about it, it was normal. Even they, faced with Chengu in this situation, didn't have the courage to challenge. How did Yang Mucheng own it? The opponent is just a warrior in the middle stage of the Divine Sea. It is already very scary to have such strength and be able to let Chengu use the complete form of the bone divine armor. No matter how strong you are, it only goes so far.
Have you given up?
Seeing Yang Mucheng's actions, Chengu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. However, he immediately shook his head and said,
Now, do you finally understand the strength gap between us? This is the taste of despair.
At this time, Yang Mucheng suddenly raised his head and smiled at Chengu. Just when everyone was wondering why Yang Mucheng was still able to laugh at this juncture, a huge demonic figure suddenly rose up behind Yang Mucheng, and then he raised the Xinyuan sword and slashed downwards. Tear. At this moment, the space seemed to be chopped into pieces. The bone armor that had swallowed hundreds of miles of spiritual energy was completely torn apart under this swift and extreme sword, as if it were a fragile piece of paper.
Not good!
Chengu only felt an unprecedented death crisis approaching quickly. Without any hesitation, he quickly retreated towards the rear. However, the sword was too fast, falling like meteors and disintegrating his armor in an instant. At the same time, This shocking sword light suddenly tore down and struck his chest.
Ah!
Chingu screamed and flew backwards. He hit the ground hard and was unable to stabilize his body. Lu Dongyu and Wan Lin looked away and couldn't help but gasp. A half-foot-long wound was opened on Chingu's chest, from the left chest to the right abdomen, and the ribs and broken heart veins were visible. Chingu was trembling all over. He saw the sword, but couldn't dodge it at all. At that moment, he used all the power of the Bone God armor to barely avoid it. If he had even thought about it for a moment, his whole body would be split in half on the spot.
The Bone God armor was actually torn apart.
Lu Dongyu and Wan Linyuan looked at Chingu's wounds, and then at the bone armor on Chingu that turned into ashes and dissipated, and felt incredible. Yang Wuqing's strength has exceeded their imagination.
No matter how strong your Bone God armor is, you can't beat my sword.
Yang Maicheng slowly raised the Xinyuan sword and pointed it at Chingu.
Too strong. Escape. You can only escape.
There was only one thought left in Chingu's mind. Only then did he understand why Ning Wudao wanted to kill Yang Maicheng. This kid is really too powerful. He is only at the middle stage of the Divine Sea. If he could reach the same perfect state of the Divine Sea as himself, wouldn't he be able to kill him with one sword? Even the Bone God armor has no effect at all.
Tongue!
Without the slightest hesitation, Chingu's eyes widened angrily, and his pupils were filled with bloodshot eyes. The aura that had subsided suddenly surged at this moment. He tiptoed, and suddenly it turned into a fierce aurora, shooting towards the distance. Go! The violent speed brought up a roaring hurricane, which bent the lush forest.
Want to escape?
Yang Maicheng tiptoed. His whole body turned into a ray of light, and he immediately chased Chingu. While flying up into the sky, he took out the sword gourd. In an instant, 36,000 long swords were piercing through the heart like 10,000 swords. And like a heavy rain, they suddenly shot towards Chingu. Go! Boom! 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 Countless long swords shot out quickly and fiercely. The long swords covered the sky and the sun in the void. The exploding sword light swept out, and the sword rain roared across the sky. Every drop of arrow rain and every ray of sword light fell on the ground, bombarding the ground with terrifying deep pits hundreds of meters high. 36,000 long swords. The power completely exploded. Even warriors in the middle and late stages of Shanghai will be killed on the spot and seriously injured.
Tongue!
As for Chingu, who was under the sword rain, although he was injured, his body was extremely flexible. After all, he is a perfect expert in the Divine Sea and the genius of the 10,000 Bone sect, and he has endless life-saving magic weapons. He abruptly avoided the attack of Yang Wuqing's 36,000 swords. The terrifying explosion sounded wildly and spread throughout most of the nameless stars. Among the nameless stars, there are many geniuses here. When they saw the scene, everyone was completely stunned and couldn't believe their eyes.
What's going on? Who is being hunted again? Chingu. Chingu from the 10,000 Bone sect. A strong man who has perfected the Divine Sea. He will also be hunted down. Who is chasing Chingu?
Such a huge movement attracted the attention of countless geniuses. Many people even rushed to catch up in order to find out what happened. But soon, they were left behind. Too fast. Whether it was Chingu or Yang Wuqing's speed, they were too fast. They barely followed them for long before they were severely thrown off. The more this happens, the more shocked everyone is. Some people also quickly recognized who was chasing Chingu.
That's Yang Maicheng, the person Ning Wudao wants to kill. Isn't Chingu sent by Ning Wudao to hunt down Yang Maicheng? He was actually hunted down by Yang Maicheng.
Original. Some people want to kill Yang Maicheng. Want to kill Yang Maicheng to claim credit and seek refuge with Ning Wudao. But now, after seeing the scene in front of them, they were all shocked. Even Grandmaster Chingu of Shanghai and the genius of 10,000 Bone sect were actually being chased and killed by Yang Maicheng. This was really terrifying. Some of them are not as strong as Shanghai, so how dare they provoke Yang Maicheng? Some people looked at this scene with a hint of fear in their eyes, and were a little more wary of this genius named Yang Maicheng. Of course, some people are still disdainful. But he is just a warrior in the middle stage of the Divine Sea, and cannot make any big waves at all. Boom! In the midst of this rapid escape, Yang Wuqing's pupils suddenly closed, and he swung out with his right palm. In an instant, the flying bones felt as if a shocking huge force swept over them, and they suddenly felt like they were broken, like a kite that had lost its string. It fell heavily to the ground.
Boom!
Just when the bones fell to the ground, Yang Muqing's astonishing figure rushed over quickly and landed at the same time. Chapter 1186 Longxian Valley. Boom! The bones in midair crashed to the ground like meteorites. And with a loud noise, the whole earth trembled inexplicably. He still wanted to run, but Yang Muqing had already fallen down.
Is there an earthquake?
The geniuses all around were attracted by this terrifying tremor. In the dust, a figure was vaguely revealed. This person fell into the field like a stone statue that had existed since ancient times. What was even more shocking was that there was someone stepping on his feet. When everyone saw the face of the genius, who was being trampled like mud, they were completely stunned.
What did I see? He trampled the old bones under his feet.
A bald genius was stunned.
You read that right.
A cold and stern genius swallowed his saliva. The eyes of the geniuses all around were about to bulge out, and they all showed horrified looks.
Chenggu is the genius of the 10,000 Bone sect. After all, he is also a warrior of the great perfection of the divine sea. How can he be trampled under his feet like a dead dog?
Everyone was undoubtedly shocked. When they looked at the young man who stepped on people, everyone was stunned.
Yang Muqing. It's the genius who Ning Wudao ordered to be wanted.
After seeing Yang Muqing's face clearly, the warriors present took a breath of air and took a few steps back. Some people even felt their scalps numb when they saw the scene. Does Chenggu have no ability to resist at all? While some people were thinking to themselves, they cast their gaze over again. The other party is just a genius from the middle stage of Divine Sea. Just when this thought arose, but everyone heard the wailing sound of Chenggu.
Young Master Yang. I admit defeat. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. You are no match for Ning Wudao. If you let me go, I will be willing to tie a grass ring for you. Saddle the front and back of the horse.
Give up? Begging for mercy? When the Tianju present saw the scene, their eyes widened. Some people wondered why Chenggu didn't use the Bone God armor to fight against Yang Muqing. But after a second look, they realized that the Bone God armor had been broken long ago.
Go to HL if you realize your mistake.
Yang Muqing's eyes were cold, and he stepped down on the spot. Chenggu was being chased all the way, and was blasted down from midair earlier. His internal organs were shattered, and all the muscles and bones in his body were broken. How could he dodge Yang Muqing's attack?
Boom!
There was a muffled sound. Chenggu's head was crushed by his kick, and he died on the spot. The 10,000 Bones Gate. The main hall. The current leader.
Buzz!
A black vortex suddenly appeared, and an embarrassed figure rolled out.
Chenggu? You were actually eliminated?
Everyone in the 10,000 Bones sect looked at him, and their eyes suddenly widened. Who could this pale-faced young man be if he wasn't Chenggu?
Didn't I pass on the Bone Divine armor to you? Why were you eliminated so quickly? Did you meet one of the top 10 geniuses?
A gloomy old man asked.
It's Yang Muqing. I was defeated by him.
Chenggu's face was red with suppressed anger, and he was unwilling to give up. Everyone looked at each other for a while, not knowing why. They have all heard the name of the famous genius in this galaxy, but this name is very unfamiliar. After all, Shinzong has a mysterious inheritance, and only one disciple is passed on to each generation. The Shinzong's rules for accepting disciples are very open. No matter what sect you once belonged to, you can join. Therefore, some sects also took this opportunity to send out their most talented disciples in an attempt to steal the secrets of the Shin sect. The 10,000 Bones sect was also one of them. But they didn't expect to be eliminated so soon.
Who is Yang Muqing? Is he some hidden genius?
The sect leader Shen Ning said.
No. I only know that he is a genius who came out of the broken stars, and his strength is only in the middle stage of Shanghai.
Chenggu said unwillingly.
This kid kicked me out and made me fail to pass the first level. I will kill him.
Quiet. On the nameless star, Yang Muqing stood there quietly. The corpse at his feet had turned into white light and disappeared quietly. Although there were many talented people around, they were all silent, all looking at the young man standing with his hands behind his back.
Huh?
After Yang Muqing killed Chenggu, he raised his head in surprise. He found, I have been chasing him all the way, but I have already strayed from the direction, and I don't know where I am. In addition to the many geniuses around, there is also a dense canyon. The huge canyon was shrouded in a pale and sinister aura. There seemed to be some heavenly and earthly treasure in the center of the canyon. These geniuses obviously came for this canyon.
What is this place?
Yang Muqing asked.
Longxian Valley. The most gloomy place among the stars.
A genius whispered. Yang Muqing said nothing and looked forward.
That's all. Now that I'm here, I won't go back. Now, Ning Wudo has sent everyone to hunt me down. And teaming up with anyone will hurt the other party. But now, no one will dare to form a team with me. Right? Yang Mucheng glanced around. Anyone who came into contact with his gaze was subconsciously afraid and lowered their heads, not daring to look at each other. Narrow your eyes. Yang Mucheng continued to think secretly. I need a strong helper. The evil spirit in this canyon is strong, which is just right for Asiana to practice. Thinking of this, Yang Mucheng took a step forward and headed towards the canyon. Call. In an instant, Yang Mucheng's whole person seemed to be completely swallowed up by the terrifying white mist. Look! That! What's going on with this evil spirit? As Yang Mucheng entered this canyon, the originally peaceful canyon suddenly exploded. The rolling mist seemed to be boiling. There seemed to be living things hiding in the center of the depths. More like countless snakes constantly inside, twisting and roaring. There are spiritual treasures from heaven and earth here. A kid in the middle stage of Shanghai dares to go in. Don't we? Only people with great opportunity, great perseverance, and great wisdom can become disciples of the Shin sect. This treasure of heaven, spirit, and earth can be obtained by everyone. If you don't take this risk, how can you get rich? After seeing Yang Mucheng enter, the talented people who were originally attracted to this canyon could no longer hold back. Although, in the Longxian Valley, the turbulent evil spirit was extremely frightening. But after a slight hesitation, they quickly rushed inside. Boom! 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 With rapid roars. The huge Longxian Valley was like an ancient ferocious beast that chose people to devour. It quietly woke up and devoured all those who dared to intrude into its territory. Longxian Valley? When these people entered Longxian Valley, Mr. Elegant raised his brows with a strange look on his face. This is one of the 9 forbidden areas I specially set up on this star. I didn't expect that someone would break in so early. I don't know how many people will be eliminated in this Longxian Valley. Chapter 1187 Infinite Evil. Boom! 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 The rush of hundreds of people caused the churning evil spirit in Longxian Valley to suddenly become turbulent. Everyone, including Yang Mucheng, can feel that the evil spirit here is exuding a very strong evil spirit. This evil spirit is like a living thing, constantly entering into everyone's bodies crazily, making people feel a chill that penetrates the heart. However, they didn't know that Longxian Valley was originally a forbidden land on this star. This canyon is a branch of a certain corpse refining sect. In addition to the powerful evil spirit, there are also terrifying formations and various secret methods in the corpse refining sect. Who? As everyone entered, less than 3 miles away, many people already felt a huge pressure quietly appearing. Even the sight around him became a little blurry. The scorching sun in the sky and the strong sunlight were unable to penetrate this thick white fog. She, a venomous snake covered in darkness, as if made of shadows, suddenly flew out of a dark place. Ah! Suddenly, a frightening scream came from the Longxian Valley, and then the scream suddenly stopped. Someone died again! Yang Mucheng stopped. These were the dozens of screams he had heard since he entered the Longxian Valley. Obviously, those geniuses must have encountered some trouble. Take out the Juzi order and release Axianu. Buzz? For other people, it may be fatal poison, and they would not even dare to inhale a little bit of the evil spirit. But for Axianu, it is like a sweet spring. She widened her eyes, looked around, and couldn't help but say, what a pure evil spirit! This is many times richer than those extremely places in Jiuzhou. However, then, Axiana seemed to have discovered something, and she quickly said, this place may be a branch of a corpse refining sect. Is the corpse refining sect very powerful? Yang Mucheng asked in a deep voice. What do you think? These corpse refining sects are enough to produce the great heavenly corpse, which is the corpse clan of Tai Realm. Axiana narrowed his eyes. But don't worry. In this area, although the evil spirit is strong, but it is still unable to produce such a terrifying existence. To make a great corpse, you need at least the evil energy of thousands, or even tens of thousands of stars. You practice here. Let me go in and take a look. Yang Mucheng glanced at Axianu. That's all. I'll just practice here. Axianu originally wanted to go into the depths with Yang Mucheng to have a look, but her current cultivation level is really too low. Even if she goes in with her, she might not be able to do it. It will only be a hindrance. And with this sinister aura, every time she stayed here for a moment, it was as if she had taken a big tonic pill.
and her strength was constantly improving. Moreover, there are some ghost clans in the periphery, and he could also swallow the opponent's evil spirit to enhance his own strength. Boom, boom, boom. As they went deeper into Longxian Valley, more and more geniuses couldn't help but stop. This seemingly thin layer of white mist contained a pressure as terrifying as the deep sea. Once you enter, you have to face pressure from all directions. Some geniuses with low cultivation levels cannot enter at all. Even if you force yourself in, you will be crushed by the terrifying force. Plus, the terrifying existence hidden in this valley also frightened all the geniuses, and they had to stop.
So many people have died. You can't even enter half of the Longxian Valley. Yes, this Longxian Valley is the most sinister and evil place in the entire star. The further you advance, the stronger the power in it becomes. In the end, it can even corrode the inner energy in the body.
On a hillside that looked like a tomb, the geniuses stopped one by one. They looked forward with fear.
Where's Yang Maicheng?
Suddenly someone asked.
I saw him. He rushed towards the depths of Longxian Valley. Where are those people?
Someone asked again.
Did they go in too? Are you talking about those people?
A genius smiled helplessly.
They themselves practice the most evil and evil skills. Entering this Longxian Valley, for them, it is like returning to their hometown. At this moment I'm afraid we've also entered it. We'd better retreat earlier. Otherwise we might be in trouble if we encounter those people.
After hearing this, some geniuses retreated towards the rear. For some people, Longxian Valley is like a fish in water. There is no way to defeat them in this area. If you don't retreat, what else can you do? Are you waiting to die? Just as this group of geniuses were retreating towards the rear, Yang Maicheng had already penetrated deeply and completely entered the Longxian Valley. The sinister aura mixed with evil intent was like a horned dragon, as if it had consciousness, and kept heading towards Yang Maicheng's body. If it were an ordinary warrior, he would have been frightened to death. Notice, these evil spirits are poison to normal warriors. Even if they inhale a little bit, they will infect all the inner energy. Even if you close your breath and meridians, these evil spirits will still penetrate through them. However, all this is different for Yang Maicheng. As he went deeper into the Longxian Valley, he simply activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique at all times, and the sinister energy was directly absorbed into his body. Although the increased cultivation is better than nothing, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still flesh. Buzz, as if sensing Yang Maicheng's movements, the evil energy around him seemed to suddenly become conscious. As it rolled and surged, it quickly condensed and formed a huge white python, which blasted toward Yang Maicheng like a psychic.
Destroy!
Yang Maicheng's eyes widened angrily, and he raised his hand to chop. The white python that rushed towards him was immediately split in half by him. If it were an ordinary monster, it would have been killed by this sword long ago. But this white python was just an illusion of evil energy. Although it was chopped into pieces, it roared in the void, gathered together again. But soon, a terrifying devouring force quickly erupted. Then, the white python, which was almost ready to take shape, was immediately stripped away and dissipated, and fell into Yang Maicheng's body. This white python is a medium that triggers the formation. After the white python was swallowed by Yang Maicheng, the entire Longxian Valley suddenly boiled, just like opening the door to the netherworld. The infinite evil spirit swept out from the depths of Longxian Valley. Originally, this sinister aura was only in the entire canyon, like a half-full pond, and there was still some space to fill the entire canyon. But at this moment, the rolling evil spirit not only filled the entire Longxian Valley in an instant, but even spread crazily around. Chapter 1188 Corpse Group. Boom. The terrifying white fog is like a tide, sweeping crazily in all directions. This scene frightened the prodigies who gathered outside Longxian Valley, and they all retreated towards the back with pale faces. However, those sinister white mists, as if they were psychic, were like tentacles, constantly rushing towards the geniuses outside the canyon. Some geniuses quickly retreated towards the rear, but other geniuses could not avoid it, and were directly tied up by these white mist tentacles, and dragged directly into the canyon.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Then, those people who were forcibly dragged into the canyon suddenly let out waves of horrifying screams.
Tongue!
After hearing these screams, those geniuses who were avoiding them suddenly turned pale with fear and retreated towards the back.
Look!
Suddenly, a cry sounded. Just see! In the canyon, the churning evil spirit erupted quickly and violently in a horrifying manner. covering the entire valley in an instant. The shocking evil spirit became more and more intense.
Roar!
At the same time, a shocking dragon roar came violently. The churning black and white mist seemed to have turned into substance, like wild dragons turbulent in the valley. Seeing this scene, everyone present felt their scalps go numb.
What happened inside? Did someone touch something? Use your spiritual thoughts quickly.
In Lancian Valley, several disciples who practiced the Jin Jixia technique also felt this sudden change and suddenly panicked. In this area, the line of sight has been completely obscured, and you can't even see your fingers, let alone know the direction. In panic, these disciples quickly released their spiritual thoughts and explored the surrounding roads. But who knew that the power contained in this evil spirit was so terrifying that it even suppressed the invisible and formless divine thoughts?
No, my spiritual thoughts have been suppressed. Now, the location of the exploration has been compressed to within 10 miles. No, it's 5 miles. This evil spirit is getting stronger and stronger, and my spiritual thoughts are constantly being suppressed. Suppress? What should we do? Should we go or stay?
Several geniuses looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what to do. One of the geniuses said,
Someone must have touched some kind of restriction, which caused the evil spirit to erupt in the entire Lancian Valley. That's why such a strange phenomenon occurred. If you force your way in at this time, I'm afraid there will be a big disaster. Problem. Maybe, not only will we not be able to get the treasure in Lancian Valley, but we will risk our own lives. Then what exactly triggered the restriction?
Someone asked subconsciously.
Humph. If it's not Yang Macheng who is walking in front of us, who else could it be? I'm afraid this kid has been strangled by the ban. Right,
the genius said calmly.
We better withdraw from Lancian Valley and wait here. Come back after the evil spirit calms down.
Certainly. This evil spirit exploded, and the only ones benefiting from it were the Ashian slaves and the war slaves. One of them is a great ghost king, and the other is a great bone king. But they were born in a very evil environment. Such a sudden outbreak of evil energy can only do them good, not harm. One of the 9 secret realms, in a forest like stone ground, and Xiaoqing stood there. Since entering this star, he has been a loner. Unlike other geniuses who live alone, he did not hide in one place and wait for a year to pass, but continued to explore the entire star.
My strength is not the strongest among the hundreds of thousands of geniuses. If I don't reach a higher level within this year, I won't be able to pass the 3 levels set by Mr. Elegance and become a disciple of the Shin sect. Mr. Elegance once revealed to me that there are 9 forbidden places on the entire star. These 9 forbidden places are places that originally existed on this star, and they all contain more or less treasures of heaven and earth. I wonder how many heavenly and earthly treasures are hidden in this stone forest.
And Xiaoqing thought to himself and looked forward. But see, the entire huge stone forest is like a forest. The towering rocks are like standing long swords. Before entering them, you can feel a strong killing intent. Outside the stone forest, there are even more corpses accumulated. Apparently many people also broke through the stone forest, but failed.
If you don't enter the tiger's den, you won't catch the tiger's cubs.
Thinking in mind, and Xiaoqing took one step forward. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the huge rock suddenly erupted with a strong sword intention, and the terrifying killing intent swept over quickly, and Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes and looked solemn. The 3rd most forbidden area, the 4th most forbidden area, the 5th most forbidden area, the 6th forbidden land. As each forbidden area was discovered by everyone, the geniuses broke into it one by one. But how come these forbidden areas are so easy to break into? Notice, these forbidden areas are specially designed by Mr. Elegance to eliminate those geniuses who do not have great opportunities, great perseverance, or great wisdom.
The 9 forbidden areas have all been discovered by these geniuses. I don't know how many people can break into them and obtain the treasures. Among the forbidden areas, the most difficult ones are the Lancian Valley that Yang Macheng entered, and the Swordstone Forest that Xiaoqing entered. Although, in these 9 forbidden areas, spiritual thoughts will be greatly shackled and affected. But for a powerful existence like Mr. Elegance, this will not be the case. In an instant, his spiritual thoughts swept across the world, and he focused on exploring the 9 forbidden areas. Everything in the 9 forbidden lands was reflected in his mind. Of course, among the 9 forbidden areas, Lancian Valley, which is tied for first place, and the situation in the Swordstone Forest concern Mr. Elegance the most. This is? Now,
In Longxian Valley, Yang Macheng looked horrified. The huge surging evil energy also suppressed him, causing his spiritual thoughts to be greatly affected. But he can still penetrate the fog and spread it to a radius of 10 miles. Just when Yang Macheng was trying his best to search the surroundings, he couldn't help but was stunned. He found that he didn't know when he was completely surrounded. And what surrounded him was not the ghost race, nor the bone race, nor the other geniuses who practiced the most evil and evil skills, but zombies. There are dozens of these zombies. The most eye-catching and frightening thing is a huge zombie wearing royal robes, being held in high esteem by the stars. When Yang Macheng looked at the royal robe zombie, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 1189 The Corpse King in Imperial Robe. The royal robe zombie stood there with hollow eyes, and a bloodthirsty and ferocious red light in the deep eye sockets, looking at Yang Macheng solemnly. And, in front of the royal robe zombie, 3 red flames floated. The terrifying flames crackled the surrounding space. But in the hands of the royal robe zombies, they were like toys. Even though they were far apart, Yang Macheng could feel the terrifying power contained in the flames, as if they were on the verge of approaching the erupting volcano. Roar! Just when Yang Macheng was shocked, the Emperor Robe Corpse King actually let out a low roar. It was like a terrifying king, controlling the group of corpses present. Many zombies responded one after another, bursting into bloodthirsty roars, and then all rushed towards Yang Macheng. However, there were only 40 or 50 zombies, and they were like thousands of troops. In an instant, the dust was flying, and even the ground was cracked by their trampling. Countless spider web-like cracks spread rapidly in all directions. The terrifying speed and strength were so terrifying. Roar! In an instant, a zombie had already rushed in front of Yang Macheng. Immediately, the opponent's withered right hand fiercely grabbed Yang Macheng. Between its 5 fingers, there were pale nails, like the claws of a wild beast, trying to pull out Yang Macheng's heart. Get out of my way! Yang Macheng roared angrily and punched him directly. Boom! The shocking power immediately exploded, and the charging zombie was knocked back several steps. So strong! Although the zombie was knocked away with one punch, Yang Macheng's face was not at all happy, but became more solemn. The physique of this zombie is so powerful that people are shocked. When the previous fist struck, Yang Macheng felt as if he had been hit by a copper mountain. Not only was it unable to tear the opponent's body into pieces, but the powerful repulsive force actually caused pain in his right fist. Certainly, because these zombies have been sleeping in Longxian Valley for who knows how many years. Their bodies have long been soaked and washed by the evil spirit, washing away all impurities and becoming extremely hard. However, they saw that the zombie that was smashed away by Yang Macheng earlier took a few steps back, but immediately rushed towards Yang Macheng with a faster attitude. Tying! 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 In an instant, all the zombies burst out wildly at this moment, overwhelming them. Shang! Shen Yuan's sword was quickly grasped in his hand. Yang Macheng's eyes burst with light, and terrifying inner energy poured into the sword. Zheng! Shen Yuanjian seemed to feel the terrifying killing intent in him, and he couldn't help but tremble and became excited. Die! Facing the crushing of dozens of zombies, Yang Macheng's eyes were like torches without any fear. His feet turned like a swimming dragon. His body rotated rapidly, and the Shen Yuan sword turned into an infinite blade, like a tide, spreading in all directions. Shang! 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 With Yang Mu as the center, this terrifying sword light instantly formed a flower of sword energy that bloomed violently. Dang! 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 Although he did not use the speed sword style, but his strength reached Yang Macheng's level. The power of each sword was beyond ordinary and terrifying. Not to mention that the Shen Yuan sword in his hand was not an ordinary thing. Those terrifying sword energy struck the zombie's body, causing terrifying sounds of metal and stone hitting. And at the same time, bursts of shocking sparks were blasted out. Although it was a bit laborious, Yang Macheng still used all his strength to blast away these zombies. These terrifying existences fell like rain and fell heavily to the ground. However, these zombies were cut off at the waist and still did not die. They were still trembling and struggling on the ground. It seems that only by blasting their heads can we kill them completely. Yang Macheng closed his eyes and grabbed the air with his left hand. Suddenly, a large amount of evil energy gathered, turned into thousands of long swords, and blasted towards the heads of these zombies. But, at this moment, the royal robe zombie moved. It let out a low roar, waved its right hand forward, and 3 balls of flame suspended in front of it suddenly burst out and rushed towards Yang Mucheng. The flame was clearly the size of a fist before, but when it rushed out, it seemed to attract the evil spirit in Longxian Valley. It was like a basin of fire oil was poured into the flame, and it suddenly turned into 3 heads. The wild dragon composed of flames rushed towards Yang Mucheng with its long tail feathers.
Boom!
The terrifying flames directly swallowed up the thousands of spiritual energy swords, and rushed forward unabated, hitting the ground heavily.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 mad dragons rushed to the ground, making horrifying explosions. The terrifying flames turned into air waves and swept in all directions. In fact, the raging flames that soared into the sky had already broken through the shackles of the evil spirit, rushed out of Longxian Valley, and appeared in the eyes of all the geniuses outside Longxian Valley.
What exploded? What a terrifying power!
The shocking fire not only illuminated the entire Longxian Valley, but also seemed to sweep away the entire area for hundreds of miles. Those geniuses who were a little closer felt a terrifying storm coming, and those who could not avoid it on the spot were violently swept away. The geniuses who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb. At the same time, he was secretly afraid.
So close! Thankfully I quit. Otherwise, if you are still in Longxian Valley, even if you are not swallowed by the evil spirit, you will be burned to ashes by this terrifying fire. Yeah. What happened in the valley?
Outside Longxian Valley, the faces of each genius were illuminated by the shining firelight. Looking at the fire rising in the valley, a horrifying thought arose in the hearts of every genius.
In such an explosion, I'm afraid everything will be completely burned to ashes. Right.
Call. In the center of Longxian Valley, 3 huge deep pits were blasted open. The surrounding ground was burned into rolling magma by the high temperature, and everything was burned to ashes. And the 3 fire dragons that caused all these powerful explosions circled in the sky, whizzed past, and returned to the royal robe zombie, Yang Mucheng, who avoided the attack of the 3 fire dragons, slowly landed on the ground. Seeing the flames that transformed into 3 flames and flew slowly in front of the emperor robe zombie, Yang Mucheng closed his eyes. The 9 secret realms above this star are indeed terrifying. Chapter 1190 Headless Cavalry?
It seems that I have to take action first.
Looking at the corpse king in imperial robes, Yang Mucheng's face was extremely wary. He couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if the previous 3 fire dragons bombarded him. Boom! Narrowing his eyes, he stepped hard on the ground. With a tremor of the void, Yang Mucheng took action in an instant. At this moment, he disappeared directly on the spot and appeared behind the corpse king, with Shen Yuan's sword slashing straight down.
Roar!
The emperor robe corpse king seemed to feel the power of the sword and let out a roar. The 3 huge flames swirled up and turned into a shield wall, heading towards Yang Mucheng to confront him.
Boom!
The 2 forces collided in an instant.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
What? The fierce explosion sounded loudly, and Yang Mucheng's pupils shrank. This strange flame was able to attack and defend, and it actually withstood his attack. Immediately, the imperial robe corpse king raised his head and looked towards Yang Mucheng. The sunken eyes burst into flame like light.
Roar!
A terrifying low roar came, and the corpse king raised his right hand, carrying a terrifying killing intent, and grabbed it out like lightning.
Crack! Crack! Crack!
As it moved, the air was bombarded and exploded. Yang Mucheng closed his eyes, stretched out his fist and punched it out, directly imprinting on the corpse king's fist.
Boom!
The 2 fists are fierce, and the superiority and inferiority are determined. Yang Mucheng's body trembled, and he took a few steps back with a rapid burst of fire. But the corpse king stayed where he was. His body swayed, and then quickly returned to normal. The corpse king roared, pointed his big hand, and in an instant, the 3 flames rushed directly towards Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng turned around and used void transience to avoid the opponent's brutal blow.
Although the opponent is a zombie, his intelligence is probably no worse than that of a warrior. These 3 flames seem to be able to move on their own with his thoughts, and they are extremely powerful.
Letting out a low roar, the emperor robe corpse king waved his right hand. In an instant, the 3 flames split apart and turned into a rain of fire, shrouding Yang Mucheng. Although the flames were divided, their power was not reduced at all. One of the drops fell on the ground, and even directly burned the entire earth into a deep pit of tens of feet.
This corpse king's defense and attack are terrifyingly powerful. However, Its speed seems to be unable to keep up. Correct.
Yang Muqing's heart moved.
Tongue.
At this moment, his speed reached the extreme on the spot, and he spun around continuously. Immediately, the Emperor Robe Corpse King roared and kept looking around. Obviously, at this moment, Yang Muqing had already reached the extreme speed, and the Corpse King could not trace Yang Muqing's trace at all.
Die to me!
Clang! As Yang Muqing closed his eyes, the inner energy that quickly gathered in his body burst out suddenly as Yang Muqing continued to shine. In an instant, it was like a pouring tide sweeping out desperately.
Roar!
The eyes of the Corpse King in imperial robes glowed red, and when the sword struck, it stamped heavily on the ground with its saws. Suddenly, the terrifying heat wave surged out of its body and began to circulate in an instant. At the same time, the three flames quickly gathered together, and soon transformed into a strange and ferocious fire snake in midair. It suddenly tore apart the space quickly, opened its fangs, and engulfed Yang Muqing. Although the movements of the Imperial Robe Corpse King were fast enough, they were still slow compared to Yang Muqing's speed sword style. As soon as the fire snake was formed, the shocking sword poured down like a tide from the sky. On the spot, the fire snake was torn apart, and with the sound of tearing, Yang Muqing's sword also exploded rapidly, and the infinite sword light directly enveloped the Emperor Robe Corpse King.
Puff puff!
In an instant, the Imperial Robe Corpse King was chopped into countless pieces.
Boom!
Along with a burst of rapid explosions, the body of the Emperor Robe Corpse King also turned into countless smoke at the same time, and slowly disappeared between heaven and earth. Pa! 3 crystal-clear red beads slowly rolled down from the Corpse King's body.
What's this?
Yang Muqing's heart moved and he picked it up. Immediately, a scorching high temperature swept over.
Could it be that these are the 3 flames that the Corpse King previously controlled?
Pouring spiritual thoughts into it, Yang Muqing discovered that these 3 beads were the magic weapons of the Emperor's Corpse King. Unable to conceal my shock, only then did Yang Muqing realize that the Jiuzhou he once lived in was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Everything revealed in the entire starry sky was extremely mysterious, and the degree of danger within it was far beyond his imagination.
Put these 3 beads away first. They are so powerful. If you can capture them, they will definitely come in handy.
Yang Muqing put the beads into the dragon pattern space and continued to rush forward. Although he encountered many zombies along the way, they were not as powerful as the Corpse King in imperial robes. He could kill them without even using his sword. After advancing for dozens of miles, Yang Muqing finally entered the deepest part of the Longxian Valley. However, just as he stepped into it, a gentle breeze started blowing up.
Got windy?
In this breeze, Yang Muqing's eyes suddenly closed, showing a hint of shock. This wind actually contained an aura that made him shudder. At the same time, the wind was filled with a rotten smell.
When the Corpse King in imperial robes appeared earlier, it seemed that the air was filled with this rotten smell. Now, this smell is stronger than before. Could it be that another Corpse King has appeared?
Boom, boom, boom. At this time, waves of neat vibrations came in waves. Under this voice, there is an aura of fighting and iron horses, as if an army is marching forward. His expression changed slightly. Yang Muqing did not dare to stay where he was, and immediately hid in a remote location. Gradually, as the sound got closer and closer, the first thing that came into view was groups of cavalry. These cavalrymen wore uniform black armor, like a neat army. Under them are also riding white bone war horses, with white flames on the horses' hooves. Every time they are raised and lowered, a shallow mark of flames will be left on the ground. As this cavalry moved forward, terrifying murderous intent swept out, as if it was covered by dark clouds, which was extremely depressing. But none of this shocked Yang Muqing. What really shocked him was that these groups of cavalry had no heads. Chapter 1191 Red Flame Crazy Pearl. This is actually a group of headless horsemen.
It's a zombie again. It's a headless horseman again.
Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes. Certainly, it is probably no longer possible to explore the origins of these headless horsemen. Perhaps, only Mr. Elegance, who chose this star as the place of trial, knows it.
Oh! Stopped?
Mr. Elegant's mind swept over this area. His brows raised slightly.
This group of headless horsemen were once a patrol team from a certain starry sky country. During a mission, they came here and accidentally discovered Longxian Valley. Later, these patrols entered the Longxian Valley. The powerful beings in this valley were killed. They became the guards of the entire Longxian Valley. The most powerful sky corpse in this valley has been killed by me. So only these headless knights are left. If we can defeat these knights, we can enter the inner layer of Longxian Valley. Obtain the heavenly spirit and earth treasure. Yang Macheng, can you break through the blockade of these knights?
Mr. Elegant shook his head secretly. In fact, this Longxian Valley was a trial place he had prepared for those geniuses who practiced the most evil and evil skills. However, he did not expect that Yang Macheng actually broke in and was able to fight his way in, even to the Headless Horseman. Location. With a sudden thought, Mr. Elegant turned his attention to Xiaoqing. At this time, Xiaoqing also stopped somewhere in the Sword Stone Forest. The geniuses who broke in with him had already died one by one behind him, leaving a bloody path behind him. Those sword-shaped rocks peeled off without knowing the right time, revealing a sharp sword with a cold glow. And in front of Xiaoqing, he was shrouded in endless sword energy. This sword and stone forest is what was left by a certain sword sect. At first, they were ordered to hunt down a ferocious alien race in the starry sky. They set up a 3,000-mile stone forest sword array on this star, and the alien race in the starry sky. The battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights. As a result, the alien race in the starry sky escaped, leaving behind the stone forest sword formation. I reactivated it. And Xiaoqing, if you can break through this sword formation and enter the center, you can obtain the spiritual veins in the sword formation. The mind turns again. The second forbidden area. The third forbidden area. The fourth forbidden area. One by one, all the geniuses who entered were stopped. All encountered difficulties. Some of these forbidden areas originally existed on the star, and some were randomly arranged by Mr. Elegance. But there is no doubt about it. If you can break through this forbidden area, enter the depths, and obtain treasures, you will definitely be among the best among the hundreds of thousands of geniuses. Too many! Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Macheng frowned slightly. He could feel that the strength of each of these headless horsemen was similar to that of the previous corpse king in imperial robes. The only difference may be that these headless horsemen do not have 3 flames. Stay here first. Maybe you can find the weaknesses of these headless horsemen. Yang Macheng hid in the dark and observed carefully. At the same time, he also took out the 3 red flame beads and the 1,000 layers mountain formation that he had obtained previously. The Qianzhong mountain formation was obtained by him in the ancient tombs of Kyushu. Although it helped him survive several crises, it was no longer effective when facing hundreds of thousands of geniuses. It was better to make changes at this time. And there happened to be this with 3 red flame beads. Yang Macheng made a move in his mind and prepared to combine these 2 things. But soon, problems arose. Whether it is the 1,000 layers mountain formation or the red flame pearl, both are powerful magic weapons. The question now is which of these 2 existences is dominant. After concentrating for a moment, he decided to give up the 1,000 layers mountain formation. Although the 1,000 layers mountain formation was centered on the formation and could summon the power of heaven and earth to form mountains to suppress the opponent, the formation was easy to crack because it was on the surface. 7 days later, Yang Macheng densely carved the Qianzhongshan formation on the 3 red flame beads. I saw that the depths of these 3 crystal clear beads were all flowing patterns. These patterns were connected together to form a huge mountain formation of 10,000 layers. Receive! Yang Macheng's mind moved. Immediately, these 3 beads flew up, and Yang Macheng directly put them into the dragon pattern space between his eyebrows. Once he defends the enemy, he can directly sacrifice the red flame bead. Most people will only guard against the flames on the red flame bead, but they will not think that there is another magic circle hidden on the bead. No matter how powerful the opponent's body is, if you are hit by this red flame bead, if you are not burned to ashes, you will be blown to pieces. Okay, now it's time to try the power of this red flame bead. Narrow your eyes. Yang Macheng looked outside. During these 7 days, he was not only refining the 3 red flame beads, but also secretly observing the movements of the headless horsemen in this area. Fortunately, Yang Macheng found the pattern of these headless horsemen patrols. There are 7 teams of these headless horsemen in total. Each team consists of 7 people. These 7 teams patrol the inner perimeter of Longxian Valley day and night. But every time at noon, the 7 teams will disperse. Time is up! Soon, with the arrival of noon, the neat headless horseman army dispersed into 7 pairs and patrolled around. Yang Macheng immediately picked one of the teams and quickly followed them. Since the number was not as large as before, Yang Macheng was not as far away as before, but dared to get closer. It was precisely because of this that he could clearly sense the terrifying viciousness emanating from the other party's body. Hisses. But those headless horsemen had not moved yet. But the bone-white horses under their crotches had already reacted and discovered Yang Muqing's presence. There were bursts of neighing sounds, and the eyes of the white-bone war horse were filled with clusters of ferocious red light, as if a poisonous snake had locked onto its prey. Boom! Then, the team of 7 people rushed towards them with great force. The weapon used by each of the headless horsemen was a pitch-black war gun with a dark magic light wrapped around it. Before they could get close to Yang Muqing, the 7 headless horsemen took action boldly. Although they have no heads, there is no hesitation in their uniform movements. And the 7 war spears pierced through at the same time. As if they want to penetrate the void, the 7 headless horsemen attacked at the same time. And even Yang Muqing had no choice but to evade them. But, while retreating, Yang Muqing also sacrificed the red flame bead he had refined. Call! 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 A piercing whistling sound resounded. And then the 3 beads with long tail feathers were seen, quickly crossing 3 trajectories in midair towards one of the headless horsemen. The headless horseman raised the black gun in his hand and swept it away carelessly, as if he didn't pay attention to the 3 crimson flame beads at all. How powerful is it? Yang Muqing's eyes widened. Next, it's time to test the effectiveness of his 7 days of hard work. Chapter 1192 Soul Stone. The seemingly insignificant crimson flame bead landed lightly on the headless knight's battle gun, as if it would be swallowed by the demonic energy contained in it at any time. But under Yang Muqing's gaze, the layers of demonic energy covering the war gun penetrated and landed on the war gun. Squeak! There was a harsh sound. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the battle spear in the headless knight's hand was suddenly bent to the limit under the vibration of the crimson flame bead. At this time, the second crimson flame mad bead had already hit with a bang, piercing the opponent's chest with a dong sound. Under a burst of fire, the headless horseman was burned to ashes on the spot. Just 2 red flame mad beads can kill a headless horseman. Moreover, the power of this red flame mad bead has not yet been fully released. Then, the 3rd crimson flame bead crashed down, causing an earth-shattering explosion on the spot. The huge wave that exploded swallowed up the other 2 headless horsemen on the spot. Herod! The majestic bone horse neighed. Immediately, amid a burst of iron hoofs, with the knight on his back, he rushed out of the spreading firelight. The remaining 4 headless horsemen quickly formed a formation, leaped into the air, and faced Yang Muqing, blasting out their battle spears. This moment, the rich demonic energy on the war gun seemed to be channeled at this moment, driven by some strange force. It quickly gathered together and formed a 3 to 4 foot war gun in midair. Although, compared with the battle spears among Kyushu warriors, which can easily reach 100 meters or even 1,000 meters, this war spear is really far behind. But at this moment, Yang Muqing did not dare to be negligent, because the power condensed in this war gun is too powerful. Drink! Growled. Shen Yuan's sword trembled violently, and the mysterious sword light drew a beautiful arc in midair, and the surging inner energy was also swept out at the same time. Ding! Shen Yuan's sword hit the tip of the war spear, although Yang Muqing's sword smashed the 4 headless horsemen's spear lights at the same time. He was also pushed back by this terrifying power. But the 4 headless horsemen seemed to feel nothing and rushed towards Yang Muqing again. One of the headless cavalry grabbed the reins and stamped the skeletal horse on the ground. There was a loud boom sound, and the ground was directly depressed by its trampling, forming a terrifying giant pit. And with the help of this terrifying power, the headless horseman leaped up, approached Yang Muqing, and suddenly fired out his gun. Humph! If we join forces, maybe I will still be afraid of you. But if you send them one by one, it will be tantamount to seeking death. Clang! With a wave of his right hand, Shen Yuan's sword brought out a bright sword light, which heavily split the war spear fired by the headless horseman, and slashed it down at the same time. With a harsh friction sound, the headless horseman and his horse were split in half by Yang Muqing on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 7-man team were killed. Even if the remaining 4 knights unite, they will not be able to pose much of a threat to Yang Muqing. With the combination of the speed sword style and the 3 red flame mad beads, he quickly completely killed the headless horseman of his team. After the death of the 7 headless horsemen, not even the bones were left, but there were pieces of transparent crystal stone remaining on the ground. When he saw these crystal stones, Yang Muqing's expression changed instantly. and a look of unbelievable surprise appeared on his face.
Is it a soul stone?
These soul stones have crystal brilliance on them. Although they are dark on the outside, there are pieces of beautiful luster like stars flowing in the depths. It is hard to imagine that such a terrifying headless horseman could have such a beautiful thing.
It's actually a soul stone.
Holding it in his hand, Yang Muchung could not hide the burning color in his eyes. Soul stone. This is something that can only be condensed by certain beings with strong resentment. Their only function is to increase spiritual power. But unfortunately, soul stones are too difficult to produce. However, not every headless horseman can give birth to soul stones. If you count them carefully, there are only 3.
There are only 2 ways to increase spiritual consciousness. One is to accumulate through years of practice and rely on time. The second is to use these items that can increase spiritual power. I wonder if the other teams of headless cavalry also have these soul stones.
The discovery of the soul stone was definitely an unexpected surprise. This is because soul stones can not only increase the warrior's spiritual power, but also have a great effect on weapons. Just like the Xinyuan sword in Yang Muchung's hand, it already has a weapon spirit. However, the strength of a weapon not only includes its power, but also is related to the level of the weapon spirit. The power of the weapon spirit will not only give the weapon vitality, but also give the weapon room to evolve. Pa. Crush a soul stone in your hand and pour the power into Xinyuan's sword. Buzz. At this moment, Xinyuan Jian was like the dry earth that was suddenly poured into a sweet spring, and he couldn't help but absorb this power. The black sword body actually became darker at this moment, and ancient textures flashed through the mysterious light. These textures were like the carvings of gods. Simple yet profound. The blade of the sword looks like the most mysterious black hole in the vast starry sky, as if just one look at it will absorb one's entire soul into it. But in the blink of an eye, Xinyuan's sword had a new change. A long silver-white line appeared on the dark sword body, and the star-like brilliance condensed on the edge of the sword for a long time and never dispersed. Holding it in his hand, Yang Muchung felt that the Xinyuan sword seemed to be sharper than before. At the same time, the weapon spirit that he had forced into the Xinyuan sword was not as dull as before, and seemed to be alive. Posture.
It seems that I came to Longxian Valley at the right time. Even if I don't have any use for this soul stone, I can still use it to nourish Xinyuan's sword. There are still 6 cavalry teams left. I don't know how many soul stones we can get.
Narrow your eyes. Yang Muchung tiptoed and quickly moved forward. With a previous experience of dealing with the headless horseman, the next step will be much easier. When he appeared on the scene, he blasted 3 red flame mad beads with all his strength. If he was lucky, he could directly kill 4 or 5 headless horsemen with enough power. It would be much easier to clean up the remaining ones. And Yang Muchung also received more than 20 soul stones. After several hunts, there was finally only the last team of headless horsemen left. Chapter 1193. There are all kinds of tricks, but speed is the only one that can't be broken.
Finally, only the last team of headless horsemen is left. As long as I kill them, I can enter the altar.
Yang Muchung lurked in the dark, waiting for the arrival of this team. The position guarded by this team of headless knights is a mysterious altar. In the Longxian Valley, the most valuable treasures of heaven and earth grow on this altar. You can get it by killing the last 7 headless horsemen. Duh. There was deathly silence in the quiet Longxian Valley. The sound of horse hooves suddenly started to sound, coming slowly from the distance, carrying an extremely mysterious rhythm, staring with both eyes. What? Suddenly, Yang Muchung's eyes narrowed. Wrong quantity. There were only 6 headless horsemen on patrol this time.
Where's the other one?
Yang Muchung felt a strange feeling quietly arise in his heart. Quiet. Too quiet. It was this extremely quiet feeling that gave Yang Muchung this extremely weird feeling. For a moment, he felt as if he was being targeted by a wild beast. It's like being locked by a powerful being.
Tongue!
Yang Muchung almost didn't even think about it, and immediately used Void Transcend. Sure enough, the next moment Yang Muchung dodged. A huge black shadow, with a terrifying attitude of crushing everything crazily headed towards Yang Muchung's position and crashed.
Boom!
A terrifying shaking sound came suddenly. The location where Yang Muchung was previously had been flattened, revealing a deep pit of tens of meters.
That is?
Yang Muchung looked toward the back, and suddenly saw an entity that was much larger than the ordinary headless horseman. It was no longer wearing the kind of pitch-black armor, but armor with a black background and gold rims. The previous attack was a full-strength stampede by the war horse under its crotch. If it had not been dodged, it would have been blasted to pulp.
Is this the Headless Horseman King?
Yang Muqing's heart trembled. Too strong. With almost no hesitation, Yang Mucheng ran away into the distance without even thinking about it. This Headless Night King is even more powerful than the Emperor Robe Corpse King he encountered before. Herod, the warhorse, screamed, and under the control of the Headless Horseman King, it quickly pursued him.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
This Headless Night King directly smashed into pieces the remaining 6 companions. Amidst the flying corpses, it arrived in front of Yang Mucheng in an instant. At this moment, he quickly fired out his battle spear. With no way to retreat, Yang Muqing's eyes shone brightly, and his inner energy poured into Xin Yuan's sword. All the power gathered in one line and blasted directly forward. Quick sword style.
Chong!
This sword, which came first, brought out a shocking sword light, and it exploded in an instant, bringing with it an ultimate sword energy. Even the void became stagnant at this moment.
Clang!
2 shocking forces exploded together. The terrifying internal energy was poured into it crazily, causing the Headless Night King to retreat several steps violently. But before Yang Mucheng could become happy, the bone-white warhorse that Yang Mucheng had forgotten stood up at this moment, and its bone-white hooves hit Yang Muqing's chest heavily.
Boom!
The terrifying force caused Yang Mucheng to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was shot out like a cannonball.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The huge force caused Yang Mucheng to break the jagged stone pillars, and finally hit the huge altar directly before stopping. But the Headless Horseman King looks like he will take advantage of your illness to kill you. Without the slightest hesitation, he swept forward quickly and approached directly in front of Yang Mucheng, and his terrifying hooves struck down again, ignoring wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yang Mucheng activated the void transcend to the extreme, and then narrowly avoided the terrifying step of the bone-white horse.
It's too fast. Let's just use the Stone Dragon Mountain range to completely kill it.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Since the 3rd inscription was unlocked in the Shurlong Mountain range, it has not been used yet, and its ultimate strength has not been tested. But, after condensing for a moment, Yang Mucheng still endured it, because the energy required to activate the Shurlong Mountain range is too great. Once used, he will be in a state of powerlessness for at least a month. Even an ordinary farmer can kill him, let alone the nameless one of the 100,000 geniuses. The star is in. So, this Shurlong Mountain range should be reserved for use as a last resort.
Shoot the man first, then shoot the horse. The speed of the Headless Night King relies solely on this bone warhorse. If you smash this bone warhorse, it will be equivalent to breaking one of its legs. When the time comes, no matter how strong its defense is, for me it's just a thicker sandbag.
Boom. While Yang Mucheng was thinking about it, the Headless Horseman King shot at him again. It was like a running lone wolf, with howling wind and fierce lightning, and it rushed in front of Yang Mucheng in an instant. Laugh. Yang Muqing's eyes widened angrily, and a fierce light burst out from his pupils. He actually launched a frontal attack at this moment.
Call out!
The war gun flew into the air and locked onto Yang Mucheng. In the void, the rolling spiritual energy surged vastly, even forming a whirlpool.
Boom!
At this moment, Yang Muqing's body suddenly erupted. Demon God sacrifice was used to the extreme. The Xin Yuan sword in his hand was like lightning whistling in the void, and he slashed out violently. Quick sword style. There are all kinds of tricks, but speed is the only one that can't be broken. At this moment, Yang Mucheng used the speed sword style to the extreme, and the sword light swept across the body of the bone-white horse.
Boom!
Following a bone-chilling sound of friction, the majestic white bones war horse fell apart on the spot, turning into a rain of bones and crashing to the ground. And the Headless Night King also trembled and fell on his back, just as Yang Mucheng imagined. Without the horse, the Headless Horseman would have lost his legs, and both his attack and speed would be greatly weakened. The Headless Horseman King, who had previously been majestic and menacing, and wanted to kill Yang Mucheng, actually chose to escape at this moment.
Chong!
Before the Headless Night King could get up, a sharp and whistling sword sound resounded. The sword light circulates, and the cold light is sharp. The terrifying sword energy swept out in an instant, falling like mercury on the ground, wrapping up the Headless Night King. When the sword light disappeared, the Headless Night King had already been killed by this sword. Countless pieces of meat immediately turned into flying smoke, and a large crystal soul stone was left behind the evaporated body of the Headless Horseman King. Chapter 1194, Mid-Level Heaven Rank. Such a large piece of soul stone? When he saw the soul stone, the most excited person was not Yang Muchung, but the Xinyuan sword in his hand. Although it was held in the hand, it was still trembling uncontrollably, showing a trace of extreme greed, as if it was going to be taken for itself in the next moment. Yang Muchung's heart moved. Notice. Some of the magical weapons circulated in Hingyu are self-made and are called magical weapons. There is also a type of people who are not born, but who have experienced thousands of tempers and blood training and nourishment, and they will gradually become magic weapons. With Shen Yuanjian's performance, could it be that he has evolved into a divine weapon? Anyway, all the headless horsemen in the entire Longxian Valley had been killed. Yang Muchung was not in a hurry to take away the heavenly spirit and earthly treasure on the altar. Instead, he sat down cross-legged. With a flip of his right hand, he took out all the soul stones he had obtained previously. Snapped. Crush a piece of soul stone, and quickly wrap the soul power in it with your palm, and inject it into Xinyuan's sword. Buzz. Just like a person cut off from the water source in the desert, Shen Yuanjian came into contact with this soul power, unabashedly showing a sense of greed, and quickly absorbed the soul power without any scruples. At the same time, the sharp feeling on the blade seems to have increased. Pop! Pap! Pap! 1, 2, 3. Yang Muchung kept crushing the soul stone. Every time Xinyuan's sword swallowed a soul stone, the sword light on the sword shrank a little, but the sharp posture seemed to be able to split the void at will. Yang Muchung was so excited that he continued to use soul stones to nourish Xinyuan. Soon, after all the soul stones were swallowed up by the Xinyuan sword, only the soul stone of the headless Night King remained.
There is only this last soul stone left. I can also feel that Xinyuan's sword seems to be on the verge of evolving. I wonder if this soul stone can allow it to evolve. Snapped.
Thinking in his mind, Yang Muchung suddenly crushed the last soul stone. It is worthy of being the soul stone of the headless Night King. The soul power contained in it is several times that of an ordinary soul stone. Huh? At this time, Xinyuan's sword also violently erupted with a suction force, swallowing up the power in the soul stone on the spot.
Chang!
At this moment, Shen Yuanjian finally reacted. A crisp sword cry resounded loudly, and powerful sword intent also burst out at the same time. The geniuses outside Longxian Valley all saw a soaring sword energy erupting from the depths of Longxian Valley and rushing into the sky.
That is a mid-level heavenly weapon. This weapon contains infinite killing intent. It must have a weapon spirit. A weapon of this level.
Just outside the fairy gate, heaven-level weapons are still not common in the streets. They are also very rare. Although these geniuses were of noble status, they were not yet capable of possessing heaven-level weapons. When they saw the soaring sword energy, they immediately became excited. But also at the same time, the evil energy that was originally rolling and surging calmed down at the same time.
Hurry!
I don't know who it was who suddenly shouted, turning into a ball of tumbling light, and quickly flew towards Longxian Valley. At this moment, the geniuses outside Longxian Valley suddenly seemed like ferocious beasts released from their cages, rushing towards the location where the shocking sword energy erupted. They wanted to see what kind of weapon could unleash such terrifying sword intent. However, they didn't expect that this shocking sword intent belonged to Xinyuan's sword.
Mid-level heaven level.
Yang Muchung could not conceal his excitement. He pulled out the upgrade talismans twice in the system, but he used them both to upgrade his techniques. This made him feel somewhat regretful. But now, the advancement of Xinyuan's sword has made up for the regret in his heart. I saw. Xinyuan's sword became more and more slender and sharp. If the previous Xinyuan sword was still an ordinary item, then now it is a true magical weapon. Sharp sword rays continuously erupted from Xinyuan's sword, blasting in all directions, and the surrounding air was split on the spot. The sword body trembled slightly, as if it was thirsting for blood.
The harvest from entering Longxian Valley this time is really not small.
Yang Muchung smiled faintly. Just because the Xinyuan sword reached the middle level of the heaven rank, he had already taken back the original. Not to mention a heavenly spirit and earthly treasure that grew from the evil spirit of Longxian Valley. If it is absorbed, it will definitely reach the late stage of Shanghai without any hindrance. Look towards the altar. But see, on the altar that had been half trampled by the headless Night King, a milky white flower slowly bloomed. At first glance, it looked extremely holy, without any of the sinister and terrifying aura in the Longxian Valley.
The creation of heaven and earth is infinitely miraculous. No one could have imagined that within this star, in the most sinister Longxian Valley, there could be such a holy thing growing. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to believe it.
Thinking in his mind, Yang Muchung quickened his pace and walked forward. Call! 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 At this moment, bursts of fierce wind sound came from behind quickly. Yang Muchung looked towards the back, only to see streaks of escaping light, rushing madly from outside the canyon towards his position. The shocking speed reached its extreme in an instant. Like straight javelins, suddenly fell down and landed in front of Yang Muchung. These people are clearly the talented people outside the Longxian Valley.
Heavenly spirit and earthly treasure. Magic weapon. In the land of evil, such a holy treasure of heaven and earth actually grows. At this time, things will turn upside down. That sword has such a sharp edge. Even though I am so far away, I can still feel the terrifying killing intent in it.
These geniuses who arrived suddenly saw the Shin Yuan sword in Yang Muchung's hand. And at the same time, they saw the extremely holy spirit flower on the altar. Their eyes widened, unable to hide the eagerness in their hearts. Greed in my heart. But there were also some geniuses who were surprised. They had never expected that only Yang Muchung, who was in the middle stage of the Divine Sea, could actually get here and get into the depths of Longxian Valley. However, if it were other people, they might still have some concerns. They still looked down upon a warrior who was only in the middle stage of Shanghai.
Yang Muchung, drop the sword in your hand and get out. Otherwise,
A genius stepped forward with cold eyes and shouted. Although he didn't finish his words, the threat in them was already self-evident. Yang Muchung slowly raised his head, looked at the genius who was speaking, with an expression that was half a smile but not a smile, and asked lightly,
Otherwise, how about that?
Chapter 1195. It only takes one sword to kill you. Such an unceremonious and devoid of any respect attitude immediately caused a hint of humiliation to appear on the face of the genius who spoke previously. In his opinion, he only needed one word to make this boy in the middle stage of the Divine Sea, like a frightened bird, drop the Shin Yuan sword and the spiritual treasure on the altar in embarrassment, and run away in despair. But Yang Muchung's actions made him feel shameless and humiliated.
Otherwise, it's death.
Tianju opened his eyes angrily and stared at Yang Muchung. As he spoke, his right hand was already on the sword at his waist.
The treasures of heaven and earth, divine weapons and sharp weapons are not something that people like you can get. If you don't get out of here,
I will personally kill you.
Clang! Tianjia's words have not yet finished. The sounds of swords being unsheathed and being sheathed resounded at the same time. Only some people with high cultivation levels can see a swift black sword light passing by. They were so fast that they couldn't see clearly what was going on. A tearing sound suddenly sounded, and the huge head flew up and hit the ground with a fountain of blood.
It only takes one sword to kill you. This kind of trash dares to covet my Shin Yuan sword?
Yang Muchung slowly raised his head and glanced across his eyes. Suddenly, the geniuses present felt their hearts tremble when they met these eyes, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back.
The pinnacle of the Divine Sea. It only takes one sword to kill the peak of the Divine Sea. Where did this genius appear from? And his strength is so terrifying?
When some talented people who were originally full of greed met Yang Muchung's cold eyes, they were immediately as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on them from head to toe, and they were completely chilled. There were also some people who reacted just now. The prodigy in front of him had hunted down an existence for thousands of miles.
This brother.
At this time, among the crowd, a prodigy dressed in black slowly walked out.
It's Duan Lingtian. What does he want to do? Could it be that he is also tempted?
After the genius in black came out, there was a burst of exclamations from the crowd. It can be seen from the astonished expressions on everyone's face that this genius named Duan Lingtian is by no means an easy person to deal with. Even, the aura on his body was no less impressive than Xingu's. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and looked at the other person without saying a word. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and raised his hand to Yang Muchung.
Brother, you have obtained this sword in Longxian Valley. I hope you can give up the Holy Spirit flower on the altar to me. In the future, if I join the Shin sect and become a disciple of Mr. Ye, I will definitely be grateful to you.
Seeing that Yang Muchung remained motionless, he quickly took out some heavenly and earthly treasures from his arms.
I also have a few treasures here. Although they are not as good as the Holy Spirit flower, they can still make up for your losses. Although your strength is not bad, there are many geniuses in Longxian Valley. If you plan to take it all for yourself, others may not agree. If you are willing to give me the Holy Spirit flower, I will join hands with you. Drive these people away.
Duan Lingtian's voice was full of confusion. In this endless confusion, he certainly did not forget to threaten Yang Macheng. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, many of the geniuses' expressions froze. A Yang Macheng achievement is already very difficult. If Yang Macheng and Duan Lingtian join forces, I am afraid they will no longer have any hope of getting the treasure in Longxian Valley. Is it? Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows slightly. Nature. Duan Lingtian smiled harmlessly, but his eyes concealed the thoughts in his heart very mysteriously. Join forces with you? Hee hee. Are you worthy? After I get the Holy Spirit flower and use it to refine the ultimate ghost body, I will kill you and get this sword. You are the person Ning Wuda wants to kill. I don't dare to openly disobey Ning Wuda's orders. In his opinion, Yang Macheng simply could not refuse his proposal. There are too many geniuses present. Yang Macheng alone could not resist it. Joining forces with him and jumping into his own plan before his eyes is his only choice. However, just when Duan Lingtian was thinking, Yang Mucheng's eyes turned and fell on him. The next sentence naturally stunned the extremely proud Duan Lingtian. Roll. What? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, as if he didn't react. Yang Macheng, you have to understand your current situation. Don't think that I have to join forces with you. Although you are strong enough to kill Chenggu, you may not be my opponent. If you insist on doing this, I will kill you first. Seize the sword again. Zheng! Looking at Yang Mucheng's indifferent eyes, with an expression that did not take him seriously at all, Duan Lingtian finally exploded. He grabbed it with his right hand and heard a shocking sound of swords. A burst of white sword light erupted from his waist, and the infinite sword energy rotated and condensed into substance, like a Milky Way waterfall rushing down from the sky. With the power of the 9 heavens, he rushed in front of Yang Macheng in shock. What a fast knife! What a terrifying sword skill! The geniuses around them all looked horrified when they felt the power of this sword. Some people were blown away by the strong wind carried by the knife before they even reacted. In just one thought, Yang Macheng was the only one left under this shocking sword light. Just when everyone looked at Yang Macheng with mocking faces, the scene that appeared in front of them immediately made everyone's eyes completely frozen. I saw, when the sword struck down, less than half a minute away from Yang Mucheng's head, as if it would split Yang Macheng in half in the next moment. Yang Macheng moved. Chang! Those present could only hear the sound of swords. At this moment, they couldn't even see the sword light. Yang Mucheng's sword was faster than before. It started later but arrived first. Like a dragon snake, it bypassed the sword energy that struck down from the sky and blasted towards Duan Lingtian. There was a sound of something being torn apart. Duan Lingtian seemed to have been cast on a body-fixing technique, and was stunned to the spot. His sword light, which was only half an inch away from splitting Yang Macheng in half, was hanging in the void, unable to fall down. Subsequently, in the eyes of a pair of shocked eyes, Duan Lingtian's body crashed to the ground like a felled tree, splashing large amounts of dust. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe that he was actually killed with one sword. Moreover, he still died in the hands of a genius whose cultivation was far inferior to his own. Then, Yang Macheng slowly raised his head and glanced at the crowd with his stern eyes. At the same time, a cold voice slowly came out of his throat. Roll! Chapter 1196, A Catastrophe in Kyushu? Facing Yang Mucheng's emotionless, aloof eyes like a god, coupled with a shouting voice that sounded like a cold death, the geniuses present could no longer contain the fear in their hearts. Boom! With almost no hesitation, everyone fled quickly like birds and beasts scattered. But in just a short moment, Yang Macheng was the only one left. Call. It wasn't until the last person left that Yang Macheng couldn't help but let out a long breath. Although his Xinyuan sword has reached the middle level of heaven level, it is not that easy to kill Duan Lingtian. The bet worked. With that sword, he circulated the demon god's sacrifice, poured all his inner energy into it, and swung the most powerful and fastest sword, and then killed Duan Lingtian. After killing Duan Lingtian, the formidable aura, coupled with the coldness and shouts, everything was just a matter of strength on the outside but strength on the inside. If someone sees through all this, even Yang Macheng will have no choice but to escape in the next moment. Fortunately, that ultimate sword had already intimidated everyone, and the courage of everyone present had been shattered. None of them dared to verify Yang Mucheng's authenticity. It seems that the strength is still a little bit behind. If you can perform the crazy sword style, you won't need to be so bluffing. I don't know if this Holy Spirit flower can help me reach the late stage of the Divine Sea.
Looking at the holy flowers blooming slowly on the altar, Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with anticipation. Go up to the altar. He did not leave with the Holy Spirit flower, but sat down carelessly. Those geniuses were scared away by him, and would not come back in a short time. So he was still safe.
The ancient heaven swallowing technique. Open! Open! Open!
He opened his eyes angrily, formed a seal, and the powerful technique exploded at this moment. The terrifying suction force even caused the space in Longxian Valley to become stagnant at this moment. Then, a burst of bright light burst out from the Holy Spirit flower, and thousands of strands of light slowly emerged, rushing towards Yang Muqing's body. At the same time, in the valley, the rich evil spirit was rushing towards Yang Muqing's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Yang Muqing's cultivation level increased crazily. Except this Longxian Valley, there have also been breakthroughs in several other forbidden areas.
All the sword stones have been shattered by me, and only this last one is left.
And Xiaoqing turned his eyes and looked forward. But see, in front of him, there was a huge sword-shaped rock that was 13 feet high. In the entire stone forest sword formation, such giant rocks are not uncommon. But what makes Xiaoqing afraid is the terrifying sword intent contained in the giant rocks. Click. As a crisp sound sounded, a crack suddenly exploded on the giant rock. Under Xiaoqing's shocked gaze, this crack instantly covered the entire rock. Then, the stone SHL fell apart, revealing a sharp long sword.
Is this the center of the entire stone forest sword formation? As long as the formation eye is shattered, can we get the core of the sword formation?
Zheng! A terrifying trembling sound resounded. And then the long sword that was deeply pierced into the ground was suddenly pulled out as if under the control of a powerful being, accompanied by a crisp sword sound. This long sword was the giant sword, which was more than 10 feet long, suddenly rushed out and pointed at Xiaoqing. Clang! Although this giant sword is very huge, it possesses unimaginable dexterity. In front of this sword, it was as if time and space were ignored, and it shot straight in front of Xiaoqing.
Destroy it!
And Xiaoqing's eyes widened angrily. His long hair danced in the wind, and a shocking inner energy surged through his body. This pure power suddenly burst out and swept out of his body. Facing the giant sword that shot out with a bang, he pointed with his right hand, as if a line between heaven and earth gathered together, and lightly touched the giant sword.
Boom!
The terrifying power, like a strong wind passing by, quickly swept through the giant sword in an instant. Then, the giant sword suddenly exploded. Scenes like this are happening everywhere in the 9 forbidden areas. But, some people, like Yang Muqing and Xiaoqing, can destroy the last part of the secret realm. But some people can only fall in front of the last hurdle. Certainly, in this trial star, in addition to the 9 secret realms, there are also those key fragments. These key fragments were either found in the body of the great demon king or found in a treasure chest somewhere. 365 key fragments were discovered one after another. All the dynamics in the entire star are completely under the control of Mr. Elegance. However, Mr. Elegance's attention is not only on this trial star, but also on Kyushu. And at this time, the revenge from Xianmin sect, Xuanzong, has finally come. Above Kyushu, the originally clear sky also became dim at this moment.
That is,
when the change occurred, all the powerful people in Jiuzhou sensed it. Everyone raised their heads and looked towards the sky. What blocks the sky is a huge sculpture-shaped beast that is tens of thousands of meters in size. What is strange is that this beast does not have any life breath. It is the legendary flying puppet. And on the back of the flying puppet, there were even more people standing there.
Oh my god!
When they saw clearly the warrior on the back of the flying puppet, they were completely shocked. Because each of these existences is in the Divine Sea realm. Moreover, above the Divine Sea realm, there is also the Nirvana realm and the Cave Heaven realm. The sect leader of Xuanzong is a being who is about to break through to the Cave Heaven realm.
I originally thought that the person who killed my direct disciple was a very powerful star. Huh? I didn't expect that it turned out to be such a broken star.
This half-step heavenly sect leader had a trace of ridicule on his face.
If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone out in force on this kind of star.
The highest cultivation level can only achieve half-step to Nirvana. Just send any elder, and he can wash the entire star with blood. Somebody come. Destroy this star within 3 days. I don't want to see any living creatures. If you dare to kill my disciple, then you will pay an absolute price.
In the eyes of these immortal sects, all living creatures seem to have become ants, capable of killing tens of millions of people depending on their mood. However, at this moment, there was a tremor in the void, and a figure slowly emerged, appearing directly on top of the flying puppet.
Xuanzong, I promised someone to protect this star. If you wash this star with blood, won't you make me a person who breaks your promise?
Mr. Elegant smiled and clasped his hands behind his back, looking at the Xuanzong people above the flying puppets. Chapter 1197-3 News. Boom! On top of the flying puppet beast, everyone looked at the sudden appearance of this young man with shock on their faces.
Kneel.
Mr. Elegant glanced across his face and spoke softly. Everyone around them didn't know what was going on, but they felt that this understatement seemed to contain infinite power of shock. Everyone felt as if a shocking force was being pressed heavily on their shoulders, and their bodies suddenly knelt down as if out of control, and they all knelt down in front of each other.
Who are you? I am the sect leader of Xuanzong, a half-step heavenly saint.
Zhou Cheng shouted with a sharp voice. He knows. The young man in front of him could make thousands of people kneel down with just one word. His strength was far beyond his own.
What about Xuanzong? If I am willing, I can ruin your 36,000 years of Xuanzong's inheritance with one finger.
Mr. Elegant looked at him with a smile.
Go away. I'm protecting the star. I'll kill your eldest disciple.
That person asked me to tell you something. He will avenge his revenge on you Xuanzong himself.
A trace of ferocity flashed in Zhou Cheng's eyes. Original. He planned to wash the star with blood and bury it with his disciples. But now it seems that there is a more powerful existence protecting Jiuzhou.
May I ask your excellency?
Zhou Cheng was unwilling to give in.
Shinzong,
Mr. Elegant said calmly. Boom. These two understated words fell in his ears like thunder, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes.
Since I am a senior of Shinzong, I have protected this star. Xuanzong, will never cause trouble to the creatures on this star in the future. However, I will not spare Yang Macheng, who killed my eldest disciple. Let's go!
Zhou Cheng shouted coldly. Immediately, the flying behemoth hanging in the sky of Kyushu flapped its wings fiercely and leapt as if blasting through the void. Mr. Elegant, on the other hand, was floating quietly above the 9 provinces, looking at the Xuanzong disciples who were coming and retreating like a tide, and smiled lightly.
Yang Macheng, I have already made an exception to protect Kyushu for you once, and now it's up to you.
The center of Longxian Valley. At this time, it was Yang Mucheng's 20th day of practicing here. After sitting cross-legged for a long time, Yang Macheng, who was practicing, suddenly shook his body and opened his mouth. Countless strands of evil energy came from all directions, like a horned dragon, spinning in midair, and was swallowed by Yang Macheng like a whale sucking water. At this moment, the last part of the evil spirit in Longxian Valley was absorbed by him. After another moment, Yang Macheng exhaled a breath, opened his eyes, and stood up. As he stood up, all the bones in his body made a crackling sound.
20 days! I finally reached the late stage of Shanghai.
Yang Macheng raised his hand, and a terrifying energy suddenly arose in the calm valley, and the altar, which was several hundred feet tall, was easily swept into the air. Then, he turned his right hand and grabbed it forward. The huge altar was immediately enveloped by a terrifying force, and suddenly it was completely crushed to pieces. Yang Macheng closed his palms and stood up.
Now, I can perform the speed sword style without any hindrance. As for the crazy sword style,
I can also use it. Among these stars, even if I meet the genius of Grandmaster Shanghai, I don't have to be afraid at all. I can kill them easily. But this is not enough. Call.
Thinking in mind. At this time, a strong wind came, but he saw Axiana driving the war slave and landing in front of Yang Macheng. At this time, Axiana's cultivation has also reached the middle stage of Divine Sea. The evil spirit of Longxian Valley was of great benefit to her. If Yang Macheng hadn't participated in absorbing it, she might have been able to reach the late stage of Shanghai. But even so, Arsenal has also gained a lot. Dressed in white, she looks spotless, but she has a somewhat otherworldly attitude, which is difficult to associate with the title of the Great Ghost King. And her battle slave has also reached the middle stage of the Divine Sea. Instead of becoming more terrifying, the original body of more than 40 meters has shrunk by half of its size, and its crystal frame has become especially exquisite and clear. If the two sides join forces, Arsenal can also deal with a late-stage Shanghai being. But, on top of this nameless star, Axiana's strength seemed a bit inadequate. So she had been exploring the surroundings in the past few days to find a suitable place to practice.
Have you found it?
Yang Mucheng asked.
There are some difficulties.
Axiana slowly fell down, shook his head and said,
This star belongs to the primitive star that has not yet been developed. There are few human beings. Even some cultivation places are mostly occupied by the Demon King. However, I did find out 3 pieces of information.
Oh,
which 3?
Yang Mucheng looked at Axiana curiously.
First, it's about the key fragments.
Axiana said,
Nowadays, many geniuses above the stars have obtained these fragments. Some people speculate that this key fragment is a pass for a certain test. The second one is Tianji Plateau. What is that?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and asked quickly.
The Skyline Plateau is the highest plateau above this nameless star. There are seals around it, and others cannot enter. The entire plateau occupies 1/10 of the entire star. What exists inside? And who is there? I don't know either.
Axiana said. Yang Mucheng nodded. He didn't know the situation until he arrived at the Tianji Plateau. I'm afraid he would only know it after going in and taking a look.
What's another piece of news? There is a forbidden area 360 miles away from here. The core of the forbidden area is a 1,000-year-old willow tree, which is the great demon king who has reached nirvana. Many geniuses have gathered there. The genius who had the best chance of breaking through the forbidden area was killed by the willow tree demon.
Oh! Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Notice, although there are many geniuses on this star, even if you kill the other party is not really dead, but will be driven out of the star and eliminated. Therefore, Yang Mucheng could not absorb the energy and blood of these geniuses. But if it was the Demon King who was born and raised on this star, it would be different. Although he has just reached the late stage of Shanghai, Yang Mucheng knows that his strength is not the most outstanding among the hundreds of thousands of geniuses. Only by exploring every forbidden area as much as possible can he reach a higher level of strength.
Then first go to the Forbidden Land 300 miles away, and then go to the Tianji Plateau to see what's going on.
Yang Mucheng thought to himself. Chapter 1198 The Terrifying Ice Tree Demon. Before approaching the forbidden area, Yang Mucheng could already see the scene ahead. I saw. In the forbidden area, everything around it has been completely cleared away. Only the eye-catching 1,000-year-old willow tree demon stands in the center of the forbidden area. It is so far away that Yang Mucheng can feel the shocking power emanating from it.
Is that the last great demon king in the Forbidden Land?
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. But see, this willow tree demon was not like the tree demons he had seen before. Its leaves were crystal clear, like emerald jade, swinging in the wind. The fluttering wicker exudes a faint blue sheen. Before you get close,
you can feel a chill that goes deep into your bones. Even around the willow tree demon, it was clearly visible that pieces of ice had condensed on the ground. The ice flowers formed a piece of frozen soil. Although there were many warriors around, no one dared to take a step forward, because, outside the frozen soil, there were piles of towering corpses. Each corpse was frozen into ice, like a carefully carved ice sculpture.
Someone is here again! Who is that?
Yang Mucheng's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people.
It's him! The person Ning Wudao wants to kill? He doesn't hide, but he still dares to run around with such arrogance? Hey, don't underestimate him. This kid killed Chen Gu and Duan Lingtian. He can enter this trial star with this kind of cultivation. So how can he be a weak person who can be bullied?
Old bones? Duan Lingtian? After hearing that both of them died in Yang Mucheng's hands, some of the characters who originally wanted to deal with him looked at Yang Mucheng with a hint of horror. Yang Mucheng walked slowly, and the crowd parted to make way for a passage.
The ice under my feet seems to be the territory of the willow tree demon.
Axiana looked at the frozen soil under his feet and whispered,
As long as you take one step, you will be attacked by the willow tree demon.
Yang Mucheng nodded. There are hundreds of geniuses surrounding this willow tree demon, but no one dares to take a step inside.
That is?
Eyes narrowed slightly. Yang Mucheng looked above the willow tree demon and saw dozens of blue crystals floating slowly above the leafy tree crown, with countless crystals forming a circle. Among the stars and the moon, there was the largest spar standing there quietly, its glow like a flowing firefly spreading like water, with ripples and fluctuations. Apparently, this blue crystal stone is the treasure in the forbidden area. Yang Mucheng even felt that his gaze seemed to be frozen by the crystal.
Tongue!
Finally, someone couldn't help it anymore, let out a low roar, and quickly rushed towards the willow tree demon. At this moment, a single move affects the whole body. Those geniuses who had already coveted this crystal stone could not hold back any longer. They shot like thousands of crossbow arrows towards the willow tree demon cave like crazy.
Not good!
Axiana whispered and prepared to step forward.
Don't move!
Yang Muchung quickly grabbed her and shook his head. Axiana looked confused. When she looked around, she realized that although there were many geniuses rushing towards the willow tree demon at this moment, most of these geniuses were not strong, and the truly powerful geniuses were all watching.
How?
Axiana asked in confusion.
Don't be impulsive. The strength of the willow tree demon is not as simple as you and I imagined. These guys who rush out are just sending themselves to death. People with real strength are waiting and watching. Waiting for the right time.
Yang Muchung said solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying chill suddenly broke out. Call. It was like a cold wind swept across, and everyone present couldn't help but tremble. Just saw that the originally mysterious willow tree demon suddenly became violently turbulent. A burst of blue light surged. And then I saw that the willow tree that was originally harmless to humans and animals suddenly burst out with a terrifying power. Under the strange power, each leaf was shot towards, like 1,000 arrows. Explosions shot out in all directions. Call out! Call out! Call out! These crystal clear willow leaves are extremely powerful, and each one shoots out with an attitude of penetrating the void. It directly penetrated the bodies of the rushing geniuses, blasting holes the size of fists in their bodies. After piercing the chests of these people, the power on the willow leaves completely exploded, freezing them alive. The geniuses who were frozen into ice sculptures hit the ground heavily and turned into pieces of ice powder. With just this wave of willow leaves, the geniuses who were rushing towards them were already at a loss.
So strong!
Seeing this scene, even Yang Muchung couldn't help but his eyelids twitched. The strength of this willow tree demon has exceeded his knowledge. These Lu Yi, even those who are at the peak of the divine sea and the perfect ones, may be seriously injured.
No! Get back!
A scream sounded. These talented people who originally wanted to swarm forward, but who could have imagined that so many people had already died before they stepped forward. They suddenly panicked and retreated towards the rear. The oncoming force is fierce, and the retreating force is like a tide. Boom! 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 Everyone turned around and immediately flew backwards. There are even a few who have burned their blood. Rumble. A terrifying loud sound suddenly resounded. But see! The tree roots that penetrated deeply into the ground rolled up like a dragon at this moment, rushing towards all directions in horror. These tangled tree roots, each several meters in diameter, were like extremely ferocious giant pythons. They carried a shocking force and quickly rolled towards the retreating geniuses on the spot. Some geniuses, who had no time to escape, were directly rolled up.
Click! Click! Click!
The tree roots were pulled back violently, and a continuous burst of explosions was heard. Those geniuses, who were caught by the tree roots, had their bones crushed to pieces. Then, these corpses were collected by tree roots and blasted directly into the ground, becoming nourishment for the earth. Everyone present looked at the scene in front of them, and they were speechless. Call. A gust of cold wind blew, and all the geniuses couldn't help but shiver. And then, they were shocked to realize that they were covered in cold sweat. More than 130 geniuses took action at the same time. Before they could get close, half of them were crushed and killed by the willow tree demon. The rest couldn't escape even if they tried to escape. Who else can deal with such a powerful being? Axiana's eyes were full of horror. Fortunately, Yang Muchung held her back. Otherwise, with her cultivation level, even one of the willow leaves would not be able to withstand it.
A bunch of trash! You alone want to covet these ice crystals?
Just when everyone was shocked, a genius walked out with a cold and arrogant face. Under the slightly shocked gazes, he strode towards the willow tree demon. Chapter 1199. The willow tree demon is furious. Oh! After the willow tree demon's brutal massacre, there was still someone who dared to continue to invade the willow tree demon's territory. For a moment, this talented person who stepped out couldn't help but attract everyone's attention. But see! It was a short-haired young man, with a slender body and strong muscles, like a cheetah.
It's him! Wang Xian from Tianlong Valley.
After this young prodigy came out, many people immediately looked at him. In the midst of everyone's discussions, Yang Muchung also understood the origin of this genius. Turned out to be, this genius was originally a peerless genius. He started practicing Taoism at the age of 3 and achieved the golden elixir at the age of 7. But in the following time, for some reason, not only did his cultivation level no longer increase, but it even regressed. For a time, the genius who was once praised by everyone became a trash despised by thousands of people. But even so, Wang Xian did not give up. One day, it seemed that he suddenly regained his former talent. In just a few years, he not only recovered his cultivation, but also increased his strength like a rocket, and was finally regarded as one of the geniuses, chosen by Mr. Elegance.
If it's Wang Xian, he should be able to get the spar. I don't know if he can achieve anything.
As Wang Xian moved forward, everyone looked forward. Yang Mucheng also looked with interest. As Wang Xian stepped into this frozen land, the willow tree demon that had just calmed down suddenly became furry like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The willow leaves stood up suddenly, like a great demon king who had been intruded into his territory and was threatening him.
What should he do?
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Xian.
Boom!
At this moment, Wang Xian stepped forward.
Crack!
The frozen ground, which was harder than steel, actually created a terrifying deep pit with his kick. The pit was several feet long, like a huge footprint stepped by a giant, and Wang Xian's whole body was like a crossbow arrow shot out with infinite power, piercing the void in an instant. This shocking speed caught even the willow tree demon off guard. 30 million weeping willows surged up at this moment, like angry hares standing on top of their heads.
Puff puff!
There was a wild upheaval. Then, I saw that the pieces of willow leaves flashing with blue light were blasted out in an instant, like a heavy rain that covered the sky and the sun. And Wang Xian's body was wiped out on the spot. The body is completely covered.
Chong!
Wang Xian's body was still in midair, but he was using his strength out of thin air. He clasped his hands together and pulled hard, and a spear flashing with lightning seemed to be pulled out of the void. Then he saw Wang Xian's body twisted strangely, and then the whole person spun rapidly like a tornado. And the war gun in his hand also erupted with a gun light as dense as stars at this moment. Call! 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 Every point of the blasted spear light hit the blue willow leaves with incomparable precision. Immediately, the willow leaves were immediately broken and turned into powder. Then, Wang Xian's body made a whoosh sound, and he once again used his strength to pull out layers of phantoms. He avoided the willow tree demon's interception with all his skill, and then he grabbed a peripheral ball with his big hand. Blue spar. Zitsidi. This moment, the willow tree demon roared, as if he was in endless anger. Then, I saw thousands of willow branches dancing like spiritual snakes, quickly tangled up in midair, forming a leaf gun, as if being blasted out by a spear master, facing everything with a penetrating attitude, pierced through Wang Xian's eyebrows.
Drink!
The willow tree demon's counterattack seemed to be what Wang Xian expected. He shouted in a deep voice, clenched the war gun tightly with both hands, and all the strength in his body exploded violently, and all the power was concentrated in the war gun.
Boom!
Under the gaze of everyone, Wang Xian's battle spear crashed onto the leaf spear, accompanied by a harsh and distorting sound. The war gun in his hand was even pressed to the extreme by the power of the willow tree demon, bending it into a bow shape. Bang! Then, Wang Xian took advantage of the rebounding force and swept out with a whoosh, exiting the willow tree demon's territory unharmed. Zitsatizi. Everyone was shocked that Wang Xian was able to seize the ice crystal from the hands of the willow tree demon in such a way. However, immediately after, they heard a crazy roar from the willow tree demon, and a strong chill instantly came from its body. Burst out. Kakaka. A freezing sound spread rapidly, and then he saw that the frozen ground around him exploded in a horrifying manner at this moment. Quickly retreat. Feeling the angry power of the willow tree demon, the geniuses around them all looked horrified and retreated back, quickly escaping from the area surrounded by the cold air. Then, they immediately looked forward, when they saw that area completely covered by ice. They all opened their mouths wide and couldn't believe their eyes.
It's over. This willow tree demon has more than doubled its territory again. I'm afraid it won't be possible to get the ice crystal this time.
Those geniuses who retreated suddenly couldn't help but look horrified when they looked at the frozen, barren ground in front of them, which was nearly 1,000 feet in diameter. The previous area was already very rare when it was only 500 feet. Now it has expanded to 1,000 feet, which means that the willow tree demon has fully doubled its territory. The difficulty of obtaining the ice crystal is at least several times higher than before. This time, I'm afraid it will be difficult to obtain the ice crystal.
Isn't this too difficult? Arsenal couldn't help but sigh. If we say that with this willow tree demon, in its original form, it would be a little easy to get the ice crystal. But now, it would be very difficult to get it.
Arsenal looked around. Really? Those geniuses who had previously been extremely confident that they could take a chance to obtain the ice crystal suddenly turned ugly when they saw the spreading ice field. Obviously, they don't have much confidence that they can obtain the spark from the willow tree demon.
Snort!
As for Wang Xian, he didn't care about the others, since he had already grabbed a crystal stone. He simply sat down cross-legged on the spot and absorbed the power in the crystal stone.
Are you confident that you can grab the ice crystal?
Axiana looked at Yang Mucheng nervously.
I should be able to.
Yang Mucheng nodded and was about to step forward. But at this time, there was a genius who was faster than him. And he was already walking towards the willow tree demon in the eyes of everyone who was shocked and shocked. Chapter 1200 Violent.
Is there someone else?
Seeing someone taking the lead, Yang Mucheng was not in a hurry and looked over quietly. He found the genius who came forward was the same person who had been watching like him before.
I wonder if he will succeed.
The willow tree demon's rage made all the geniuses present feel frightened, and no one dared to step forward. At this time, the person who suddenly stepped forward naturally attracted everyone's attention.
It's Gang Damu.
At this time, someone recognized the genius who came forward.
Who is Gang Damu?
Someone asked.
He is the genius of Wanqing Taishan. His cultivation level is similar to that of Wang Xian, and his strength is slightly stronger than Wang Xian. If it is him, he might be able to break through the willow tree demon's defense and obtain the ice crystals in it.
Tongue! Just as everyone was talking, Gang Damu suddenly struck out. With his fierce move, the crystal broke through the sound barrier and brought a continuous phantom behind him. Just the flying wind caused a series of ear-piercing sonic booms. And the strange thing is, the willow tree demon did not attack madly to block Gang Damu's flight as everyone imagined. Just when everyone thought that the willow tree demon's crazy expansion of its territory was a bluff, Yang Mucheng's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly pulled Axiana back.
Boom!
The moment Yang Mucheng stepped back, a terrifying force suddenly burst out from the earth, and in an instant, the ground around them collapsed crazily, and at the same time, thousands of tree roots turned into huge tree thorns, bursting out crazily from the ground. Not only heading towards the tree in an instant, the big tree pierced through and blasted towards the surrounding Tianju. This shocking attack immediately shocked all the geniuses present. Terrifying tree thorns covered an area of several thousand feet, and suddenly shot out. This was an absolutely fatal attack.
Puff puff!
There were bursts of terrifying explosions, followed by bursts of screams. In an instant, the geniuses who gathered around the ice area were already killed by the willow tree demon's sudden attack. 40% of them were killed in an instant. Then, under the shocked eyes of a pair of pears, the sharp branches quietly shrank and retreated into the earth. If it weren't for the corpses on the ground, everyone present would have thought that the previous scene was just an illusion. Hisses. Everyone who came back to their senses was shocked. No one expected that such a thing would happen. The big tree that was also pierced slowly hit the ground. A pair of wide-eyed pupils looked straight at the willow tree demon, as if he couldn't believe that he would be directly penetrated by this willow tree demon. Kill! Quiet! There was dead silence. Originally, those geniuses who were still thinking about preparing to attack the willow tree demon after they just gained strength suddenly felt their scalps numb. They originally thought that this tree demon was just bluffing, but who knew that this willow tree demon would intimidate everyone with the power of thunder if he didn't take action. After coming back to their senses, the prodigies nearby all took a few steps back, fearing that the willow tree demon would attack again. Who would dare to risk their lives and take a step forward again?
Let's go!
Axiana looked at Yang Mucheng, who also had a look of astonishment on his face, carefully tugged on the latter's sleeves, and said softly,
This willow tree demon is obviously crazy. All the beings who intrude into its territory
will be killed by it with the power of thunder. If you go in at this time, you will probably be bombarded by this willow tree demon.
The geniuses around them all nodded in agreement after hearing Axiana's words. Apparently, at this moment, they also gave up. The strength of this willow tree demon has exceeded everyone's imagination.
This tree demon is indeed terrifying. It is more powerful than the tree demons I encountered before.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes.
Those tree demons in Jiuzhou don't have so many terrifying methods. However, it should be dealt with by me, within the range.
Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and walked forward. When everyone was retreating in panic and looking at the willow tree demon's face full of horror. The geniuses present saw a delicate figure walking forward in the opposite direction to them. This weird scene immediately made everyone raise their heads and look forward.
What is he going to do? Could it be that he also wants to break through? Isn't this asking for death? Even Gang Dama couldn't hold on even a single move under the bombardment of this willow tree demon. It's not like asking for death.
Seeing that Yang Mucheng actually dared to step forward in this situation, everyone present looked at Yang Mucheng with idiotic eyes. Even the divine sea consummation like Gang Dama was completely killed by the willow tree demon's sudden attack. There were many geniuses present, but they were also unable to avoid this shocking blow and were all killed instantly. Which one of these geniuses is not stronger than you in terms of cultivation and strength? So many people don't dare to go forward anymore. How dare you go up?
I don't know how high the sky is.
A genius looked at Yang Mucheng's back and laughed coldly.
You know you can't do something, but you want to give it a try. This is foolishness.
When Axianu saw Yang Mucheng's actions, she wanted to stop him. However, when she saw Yang Mucheng's determined steps without any hesitation, Shen Ning endured it.
Since you dare to step forward, you must have a way to deal with this tree demon.
Right? Under the expectant eyes of Axianu and the mocking gazes of everyone, Yang Mucheng walked towards the willow tree demon step by step. Taking another step, he stepped into the realm covered by frost. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the geniuses present all shrank. It was just because Gang Dama entered this frost field that he caused the willow tree demon to bombard him. Now Yang Mucheng also walked in. Thinking of the willow tree demon's previous crazy killing, everyone present could not help but tremble and subconsciously retreated towards the back. However, there seems to be nothing. However, when Yang Mucheng entered this area, he couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. Although it is just one step forward, it is only one step away. But it seems like a world of difference. As if this step had entered the realm of extreme cold. A bone-chilling coldness also swept over him at the same time, seeming to continuously penetrate into the body through the pores. It was as if just standing there for a little longer would completely freeze his whole body. In addition, Yang Mucheng also felt like he was being watched. Certainly, this feeling was given by the willow tree demon in front of me.
Want to kill me? Okay. I want to see if you have this ability.
Narrowing his eyes, Yang Mucheng strode forward.